Chapter 273, Go straight to the nest and remove the secret sentry. Just see. A large number of motorcycles were coming towards this direction. Swish. 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 Beams of car lights illuminated the night, and the roar woke up nearby residents. Boom, the motorcycles stopped on both sides of Xinjiang. Seeing this, Jiang Qi's expression changed slightly. Protect brother Jiang. As he spoke, he and the other 3 Black Dragon members guarded Xinjiang from behind, obviously thinking that the other party had ill intentions. As so many people on motorbikes coming here in the middle of the night are definitely not good people. They are probably in the same group as Shirgizi. Then the next moment they all widened their eyes, then they saw young men getting off motorcycles one after another. They came to Xinjiang and ignored Jiang Qi and the others and said in unison, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. What? Jiang Qi and his friends, Sigma, surprise face, Sigma degree, underscore, are these people also called Brother Jiang? Could it be? Sijou expressed their guess, one of us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qi and others breathed a sigh of relief but were also surprised. They didn't expect that their own brother Jiang had such a skill in his hometown and could easily call over 20 or 30 young people. Now, Xinjiang looked at the 20 or 30 young men opposite him. These were also his brothers, especially the leader Shen Tianxi, who was considered a core member of Xinjiang in his early years. However, he later went to Songjiang, and because of the family situations of these people and his unwillingness to lead them astray, he chose not to associate with them. Facts proved that what he did in his previous life was right. Although none of these people became rich and their lives were not very good, at least they did not have to worry and could live a stable life. In this life, he came back to walk on the right path and start a new life, so how could he forget these brothers? That's right. He has decided to take these people to Songjiang. In this life, he has the ability to provide many people with a stable life. Xinjiang got straight to the point. Shirkazi challenged me this morning, and I'm going to kill him tonight. Shen Tianxi and the others were not surprised to hear this. The news of the dog's corpse hanging outside the Qin family's wall during the day had spread throughout Lianhua Township. They were already concerned about Xinjiang's affairs and naturally knew about it. When they came, they basically guessed what was going to be done. They even knew that their peaceful life would be broken and they would never be able to have peace again after today, but they still chose to come. This is brotherhood. Shen Tianxi, Brother Jiang, you said we should do it. Xinjiang guessed from their expressions that they were probably just imagining things, but he didn't explain. Some things are easier to witness than to explain. He gave the order directly. Tianxi, you take people, Jiang Qi, take your men. Soon the order was issued, and Shen Tianxi, Jiang Qi and others took the lead and headed eastward to Shirkazi's camp. At this time, the neighbors had already come out to check what was going on because of the noise. The neighbor on the left couldn't help but say, why are there so many motorcycles suddenly here? What are so many people doing gathering in the middle of the night? Dad! You don't understand this yet. Shirkazi must have embarrassed Xinjiang during the day, and Xinjiang's coders are going to fight Shirkazi. No, I have to go out and see, it's a big commotion. Come back. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Just go to sleep. I've always said that Xinjiang is no good. He might end up in jail someday. Don't get involved with him in the future. Similar incidents continued to occur in the neighborhood, and many parents once again warned their children not to contact Xinjiang, fearing that their sons would become like those motorcyclists and become involved in society. The Chao family naturally heard the noise as well. Father Chao looked outside and said, is something big going to happen tonight? Chao's mother said, it would be great if something happened. The Qin family kid must be arrested. He's just a small thug with poor academic performance and bad character. How can he be better than our son? When he is arrested, our son will still be the most handsome boy in Lianhua Township. Obviously she was very dissatisfied with Xinjiang for stealing the limelight from her son Father Chao. Where's Xiaoyi? I haven't seen him since tonight? Chao's mother, I'm having dinner with some friends and I guess I'll be back late. What should I do about what Xiaoyi said during the day? Chao's father, what can we do? We have to raise money. The girl has the education, the looks, and the background. It's not too much to ask for a little betrothal gift. Take out all your savings these 2 days and I'll go out and raise some. I can't let my son suffer any injustice or be looked down upon by my in-laws. Chao's mother remained silent. She knew their lives would be extremely tight after they took out such a large sum of money, but she couldn't stop them from enjoying their future happiness. She could only pray silently, "My son is amazing and will definitely make a fortune. If he can take us to Shanghai to enjoy a good life, we will be envied by others." Now, Qin Jiang walked slowly through the night toward East Village, with only Sijo following closely on his side. He picked up his phone, tapped it a few times, and put it back in his pocket. The phone still lit up in his pocket, and a message displayed on the top of it said it had been sent successfully. A plan, start. East End, Balu. Balu, a young man, was eating instant noodles in his shabby van, reading a novel on his phone. Villain should be invincible, arguing confidently, this bastard author is always stuck. 2 updates a day. Why not 20? TSK. Don't say it's really fun to write. Novels should be fun to read all the way through. 2 more chapters. Trample. The sound of footsteps on the snow could be heard at grass. The young man was watching the crucial moment and couldn't help but curse angrily. Who is it? Then he pushed open the car door and walked out, but a voice came from the other side. Is it me? The young man was stunned and picked up the flashlight to look around and asked in confusion, Brother Tianci, why are you here? What are you doing here? Obviously he knew Shin Tianci, who was able to hang out with Qin Jiang and was a core member. He also had a number 1 before. At the same time, he stopped holding the phone and was about to make a call. Shin Tianci, can't I just play a couple of rounds? Young man, Brother Tianci. Stop playing. I heard you're getting married, and you insisted on playing a couple of rounds at Old Wang's house on the West End. Old Wang's game is for the new year, and normally it's only a few yuan a day, with a win or loss of a few dozen yuan at most. It's purely for fun, Shin Tianci, that's too small. Just as the young man was about to do something, he saw Shin Tianci approaching him, hugging him and throwing him sideways, pressing him to the ground and quickly taking the cell phone out of his pocket. Bang, the young man was pinned to the ground, his head dazed. Brother Tianci. What are you doing? Why are you pinning me? Right at this moment, trample. The sound of footsteps on the snow suddenly reached his ears. He looked up and saw more than a dozen young men coming towards him, and behind them he saw 2 very familiar figures, Qin Jiang and Sijo. His intuition told him that something might happen. Above, Shin Tianci's voice came, after tonight, there will be no more people like Shirdizi, Xiaoyu. I know you are taking care of your sick mother. As long as you cooperate today, I will pretend that I didn't see anything. The young man hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a trembling voice as he looked at Qin Jiang, who was getting closer and closer. Okay. Chapter 274. Chao He loses consecutively, Qin Jiang wins everything. At the same time, Zhang Qi's voice came from the intercom in Sijo's hand. Brother Jiang, we found 2 secret sentries in total. Brush. Qin Jiang looked at the young man on the ground. Shin Tianci asked, are there only 2 people guarding the gate besides you? The young man nodded hurriedly. Usually there are 2. I heard that the game has become a bit big these days, so I hired another one. Qin Jiang continued to walk towards the empty rented house in front, followed by Sijo and more than 10 young men. Shin Tianci handed the young man over to someone and said, let him go after this is done. Nothing happened until Qin Jiang and others arrived outside Shirkuzi's lair. After all, it was just a township workshop, and having 3 people guarding it was quite impressive. And the reason why Qin Jiang and others pulled out the 3 secret sentries so easily was because they were familiar faces. Bet. I'm raising, are you going to call? Fuck. I don't believe I can keep losing. This is definitely a comeback. There were bursts of shouting sounds in the house, but there was no sound outside. It was obvious that Shirgizi had taken some measures for safety, at least installing sound insulation devices in the house. I saw more than 10 people gathered in the small room playing. Shirgizi was the banker, and the others were betting desperately. Among them was a young man with red eyes and a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Chao He Qin Jiang's stimulation made him feel unbalanced, and his girlfriend's constant demands for money for marriage also put him under increasing pressure. Therefore, under the instigation of Lao Gai, he came to play a few games. At first, he planned to withdraw after playing 2 games, but he never expected to win more than 5,000 in just a few games. More than 5,000, it's equivalent to 1 month's salary of his. At that time, he was tempted and kept imagining that he could earn the betrothal money that Lin Shui asked for in a few hours if he kept winning. but he soon fell into a situation where he won less and lost more. From the beginning, he planned to earn the betrothal money, then earn 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, and broke even. In the end, he wanted to make a comeback with his eyes red, but there was no way he could do it because he had already lost 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, and a large part of it was the money he had just borrowed. He panicked, he was anxious, he is scared, he couldn't face his parents' tired faces, let alone Lin Shui, which made things even worse for him.
Chao He. Are you out of money again?
Lao Ba looked at Chao He and said, "You're not lucky today.
Come back and play tomorrow."
Chao He angrily shook his head after hearing this. "No way.
Who said my luck was bad? My luck will improve right away."
Lao Ba said disdainfully, "But you have no money, Chao He, I'll borrow it." Swish. Swish, Shurkazi and Lao Ba looked at each other and nodded. Not to mention that Chao He was from a prestigious university and was the leader of a large company in Shanghai, he would be willing to borrow 10 of them just from his parents' wealth, but Shurkazi did not show up and asked another person to borrow the money. After all, borrowing money from Shurkazi was a gambling debt and he didn't have to pay it back. Just in case, he let others borrow the money so that he would have a legitimate reason to go and ask for the money. Chao He quickly signed a pledge to borrow 20,000 yuan. He slammed the 20,000 yuan on the table and said, "Here."
I don't believe it. Right at this moment, boom. Boom, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who is it?
Lao Ba shouted to the outside, then I heard a cold reply from outside, "Qin Jiang." Wow, the room suddenly became quiet, and many people who were playing were stunned when they heard Qin Jiang's name. Qin Jiang had been a hot topic in Lianhua Township in the past few years and in the past 2 days. What is he doing here? Haven't you heard that he plays cards? Could it be? Many people looked at Shurkazi. Many people knew that there was a dead dog on the wall of the Qin family this morning, and it was not difficult to guess who did it. In Lianhua Township, only Shurkazi dared to do it and had the reason to do it. Now, instead of being afraid, Shurkazi looked delighted. Damn it.
You waited for so long and thought he wouldn't come?
I'm glad he dared to come.
Open the door.
He ordered the door to be opened without any fear. Anyway, all his 30 brothers were here today, so he wouldn't be afraid even if Qin Jiang dared to play tough with him, let alone play cards. Lao Ba nodded and went to open the door. Shurkazi's men also rushed out of several houses to the outer room, meaning the living room of a northeastern earthen house. Most of them looked unnatural, and were obviously a little afraid of Qin Jiang's name, but they were dazzled by the money and persisted. Due to various factors, they had no time to think about why Qin Jiang did not warn the sentry at the door. Bang! As soon as Lao Ba opened the door, he was greeted by an extremely ferocious face and a broad chest. A big hand hit his face and pushed him hard inside, causing his body to fly back. Trample! 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 It crashed into the crowd, causing many of the unprepared brothers to scream in surprise. 49 strode into the room, frightening old 8 and the others so much that they shuddered again and couldn't help but shout the fuck.
49. King Kong, 49.
I have some cramps in my calves. Obviously, Sijou's reputation was also very powerful to them. If they were afraid of Qin Jiang from the bottom of their hearts, it was just a physical instinct. No one could look directly at a man who was nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a big waist, naturally strong and a ferocious appearance. Tread, Sijou moved a little to the left, revealing Qin Jiang behind him with a stern face and deep eyes.
Qin Jiang.
Brother Jiang. Some people in the crowd couldn't help but speak out. Qin Jiang and Sijou, just standing there, were able to intimidate the 20 or 30 people on the opposite side. It's the reputation. Even Lao Ba, who kept saying he wasn't afraid, was a little too scared to speak because of the atmosphere in the crowd. Shurkazi couldn't help but look grim and thought to himself, waste. They are just 2 brats. What if they can eat people? They still want to make a living in the underworld. They are a bunch of trash. He was very dissatisfied with Lao Ba and the others. If he weren't lame, how could he have fallen to the point of having to make a living in this godforsaken place, and how could he be on good terms with these trash? Then he looked at Qin Jiang and Sijou with focused eyes. It was the first time he met Qin Jiang, and he had also heard Lao Gai and others talk about Qin Jiang's deeds, but he didn't take it seriously and thought it was mostly rumors. As for Sijou, in his opinion, he was nothing more than a big fool. He couldn't help but smile and said, "You must be crazy Jiang, right? I've heard of your legend. You're amazing.
I, old sure, admire you. What are you doing here today? Playing cards? Welcome, welcome.
He took the initiative to give Qin Jiang a way out with his words. He didn't really intend to confront Qin Jiang head on, but he was greedy for Qin Jiang's money, so he paid some money first with courtesy and then with force. Put one side. Chao He was stunned when he heard this. Qin Jiang also came here to play cards.
I didn't hear him playing cards too? Could it be that he's under a lot of pressure? Wait. He must have never played cards before, so he might not be as good as me. In that case, wouldn't it be more likely that I'll get my money back?
Just as he was fantasizing, Qin Jiang looked at Shirkazi with disdain. Who the hell are you to play cards with me?
What? Shirkazi's face was furious. I give you face and call you brother? If I don't give you face, you are nothing? I see you are really causing trouble, so what? Do you think you are Ip Man? You want to fight 10 people alone. He was reminding Lao Ba that there was nothing to be afraid of except Qin Jiang. Lao Ba also reacted and straightened his back and shouted, Qin Jiang. Dare to come here and cause trouble, brother sure? Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson today, what do you think you are?
As he spoke, he led more than 20 people and approached Qin Jiang step by step. Qin Jiang's expression remained calm as he glanced at the gambling table. Cards, money, and people were all gathered there. He then looked at Zhang Qi, who was hiding behind two people and whose miniature camera was recording the entire process. He waved his hand calmly and said, "Get them all."
Chapter 275, Joint Efforts to Maintain Public Order and Combat Crime. What? Shirkazi's face was startled and he felt something was wrong, but before he could say anything, Qin Jiang gave an order, and Qin Jiang, Sizhou, and Zhang Qi all moved to the side.
Zhang Qi stood on a footstool, raised his body, and secretly recorded the whole scene with the micro-video recorder in his hand. Superior, superior. There were bursts of shouts coming from outside, and then Shen Tianxi led 20 or 30 people to rush in and charge at Lao Ba and others. Seeing this, Lao Ba and the others' faces changed drastically. They had originally thought they could only deal with Qin Jiang and the other two, but they had never expected that the enemy would suddenly become 20 or 30 in number, and that they were charging at them with such terrifying momentum. In addition, they were already somewhat afraid of Qin Jiang, so faced with this sudden change, many people subconsciously wanted to run away. Fuck, retreat quickly, there is an ambush, why are there so many people?
Oh my god.
When someone spoke, others would echo him, when someone wanted to run, others would follow him. Before there was even a head-on collision, most of Lao Ba and the others had already fled, and the remaining people were simply unable to resist.
Don't move. Put your hands on your head, kneel, squat down. Shen Tianxi shouted loudly in the room, fuck. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? At the same time, the others also echoed, get down. Don't move.
Whoever moves, don't blame me for being ruthless, like a monkey stealing peaches. Under such an attack, what could Shirkazi's men do but cover their heads with their hands? Even those who chose to escape first were quickly pinned down by him. After all, the house was so small, and to prevent safety issues, Shirkazi nailed all the windows shut. Therefore, Shen Tianxi and others didn't have to waste any effort to subdue Lao Ba and others. Those who obeyed him covered their heads with their hands, while those who disobeyed, like Lao Ba, were directly pressed to the ground. This scene happened very quickly and was resolved within a few tens of seconds, so that everyone who was playing cards inside, including Shirkazi, had no time to react before it was over. Shirkazi, Chowhi, equals smiley face others, sigma, surprised face, underscore, sigma degree. Shirkazi was extremely angry, Chowhi was a little confused, and the others were afraid of getting into troubled. Bang, Shirkazi slammed the table and said, Qin Jiang. What on earth are you going to do? Start a war with me? Don't think you are great just because you have more people. I'm sure, and I've seen a lot of storms in my life. I respect you as a person of character and I've been polite to you. What's the point of bringing my people in as soon as you came back? And now you're bringing people to my territory to kill me? What's the point of that? Are you going to fight to the bitter end? Do you really think I'd vulture, have no one behind me? Even if you were so powerful outside, this is Lotus Township, this is my territory, he scolded in a timid manner. Obviously, today's changes were a little beyond his expectations. He never thought that Qin Jiang could still gather so many people locally after 2 years in Songjiang. He also didn't expect that the people under his command were so useless that they dared not resist these people. The combination of the two made him extremely passive, so he had to speak softly to elevate Qin Zhang's status and say that he would bully him first when he came back. In order to give the other party a higher ground, he also brought out that he had a backer and warned Qin Zhang that even if he was awesome outside, he could only do okay in his hometown. Even if he could leave the Qin family, he had to stay at home. Listen to this. Qin Zhang's expression was extremely cold. Threaten, a naked threat. Shirgizi clearly told himself that if he didn't give him a way out today, he would take vengeance madly in the future. Even if he couldn't take revenge on Qin Zhang, he would still bring bad luck to the Qin family, which would touch Qin Zhang's reverse scale. How to solve it? Be friendly with him to make money and give him a way out. Bullshit, such people must be beaten to death. This decision was made when the dead dog appeared in the Qin family, and not only Qin Zhang, Sizhou, Zhang Qi, Shen Tianxi and others also heard the threat. Shen Tianxi said, "Brother Zhang, you give the order." The others looked at Qin Zhang and waited for orders. As long as he gave the order, today would not end peacefully, even if they had to pay a price. Click. Seeing this, Shirkazi secretly thought that something was wrong. He had never thought that his action had not only failed to intimidate these people, but had actually had the opposite effect. However, he could not change his words now that he had said them. He could only force himself to say to Qin Zhang, "Have you considered the consequences of fighting a local tyrant like me?" Said, his body had subconsciously retreated. The window behind him was not completely closed. It was a way out he left for himself, of course not to guard against Qin Zhang but for public security. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Zhang laughed. "Huh? Intimidate me? Very good. I hope you can still be this arrogant when you eat steamed buns in there. Go ahead." As soon as these words were spoken, Shen Tianxi and the others were slightly stunned, unsure of what Brother Zhang meant. Was he going to attack Old Eight and the others? To what extent? Or should he let them charge at Shirgizi? Or perhaps, Shirkazi, who was standing opposite, turned around and rushed to the rear window. Before leaving, he did not forget to sternly threaten Qin Zhang. "Qin Zhang, just wait for me, I will be back." Right at this moment. Boom, bang, the rear window seemed to be shattered by some impact, and 3 or 4 figures rushed in from the rear window. They were dressed as security team members, and the leader was Chief Zhou. Ouch, Shirkazi was knocked back by the impact. "Don't move, security." Chief Zhou raised his security weapon and shouted at the whole crowd. The other 3 people on both sides also shouted, "Don't move. Public security. Everyone, put your hands up, don't touch anything on the table, and put your money down. Not good, public security. Run." Shirkazi yelled and was about to run when he saw this, but his retreat was completely blocked by Zhou Sua and others, and his front was blocked by Qin Zhang and others, leaving him with no way out. The other gamblers were also frightened when they saw the security and wanted to run away, but facing the same situation as Shirsuazi, they had no way out and could only flee frantically in the HUT. This moment, Chief Zhou directed the others to quickly capture the men, while he himself also guarded the retreat route. Shirkazi was already lame, and since he was the main target of the security guards, he was the first one to be pinned to the ground. He struggled frantically but to no avail and could only roar, "Qin Zhang, you were so cruel. Damn it, you don't understand the code of conduct, you." Hearing this, Qin Zhang lowered his head and looked down at Shirkazi on the ground with calm contempt. "You know nothing about the underworld." Shirkazi, "I want to report it. Chief Zhou. I want to report him. He just brought some people in to beat up our brothers. This is a gang fight, this is intentional injury, this is, obviously. He planned to take revenge on Qin Zhang even if it meant dying together with him, but the next moment he froze in place and stopped struggling. Just see, Zhou Sujian had the situation basically under control. There were also Black Dragon's men outside who blocked the exit and came directly in front of Qin Zhang. They stretched out their hands to Qin Zhang, and Qin Zhang also stretched out his hand. Bang, 2 hands clasped together calmly. "It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you." At the same time, Qin Zhang squatted down and gently patted his face, then gave the confused man a dangerous smile. This is called joint efforts to ensure public safety and combat crime. Chapter 276. Chao He roars in sorrow. The gambling arrest is complete. Shirkazi, _ damn, this works too. Even if he was stupid at this moment, he knew that Qin Jiang and Zhou were in cahoots and were working together to get rid of him. How outrageous! How can this be? Shirkazi was extremely angry but could not speak, and his stiff neck was pressed down forcibly. At this time, Chief Zhou heard Qin Jiang's words but did not refute them. Today, he received a call from Qin Jiang asking him to cooperate in catching gamblers. During this period, he was also afraid of non-compliance, so he called his superior Zhao Kailai to inquire. Zhao Kailai directly told him that cooperation is a win-win situation, as long as it does not violate the law and does not endanger people's property and safety. He naturally agreed to cooperate. First of all, there are few people in the township security station, and he dare not use all of them. Secondly, the other party has secret sentries, so it is difficult for him to sneak in quietly. Finally, if he rushes in, it is likely that most people will escape with just a few people. Now the cooperation process with Qin Jiang is smoother than he expected. It can even be said that he did not use him at all. He just waited for him to come in to take advantage of the ready-made situation. So, naturally he had to appreciate it. After all, it was a free gift. He couldn't help but say to Qin Jiang, "Mr. Qin, you're too polite. I want to apologize to you for what happened last time. I was too impulsive." He talked about the last time he occupied the land. At that time, he was blinded by love. Qin Jiang nodded calmly. You see this? Shirkazi's struggling body completely stopped. Qin Jiang actually knew Zhou Lao, and it seems that Zhou respects Qin Jiang very much. So, what is Qin Jiang's status outside? Is he really only making money in the gray industry? A dragon crossing the river? No. With this connection, Qin Jiang is completely a dragon sitting on the ground. Instead of keeping his distance, he plotted against her? What had blinded him? No. Don't rob me of my money. This is all my money. What are you doing? He held the money tightly in his hand, but he couldn't get past the security guards and was immediately apprehended. You know it's your money? But it's gambling money. According to Chinese law, it will be confiscated and used as evidence of your crime. Swish. Bang! He watched his money being snatched from his hands and his hands being examined, and he felt his vision go dark. It's over. It's all over. He knew that not only would he not be able to make a profit this time, but even the money he had just borrowed would be confiscated. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he would most likely be arrested, sentenced, and his wife and children would be separated. As his vision darkened, he saw Qin Jiang's icy expression, and he couldn't help but feel even more grief-stricken and angry. If it weren't for the other party, he wouldn't be so frustrated, he wouldn't have come to gamble, he wouldn't have lost. And he wouldn't have been caught and faced this situation. Everything, it's all Qin Jiang's fault. Before he completely fainted, he yelled Qin Jiang. Wow, he just fainted. The security guards were not too panicked. It was normal for people in the county to be timid when catching gamblers. Moreover, they knew Chao He. Logically, as long as the amount involved was not huge, there would not be any big problems and nothing more. Find some money and detain for a period of time. Qin Jiang didn't even look at him. For someone like Chao He, you would be considered a loser if you looked at him for even a second. Outside, even though the location chosen by Shirkazi was very remote, there were people living across the street. In addition, the noise inside was too loud and the sound of broken windows could be heard faintly. Immediately, the lights in several families' houses came on, and many people were looking at the yard opposite with their coats on. However, due to the distance and the darkness, they could only vaguely see that there seemed to be many people inside, and bursts of smashing sounds could be heard. Someone was puzzled. Isn't that Shirkazi's territory? Why is there such a commotion in there? It's like a fight. Someone was surprised. Oh my god. A real fight broke out. I thought I saw someone trying to jump out the window but was kicked back. Someone was confused. Who are you? You dare to cause trouble at Shirkazi's place? Are you not afraid of being punished? Obviously, all the neighbors knew that it was Shirkazi's territory, and they were puzzled as to who would dare to cause trouble there. Yes, the next moment a scream resounded through the sky. Qin Jiang. This sound was extremely harsh, mixed with grief, despair, unwillingness, and other emotions, which made people feel terrified. Grass, many people were frightened. Someone blurted out, Qin Jiang. That's right. Shirkazi just showed Qin Jiang his power this morning. Qin Jiang brought people to retaliate, for sure. In Lianhua Township, only Qin Jiang dared to go against Shirkazi. Some young people speculated, can Qin Jiang defeat Shirkazi? Who will win? Qin Jiang was indeed awesome before, but in the past 2 years, if you go to Songjiang, there are already quite a few Shirkazi people in Lianhua Township now. His father, who cares who wins? Go back to the house. Turn off the lights and pretend you know nothing. After saying that, the two of them went back to the room and turned off the lights but did not go to sleep. They still leaned on the window and looked out in the moonlight. The neighbors all made similar decisions. No one wanted to meddle in other people's business, but at the same time, no one wanted to miss the fun. Bang! Bang! Boom! The sound of collisions continued to ring out in this small room. After a long time, Chief Zhou and others arrested all the people involved and collected all the criminal evidence at the scene. At this time, Zhang Qi came up and handed the USB drive to Chief Zhou. It contains the recording of what we just came in, which can be used to establish evidence. Zhou took it with a slightly stunned expression, and couldn't help but recall what his leader once said to him, Qin Jiang is really scary, and he does things without any handle at all. Zhou saw, thank you. Take it away, he waved his hand and ordered his men to escort Shirkazi and the others out. There were already several large trucks parked outside. Shirkazi, Xiaohe and other people who set up or participated in the gambling, as well as Lao Ba and other thugs, were all taken into the trucks, which slowly drove away. Now Zhang Qi said to Qin Jiang, Brother Jiang, I've backed up the video and kept 3 copies on file as required. The video recording not only provides Shirkazi and others with evidence of the crime, but also keeps safety evidence for himself. It's not that he doesn't trust anyone, but Qin Jiang has already set a rule that any important matter must be archived and made in triplicate. Opposite, Shen Tianci and more than 20 others looked at the empty house and the vehicles gradually disappearing into the night outside with confused, bewildered and puzzled eyes. After all, they thought today would be a tough battle and Brother Jiang was going to deal with Shirkazi. The result is correct. It was Shirkazi, but it wasn't them who did it, it was the public security who took action. It was totally beyond their expectations. Zhang Qi patted Shen Tianci on the shoulder and said, You don't really think we're here to start a fight, do you? That's illegal. Black Dragon has a rule, no breaking the law. Shen Tianci and others became even more confused after hearing this. Group fighting is illegal, no breaking the law, Black Dragon, what does it have to do with that? Qin Jiang saw that they were confused, but they were actually very happy inside. Who wouldn't be happy to have this group of brothers who chose to follow him even though they didn't know the future or even thought the future was unpredictable? Brother, don't let me down, I will support my brothers, Qin Jiang said loudly. Shen Tianci. Ah, Brother Jiang. Although Shen Tianci was a little confused, he still responded when Qin Jiang called him. Qin Jiang continued, Lunan. Su Lang. Chen Kai, Ho Hua. Qin Jiang accurately called out the names of more than 20 people, looked at them solemnly and said word by word, from today on, you officially join the Black Dragon. Chapter 277, No Rejection, God-given idea. What? Join the Black Dragon? What is Black Dragon? Shen Tianci and others were even more confused. Shen Tianci asked directly, Brother Jiang, did you create the Black Dragon? Although he didn't finish his words, his meaning was very clear. He thought that the Black Dragon was most likely a gang created by Qin Jiang. In the past, he would have agreed without hesitation, but now it was different. He had a girlfriend who would soon start a family and he couldn't let his girlfriend down. Not only Shen Tianci, but everyone else also had some concerns and were hesitant. Seeing this, Qin Jiang didn't waste any words. Zhang Qi. Tell them what the Black Dragon is? Zhang Qi, okay. He didn't pretend to be great. He could tell that Shen Tianci and the others had a special relationship with his brother Jiang. He directly told them the general situation of Black Dragon. Even though Zhang Qi's explanation was very brief, Shen Tianci and the others still widened their eyes in shock. Black Dragon Night Market, 2 major chains, annual revenue exceeds 100 million, thousands of employees, Jiangge Company, Group. Each piece of information was a huge shock to them. Zhang Qi's few words almost made their CPUs burn out. They looked at Qin Jiang with eyes full of surprise. Brother Jiang, such a big industry was created in Songjiang, so magical, it was hard to doubt whether it was true, but looking at Zhang Qi's calm expression and their understanding of Qin Jiang, what he said was true. So, that means everything is true. Shen Tianci spoke first, Brother Jiang, can you give me some time to think about it? My family, no. Qin Jiang interrupted him, glanced at everyone, and said in an extremely domineering and firm manner, whatever job you are doing, just quit it and report to Songjiang Black Dragon after the new year. He then added, I said it, no negotiation. It must be carried out. Domineering, maybe, but Qin Jiang chose this move without hesitation. He knew that these brothers had not lived up to their expectations in their previous lives, and many of them were subsequently suffocated by the pressure of mortgages and car loans. Therefore, he could only be overbearing and at least let these people go to Songjiang to see the situation in Heilong first. If they still chose to leave Xinjiang after a year or two, he would not force them to stay. Shen Tianzi wanted to say something else, but seeing Xinjiang staring at him, he could only hold his words back. Snap. Snap. Sijou patted Shen Tianzi's shoulder and said, Brother Jiang won't harm you, don't worry. You'll know everything when you get to Songjiang. What Zhang Qi just said was already very conservative. Shen Tianzi nodded subconsciously. At this moment, his brain capacity was not enough. He was completely confused by all the sudden information and changes today. Qin Jiang also understood that many things took time to digest, but no matter what the situation was, he had to get on board and take the right path first. The rest could be dealt with on the way. He waved his hand to walk. Wow, the group left the mud house and headed towards the Qin family. At this moment, many neighbors saw that there was no movement on the other side, so they bravely went out with flashlights to check the situation. Swish. 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 Several flashlights shone on each other and whispered, everyone inside seems to have left? I couldn't even see clearly what was going on. Who won? Qin Jiang. I just saw him leave with a large group of people without any problem. Shirkazi, on the other hand, is nowhere to be seen. I heard no movement from inside. A few young men bravely went to take a look outside the mud house and found it in a mess but empty. When they brought back the news, it sparked another round of discussion. I saw 2 large trucks driving away at the beginning. Maybe Shirkazi and others were inside. Why are they in the car? Could it be that Qin Jiang killed them and just drove them away and buried them? As soon as these words were spoken, the neighbors looked at each other without saying a word and turned to walk into the house, while all kinds of rumors began to brew. That night, Shen Tianzi and the others went home after saying goodbye to Qin Jiang. Today's events had a huge impact on them, and they needed to go back and think carefully. After Qin Jiang and his 6 companions came back to Qin's house, they chose to play cards instead of going to bed. For young people, going to bed at 9 o'clock is a bit early, but at this time in 2011, most people living in rural areas go to bed early, and there are no entertainment facilities in towns and villages. At most, they watch TV occasionally. Therefore, many parents will criticize their children for not sleeping, saying that they only know how to play with their mobile phones all day long. This phenomenon was not reversed until the emergence of Douyin, Kuaishou, and Huya. Those adults and even the elderly who always talk about how fun mobile phones are also holding their mobile phones and checking them nonstop. Boom, Shen Tianzi rode his motorcycle quickly home, opened the door and tiptoed into the house, only to find his girlfriend sitting on the Kong. Shen Tianzi, did I wake you up? Wait, you weren't asleep. The girlfriend didn't reply but kept looking Shen Tianzi up and down. When she found that he was still wearing the clothes he left in and there was no blood on his body, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, I'm not sleepy. Shen Tianzi was no fool, so how could he not understand what his girlfriend meant? He couldn't help but feel guilty for making her worry. He wanted to say that it would be just this once and he wouldn't do it again. This was his original plan, not to draw a line between himself and Qin Jiang, but to not get involved in any messy life, but he had never expected a black dragon to appear, and Qin Jiang's unquestionable words made it impossible for him to refuse the girlfriend. What's wrong? Shen Tianzi waved his hand, it's okay. He got on the bed and hugged his girlfriend and explained, Brother Jiang asked us to go there but we didn't do anything today. It wasn't a fight or anything illegal, but... He briefly recounted what happened at the casino. My girlfriend was completely confused when she heard this. You said those people were arrested by the police in the end, on Ning cooperation? Shen Tianzi nodded, yes. Brother Jiang seems to know that Zhou, and the two are very familiar with each other. Oh, right. Brother Jiang said that he is doing very well in Songjiang. No. He is doing very well, he has already opened a company and has hundreds of employees under him. He briefly explained the situation of Heilong again, but his explanation was not complete. First, he was a little confused and unclear. Second, he didn't understand Heilong well and couldn't talk about it as immersive as Zhang Qi. He could only say that the company was large in scale. Hearing this, my girlfriend's face was moved and she obviously didn't believe it. No matter who heard such a thing, it would be hard to believe, but she quickly realized what was going on. You plan to go to Songjiang? Shintianzi hesitated for a moment and nodded. Brother Jiang asked me to go, and he wouldn't let me refuse. He wanted to explain but didn't know how to start. Seeing his flustered expression, his girlfriend grabbed his hand and said, What are you worried about? There are only two possibilities for this. First, if what he said is true, even if there are some exaggerations, then going to Songjiang with him is a way out. Second, if he said it was a lie, then you won't leave. Just promise me that you won't break the rules and make me worry. Shintianzi's eyes lit up and he nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I promise you. Chapter 278. Qin's father. You must keep an eye on him. The next day, early morning, Qin Jiang, Sijou and others went out to buy breakfast. Qin's father and mother were still sleeping. After they finished their breakfast at the breakfast shop, they asked Zhang Qi to go and deliver 2 breakfasts first, and then they went to Dongshan together for a stroll. Their goal, to eat wild game. Dongshan, the mountains surrounding Lianhua Township. Although the mountains are not high, there are many wild animals in them: pheasants, rabbits, wild boars, and so on. There are even rumors that someone once saw a blind bear on the mountain. Yamashita, Qin Jiang, Sijou, Zhang Qi, and the other 6 walked slowly through the snow. Climbing the mountain in winter was indeed difficult, but everyone was full of enthusiasm. Climbing mountains and hunting. This is the innate nature of men. On the way, a middle-aged man was carrying a bag and calmly fiddling with it under a tree. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around and saw that Qin Jiang and the others didn't show any surprise. Instead, he said directly, "Come to the mountain to catch something?" Qin Jiang nodded calmly, not surprised by the middle-aged man's actions. Many nearby residents had engaged in similar practices in 2011, setting traps in the mountains to capture rabbits and pheasants, either to eat as snacks or to sell, and this middle-aged man was a leader. Brother Jiang. Zhang Qi asked doubtfully after walking a little further ahead, why didn't we set a trap or bring a slingshot? Why did you ask me to record it? Why? As he spoke, he pointed to the video equipment in his hand. He had been recording the entire process since he went up the mountain at Qin Jiang's request. Qin Jiang, did you know that pheasants and rabbits are classified as protected species? Is it illegal to hunt them? Zhang Qi? Others? Qin Jiang was not surprised that several people were confused. In 2011, people in rural areas paid little attention to the wildlife protection regulations. In addition, the management in various places is not strict enough, so many people do not take it seriously. Some even openly capture and sell protected animals in the market. Zhang Qi, then let's. He suddenly remembered the first iron rule of Black Dragon: never break the law. Qin Jiang said calmly, the law stipulates that it is illegal to capture large numbers of protected animals during the hunting ban period or in the hunting ban area using illegal means. Now is not the hunting ban period, and Dongshan is not a hunting ban area. We are not using illegal means, slingshots, traps, etc., to capture a small number of them, so we are not breaking the law. As for the video, it's a backup file, just in case. Zhang Qi and others were completely stunned on the spot. They had never expected that Qin Jiang had studied the law to this extent. It's awe-inspiring. At the same time, I have a deeper understanding of Brother Jiang's caution. Obviously, no one is paying attention at the moment, but Brother Jiang still has a backup plan. Qin Jiang was very calm about this. With his experience in his previous life, he knew very well how many big guys had failed. Brush, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out from the snow. Rabbit. One of the Black Dragon men rushed out directly, but his speed was no match for the rabbit and he couldn't catch up at all. Fortunately, the others also rushed out and planned to encircle the rabbit. The rabbit ran back and forth but missed several times in a row. However, they were not angry or impatient but even more excited. This is where men's happiness comes from. They went up the mountain not because they were really hungry for wild game. Many wild games are not as delicious as domestic ones if they are not cooked well. They just wanted to kill time and have fun. A long time when they were tired of chasing the rabbit and saw it was about to run away, Qin Jiang said directly, 4-9. All right. Seijo threw a stone in his hand fiercely. Move, brush. The stone hit the running rabbit on the head like a bullet. A bang. The rabbit was knocked to the ground and kicked its legs. Zhang Qi rushed over and held it down, shouting, "I caught it." Soon, several people continued to move forward with victory, and bursts of voices continued to appear in the mountains and forests. There's a pheasant. 4-9. Got it. Where's the hare? 4. Wait. That's a snowshoe rabbit. A second-class protected species, you can't hit it. Qin family, just as Qin's father and mother finished their meal, they heard the sound of cars and bursts of discussions outside. As they went out, they saw a security car parked outside. The old couple's hearts sank. It's bad. Outside the hospital, when the neighbors saw the security car coming to the Qin family, they all came out to watch the fun, and Chao's father and mother were no exception. Seeing the security car coming out, Zhou couldn't help but talk. Wow. What's going on? The police are here. Someone who was well informed immediately said, I know. He told me this morning that the bridge is at the east end. Speak now. Someone urged impatiently. Didn't you see someone hanging a dead dog outside the Qin family's yard yesterday? Guess what happened last night? Qin Jiang brought dozens of people to Shirkazi's territory. I heard that it was very fierce, with people screaming and fighting. I even went into Lianxiao to take a look, and it was full of blood. It is said that Qin Jiang crippled Shirkazi on the spot and took him away in a car. Maybe he has been buried now. Not only Shirkazi, but everyone else has lost their limbs. Now they are unknown whether they are alive or dead. It is likely that. He told the story he heard with some artistic processing, leaving the neighbors on both sides stunned. After a long while, someone said, the Qin family kid is really the same as he was a few years ago. No. He is even more ruthless than before. The others nodded and understood why the police came. They must have come to arrest Qin Jiang because his crime had been exposed. However, no one seemed too surprised. In their opinion, it was completely natural for Qin Jiang to be arrested. Chao's father and mother were ecstatic. They had thought that Qin Jiang would be finished sooner or later, but they didn't expect it to come so soon. Chao's father, what good news! I was wondering how a scum like Qin Jiang could compare to our son. He's about to be arrested. Chao's mother, this is his destiny. Father Chao, where's my son? Why haven't I seen him? Crunch. Qin's father and mother opened the door and came out. If you look closely, you can see that Qin's mother's eyes are a little moist. Qin's father also walked in front of Zhou with heavy steps but pretended to be calm. Zhou, where's Qin Jiang? Father Qin, he's out. He'll probably be back soon. Don't worry. I won't let him get away. Joshua, equal smiley face. What's running away? Qin's father nervously took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to him. Sir, do you want to smoke? Chief Zhou waved his hand to indicate he didn't want to smoke. Qin's father then handed the other two security officers a cigarette. Seeing that the other two officers didn't take it, he took out a cigarette and lit it up. Then he sighed deeply. I knew that brat wasn't telling me the truth. Money isn't that easy to earn. Don't worry, I left the things he brought back in the storage room untouched. Does my cooperation in returning them count as meritorious service? Joshua, he didn't quite understand what Qin's father said. Father Qin sighed and continued, I heard the food in prison is terrible, and there are bullies who smear shit on people's mouths if they don't obey. Chief Zhou, that's not true. There are controls inside that won't allow such a thing to happen. After saying that, he guessed something. Apparently, Qin's father misunderstood his purpose and thought he was going to arrest Qin Jiang, and he was a little worried about Qin Jiang's safety inside. Yes, the next moment, Qin's father breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's under control. You must keep an eye on him. Don't let him bully others in there, and don't let him smear shit on others. Chapter 279, Mr. Qin misunderstood. They know each other. What? Joshua, equal smiley face. He never thought that Qin's father was not worried that Qin Jiang would suffer in prison, but was worried that Qin Jiang would harm others. How could a father think so much about his son? This moment, he once again had a deep understanding of Qin Jiang's external reputation. It fits Qin Jiang's character very well. After all, Qin Jiang's reputation in Songjiang is not very good. If they didn't know some specific information internally, they would probably blame Qin Jiang for any important case or missing case. TSK Tisk, Zhou murmured, black on the outside, white on the inside. What's Qin Jiang up to? Is he doing this on purpose? Wait. He always seems to claim to be white, saying Heilong is a legitimate company and never breaks the law. He remembered the promotional slogans inside the Black Dragon Company and how the Black Dragon employees all said outside that they were a formal company, but it's not just the Black Dragon Company that says this. Those people at Huasheng also say this, but they just talk about it, while Qin Jiang puts it into practice. Shake your head or Josua stopped thinking and saw Qin's father's worried face. He hurriedly explained, you misunderstood. Father Qin, misunderstanding? Not at all. I know my own son well. Is he capable of doing such things? Chief Zhou, Qin Jiang will not go to jail. Qin's father's eyes widened. What? Shoot him immediately. Zhou Suo. I didn't say the pun, but then I realized that Qin's father's misunderstanding had deepened. If he arrested someone but didn't put him in jail, he would be shot. I couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Qin's father secretly said, it's over. What on earth has this kid done to deserve to be shot? Even though he's a bit of a jerk, I remember he's very sensible. It wouldn't be necessary to shoot him, not at all. A neighbor across the street boldly came over to look at Qin's father and explained, Old Qin, you don't know. Your son brought people to kill Shirkazi last night. Maybe Shirkazi is now. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin's father was desperate. He had also heard about the incident of the dead dog hanging outside the yard yesterday, but he was relieved to see that Qin Jiang did not act impulsively. He thought his son had changed and was really doing business honestly outside, so he pretended to know nothing. But who would have thought that Qin Jiang would take people to kill Shirgizi in the middle of the night, and now the police came to his door. He felt a little regretful for sleeping so deeply last night. Qin's mother's eyes were filled with tears and her steps were unsteady. Zhou's expression changed slightly as he scolded his neighbor, don't spread rumors at will. Be responsible for what you say. Neighbor, I understand. It's related to the case, right? I promise not to say anything. I watched Qin Jiang grow up. It's a pity, but he's so cruel. So many people did it. Zhou Suo. Seeing that the others obviously believed it, he began to understand where the legends about Qin Jiang and Song Jiang came from. It's true, 3 people make a tiger. It was obvious that Anmin was cooperating to catch gamblers, but these people spread the rumor that Qin Jiang had killed Shirgizi. He didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly explained to Qin's father, who had lost his composure, Uncle. Don't get excited. I'm not here to arrest Qin Jiang. He hasn't done anything wrong. I came to see him for something else. Father Qin, what's the matter? Zhou Suo, official business. Qin's father, isn't that still a crime? Obviously, in Qin's father's eyes, doing public security work is still a crime. Chief Zhou, oh. Qin Jiang really didn't do anything wrong. He was about to explain something when he heard footsteps and the voices of neighbors behind him. Qin Jiang is back. Fuck. Why is there still blood? What's going on? Didn't you kill enough yesterday? You went out and killed again this morning? The arrest scene for this kind of criminal is bound to be bloody. No, we need to stay away. As they spoke, the neighbors quickly took 2 steps back, fearing that a conflict would break out and they would be splashed with blood. Yes, what stunned everyone was that when Zhou saw Qin Jiang coming, he was not nervous at all and did not show any intention to arrest him. Instead, he had an embarrassed expression on his face. He had to be embarrassed. He did not expect that his arrival would scare Qin Jiang's family so much and add another stigma to Qin Jiang's reputation. It felt like he came to cause trouble, especially when Qin Jiang had just given him credit. Therefore, Zhou took the initiative to step forward and, under everyone's incredulous gaze, extended his hand to Qin Jiang and said a little embarrassedly, Boss Qin. I'm so sorry. I may have caused you some trouble. Now, Qin Jiang looked at Zhou Suo's embarrassed face, his father's confused and anxious expression, and his mother's tearful expression, and basically guessed what had just happened. Although he knew Zhou Suo hadn't done it on purpose, he couldn't help but look cold. If you weren't wearing this, I would throw you into the ditch and make a snowman for you right now. Zhou Suo, he could see that Qin Jiang was not joking, and he also knew that what he had just done was indeed wrong. He secretly felt fortunate for his identity, and his impression of Qin Jiang's law-abiding nature was further deepened then, with a smile on his face, he said, "Boss Qin, you were so generous. I really have something to do, otherwise I couldn't come." "Qin Jiang, what's the matter?" "Joshua, excuse me, can you please talk to me for a moment?" Soon the two of them came to the car and talked away from the others. See this, the neighbors were stunned. Qin's father and mother were completely confused. Chao's father and mother questioned their lives. What's going on? Didn't Chief Zhou come here to arrest Qin Jiang? Why was he not arrested but was chatting and laughing with Qin Jiang, and even seemed to be trying to please Qin Jiang? Joshua, nonsense. How could I not please him? Qin Jiang brought me great achievements and brought peace to the area. But somehow I frightened his family. I feel guilty if I don't treat him better. After a long while, someone reacted and muttered, "Oh my god. They know each other." I've heard that Joshua was transferred from Songjiang, and Qin Jiang is also working in Songjiang. Maybe, at the same time, others also began to speculate. Qin Jiang has some influence in Songjiang. He knows Joshua and might even be close to him. Some people were still puzzled. Even if they knew each other, it's true that Qin Jiang went to attack Shirkazi last night. It's said that the ground was covered in blood. I, Lian Xiao, saw it with my own eyes. Could it be that Joshua was trying to protect him? No one answered. Some people think the legend may be false. Some people think that Zhou is obviously trying to cover up the crime. Xiao's father, they know each other? Damn it! This is abuse of power for personal gain and perverting the law. No, I absolutely do not agree with this. Those who break the law should be punished accordingly. Qin's father and mother were still confused, but their feelings of helplessness and despair had improved a lot. At least the current situation didn't seem too bad. In fact, it was a bit unexpected. Next to the car, Chief Zhou looked at Qin Jiang and said, "I'm here to tell you that we conducted a surprise investigation on Shirkazi last night and have already secured evidence. We can immediately proceed with legal procedures. The amount of money involved in this case is huge, and he won't be released for 10 or 8 years. His subordinates are all accomplices, and they will definitely be here in the next 2 or 3 years." Qin Jiang looked at Zhou with an expressionless face, which made the other party feel creepy, as if to say, if this is the only thing that happens today, you're done. Chapter 280, Taking Advantage of Cooperation, What is Caution, and Confusing Right and Wrong. Qin Jiang's eyes are sharp, surprise security inspections are normal. Not to mention that if you catch a big fish, you naturally have to deal with it as soon as possible. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and no one wants to work overtime during the new year. As for Shirkazi, he is just a little jerk and there is no way he can withstand the security inspection. Besides, there is a video recording of the scene that day, so he can't argue at all. Seeing this, Zhou hurriedly explained, "I want to tell you that Shirkazi has a big brother in the county. His name is Li De, also known as Pao Gu. Shirkazi wants to give him a portion of his earnings every year, but this guy is very cautious. Every time he sends people to collect the money, he only wants cash. We currently have no solid evidence and cannot arrest him. But don't worry, I've reported it to the police. They're taking this very seriously and have been preparing to take action against Li De. They have clues and are currently searching for strong evidence. I think they'll be able to arrest him soon. But be careful during this time. I'm afraid he'll retaliate against you." Qin Jiang's face was calm. Brother Pao. He had never heard of this name in his previous life. It was obvious that the other party was brought to justice before long, but he continued to stare at Joshua until he felt uncomfortable. Then he said, "Are you planning on asking me to lure the snake out of its hole?" Joshua. How do you know, Qin Jiang, isn't it obvious? Since there are clues about that Pao, why don't you just arrest him? There's only one possibility: the evidence of his crime can't be fully captured, or it might suddenly disappear. The most likely possibility is that the evidence of his crime is right there with him and can be destroyed at any time. So you plan to use me as bait to lure him to Lianhua Township, then raid his lair to find the evidence? And then arrest him? What I said is correct, right? Joshua, equal smiley face. He never expected that Qin Jiang could guess the bureau's plan with just the little information he had just given him. It's absolutely terrifying. What's wrong with his brain? Why does he know so much about the laws of public security? Why, all these questions kept popping up in his mind, and finally he smiled bitterly and nodded to Qin Jiang. "You are really smart. Smarter than I thought.
Xinjiang, what are the benefits? Director Zhou, what do you want? I'll try my best to apply for it. I should be able to get a bonus, but it won't be much.
You know the bureau is short of funds.
As for the certificate, that's not difficult. Xinjiang, I want to be safe.
To be more precise, I want my parents to be taken care of in Lianhua Township.
Chief Zhou was stunned.
He was not hesitant that Xinjiang's request was excessive, but he thought the request was too simple. Xinjiang helped them catch criminals, and it was completely reasonable for them to pay special attention to Xinjiang's parents. Even with Xinjiang's current wealth and status, if he wanted to let the township know, they might not even get any care. For such a big businessman, any small investment in his hometown would be considered a major achievement. Seeing that Xinjiang was not joking, Zhou nodded seriously. I promise to take good care of you.
It's my duty.
Xinjiang smiled. He still trusted Zhou Sua's character, and he knew that he couldn't make the decision if there were other parties involved.
What's this?
Zhou Sua only focused his attention on Sijio and the others at this time. He found bloodstains on their clothes and a large amount of blood red in Zhang Qi's backpack. Xinjiang waved his hand, and Zhang Qi immediately came out and opened the bag in front of Zhou to show him what was inside: 3 hares and a pheasant. Call. Chief Zhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a human.
Wait. It can't be a pheasant or a rabbit either.
He subconsciously wanted to say something but then realized that Xinjiang had just helped with public security and it was not easy to talk about such a small matter. He gritted his teeth and pretended not to see it, but Zhang Qi had no intention of collecting the bag.
He went straight to the point. We hunted these 3 rabbits and a pheasant in Dongshan. Dongshan isn't a restricted hunting area, and it's not the hunting season. We used snowballs and rocks, so the tools we used aren't prohibited.
According to Article 13 of Chinese law, it's not a crime to catch less than 20 rabbits.
Chief Zhou was stunned.
Although he was a public security officer coming from Songjiang, he was not familiar with the legal provisions on wildlife. These laws were generally only known to public security officers in towns or forestry farms. One side, the old sheriff came over and said, yes. According to Chinese law, as long as the number does not exceed 20 and the other 3 criteria are met, only an administrative fine and confiscation of the prey are required. It is not a crime. Brush. Zhang Qi took back the bag and said calmly, according to local regulations, Mu County issued a notice last year. It is allowed to capture pheasants and rabbits in small quantities at appropriate times and using the correct methods for personal consumption, as long as they are not sold.
This is a backup of our entire journey up the mountain. You can go back and check it out for your records.
He didn't lie. The environment near Mu County is good, pheasants and rabbits are overbreeding, and the local area currently does not pay much attention to animal protection, so this regulation was issued. Of course, all of this was said by Xinjiang.
And for Zhang Qi and the others, Xinjiang's words were the truth and they believed them unconditionally. Zhou Sua, old security guard, the two were completely bewildered.
They hadn't expected such an announcement. Currently, there are so many pheasants and rabbits being caught in the township that they basically don't care, and no one takes it seriously.
Naturally, they don't know about the announcement regarding wildlife.
This phenomenon is not unique to Lianhua Township, but is basically the same across the country. Wildlife protection basically only covers large animals, such as pheasants and rabbits. No one cared about them at all until a few years later, with the continuous improvement of policies from above, and the gradual strengthening of management from below. In the end, not to mention pheasants and rabbits, even catching a sparrow is not allowed. Zhou was a little stunned when he took the memory card. He became more cautious towards Xinjiang. A few rabbits are not as expensive as a 128G memory card.
Okay. Chief Zhou nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
Then he was about to ask everyone to get in the car. See this. Chao's father couldn't stand it anymore. He hurried forward to stop Zhou and said, you guys are just leaving like this. The neighbors all saw this guy taking people to kill Shirkazi last night.
Don't you agree?
The neighbors listened to this in silence. Chao's father looked furious. They don't dare to say that I dare. I saw with my own eyes that Xinjiang brought a large group of people there yesterday.
You just let it go. Isn't that partiality and perversion of the law?
Zhang Qi and the others were furious upon hearing this. How could this be possible? Someone actually dared to report this right in front of them. This was truly courting death. Before they could speak, Joshua shouted, "Sumadaguchi." He looked at Chao's father and the other neighbors who knew he was trying to restore Qin Zhang's reputation, and he couldn't help but say loudly, "Yes." Yesterday, President Qin brought people to Shi Qian's place. But they didn't fight, but assisted in the arrest. Shi Qian and the others have been brought to justice and will soon face legal sanctions. As for President Qin, he didn't break the law. On the contrary, he is a model citizen and a representative of public security cooperation. Tomorrow, no, this afternoon, I will send a banner. He told the truth with certainty to clear Qin Zhang of the charges, but whether it was Chao's father, Chao's mother, or the neighbors, all had the same thought in their minds: how powerful is Qin Zhang and Song Jiang? He actually allowed Zhou to confuse right and wrong like this. Chapter 281. Chao's father reported and his son was arrested. Now Joshua looked at the confused expressions on everyone's faces and found that his words seemed to have the opposite effect. How strange, why did everything he said today lead to misunderstandings? Thinking of this, he stopped explaining for fear that it would only make things more confusing. He came to Qin's father and mother and said, "Uncle, Aunt, I won't say anything else. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me directly. As long as it does not violate the rules, I will solve it for you." After that, he nodded to Qin Zhang and got into the car and left without caring what others were thinking. Chao's father shouted, "You can't leave. You are abusing your power and bending the law. I want to report it. I want to report it to the higher authorities." Bang! Zhang Qi rolled up his sleeves and looked at Chao's father. "Old Biden, I really give you face, believe it or not, I will beat you." Chao's father's face paled with fear, and he took 2 steps back. "What are you doing? Are you going to hit someone in broad daylight? I'm telling you, the neighbors are all here." "Holy shit. Where's he?" He realized that the neighbors, fearing trouble, had rushed home. He looked hurriedly at Qin's father. "Old Qin, you're not taking care of your son." Father Qin did not reply. Even a clayman would be furious, not to mention that Father Chao had just tried to harm his son in front of him. But seeing Zhang Qi and the others approaching Father Chao and about to attack him, he said, "Son." Qin Zhang waved his hand, and Zhang Qi and the others stopped, but they looked at Chao's father with a cold expression. "Old Deng, this matter is not over yet. Qin Zhang, Mom and Dad, let's have game tonight." "Well." Qin's father and mother nodded one after another, especially Qin's mother, who almost cried for joy. She almost thought her son was going to be arrested, but fortunately nothing happened. Qin's father's eyes also changed when he looked at Qin Zhang. He began to believe what he said about founding the Black Dragon Group. Since Chief Zhou took the initiative to greet them, it seemed that his son was very powerful. However, he did not have any pretentious mentality. He just thought that since his son was related to public security, it was very likely that he had not broken the law. "My son has not broken the law, it is his biggest wish at the moment." Everyone went into the house, and Qin's father and mother began to prepare pheasants and rabbits. Qin Zhang and others went to the west room to play cards. Zhang Qi, "Brother Zhang, just let the Chao family go." Obviously, Chao's father's behavior made him very angry, otherwise he would have gone to the big competition in the morning according to the rules. Qin Zhang's face was extremely calm, but his tone was icy. "At most, the old couple will cry at night." Zhang Qi was stunned and didn't know why Brother Jiang said that, but since Brother Jiang said so, there must be a reason. Not everything. We'll find out tonight. Half an hour later, a Chao family, Chao's father, who was cursing and swearing, was stunned by the words on the phone and shouted on the spot, "Impossible! How could my son gamble? You must be mistaken. Do you have any evidence? Why did you arrest my son and detain him?" "Because he broke the law." Chao's father, "I don't believe it. Qin Jiang. Is Qin Jiang taking revenge on me because I just reported him? Ah. This is outrageous. You are simply bullying me. Please provide evidence when you speak." We recorded the entire call. If you continue to slander Comrade Qin, it is defamation and slander. We recorded and videotaped the entire case and the evidence is irrefutable. We are calling you now to inform you to pay a fine. Chao's father, "How long are you going to detain my son?" 15 days. Father Chao, "Why?" Since he broke the law and participated in gambling, I'm giving you a final notice to pay a 20,000 yuan fine as soon as possible. Also, please send any gifts as soon as possible. He's already in the county. Finished. The person on the other end hung up the phone without waiting for Chao's father to say anything. Beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Chao's father stood there in a daze without saying a word. Chao's mother, who was listening vaguely, said anxiously, "Dad. What's going on? What's wrong with our son? Why don't you say something?" Chao's father mumbled, "They were caught." Chao's mother, "What? He was arrested? Why did they arrest my son? He's such a good boy, he could be a leader." Chao's father, "He said he was involved in gambling involving a large amount of money." Chao's mother, "Impossible. My son is definitely a good boy and would never do such a thing. He was framed, yes. He was framed. Qin Jiang. It must be Qin Jiang. It was you who reported him publicly, causing him to harbor resentment and leading to Chief Zhou arresting Xiao He. Didn't you see the two of them arm in arm next to the car, clearly showing a close relationship?" "No. I'm going to go find him and ask him about this." Chao's father grabbed her and said, "What are you going to do? Go find him? Do you have evidence? If you go and cause trouble, what if he gets you arrested too? You won't be able to live like this." Mother Chao was stunned when she heard this. He was just an ordinary person who loved to throw tantrums. He was fine with normal arguments, but he was a little scared when facing a gangster like Qin Jiang. "Then what should we do?" Chao's father said, "What can we do? We can't afford to offend them. All we can do is pay the fine first. Go to the bank and withdraw 20,000 yuan. The bank will be closed soon." Chao's mother, "What? 20,000? Why would I be fined 20,000? 20,000 yuan is by no means a small amount of money for his family," but seeing Chao's father's expression, she had no choice but to go and get it. Soon, Chao's father and mother simply packed up their things, took the money, and went to the county to pay the fine and deliver the things. Night, the two of them took the last bus back in silence. In the county, they learned about Xiao He's situation. The amount involved in gambling reached more than 40,000 yuan, which almost reached the criminal standard. Fortunately, it was their son's first time participating and he had a legitimate job, otherwise he would definitely go to jail. Even so, he would have to be detained for 15 days. Moreover, Chao's father used many connections and even went so far as to find his cousin who was a leader in the county, but the responses he received were all unanimous. "The bureau is paying close attention, you can only follow normal procedures." His uncle said, "Don't try to use connections in this matter. Administrative penalties won't leave a criminal record. Go back. Use your brain when you do anything next time." Zhao Kailai was currently leading Operation Thunderbolt, and since Shirkazi's case involved an important target, Brother Pao, his case was simply merged into the same case. Xiao He was considered an innocent victim, so he received the maximum penalty, killing one to serve as a warning to the rest. Just got off the bus, bang, Xiao's mother pointed and grabbed Xiao's father's arm. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't provoked Qin Jiang, would this have happened? Would my son have been arrested? Qin Jiang is so easy to provoke, it's obvious that he has someone. Give me back my son." Xiao's father also looked grim. How could such a mere gambling incident attract such attention from above? He thought someone must have said hello. Who could that person be? It was self-evident, Qin Jiang. There is no one else except each other. At this moment, he also understood why his neighbors were so sensitive. It was completely obvious to the outsiders, while he was the one in the dark. In fact, it was not that he had not thought that Qin Jiang had the ability, but he thought that was in Song Jiang. He never thought that he would have such ability in his hometown. "I really regret it." Chapter 282. Father and son communicate. Xiao family comes to beg for mercy. What should I do? Chao's mother was still chattering beside him. Listen to this. Chao's father waved his hand and slapped him impatiently. Bang. What should I do? Just leave it alone. Otherwise, you'd have ended up like this by constantly fighting with Qin Jiang's mother. It's clearly you who made Qin Jiang resort to using his connections for revenge, putting his son in such a dangerous situation. And now you have the nerve to ask me about this.
Chow Mu, I was wrong. I won't fight with her anymore, She covered her face with her hands, looking scared and crying helplessly of Father Chow. Let's go. Chow's mother, where are you going? Chow's father, go and ask Qin Zhong to be kind enough to get our son out, otherwise his future will be ruined. Chow's mother, okay. Can you please ask him to return the fine and the money here lost? It's tens of thousands. Father Chow, why are you still thinking about these things? Qin family, Qin Zhang and others were having dinner. There was a lot of game on the table, and Si Zhou ate the most after dinner. Qin's father came outside and was about to smoke next to Qin Zhang. He took out a box of huazi from his pocket. It was the gift that Qin Zhang brought back and asked him to put in the storage room, and he didn't dare to open it. But after dinner today, he took out the cigarettes, took out a cigarette from it and handed it to Qin Zhang. See this? Qin Zhang smiled and did not refuse. Father Qin took out the match again. Wow, ignite. Qin Zhang withdrew his hand from his pocket to take out the lighter, leaned his head over to light the cigarette, and held it in his mouth without smoking. At the same time, he took the match from his father and lit one for his father. Father Qin lights a cigarette to show that he thinks his son has grown up, and Qin Zhang lights a cigarette to show that Father Qin will always be his father. The father and son smoked in silence. A long time. Father Qin finally spoke. Son, you've grown up now. I'm sure you can tell what you should and shouldn't do. Dad believes in you, and I'm proud of you. I'm proud that my son can start a company at such a young age. I'll be twice as tall as him when he goes out in the future. As he said this, he took 2 deep puffs involuntarily. Rahem, he coughed twice but smiled. Damn. Huazi is still the best. It's expensive for a reason. Finished, they both smiled at each other. Is it good to smoke? Not necessarily, but it's expensive and prestigious. Is it vulgar? Very vulgar. But isn't life supposed to be vulgar? Who isn't vulgar in their bones? It's easier to be happy when you are vulgar. Finish smoking, Father Qin said. By the way, let's forget about the Chow family. Dad knows you have some skills outside, but this is our hometown. The Chow family also has some connections in the county, especially his cousin. It's easy to suffer in a head-on confrontation. He didn't finish his words. Then I heard the sound of banging on the gate outside. Bang. Bang. Qin's father shouted, who is it? Chow's father's voice came from outside. Brother Qin, it's me. Old Chow. I have something to say. Qin's father frowned. Let's talk about it tomorrow if it's not urgent. Obviously, he was also very angry about Chow's father reporting Qin Zhang during the day. He was just worried about the other party's connections and was afraid that his son would suffer. The knocking on the door outside did not stop. A bang. Bang, Father Chow continued to shout, Brother Qin, I'm here to apologize. I was wrong. I apologize to you. Qin's father? Chow's mother continued, Sister. We really are here to apologize. Open the door. We've brought New Year gifts. Sister. Open the door. Father Qin was completely stunned. What's going on? He hated the 2 men so much during the day because his family didn't suffer any misfortune, so why did they suddenly come to apologize and bring gifts at night? Qin's mother also heard the noise and went out to see what was going on. When she heard Qin's father say that the 2 men came to apologize, she was also confused. Qin Zhang's face was calm. He was not surprised at all that Chow's father and mother came to apologize. Cases like this involving important targets in the county would naturally be handled together, and in order to serve as a warning to others, the maximum punishment would be chosen, at least 15 days of detention. It was also normal to sentence Chow given the large amount of money involved in the case. Outside, Chow's father and mother saw no movement and thought that the Qin family was still angry. When they thought of the disaster that their son was about to face, their voices became louder and softer. Brother Qin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered your son, and I shouldn't have reported him. Who am I? I'm not worthy enough to report Qin Xiao. Mr. Qin, please let your son show mercy. Here is still a child. He can't be ruined like this. As your younger sister, I kneel down to you. If you have anything to say, come to me. Don't mess with my son anymore. He is my lifeblood. We were wrong. Mr. Qin, please have mercy on us. Waves of pleading sounds continued to come from outside, even with a faint hint of crying. The noise also woke up the neighbors who were still awake.
They came out of the courtyard to check on the situation. When they saw Chow's father and mother lying outside the Qin family's courtyard crying and begging for mercy, they were all stunned. What the hell? What's going on? That's the Chow couple, right? Why are they crying in front of the Qin family's door? Why do I feel like you're here to apologize, to beg for mercy? Forgive what? Something's not right. It didn't take long for the neighbors to understand what was going on as the Chow couple continued to cry. Chow he was arrested. Mr. and Mrs. Chow came to apologize to the Qin family and ask for forgiveness, so, what it represents is self-evident. Be good. Someone said, I was saying Qin had a bad temper. He ignored old Chow's targeting during the day, but he's waiting here. Just take his son in. Chow he is the lifeblood of the old couple. If he's caught now, it's almost like they're going to die. Someone else echoed, old Chow, too. What kind of person is Qin Jiang? He can even turn black into white even if he did Shirkazi wrong. Even Chief Zhou came here to address Qin as the head of the family. How can old Chow's family compare? This is the end. Now that his son is in jail, he must be regretting it. Someone sighed, Qin Jiang has a powerful background. He was able to capture Xiao He with just one word. He's really not to be messed with. In the yard, Qin's father and mother realized what was happening after hearing the noise outside and looked at Qin Jiang, especially Qin's father. He had just told Qin Jiang that the Chow family had a strong background and was not to be trifled with, but the Chow family came forward and knelt down begging for mercy. It was obvious that his son's power and means were stronger than he expected of Father Qin. Son, this, Qin Jiang, don't worry about it. His son got caught gambling and deserved it. Come inside. Qin's father looked at his son deeply, then pulled Qin's mother back into the house and ignored the shouting outside. Qin Jiang, come in and play cards. Soon Sijio, Zhangqi and others all stepped into the room. Zhangqi looked outside the yard and listened to the crying and shouting. He couldn't help but think of what Brother Jiang said during the day, everything will be clear tonight. He didn't understand it at the time. But now he understood. The facts were right in front of him. He admired Brother Zhang's background even more. What could be better than following a big brother who was so predictable? Outside the hospital, seeing that she couldn't knock on the door, Chow's mother was extremely desperate. Oh my God. How can I live? My son. Is there any justice? Is there any law? It's too dark. Chapter 283, The Bride Price Doubles. Zhang Laolu was sad again. A few minutes later, Chow's father felt embarrassed when he saw all the neighbors come out to watch. He was also afraid that Chow's mother's words would easily offend Qin Jiang, and what if they were arrested again? Bang, he hit Chow's mother hard again. Stop howling, if you make people angry, it will be your turn. Let's go. Let's go home first. We haven't explained anything to Lin Shui yet, so we must keep Xiaoyi stable. Upon hearing this, Chow's mother immediately shut up and dared not say anything else. She picked up the gift and was about to leave. Chow's father, what are you carrying it for? Put it down. Chow's mother, this all cost money. It's quite expensive. I can't bear to eat this out-of-season fruit. Chow's father, put it down. Just consider it a good thing. He didn't expect Qin Jiang to let his son go after seeing the gift. He had seen through the reality and just hoped that he would not be implicated. Chow's mother reluctantly let go and went home with Chow's father. Seeing this, the neighbors looked at the two with sympathy and schadenfreude. The Chow couple had a bad reputation and usually liked to show off, so now that they were in trouble, it was natural that some people were happy to see it happen. Certainly. If the Qin family were to be in trouble today, their expressions would probably be similar. It's the human heart. Alright. Let's all go back. The Qin family kid is really capable. Whether he can get in the future or not, we can't afford to offend him anyway. The Qin family is going to become more powerful. Can you please ask him to find a job for our son? I'll also prepare some gifts for tomorrow. You're crazy. If you're involved with someone like this, you'll be in trouble if he goes to jail. Soon, these people returned to their houses and did not look at the gifts left at the Qin family's door. In this era when things are easily lost when left at the door, these gifts were thrown into the snow ditch by Zhang Qi the next day and no one dared to pick them up. Chow family, when Chow's father and mother returned to the house, they saw Lin Shui looking embarrassed and anxious. After hesitating for a long time, Xiao's father spoke. "Shaolin, we have something to tell you. Don't be afraid." He simply talked about Xiao He's arrest, but in his statement, Xiao He was righteous. He just went to take a look and planned to report Qin Jiang. As a result, someone from Qin Jiang used some means to arrest his son. His son was framed. Lin Shui nodded calmly, not because she was calm but because she had heard the cries of Xiao's father and mother just now. Xiao He, cowardly, afraid, and indecisive, such a person wouldn't dare or would report Qin Jiang. He must have had other reasons for gambling. Lin Shui could probably guess what they were, but she didn't bother to care. She didn't love Xiao He. To her, Xiao He was just a provider on the road to success. She said calmly, "It's just an administrative penalty. It won't leave a criminal record, nor will it affect his future career. I'll help him apply for leave from the company." Xiao's mother, "As long as everything is fine and it doesn't affect you, that's good." Xiao's father, "Shaolin, please don't misunderstand Xiao He. Your aunt and I will definitely prepare the money for your wedding as soon as possible." Facing the girl from the big city, he was afraid that she would abandon his son, so he made the promise immediately. "I'm already thinking about how to borrow money." As the two of them were nervous, Lin Shui nodded. "Don't worry. Xiao He and I are true love, I will marry him." Just when the two were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Shui spoke again. "But he's been to my parents before, so it's hard to say, unless the gift money is doubled." What? Xiao's father and mother, Sigma, surprised face, Sigma degree, Zhang family. Zhang Laolu was having dinner with 7 or 8 people. The food on the table was very rich, obviously a generous treat. Everyone ate and drank from morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon when it was already dark. It's not uncommon in rural northeast China. Many people get together and drink all night, cooking 3 or 4 times. Zhang Laolu raised his glass. "I have no other intention in calling you here today. You must have heard about what happened yesterday." The others nodded. "I didn't expect the Qin kid to get rich. The cars 2 miles away are so shiny, they look like luxury cars. Even if they're secondhand, they're definitely not cheap. Damn. I'm so jealous. He put Lao Jiao in jail right after he came back. He has a grudge against Shirkazi. They will probably have a confrontation. 80%? He'll definitely do it. I have inside information that Shirkazi is going to take action against Qin Jiang in the next 2 days." As soon as these words were spoken, the others looked slightly arrogant. They were all Jiang Lalio's team. They used to be bossy, but ever since Jiang Laolu was humiliated by Qin Jiang, they no longer had any respect for him and dispersed immediately after Shirkazi arrived. Not reconciled, there is no way at all. The reason why they came to have dinner at Jiang Lalio's today was because they heard that Qin Jiang might face off against Shirkazi when he returned, and a fight between the two would likely result in both of them suffering losses. So, they may be able to take up the banner again. Seeing the excited expressions of the crowd, Jiang Laolu was very satisfied, as if he had imagined himself returning to the top immediately. They all raised their glasses dry. At the same time, Jiang Laolu yelled towards the outer room, "Old woman, go and fry 2 more hard dishes. We're almost done eating." "Old woman, no more food." "Jiang Laolu, why don't you go out and buy some?" "Old woman, no money." "Jiang Laolu, then go buy on credit." The old woman didn't say anything. They had already checked all the nearby shops that could be rented out. It was impossible for anyone to rent out their money. If she went there, they would probably deduct the money from her and ask her to pay back. Just when Jiang Laolu was about to say something, bang, the door was pushed open and a middle-aged man walked in. It's really cold, you're still drinking." Jiang Laolu scolded. "You still remember to come? Fine. Since we've been brothers for so many years, I won't blame you for coming. You'll still have a place in the team in the future. Come up and have a drink with us." Others echoed, "That's right. Once Qin Jiang and Shirkazi are both defeated, we can return to our peak. Let's see who dares not give us face from now on. Good days are coming." The man frowned. "No? Don't you know what happened outside? Qin Jiang took people to kill Shirkazi last night. This matter has already spread everywhere." Zhang Lalio's face was horrified. They had been drinking here that morning and had no idea what was happening outside. What's the result? Who won? Was it sure Casey? He's more powerful than them. But with Sijo here, sure Casey must have suffered a lot of damage. The man shook his head. Qin Jiang won. He was directly defeated by Shirkazi, and none of Qin Jiang's men were killed. It can be said that he was completely defeated. What Yijian Lalio's face was full of disbelief. He thought that Shirkazi would definitely win, but he never expected that Qin Jiang would win and remain unscathed. It was not what he expected, that both sides would suffer losses. This move completely disrupted his plan. As long as Qin Jiang didn't get into trouble, it would be difficult for him, who had been suppressed by the other party, to stand up again. At the same time, the image kept appearing in his mind. Sijo single-handedly defeated Shirkazi and others. Chapter 284, The county's Paugo has set his sights on Qin Jiang. What is Qin Jiang? Is it that fierce? Jiang Lalio's face was filled with despair. Shouldn't both sides be hurt? What's the point of just sweeping them aside? Should I just continue like this? No. There must be a way. There must be a way. Wait, his eyes lit up and he blurted out, report him. Yes. His behavior is illegal. He will be taken away for investigation and maybe even jailed. Then, he regained hope. Although others felt a little ashamed of Jiang Lalio's behavior, they had no other choice but to remain silent, but the man who entered the room said directly, "Sixth brother. Don't even think about it. Today, Chief Zhou will take people to the Qin family." Someone reported it on the spot. Old Chao's family. Guess what, Jiang Laolu, what's going on? The man who entered the house said, last night, the Chao couple was at the Qin family's door begging for mercy, crying miserably. I heard that their son was arrested and sent to the county and locked up. What? Bang. Jiang Laolu collapsed on the Kong, finished. From the information just obtained, it can be analyzed that Qin Jiang is a very extraordinary boy. Not only is his strength amazing, but his background is also amazing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Chao family to be so afraid. After all, he knows that the Chao family has people in the county. Now even the Chao family can't get any help from heaven or earth, let alone him, a down-and-out gangster. The others also figured it out. One of them put down his glass and said, well, I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first. Then he stood up, put on his clothes and left. Oh. My sister-in-law is going to give birth tomorrow. I have to go to the hospital to help. My sow is about to give birth to a lamb. I'm going back. In a moment, 7 or 8 brothers said goodbye and left, without mentioning the oath of brotherhood they had just made with Jiang Laolu. To them, they didn't need you as their brother, and you were nothing. They were afraid of being asked to borrow money if they took a poor gangster with them. Soon, Jiang Laolu and his wife were the only ones left in the house. Jiang Laolu sat on the Kong in despair and couldn't stop muttering, why does God treat me like this? One side, the old woman stepped forward to clear the table. Tell me, why are you still dreaming? It would be better if you didn't treat us. These things would be enough to last us at least for half a month, and now they have all been eaten by others. You. Just be down to earth and don't overthink it. Wait until next year when the land money arrives and the famine is repaid. Then live a good life. Isn't that better than living a lazy life? Bang! Jiang Laolu slammed the table fiercely. You have long hair but little knowledge. You know nothing. I just don't believe that Qin Jiang is so arrogant. I wonder how long he can be so rampant. Sooner or later, he will be in trouble. Believe me. I will definitely be back to the top within 3 years. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you not believe me? He raised his hand and swore, I, Jiang Laolu, swear in front of the lamp, if I don't get up within 3 years, I will be a big green-haired turtle. Bang! He hadn't finished his oath when the room was completely dark. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Laolu, I know you are at home. Your electricity has been cut off. If you don't pay the previous fee, you can't use electricity anymore. Jiang Laolu rolled his eyes angrily on the Kong, but the old woman ignored him. To her, Jiang Laolu was a man who could live or die. Lao Guy, who had just made an excuse to go out for a banquet and didn't participate in the trap setup last night, received the news as soon as he returned home. He was still terrified but also felt relieved. Fortunately, I didn't participate, otherwise I would have been unlucky too. God bless you. Those fools are so blinded by profit that they don't even see who Qin Jiang is. When I was beaten up by Qin Jiang, you hadn't even come back to mess around yet. Now you're so dumbfounded you're useless. He is proud of his cowardice. Of course he does not think of himself as cowardly, but rather, cautious as Mu County. A small villa. Brother Pao was playing mahjong with a few of his confidants, cursing, fuck. Business is so tough this year, damn it. Nothing I do works. Just think of it as people being incompetent or the world changing. He then played a card, 6 cakes. The 3 confidants were all nervous, knowing that Brother Pao was warning them. Many of their businesses were not doing well this year, and their income had dropped sharply. That's enough. Li Du waved his hand and said, I don't blame you. Zhao Kailai came in with 3 fires. Coo. It's obvious that he wants to burn us to death. It's good that you can hold on. Don't make trouble for the time being. Wait a while before making a move. He knew why the current situation had happened, but he just complained and told his subordinates to be more cautious. The 3 confidants all breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Brother Pao. Work hard next year. There are daily crackdowns on public security. Many other gangsters in the county have been caught up in the past few days. Damn it, Li Di also looked helpless. For him, who was used to spending lavishly, the plummeting income and the unchanged expenses had almost left him stretched to the limit. He had to make money as soon as possible, but he also knew that he must not act rashly, otherwise he would be easily caught right at this moment. Beep, beep. The left confidant went out to answer the phone for a long time and came back to Li Di and said, Brother Pao. Shirkazi was caught in the act. Li Da's face looked grim. Shirkazi was his younger brother. Later, he was arrested after breaking his leg in a fight. After he was released, he returned to his hometown to hang out. Now he was caught by the same gang. People, he doesn't care, but this also meant losing money. Shirkazi would pay him tribute every year, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. This was insignificant to Li Dazhao before, but it was definitely a double blow to him now. Li Di, didn't he say he had 3 secret guards to ensure safety? How could he be caught? And he'd be caught all at once. Confidant, it is said that he was in conflict with a man named Qin Jiang. That man brought some people to kill him in the middle of the night, and then the police took the opportunity to arrest him. That man seems to have a connection with Zhou Suahao in the village. Li De, Qin Jiang? Who is he? Confidant, he is just an ordinary gangster. He was ordinary in the past 2 years, but this year he seems to have made a fortune in Songjiang. He told Qin Jiang's general situation. Of course, what he said was also the legendary version, such as how it is not easy to make money in Songjiang, and so on. Li Da's eyes lit up slightly, and not only him, but also the other confidants looked slightly happy. 2 words appeared in their minds, Big Fish, Henchman A, Brother Pao. The county is very strict. The countryside should be fine. We have to eat this big fish, Confidant B. He can drive such an expensive car, so he can easily knock off millions of dollars like it's a piece of cake. Confidant C, Brother Pao. I'll take people there right away, etc. Li De, who had made it this far, knew that he had to be cautious about certain things. He said calmly, I'll make a phone call first. He pulled out his phone and dialed, Hey, Brother Shang. Xiao Pao greets you. Something, I want to ask, do you know someone named Qin Jiang? On the other end of the line, Zhou Shang, who was having dinner with his brother and relatives in his hometown, frowned slightly. After a moment of thought, his eyes lit up as if he had guessed something, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't know him. Qin Jiang? Who is he? What's Xiaokalami? Chapter 285. Brother Pao decided, New Year's Eve. Now Li De couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Zhou Shang say he didn't know him. He and Zhou Shang had met during a trip to Songjiang for entertainment. At that time, his eldest brother even called him Brother Shang. He was also aware of Hua Shang's status in Songjiang, but Li De was still very cautious. After all, his eldest brother had fallen into trouble because of his carelessness. He couldn't help but ask again, "Brother Shang, this kid is driving a car with license plate 8888. It looks impressive. He has a brother who is nearly 2 meters tall next to him. Is there really no such person in Songjiang? That car is worth millions." Zhou Sheng on the other end of the phone heard Li Da's doubt and couldn't help but say inwardly, "Damn. He's quite cautious. No. I have to give him some advice." Thinking of this, he pretended to remember something and said, "Oh. I have some impression of him when you mention this. He is a very capable person. He set up a night market in Songjiang and made some money." "Car? I haven't heard of it. I guess he rented it. It's just a small truck. He came to Buckingham once and didn't spend a penny. My brother took him away directly. I heard that he offended someone some time ago and was almost hit to death." He said it half-truthfully. Sure enough, Li De was completely relaxed after hearing this answer, and said very politely, "Thank you, Brother Shang. I will go to Songjiang to wish you a happy new year later." He exchanged a few words and hung up the phone. Both sides, several confidants stood there quietly, not daring to speak. They also knew who was on the other end of the phone: Songjiang's top social boss, Buckingham's general manager, Zhou Shang. Compared to that person, they are just small fry and not worth mentioning. At the same time, they are proud of Brother Pao's relationship with this person. How can I put it? He has a backer, henchman Jia, Brother Pao. Does Qin Jiang have any connections? Li De, he's just a young man who made a fortune by running a night market. He must have rented the car? He's trying to show off to go home. Confidant B, isn't this just a fat sheep? Henchman C, I'll take some people to skin him alive. Etc. Li De stopped him, saying, "After all, he knows Chief Zhou, so he's not easy to deal with. Besides, we're trying to make money during this period of strict control. It's best to make it good for you, me, and everyone else, courtesy first, then force. Well, it's not appropriate to ask for money tomorrow, the 30th. After the new year, you can take someone to visit and tell them that you want to do business with them and make a fortune together." Although several confidants felt that Li De was a bit too cautious, they had no choice but to agree. They were able to discover today that Brother Pao's plan played a decisive role and basically did not make any mistakes. Cooperate in business, it's just talk. They simply ask the other party to invest money and let them run the business. As for whether the operation will make a loss, it is naturally up to them to decide. In the past, this trick was extremely effective for those bosses who went home, and it was much more legitimate than robbing. As for the captured Shirkazi, no one cared about him at all. He was just a lame man who was kicked down, so who cared about him? Brotherhood, bullshit, they threw it away long ago, and now they are playing for profit. In today's world, getting rich is paramount, money is respected. Qin Jiang was playing cards and didn't worry about Li De. He had to face countless enemies during the climb. If the enemy was not in his hometown and Qin's father and mother were not at home, he would not bother to pay attention to Li Pao. Now, if they dared to come, he would just shoot them to death. Bang! After playing a hand of cards, Qin Jiang looked at Sizhou and said, "Tomorrow is the 30th. Let's go back and take a look." Sizhou looked depressed, but when he saw Qin Jiang nod to him, he smiled again. Yeah, the next day, February 2nd, 2011, Lunar New Year's Eve, at around 6 in the morning, the town seemed to come alive, with many children outside shouting happily, "It's Chinese New Year! It's Chinese New Year!" Crackling, crackling, the blast of firecrackers echoed endlessly. As the fireworks finished going off, many children rushed forward to check for any stray firecrackers. If they found any, they immediately pocketed them. These would be the perfect toys for the next few days. They'd light them up and throw them, or place them in a snowdrift to create a small crater, or place them in the ice to create a hole, to see whose hole was the biggest. This seems to be a dangerous way of playing in the city, but it is very common in rural areas and no one takes it seriously. Qin family, Qin's father and mother prepared a sumptuous lunch. Qin Jiang, Sizhou, Zheng Qi, and others also started to get busy. Post couplets. Blessing word, God of wealth, lantern, couplet points. Couplets for the door of the house and the gate of the courtyard, driving couplets and house couplets, chicken rack couplet, golden roosters fill the rack, pigpen couplet, The pen is full of fat pigs, well water couplet, drinking water, remembering its source, ladder couplet, step by step, the stool is high, and you will see happiness when you look up, and wealth when you go out, etc. Compared with the city, it is much richer. Due to environmental reasons, we cannot use tape to stick things together, so we have to use paste, which will make the sticking last longer. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Jiang, Sijio, and 6 others lit 6 firecrackers with a burst of 10,000 bangs each, and the crackling sound lasted for more than 10 minutes. Neighbors on both sides also lit firecrackers, and the New Year's Eve dinner in towns and villages was usually around 1 p.m. soon. The sound of people clinking glasses and having fun could be heard from the Qin family's house. There were many bottles of Mao Tai on the table. Qin's father was drinking so happily that he almost hugged Zhang Qi and others and called them his sons. Qin's mother didn't care about it as usual. Who wouldn't be happy during the new year and her son was successful? She was so frugal that she couldn't help but drink some wine and eat some delicious ingredients that she usually didn't want to eat. Who doesn't know how to enjoy life? In the past, I just wasn't willing to enjoy it. Compared to the Qin family and their neighbors who had a lively and happy year, the Chow family was also very quiet. There were no Spring Festival couplets, only a few dishes. Even though her son was still locked up, Lin Shui wanted to eat. While eating, she mentioned again, "My mom said, the betrothal gift must be doubled. It's not easy for my mom to raise me. I can't just disobey my family." Well, that's it. Therefore, after dinner, the old couple was thinking about how to raise money and not let their daughter-in-law run away. Chow's mother, "What can we do? We can't afford such a large sum of money." Chow's father said, "Jibe, I'll pay you back later. My son is promising and will definitely make more money in the future. Besides, there are no poor people in Shanghai. If he marries her, even if we can't pay him back, they won't be able to just sit there and watch." Soon, Chow's father and mother called to ask for money during the new year. The result is self-evident. They didn't borrow much money, but were scolded by many people. "You can't lend me money during the new year." Bang! Father Chow hung up the phone again and stopped calling. He couldn't afford to lose face. He wanted to borrow money after the new year, but Lin Shui was pressing him so hard that he was afraid he would run away without paying. Finally, Chow's father gritted his teeth and said, "After the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, I will mortgage the house to him to raise the betrothal gift and down payment." Chow's mother, "Then where are we going to live?" Chow's father, "Let's go to Shanghai. We've spent our entire lives buying him a house, so living in one is no big deal. You and I are about to retire, so we can enjoy the prosperity of Shanghai." Chow's mother nodded again with anticipation on her face. Magic City. That's fine, that's fine. Chapter 286. Wei Biao's hometown, past events. Xiaoran is dead after the New Year's Eve dinner. Qin's father and mother called relatives to wish them a happy new year, but Qin Jiang had no interest in joining in. He was especially speechless when his parents chatted about family matters for more than half an hour. Of course, he knew that this was nothing. After the emergence of microchat videos, many people could video chat for several hours every day. It didn't cost any money at all, and the electricity bill was negligible. The internet fee was a fixed fee, and it would feel like a loss if they didn't video chat. Qin Jiang told his parents and took Sijiyuting out. South Village. Inside a remote courtyard stood a dilapidated, slightly tilted mud house. While there wasn't much debris in the yard, the snow-covered ground clearly indicated it was uninhabited. Mud houses need people. Their lifespan differs depending on whether they're inhabited or not. Many uninhabited mud houses collapse within a few years, while those with people living in them can extend their lifespan for many years. Bang! Sijio walked forward, took out the key, opened the slightly rusty door lock, and pushed open the gate directly. Qin Jiang stepped into the yard and looked around at the large amount of snow. He said, "Clear the yard good." Zhang Qi nodded and went to borrow snow-clearing tools from the neighboring house to quickly clean the snow in the yard. At the same time, Qin Jiang and Sijio went to the mud house. Sijio took out the key and opened the door. The house was also dilapidated, a broken stove, a broken wooden chair, and no valuables. Thieves would never patronize it. It was locked only to prevent naughty children. In a room. A high table was erected in the center, with a round white porcelain jar placed in the middle. There were 3 trays in front of the jar, each with some withered cakes and fruits on it. Behind the jar was a large black and white photo of a white-haired old lady. This scene, combined with the dilapidated scene in the house, it's even a bit creepy, but both Qin Jiang and Sijio had calm expressions. Sijo took out a rag from his pocket and wiped the altar. He wiped it very carefully, not missing any corner or edge. The altar was also cleaned very well. He was especially careful when wiping the black and white photos, not wanting to damage them. Xin Jiang said nothing from beginning to end, and did not go up to help. He just watched quietly. A long time after wiping it, Sijo took 2 steps back. He knelt down and called out, "Grandma, I'm here to see you." After that, tears couldn't stop flowing. "My name is Wei Biao, I have no relatives, I am an orphan. All I know is that I was born in 1990, but I don't know the exact month. Ever since I can remember, I have been performing with the acrobatic troupe in various towns and villages. We had a troupe owner, we all called him the head of the troupe, but behind his back we all called him the stingy old man. He was really stingy. The troupe made so much money every month, but he kept complaining about losses. Therefore, he was extremely harsh to the acrobats, especially those of us who were younger. He would beat or scold us, and never gave us good food, especially me. Even though I tried to eat as little as possible, I was still naturally taller than others. So the boss thought I was stealing food and would scold me whenever he saw me. He ordered me to do all kinds of heavy work. I was very tired and didn't dare to resist. For me, as long as I could eat and stay alive, I was satisfied. That day, as usual, we asked for tips after the performance. I was lucky enough to get 30 yuan. This was much more than I'd ever gotten before. I was looking forward to having meat tonight. I remember Xiao Ran got a piece of meat yesterday for 20 yuan. The thought of meat made my mouth water. I can't remember the last time I had meat. Was it a year ago, or 2 years ago? Night, I usually feel relaxed while eating, but I feel inexplicably depressed. The adults are chatting and joking, but they are silent and just standing in line. The boss is sitting in the front with a face as cold as frost. I didn't notice that everyone's eyes were fixed on the meat in the big pot in front. That is the meat that only the solo performers can eat, and I can have a piece today. It was my turn soon. The guy serving the rice looked at me without saying a word and picked out a large piece of meat for me from the pot. Meat, what a big piece of meat! The aroma was overwhelming, and I could almost imagine the wonderful taste of meat in my mouth. My consciousness was a little drifting, and the voice in my ear became blurry. Fuck. You are not worthy of eating meat. A loud shout entered my ears, and the next moment I felt my body flying through the air and falling heavily to the ground, and the bowl in my hand also subconsciously dropped from my hand. Bang, crash, the bowl wasn't broken, but the meat inside fell to the ground, covered in dirt. I tried to get up to pick up the meat, but the pain in my waist prevented me from standing up, and my vision was blurry. The moment I closed my eyes, I saw the owner being stopped and comforted by several people, while he kept scolding me, "You stinking son of a bitch, you don't deserve to eat meat. Damn it! Don't you know who you are? Damn it! You eat and drink my money losing stuff every day. If you can't get money from now on, don't eat. Just starve to death." I didn't hear or remember what happened next. When I woke up, I was lying in the makeshift tent. Xiao Ran was watching over me. Seeing me wake up, her face was full of joy. "You're finally awake. The team is about to go to the next place. I don't know what to do if you don't wake up. Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell?" As he spoke, he took out a large teacup from his backpack as if presenting a treasure. Inside was a piece of meat. "This is your meat. I just washed it with water. It's clean. It's delicious. Come and eat it." He passed the meat to my mouth. The aroma of the meat made me subconsciously take a few bites. Although it was greasy, it made me feel that this piece of meat was the most delicious thing in the world. Halfway through eating, I stopped and passed the meat to Xiao Ran. "You eat the rest." Xiao Ran doesn't eat. He said he had eaten meat and that I had an injury and needed to eat more meat to heal faster, but I still handed the meat to Xiao Ran, because I knew he couldn't eat it without him. Xiao Ran couldn't refuse my insistence. After he finished eating the meat, he said to me, "From now on, we are brothers. This is what we call sharing happiness and sharing difficulties." Brothers, I don't quite understand, Xiao Ran. Brothers are family. From now on, we are family. I nodded. From that day on, I had family. His name is Xiao Ran. We talked a lot that day. Xiao Ran told me that he didn't know how old he was, so he defined a new zodiac sign for himself, cat. He said that he wanted to be reincarnated as a cat in his next life, so that he could be raised by someone and would not have to work and would have no worries about food and clothing. Afterwards, I learned that the boss beat me that day not because of the sex, but because he was heartbroken or dumped. However, I didn't care and was even very happy because I had a family for a long time afterwards. Xiao Ran and I were very happy. He was very smart and could often get more money and eat meat. He would always share a piece with me and share knowledge with me. He said that he taught himself by reading books. He was so smart. He said that he would take me away in a few years, and then we would no longer have to listen to others' orders. He also made sure that I learned knowledge. I'm looking forward to it, and look forward to that day coming, until I got bad news. Xiao Ran is dead. Chapter 287, Past Events of 1949, No relatives. I am taller and uglier than others, so I can't ask for money. Therefore, my main job has basically changed from asking for money to doing odd jobs. Xiao Ran is very smart and good at dealing with things. He can always ask for a lot of money, so he was assigned to be in charge of collecting money. I was setting up the tent that day, and I was thinking about asking Xiao Ran in the evening if she could stop studying. Those ancient poems were really hard to pronounce. Gigi Fujiji, Mulan really wants to eat, slurp. When it comes to meat, I can't help but drool. Suddenly I heard shouts from the front. Hurry up, the kid fell down, damn it, call an ambulance, oh my. His body is a little twisted. These scumbags made a child perform. Hurry and take him to the hospital. What a good child. God, what a sin. Immediately. It was a series of rapid calls. Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran. For a while. I had a very ominous feeling and ran outside like crazy. When I rushed outside, I was stunned. I saw Xiao Ran lying on the ground, covered in blood. A broken wooden stick was sticking out of him. The stick seemed to be a stool leg. He was grimacing in pain but didn't cry out. Many people were around him, frantic, not knowing what to do. Someone wanted to call an ambulance. Hurry, call 120. Xiao Ran, hold on. At this time, the boss came out and saw the situation with an extremely gloomy face, as if he had eaten shit. He directly stopped everyone from calling an ambulance. Why call an ambulance? If he just waits for an ambulance, won't he die? Drive my car and take him to the hospital. Someone immediately went to drive. I rushed to Xiao Ran like crazy, wanting to reach out and cover the bleeding spot, but I didn't dare to touch it. I could only keep shouting, Xiao Ran, Xiao Ran. You will be fine. No. Bang, Xiao Ran grabbed my hand tightly. Ahem. Live, live well. Ahem. Live like a human being. I grabbed Xiao Ran's hand with a puzzled look on my face. It's okay. Xiao Ran, you can survive. The class owner has already gone to drive and will take you to the hospital soon. The hospital can treat any injury. Xiao Ran's face showed a bitter smile, despair, unwillingness, and a hint of indifference. He didn't answer me but murmured, Do you think, will I become a cat in my next life? I nodded and shook my head, yes. No. You will be fine, Xiao Ran, I want to become a tabby cat. This way I can be close to my family and go out to play at any time. Even if I don't get food, I can catch mice by myself. I want to become a tabby cat in my next life. Don't forget to study in the future. Being educated is important. Don't be so foolish as to let others manipulate you. Alas. It's just that your personality is hard to change. Find a smart person who treats you well. The kind of smart person who treats you like a family member, and then follow him. Always follow him. Until. Ahem, I sobbed and couldn't speak. I felt as if Xiao Ran was explaining something, which made me very scared. Xiao Ran, don't say anymore. Didi, the car is coming. Everyone hurriedly lifted Xiao Ran into the car. Just as the door was about to close, Xiao Ran endured the pain and yelled at me, Remember what I said. Remember. Live. Live like a human being, the car drove away. I collapsed on the ground and fell into unconsciousness. My intuition told me that I seemed to have lost something important. I was in a daze the whole afternoon, praying that Xiao Ran would come back safely. It was as if I saw Xiao Ran coming back from school. He was teaching me and chatting with me as usual, but as we were talking, he suddenly turned into a cat. A tabby cat. I was so panicked, I kept asking him to change back, begging him to change back. Wake up! Wake up! I heard loud shouts and opened my eyes to see two shift workers looking at me. Are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? Alas! He is usually best friends with Xiao Ran, and now Xiao Ran is. Alas, things are unpredictable, it's all fate. Who could have thought that the ladder would suddenly break? Otherwise, with Xiao Ran's ability, he wouldn't have been able to. That ladder is in such bad shape. Someone said they wanted to replace it, but the owner insisted it was still usable. Otherwise, okay, stop talking, I didn't quite understand what they were saying. I looked around but didn't see Xiao Ran. I hurriedly said, "Where's Xiao Ran?" How's Xiao Ran? The two of them didn't say anything, but just sighed. They looked at my confused expression for a long time before someone said, "Xiao Ran, he's dead. He died of excessive blood loss on the way." What? I stood up in disbelief. Impossible. How could Xiao Ran, who was so powerful, die? You are lying to me. I rushed out of the tent madly and asked everyone I met, but they all told me that Xiao Ran was dead. I don't believe it. I keep asking and asking, until the class owner came out and saw me. He kicked me hard to the ground and I couldn't stand up. I could only mutter unconsciously, how could Xiao Ran die? Xiao Ran can't die. I spent many days in a daze like a zombie. No one else paid attention to me, and the class owner was too busy talking about his new girlfriend to pay attention to me. Bang! After mechanically setting up a few tents, I collapsed in one of them, unable to stop reminiscing about the past with Xiao Ran. According to the usual schedule, Xiao Ran should be here teaching me knowledge by now, but now I am the only one left in the tent these days. While I was working, I heard other people discussing Xiao Ran's affairs, and there were two versions of the story. Xiao Ran died from excessive blood loss halfway through the journey. The class owner had high hopes for Xiao Ran. The owner of the group deliberately had people delay the journey, not wanting to spend money on Xiao Ran's medical treatment. He let Xiao Ran die in agony, and ultimately buried her in a remote location, but after a short period of time, after the class leader specifically reprimanded a few people in the meeting, no one dared to speak of the second version and everyone kept silent. But I believe the second version. It is well known that the boss is very stingy, and money is his lifeblood. At the same time, my mind kept replaying Xiao Ran's words before he passed away. They sounded exactly like his last words. Yes. Xiao Ran was so smart, he must have known the owner wouldn't treat him. He'd guessed this would be the outcome, so he told me those words, asking me to live. In other words, Xiao Ran is completely dead. I felt like I was falling into an icy cave, in complete despair, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed from my eyes involuntarily. Xiao Ran is dead, I have no relatives. Chapter 288, Past Events of 49, named Wei Biao. I want revenge. I want to avenge Xiao Ran, enemy, the boss. If the class owner hadn't used the broken ladder, Xiao Ran wouldn't have died. If the class owner had spent money to treat Xiao Ran's illness, Xiao Ran wouldn't have died. Anyway, the class owner is responsible. The next day I pretended to have a stomachache and went out to poop, then bought rat poison at the market, specifically the expensive kind, but I didn't find the opportunity. The class ate from a big pot, and most of the class leaders didn't eat the same food, so I couldn't bring myself to do it. Although the others were not nice to me, they didn't harm Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran taught me that implicating innocent people is evil. Finally, I got the chance. The class leader came back very late that day and wanted to have a midnight snack. He asked the kitchen staff to prepare it. I volunteered to help and offered to deliver the food. The other party naturally agreed. Then you go and deliver it. Remember to make sure the fire is out when you leave. If there is any fire, you will be beaten. Yes. Sure. I nodded to show that I understood, and after he left, I secretly poured the medicine into the food. Boom. Boom, I knocked on the makeshift wooden door of the class owner's room and brought the things in. The class owner was talking on the phone. I love you. Bye, I will buy you a bag tomorrow. But I didn't care about that and put the food in front of him. After I went out, I didn't leave and waited for things to develop. Murmured, Xiao Ran, just wait, I will avenge you. It's almost there, it's almost there. But I waited for nearly an hour before I heard any movement from inside. The owner rushed out, found an empty space, and squatted down to relieve himself with diarrhea. He had come out 3 times in one night. The next day, he angrily cursed the chef. How dare you give me such rubbish? Damn it! From now on, everything I eat must be specially prepared. Is that clear? He attributed the diarrhea to the stale food, but I was confused as to why someone could be fine after eating rat poison. It was not until later that I heard that the man selling rat poison was reported. It was said that the medicine he sold was fake and the rats were fine after eating it. I collapsed on the ground and looked at the starry sky. Why? Xiao Ran. Why am I so stupid that I can even buy fake medicine? I am so stupid. No. I want to avenge you. If one time doesn't work, I'll try twice. If 2 times doesn't work, I'll try 10 times. A few days later, after a performance, after asking for their money, many performers hugged passers-by and cried, "Uncle, madam, please be kind. It's cold and we have nowhere to stay at night. Please let us stay at your house. Just give us some food. Please." That's right, winter has arrived. The winter in northeast China is very cold, and setting up a simple tent outside is not enough to keep out the cold. The troupe owner is very stingy and does not want to rent a hotel for us. Therefore, except for a few core members, everyone else has to stay at the guest's house and eat at night after the performance. The excuse is, whether you can eat meat depends on your ability, and if you make up more tragic stories, you may even make some money the next day. Auntie, I don't have much to eat. I'll go to your house and help you cook so I can get by for the night. Just give me a hot meal, I'll stay overnight and leave the next morning. The sounds kept coming into my ears. I stood there speechless. In the past, Xiao Ran would come out to find someone and take me with him. Now Xiao Ran is not here, I don't know what to do. Yesterday, I couldn't find anyone to live in the tent. It was very cold. Fortunately, it's not winter yet and I'm strong, so it's not a big problem. Soon, the others were taken away. Just as I was about to turn around and set up the tent behind the car, a voice suddenly appeared in my ear. Why didn't you say anything? Come back with me. I looked up and saw a kind-looking old lady. She looked at me with a smile on her face. No one else saw my appearance and felt disgusted, only a little bit of heartache. Can I? Of course, poor child, let's go. For some unknown reason, she dragged me back home. It was a mud house, and both the yard and the house were very clean. As soon as we got home, she asked me to warm up on the Kong, and she went to the kitchen to cook. The meal was very rich, with 2 meat dishes alone, chicken stewed with mushrooms and pork stewed with vermicelli, meat, very fragrant. Very fragrant. During the meal, she kept picking food for me, asking me questions, and her tone was full of concern, which made me feel nostalgic, the feeling of belonging to a family, but I didn't say much, because I knew that some things did not belong to me. All of this will disappear tomorrow, and I have more important things to do. Avenge Xiao Ran. Seeing that I didn't say anything, she just let me eat, and after the meal she let me lie down on the warm Kong to sleep. I could vaguely hear the old lady muttering, "This child looks, and has this personality. He must have been bullied since he was little. God has mercy on me." The next day, she made me breakfast and put 100 yuan in my pocket when she sent me off. "Kid, take the flowers, you're growing up, so if you need a place to stay in the future, come and stay with me." I just nodded, because I knew that the circus would leave this place called Lotus Township today, but when I arrived at the gathering place, I was shocked to find a large crowd of people gathered. Some people in uniform were busy with something. A woman in uniform saw me and was startled. "Are you also from the circus?" I nodded. The girl took my hand and said to me, "Don't be afraid, we are here to catch the bad guys and rescue you." I didn't understand what was going on and was just pulled to the front of the car, where the rest of the circus members were, but the troop leader and the core members were not there either. That night, we were assigned to a dormitory. The woman reappeared to give us food and told us that the group leader and other key members had been arrested for suspected human trafficking, abuse, and other crimes. The woman said the group leader's crimes were extremely serious and he should be executed, and the others would also be sentenced. Shoot, I couldn't help but feel happy that the person who killed Xiao Ran deserved to die, but I felt extremely empty inside. Looking around, I feel endless confusion. The enemy is dead, I don't need revenge, so, what should I do? Later, we were arranged to wait for adoption. As time passed, many people left one after another, but when they saw me, they all shook their heads. I was the last one left. I heard the woman say that they could only send me to an orphanage. But the next day, I opened my eyes and saw the kind-faced old lady again. She looked at me with great distress. "Let's go. Child. Come home with me." The woman beside him said, "Go back with your aunt.
You will be a family from now on.
On the way, the old lady took me to the bathhouse to take a hot bath to get rid of bad luck, and then she bought me new clothes. After arriving home, after she finished preparing a sumptuous dinner, she looked at me solemnly and said, "From now on, you will be my grandson, my biological grandson.
My last name is Wei. Your last name should be Wei too.
Just call yourself Wei Biao."
My name is Wei Biao, I have family now.
Chapter 289, Past Events of 1949, School Storm. Later, I then learned that my grandmother had a son who had excellent academic performance and was admitted to university in that era.
However, he fell ill unexpectedly and died of illness in his early 20s.
The old couple was heartbroken to see their son die. In addition, the old man worked twice as hard every day to treat his son's illness and became ill due to overwork. In addition, due to the pain of losing his son, the old man also passed away within a few years, leaving my grandmother alone. Grandma had a decent job. He used to be an employee of the supply and marketing department, but with the industry reform, the supply and marketing departments were abolished, and my grandmother had to be laid off and rely on government subsidies and raising some livestock to make a living. Fortunately, the cost of living in the countryside is not high, so even if I add food and drink, she doesn't have to worry about there being a surplus. A few days later, "I'm going to school," Grandma said. "You have to study hard, be educated, and go to college in the future, then you will have a bright future.
Only with knowledge and culture can you have a future.
Look at those promising people, and they all passed the exams." These words were similar to what Xiao Ran said. My grandma was afraid that I couldn't keep up, so she asked me to start from the first grade. But the questions were so simple, much simpler than what Xiao Ran taught me.
Besides, the people around me were too small.
I was tall to begin with, and I was many years older than them, so I felt uncomfortable. Besides, studying costs money, so studying for a few years less would save money. So I said I wanted to skip a grade. At first, Grandma disagreed, but when the results of my school exams came out, the school teacher also gave me a test to skip grades.
I got my wish and skipped many grades.
My grandma was very happy and made me a lot of delicious food that day.
After that, I went to school and helped my grandma with housework during the day.
Every day is still very busy, but I am very happy. My life is much better now than when I was in the acrobatic troupe. What's more, I have family again. Time passes. When I returned home with my school bag, I saw my grandma feeding a pig. The pig was really a big eater.
My grandma raised the pig saying that she wanted to supplement my nutrition and eat more meat.
When she slaughtered the pig was very strong and I was very hungry. My grandma sold half of the pig and gave me the rest to eat. Winter, there is pork in every meal. It is very delicious, really delicious. I wish Xiao Ran was here. In 1 year, I grew a lot taller. Not only compared with my peers, I was even taller than many adults. Soon I was admitted to high school. Grandma was very happy and specially set up several tables of banquets for the neighbors to eat. She said to the relatives who came, "Look, my grandson will definitely be able to get into college and find a job in the future. Xiao Biao, come over and toast to the uncles and aunts." I obediently went to toast, but I didn't understand. My grandmother didn't interact with these relatives at all, not even during the holidays. She had also told him a lot about the relatives' ridicule of her family, and how these relatives refused to lend money when my old man was sick, etc. She said she had given up on these relatives a long time ago. I will never associate with them again. Why, did she suddenly invite them to dinner? Was it really because her grandma was so happy that she got admitted to a higher education? Grandma ignored my puzzled look and kept talking to the relatives. "Xiao Biao is registered with me, so he is also your relative.
He has a miserable life.
He has never had enough food since he was a child, and he is bullied by that wicked boss every day. Don't underestimate the fact that he's adopted. This child is kind-hearted.
He's so filial to me that he doesn't let me do any housework.
He even said that when he's able to, he'll build me a new house and take me to the city." She kept saying nice things about me. The relatives just hummed and hawed in agreement, and a few praised Grandma for being so lucky to have someone to take care of her in her old age. "Xiao Biao will take care of you in your old age. You are so lucky, you old lady. You will have to rely on your grandson for everything from now on." Grandma nodded, yes. Xiao Biao knows how to be grateful. Those who have helped him will always benefit from him in the future. At that time I didn't understand why my grandma said these words, but later I realized.
Grandma was sick, cancer.
Advanced stage, she knew she wouldn't live long and was afraid that no one would take care of me, so she placed her slim hopes on those relatives, hoping that they would help raise me and promise to repay their kindness on my behalf. But, is it really possible? Fuck. School's over, anyone want to go to the internet cafe? There's a new game out, it's super fun. Lend me your meal card, I'm going to buy some spicy noodles, don't be stingy. I'll return it to you later. That kid, if you don't agree, come out and practice. Bursts of noise came into my ears. I was hoping to go to higher education, fantasizing that I would get into a good university, find a good job, and make a lot of money to let my grandma live a good life, but the good times didn't last long. Grandma was sick and very weak. Every time I went back, she would try her best to talk to me and cook for me, but I still noticed something was wrong with her. I asked her to go to the hospital, but she would say, "I've been there, it's just an old problem. I'll just take some medicine." At the same time, I encountered the second thing. Someone asked me for money. One day after school, I saw a group of slovenly young men extorting money from the street. They demanded $10 from each person. In the past, they wouldn't say anything when they saw me passing by, but that day, they suddenly called out to me, "Come here." I walked over and asked, "What's going on?" The man looked at my face and then at the 7 or 8 brothers around him before saying, "I'll give you 2 options. First, pay $10 a day, or follow me." I shook my head and refused. No. My grandma told me to study hard and not to waste time. Secondly, my daily living expenses are less than 10 yuan. Seeing me shake my head, the leading young man was very angry. He stretched out his hand to hit me, but due to his height, he only hit my chest. I didn't feel much pain. He took a step back and pointed at me angrily. "Damn it. Beat him." Then those 7 or 8 people surrounded me and rushed over. I immediately raised my hands to protect my face and did not choose to fight back. I remember a few days ago I accidentally punched a classmate. Afterwards, my grandma took me to apologize and gave the classmate 500 yuan and 2 big roosters as compensation. You have to pay for hitting someone. I spend too much money on my grandma, and she seems to need money even when she is sick. I can't let her worry. Seeing that I didn't fight back, they beat me even harder. One of the shorter guys even jumped up and hit me in the chest. A few minutes later, a few adults passing by shouted, "What are you doing? Are you beating someone up? Call the police." When those people saw this, they pointed at me and told me to wait and teach me a lesson next time, and then they came running over. Sure enough, they found me again the next day. I tried to find the teacher, but they were not afraid. They even threatened to let social workers beat me up if I dared to make complaints again. I had no choice but to run away from them every time after school, but one day I was stopped in the alley again. Chapter 290, Meet Xinjiang Grass. The leading youth pointed at me and cursed, "Damn it. You're such a good runner. Damn it. We've been holding you for over half a month. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has," he said as he rolled up his sleeves and moved closer to me. At the same time, his younger brothers behind him also surrounded me, and everyone's face was full of anger and excitement. I could vaguely hear them muttering, "Really? This big guy must be very strong. It must be uncomfortable for him to hit him. And he looks pretty scary too. Don't be afraid. You're just a big idiot. You don't dare to fight back, just hit me however you want, Wei Biao. Damn. Anyone can call him that, damn him, brush." Just as I was about to cover my head with my hands to protect my vital parts from the violent storm, I suddenly heard a cold voice, "What are you doing?" I looked up and saw a young man with a cold face walking slowly towards me. He had sharp eyes and was followed by several young men. Seeing him appear, the expressions of the young men surrounding me changed slightly, and then they all nodded and greeted Qin Jiang. "Brother Jiang." "Brother Jiang." I also recognized the young man. His name is Qin Jiang. He is very famous in the school, and is said to have many achievements. Many people are afraid of him, but what is he doing here? Qin Jiang looked at them and scolded them again. "I asked you what you are doing. Speak." Several people hesitated and didn't say anything, and finally a young man spoke out what happened with some trepidation. Qin Jiang grabbed the leading youth by the collar and gave him a slap on the neck, saying coldly, "Fuck. No one cares if you don't study, and no one cares if you go out and mess around in society? But bullying your classmates is wrong. If I see you again, don't blame me for destroying you." "Yes, yes. Brother Jiang, I was wrong. The leading young man was trembling with fear because of Wu's arrogance towards me just now. The other young men who followed him didn't dare to say a word. When they saw Qin Jiang looking at them, they all nodded desperately. Roll. Qin Jiang threw him out. Those young men ran away in shame, and before leaving, they nodded to Qin Jiang and promised that they would not dare to do it again next time. Qin Jiang looked at me and said, "Why don't you fight back?" I pondered for a moment. I have to pay. Qin Jiang, is your family poor? Me, my grandma is sick. Qin Jiang, go back. If anyone dares to bully you next time, tell me my name. My name is Qin Jiang, the Jiang, and the dragon comes across the river. No one stopped me from then on, and I was very grateful to Qin Jiang for bringing him the fruits, persimmons, grown at home. After a while, we had a lot in common. Of course, most of the time he was talking and I was listening. I found that he knew a lot and was very proactive. He would do whatever he thought of the next day. He saw the shadow of Xiaoran in him. He is smarter than Xiaoran, or rather, Xiaoran was not as smart as Qin Jiang is now, and he was not as capable as him. For a while, I lived a peaceful life again. The good times didn't last long. Grandma is sick. I got the news from my neighbor when I got home from school. She said my grandmother had fainted and was sent to the county hospital. I rushed to the hospital and found my grandmother lying unconscious in the bed, with several of her relatives outside. Doctor, the patient's condition is so grim that surgery is unnecessary. Conservative treatment is the only option. After the doctor left, several relatives said, "What should we do? Tell me, what can we do? They've already told us there's no hope of treatment. Just take them back and wait for death. Lateral stage of cancer, her life." After they said that they saw me coming and asked me to stay there and watch, and then call them after the person was gone, then he left. I stood outside the ward and looked at my grandmother with white hair, extremely weak and in a coma, feeling panic and anxiety. I'm going to ask the doctor to save my grandma, save my only relative. But the doctor said that only conservative treatment was possible and told me to pay the fee as soon as possible so that he could prescribe medicine, otherwise there would be danger at any time. I'm scared. I immediately went home to raise money. But my grandmother had limited savings, so I went to my relatives to ask for money and even knelt down to them, but no one would lend me any. They even locked their doors when they saw me approaching. They think there is no hope for grandma's illness to be cured. He doesn't even consider me as a relative. For them, their relationship with grandma is already very dull, let alone me, a non-biological relative. I had no choice but to sell all the pigs, chickens, and ducks at home and use the money to pay for grandma's medical treatment. I took leave to stay in the hospital to take care of my grandma. Day 3, grandma woke up, and when she looked at the surroundings and my expression, she couldn't help but feel pity and distress. "Child, why didn't you go to school?" "I have asked for leave." I didn't dare lie. Grandma touched my hair and said, "My child, you suffered so much following me. I shouldn't have adopted you back then. Maybe you could have ended up in a good family." I choked up. "Grandma, I will follow you." Grandma continued, "I really want to see you go to college, find a job, and start a family, but my health isn't doing well. It's my fault. I know how my health is, and it's definitely not going to work. Don't waste money on treatment." Ahem, she coughed twice, feeling a little dizzy. She grabbed my hand and said, "Child, there's a metal box behind the closet at home with 5,300 yuan in it. After the new year, you can sell the pig and try to raise enough for next year's tuition and living expenses. As for the year after next, I'll go beg those people again and get it for you, even if it means sacrificing my dignity. Grandma doesn't ask for anything in your future, but you must go to college, even if it's just a junior college." She knew Wei Biao and understood that although he was hard-working and serious, his learning ability was average. Besides, it was not the era of widespread universities in later generations, so being able to go to a junior college was already good enough. "Grandma, you'll be fine, you'll be fine." I kept repeating this sentence, but I felt helpless and confused inside, and my mind couldn't stop recalling the same words I said when I grabbed Xiaoran's hand and Grandma fell into a coma again. The nurse asked me to leave and let Grandma rest and reminded me to inform my family that the funds were almost used up. Raise money. I need to raise money, but where can I get the money? My grandma didn't know and had already asked me to go out and pay the bill. When I walked out of the hospital in confusion, someone suddenly called me. I looked in the direction of the voice and it was Qin Jiang. He walked over and put a stack of bills in my hand. "I know your situation. Here is 2,000 yuan.
My New Year's money for many years. Use it to pay the bill. If it's not enough, I will find a way for you, Brother Jiang. I didn't know what to say. Qin Jiang patted my shoulder and said, "If we're brothers, don't say anything, brother." These two words came to my mind. I can't refuse. My grandma's illness can't be delayed any longer. 7 days. Within 7 days, my grandmother woke up twice, and each time was shorter than the previous one. After 7 days, my grandmother stopped breathing and passed away. My name is Wei Biao. I have no relatives again. Chapter 291, 1949. Past events, Brotherhood. That day, when I received the news of my grandma's death and knelt outside the emergency room, it was the same as when I knelt on the ground watching Xiaoran leave. Despair, panic, wandering. Xiaoran is dead, Grandma is dead too. I am the only one left in the world. What is the meaning of my life? Taking the college entrance exam, maybe. At least it's my grandmother's wish, but do I really have the money to continue my studies? Will my grandmother's relatives help me? Apparently, they won't. After receiving the news of my grandmother's death, they came to take her to the crematorium. My grandmother was an office worker and had to abide by the regulations for returning home and choose cremation. In the same way, she could also enjoy a national subsidy of 1,000 yuan and a small amount of funeral expenses. All of these expenses were spent on my grandmother's funeral, at least that's what the relatives told me. My grandmother's nephew said to me, "You are not a child anymore. You need to take care of yourself. This house is left to you as your grandmother's inheritance. The subsidy has been spent." As he said this, he took out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to me. "We collected these 2,000 yuan for you. From now on, it will depend on you." After saying this, he looked at me deeply and turned to leave. From beginning to end, he never mentioned the tuition fees, and I didn't say anything either. I knew they didn't know me anything and had no reason to be nice to me, and I had no reason to ask for money. House, silence. I was lying alone on the Kong in the room. It was raining outside. It was cold. It was dark. I felt an inexplicable fear, not afraid of the dark, but I'm afraid of being alone. I looked around but I couldn't see anyone. The door to my world was slowly closing. Boom. Boom. There was a knock on the door, very big. I didn't get up to open the door and remained unconscious. Bang. The door was pushed open abruptly, and at the same time a familiar voice came. "What time is it to go to bed?" I looked up and saw Qin Jiang coming in with 2 other people. All 3 of them were a little wet, obviously coming in under the rain. Seeing me sitting on the Kong in a daze without saying a word, Qin Jiang turned on the light and cursed. "What are you looking at? You can't sleep so late at night and we're short of 1 person, so I asked you to join us. Hurry up and get up and play." They dragged me up to play cards. I was absent-minded and Qin Jiang kept talking to me, talk about interesting things in school. It is said that several young people who blocked my way were beaten and expelled. Explain. I can't remember, but I remember that when he left in the morning, he took away all my kitchen knives, scissors, and sickles, saying they were useful. At the same time, let me go to school immediately. I went there, after all. That was Grandma's last wish. I went to school in a daze. I could hardly hear what the teacher said, and my grades were declining rapidly, but I didn't care. I didn't have the money to come again next year anyway. My route is fixed again. Home, school, 2 points and a straight line. I also completed the task like a robot, and during this period Qin Jiang often talked to me and he talked while I listened. He said, "Xiao Biao, how come you've grown so tall? You're half a head taller than me. Come hang out with me from now on, and I guarantee you'll have a good life." After that, he bought me meals every day and made sure I ate them. He said, "Xiao Biao, what size are your feet?" "What? Size 49? I'll call you 49 from now on. It's easier to say." After that, I got the nickname 49. He said, "From now on, we are brothers." Brothers, you know what I mean. We are closer than our own family, brothers. Relatives, I didn't respond. Qin Jiang fits the description of a smart man to Xiaoran and is very good to me, but he is completely different from Xiaoran and Grandma. He has his own family and his own life. How can the 2 of them become relatives? Winter. The room was getting colder. In the past, my grandmother would keep the Kong lit for a long time to make the house extremely warm. I would lie on the Kong and write in my diary while listening to the sounds of chickens, ducks and pigs outside. But now everything is quiet and the Kong is cold, but I have no intention of getting up and lighting the fire. I have been sleeping on the cold Kong for a long time, but the biting cold did not make me sick.
Instead, I remained strong, and the next morning, I woke up hungry, which was normal because I hadn't had a proper meal for a long time and didn't feel like eating today. But look at the calendar, at December 8th, my birthday, to be more precise. When my grandma took me home, she said to me, "Son, from now on this day will be your birthday." From that year, every year on this day, my grandma cooks fish for me. She says that eating fish will bring me surplus every year and a good life in the future. Fish, eat fish. I found a fish net in the side room and took it with me. Yes. I planned to catch and buy fish myself, but I had no money. Many people pointed at me along the way. "Isn't this the old way kid? He's tall and strong, but his appearance is a little disappointing. It's going to be hard to find a partner after this." Looking for a partner? I don't know how I'm going to live in the future. Ever since Lao Wei left, this guy has been absent-minded. I watched him walk down the aisle and he almost fell into the ditch a few days ago. Poor child. They all looked sympathetic towards me, but that was all no one could really do for them. Even if people were kind-hearted, no one would raise someone else's child for no reason. As the saying goes, "You little brat, you're going to eat me out of my house." Besides, I am not good-looking and I am a boy, and now I am too old to just feed him. I ignored the comments of people around me and went straight to Dongha with my net. It is one of the few water sources in Lianhua Township, Brother Jiang. There are a lot of fish in this hole. I think I saw a big one. I'll catch it. Damn it, these fish are pretty smart. They don't even come out of their holes when they see people. Fuck, drive all the fish towards the hole. Okay, Xin Jiang and 3 or 4 other people were fishing in the Dong River. It was definitely fun for country kids to catch fish in the countryside in winter. All they had to do was smash a hole in the ice, and the fish would float to the surface due to lack of oxygen. Then they could just use a scoop net to catch a big fish. Of course, this kind of fun didn't last for many years. When smartphones became completely popular, especially the emergence of Douyin and Kuaishou, the fun of childhood had completely changed. At the same time, environmental problems have caused a significant decrease in the number of fish in the river, making it difficult for those who are interested in catching fish. Several people worked together. The front came out. Godspeed. There's a big one on the left, grab it quickly. This one must weigh 7 or 8 kilograms, so fat. It would be delicious if roasted. Soon Qin Jiang and his companions had a great harvest. There were dozens of kilograms of fish in the bucket next to them, which was a big harvest even in 2011. Wait until the fishing is completed. Qin Jiang looked at the bucket full of fish and said, "We'll grill one later, then each of us can take one home, and the rest can be sold at the market." Okay. Shen Tianci and others nodded. Suddenly, Shen Tianci's gaze fixed on the distance. What the hell? It looks like someone fell over there. Chapter 292, Past Events of 1949, Only Qin Jiang Lives, Bang. Bang, I easily used my tools to make a hole in the ice and squatted there waiting for the fish to appear. Just as I was losing consciousness, I heard a voice, "Hey, isn't this the big idiot? Why is he squatting here, like an idiot? He looks so fierce, let's go tease him." They rushed over to me, and the young man in the lead looked at the fishing net in my hand and said, "Fishing. Okay. When you catch 2, give me some, and then take us for a couple of laps." He pointed at the sled on the ground. Sled, one of the favorite toys of young people in rural northeast China in winter. Made of 2 pieces of wood and a board with nails, it can be pulled by someone or slid on ice or snow. I ignored him. The leading young man patted my shoulder and said, "I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? I asked you to pull us around twice." Others on both sides also shouted, "My brother is talking to you? Are you deaf? Fuck, you deserve to be punished, don't you?" When they saw that I didn't say anything, they came up and pushed me, and I just shook my arms. Wow, I knocked several people down. Snap. Snap, they stumbled and fell on the ice, screaming and looking at me with surprise. In the past, I would never fight back in such a situation, but they didn't know that I was worried about my grandmother at that time and didn't want her to apologize and pay money to others on my behalf. But grandma is dead, I have nothing else to worry about. Of course, there is no need to be afraid anymore. I stared with a cold gaze, clenching my fists slightly, as if roaring, "What do you want me to do?" They were frightened by my gaze and dared not speak. The young man in the lead looked at me and shook his head. Nothing. He took a few people away, and I thought that was the end of the matter, but I didn't expect that they would come back soon with big stones in their hands and looked at me with a teasing look. The leading youth yelled, "You big fool. I'm giving you a chance to kneel down and call me big brother, otherwise I'll make you swim in the river." I didn't say anything. Seeing this, the young man in the lead became very angry and threw a big rock at him. Boom, the stone hit the ice, but in early winter the ice was not very solid and broke on the spot when hit by the stone. Snap, holes appeared in the ice and cracks extended in all directions. The leading youth shouted, "Call me brother or not, call me brother or not, throw it to me." Swish! 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 The other young men also threw the stones in their hands onto the river surface, and a large number of stones hit the ice hard. Boom, boom, click. Click, there were constant roars and sounds of breaking. I saw a large number of holes appearing on the ice surface, and each hole was continuously extending cracks outward. These cracks soon connected with each other, and I heard a series of cracking sounds coming from under my feet. Before I could react, boom, puff, I felt my feet go empty and I couldn't stop falling. Endless icy water rushed towards me. I subconsciously wanted to climb onto the ice, but I couldn't swim and there was no way to use the ice to support myself because of the large number of rocks that had just hit me. I vaguely heard bursts of exclamations from outside. "Oh no! He really fell in, and he doesn't seem to be able to swim. He might have drowned. Hurry and save him, no. If someone sees us, it will be troublesome, run." Soon there was no more sound and those people must have run away. I stopped struggling and thought to myself that this was fine, but suddenly a familiar roar was heard. A fuck. 49, this voice is very familiar, like Brother John's voice. Is it an illusion? Maybe it's a hallucination before I die, but the next moment, splash. With the sound of me entering the water, I unexpectedly saw Zhang Ji's face in the water. He swam towards me, waving his arms, grabbed my hand, and desperately dragged me upwards. Above there were anxious cries, Brother Jiang, quickly, get down and help rescue Brother Jiang." I don't know how long it took before I was dragged ashore. Brother Jiang gave me first aid. He almost beat me to death, but luckily I vomited out all the water in my stomach and gradually regained consciousness. Bang, seeing that I was sober, Brother Jiang slapped me hard in the face. Fuck. Are you a man who dares to do this? Ahem, Brother Jiang, I don't know what to say to him. Stand up. Brother Jiang pulled me up from the ground, held me up, and said to the others, just pretend you didn't see what happened today. No one is allowed to tell anyone. Got it? He carried me back to the Qin family. As we entered the courtyard, Brother Jiang said to me in a very serious tone, "From now on, you are not allowed to refute anything I say. No matter what my parents ask, I will take the final say. You are not allowed to refuse anything I say." I didn't understand what Brother Jiang was going to do until I saw Brother Jiang tell his parents in person. He accidentally fell into the ice hole, and I saw it and risked my life to save him, otherwise I would have almost died. That day, Qin's father and mother adopted me as their godson and let me live in the Qin family and eat and sleep with Brother Jiang. My name is Wei Biao, my name is also Sizhou. I have a relative again. His name is Qin Jiang. Even, I have parents. Bang, Sizhou kowtowed 3 times and said, "Grandma, I have been admitted to university and will be able to upgrade to a bachelor's degree next year. Brother Jiang has started his own company and arranged a position for me." He kept talking about his life in the past 6 months, and mentioned Qin Jiang many times. This has been his habit for many years. Every year he would tell his grandma how good Qin Jiang was to him. Then Sizhou placed tribute on the portrait with a blurred background next to the altar and murmured, "Xiaoran, I have found the person you mentioned. I have a living target." After finishing everything, Sizhou looked at Qin Jiang, and Qin Jiang also looked at Sizhou, and they smiled at each other. Snap. Snap, Qin Jiang raised his hand and patted Sizhou's shoulder. "Let's go. Go back and have the New Year's Eve dinner, Mom and Dad are waiting." Sizhou nodded, "Yeah." Zhang Qi and others outside have finished cleaning up. As soon as they went out, Sizhou slowly put a black coat on Qin Jiang. "Brother Jiang, keep warm." Ever since Qin Jiang rescued Sizhou from the ice hole and suffered frostbite, he was no longer as resistant to cold as before. Sizhou paid great attention to this and would always have a coat ready every winter for Qin Jiang to put on. Qin Jiang smiled, draped over his coat, "No problem." Then he led everyone home. Sizhou looked at Qin Jiang and clenched his fists. "I, Sizhou, will only live in 2 words for the rest of my life, Qin Jiang." Chapter 293, Lin Shui's Temptation? Qin Jiang, she's afraid of licking her hands when she hits her. Now, outside the Wei family's intersection, a woman was shivering from the cold. It was Lin Shui. Lin Shui had been keeping an eye on Qin Jiang. After noticing him leaving the house, she snuck out, wearing her clothes, and watched Qin Jiang and the others enter the Wei family's house. She murmured at the intersection, "God help me, this place is very remote and few people come here. So when Qin Jiang comes out later, I will have a chance to get close to him and contact him. As long as he shows any intention, the matter can be done today. The place is ready." Her eyes fell on the several earthen houses in front. Although the conditions are extremely harsh and cold, but as long as she can complete the plan and hook up with Qin Jiang, she can still make a fortune even if there is no future. As for not paying, she still had a way. She, Lin Shui, would not leave any evidence behind in her fight with anyone. Subconsciously, she touched the small camera in her arms, which she had bought at a huge price. At the same time, she was very satisfied with Chow Yi's arrest. Fortunately, he was arrested, otherwise I would have no chance. Now without his hindrance, I can definitely control Qin Jiang. It's definitely easy to get a few million from his wealth. If there is another child, I can get more money. Even if the other party doesn't recognize the child, it doesn't matter. Chow Yi will take over anyway. She couldn't help but secretly fantasize about spending Qin Jiang's money and enjoying a wonderful life served by Chow Yi in the future. Time passes. 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. Lin Shui felt like she was about to freeze to death, but she didn't see Qin Jiang and the others coming out, and she was so anxious that she was running around in circles. But I have to admit that Lin Shui is really determined. Even in such cold weather, she still squatted there to achieve her goal. Finally, she saw the gate to the Wei family courtyard open and Qin Jiang and the others walk out. She couldn't help but shudder and rushed to Qin Jiang and the others, crying to Qin Jiang, "Hello, Mr. Qin, I'm Chow Yi's girlfriend. I'm sorry. It's all my man's fault. My man shouldn't have offended you. He has no status, and so do you. You can make him die a miserable death with just one word. You sent him to jail, he deserves it. I only ask Mr. Qin not to bother him again in the future. Please, as long as President Qin agrees, I'll do anything you ask me to do." As she spoke, she pretended to have a pitiful expression, but it obviously did not suit her face. She also knew that her appearance did not have an advantage, so she deliberately stated that she was Chow Yi's girlfriend in order to increase his interest. After all, she firmly believes that this is what turns many men on. Qin Jiang looked at Lin Shui, who was chattering nonstop and pretending to be pitiful, with a cold expression on her face. Not to mention that he had lived 2 lives. Even in his previous life, he would not have even looked twice at someone like Lin Shui. Talking to such a person was an insult. If he hit her, he was afraid that she would take the opportunity to lick his hand. However, seeing that Qin Jiang had a cold expression and didn't say anything but didn't refuse, Lin Shui thought she had a chance and leaned forward subconsciously. Suddenly, she slipped and fell towards Qin Jiang, secretly delighted. God is really helping me. But the next moment she was completely dumbfounded. Just see. Qin Jiang and Sijio moved half a step sideways very smoothly. Seeing this, Zhang Qi and others who were planning to step forward to stop them also moved half a step sideways. There was no obstacle in front of Lin Shui and she rushed directly into the snow. She struggled to steady her body but stumbled twice and fell into the ditch beside her. Bang, ouch, Lin Shui dove headfirst into the snowdrifts in the ditch. She struggled for a long time before finally pulling herself free, her face awash with disbelief. Why was Qin Jiang completely uninterested in her? Wasn't he a man? Was she really that ugly? Wasn't it said that even the ugliest men wouldn't refuse a man if he took the initiative? Secondly, she was really dazed by the fall. Qin Jiang left without even looking back. Zhang Qi turned around to see Lin Shui lying in the ditch and said jokingly, "Old turtle dove, the rules of Lotus Township are, you're not allowed to sleep in the ditch." "What, old turtle dove, who are you talking about? She's not particularly good looking and a bit bald, but she's only in her early 20s, and you're describing her as an old turtle dove. Besides, God won't let me sleep in this ditch." Lin Shui felt extremely humiliated, but looking at Qin Jiang's background, she knew that she had no way to deal with him. Lin Shui yelled angrily, "Chow Yi, just wait. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to lose face like this. I'll give you double the betrothal gift. Otherwise, I won't be able to calm down my anger." Ah! Chow Yi, who was lying on the wooden board chatting, couldn't help but sneeze several times and couldn't help muttering, "Xiao Shui must miss me. She is so kind and will definitely not blame me. I think she is having New Year's Eve dinner with her parents now. I am sorry for her. I must repay her well in the future."
Then he stepped forward and gave Shirkazi a leg massage and said, "Brother Shir, is Qin Jiang really doomed to have a miserable life?" Shirkazi said angrily, "Of course. Who am I, Brother Shir? I have someone to protect me. Brother Pao in the county knows him, he is a well-known figure in the county, and I am his sworn brother. I'm screwed, but Brother Pao will definitely avenge me. Qin Jiang. He's definitely going to have a miserable life now." He was talking big, but he wasn't really bragging. Although he knew that Brother Pao wouldn't care about him, he would not let Qin Jiang, the fat sheep, go for the sake of face or money. Of course, this has nothing to do with him. The reason why he said it in public is just to tell others that he has connections outside and that he can establish his authority and feel better here. He was overwhelmed with excitement when he heard Shirkazi's promise. Qin Jiang, Qin Jiang. Just wait. Your good days are about to end. You might even get beaten to death. There's no way out of being a gangster. The only way forward is to work hard and find a job in the city like me. I hope to hear bad news about you when I get out. The betrothal gift must be doubled. Lin Shui pointed at Chao's father and mother and said confidently, "Do you know what I went through today? How many people pointed fingers at me? Everyone knows that Chao He has been arrested and that I am the criminal's girlfriend. Don't stop me. Chao He is not here. Are you two planning to let me spend the new year here? I can't stand being pointed at anymore. I'm leaving now. I'll leave even if there's no car. Tell Chao He, a man who loves me won't say he doesn't have money, he'll just find ways to make money. If he can't make money, it proves he doesn't love me." New Year's Eve, the Lin Shui completely ignored the pleading of Chao's father and mother, and their harsh words that the betrothal gift must be increased, and simply pulled her suitcase and left Chao's house under the watchful eyes of her neighbors. She had been planning to leave since Chao He was arrested, and the reason she stayed for so long was to see if she could have a chance to contact Qin Jiang. As a result, she had no chance at all, and was endlessly ridiculed and humiliated by Qin Jiang and others. So, there is no need for her to stay. Besides, if she leaves now, she will be able to take the initiative in her relationship with Chao He in the future. Chapter 294 Brother Pao takes action, Qin Jiang's birthday. Oh my god, why is my life so miserable? Mother Chao couldn't help but sit on the ground and cry as she watched Lin Shui leave and the strange looks from the neighbors. She couldn't accept it at all. A few days ago, she was living a life that was envied by everyone in Lianhua Township, with her son having a promising future, her daughter-in-law being from Shanghai, and herself being arrested and fined tens of thousands of yuan. Her daughter-in-law forced a betrothal gift and left in public, and she became the laughingstock of everyone in Lianhua Township. It's hard for anyone to accept. Chao's father also had a grim expression on his face, but he looked towards the Qin family and grabbed Chao's mother, scolding her, "Shut up. You're crying so loudly, and if the eldest son of the Qin family thinks you're crying, he'll give us a hard time. We can't afford to offend, Wo Jie." After hearing this, Chao's mother didn't dare to cry loudly anymore. She sobbed and followed Chao's father home. Outside, seeing this, the neighbors looked at the Qin family and saw the same changes. It was really awesome. The old Chao family was so scared that they didn't even dare to cry. Qin Jiang didn't care what happened in the Chao family. He was watching the Spring Festival Gala with his parents. Spring Festival Gala, the year 2011 was very interesting, especially after Zhao Shan came out. It was absolutely delightful. Even the serious mother Qin couldn't suppress her smile. Si Zhou and the others laughed until their stomachs hurt, but Qin Jiang was the only one who looked calm. He had seen it many times in his previous life, but Qin Jiang had to admit that even after watching it many times, it was much more interesting than the later life. A few years later, skits contained many elements, educating people, making dumplings, and family reunions, but they did not include humor. A certain camera reached its peak. At that time, most young people no longer watched the evening party, but only used their mobile phones to watch videos and shake for red envelopes. Even the elderly would only turn on the TV to listen to the noise instead of watching it. Shake your head. Qin Jiang didn't dwell on it any further, instead contemplating the coming year's development. He had a lot to do in the new year: further expand Black Dragon's various departments, create Songjiang's Never Sleeping City to give Black Dragon a new brand name, and, yes. And after returning home for the new year, he had to eliminate Hua Sheng to avoid any further complications. 11:30. Father Qin held the dumplings in his hand and murmured a prayer to the heavens: Grandpa Heaven, Grandma Earth, all the gods and Buddhas.
We are eating dumplings on New Year's Eve this year. Please taste them first. After a while, he took the dumplings back to the kitchen and poured half a bowl of dumpling soup in front of the stove. Kitchen god, please open the pot and taste it early. In some parts of northeast China, it is customary to say some prayers while eating dumplings to ask for the protection of the gods. This was more common before 2010, but has rarely appeared since 2020. After a set of procedures, he called out to the room, Xiao Jiang, Xiao Biao, come and serve the magical dumplings. Cheers! The bell sounded as the countdown on TV ended, indicating that 2010 had come to an end. A new year begins. Finish eating dumplings. Qin Jiang and the others arrived at the door. A large number of fireworks were already placed on the ground. Zhang Qi and the others quickly lit them. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! Search! Bang! Boom! Fireworks burst into vibrant colors in the sky. Not only the Qin family, but other families were also setting off fireworks, but their numbers were nothing compared to the Qin families. Qin Jiang had people buy the Qin family's fireworks in bulk, and they had a wide variety of styles. Therefore, most of the eyes in Lotus Township were focused on the Qin family, and everyone had different expressions as they watched the dazzling fireworks appear above the Qin family. Wow! Who's so awesome as to set off so many fireworks? The fireworks exploded in the sky and made a dragon. It really is a dragon. It looks so cool. Looking in that direction, it should be old Qin's house. Yes. It must be his house. His son made a fortune out there and came back with a luxury car. It's said that he's doing pretty well in Sanjiang. He just came back and killed Shirgizi. The public security is on his side. There is envy, jealousy, disdain, and resentment. Grass. Zhang Laolu was eating peanuts in the dark room and cursing. Qin Jiang? I want to see how long you can keep going. Damn. How much does it cost to set off so many fireworks? How much good wine can you buy with that money? As he said that, he looked at the almost empty bottle of wine in his hand and shouted, Old woman, give me that bottle of wine. No wine. Go to sleep quickly. I dream about everything. I'll go make money after the new year. Pay the electricity bill first. Zhang Laolu, fuck. You don't know anything. It's just money. Just wait, hiccup, I'll get rich sooner or later. 30 years in the east, hiccup, 30 years in the west, don't look down on the poor middle-aged. Qin Jiang and others looked at the fireworks in the sky and made wishes. Qin Jiang, may there be no regrets in this life, and may my brother never be imprisoned. 49. May brother Jiang be healthy, happy, and have all his wishes come true. Qin's father, son, please don't go in there, and don't bully others. It's okay if you bully less. Mother Qin, I hope my son can make a lot of money in the future. Well, less fighting, and just live a peaceful and stable life. Over 30. After that, Qin Jiang and others rarely went out and just played cards at home. Occasionally, Shin Tianxi and others also came to play cards. From the 1st to the 6th day of the new year, everything was very peaceful and nothing happened. The 7th day, Qin Family Gathering Day, every year around this time, all direct relatives of Qin Jiang's father's generation would gather at the home of Qin's father's third brother. Because Qin Jiang's grandfather lived with the third brother, who lived in the Qin family's old house, it was agreed that every year on the 7th day of the first lunar month, all descendants of Qin Jiang's grandfather's line would go to pay New Year's greetings and gather. This kind of thing is very common in northeast China, and the date is not uniform. Some are on the 3rd day, some are on the 5th day, some are on the 7th day, and so on. It is basically agreed upon based on convenience and customs. The 7th day, Qin Jiang and Sijio also went to the Qin family's old house, Wood County. Villa. Li De finished playing cards and lit a cigarette. As if remembering something, he looked at the man sitting on the sofa and said, Tomorrow is the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, right? So, Jinlian, take someone to Lianhua Township tomorrow to find Qin Jiang and talk to him about the business. If we don't go and wait for him to return to Songjiang, things will get difficult. All right, Pao Ji. The well-dressed man sitting on the sofa responded, I'll take a few people with me tomorrow morning. If he wants to be righteous, that's fine. If he doesn't want to be righteous, I'll let him know what it means to cry out for help but no one will answer. Li De shook his head. Why go there during the day? Wait until it's dark to avoid unnecessary trouble. He slowly blew out a smoke ring and said, by the way, find a spokesperson in Lianhua Township to support Shirkazi's business. Even the smallest mosquito is still neat. Besides, the county's inspections are strict, so we can only ask for money from the lower levels. Jinliang nodded, I promise to complete the task. While Qin Jiang caused a sensation in Lianhua Township, the other members of Black Dragon also showed off their talents during the new year. Some showed off their abilities and some impressed their parents. In particular, senior executives like Zhao Shanha returned home in glory, which greatly increased their sense of belonging to Black Dragon. After all the glory today came from Brother Jiang. Wang Tao pulled the core members of Black Dragon into a temporary QQ group and was the first to send a message to the group. It's Brother Zhang's birthday on the 8th day of the first lunar month. Anyone wanting to go, let's go together. Next second. A lot of new information emerged in the group. Oh my god, add me. Chapter 295, All Brothers Wanna Go, Zhu Family Decision. Ding. Ding. Ding, waves of information kept appearing in the Q group, one after another without any hesitation. Soon, the group messages are scrolling so fast that I can't see them clearly. When are we leaving? Zhao Shan has sent a message in the QQ group, I'll go refuel the car soon and leave overnight. He looked at several relatives and brothers and sisters who were playing cards, and saw that his brothers and sisters all showed flattering smiles and a hint of fear when they looked at him. This made him very uncomfortable. Although they were of similar age, he felt out of tune with these people. All they discussed were whose spicy hot pot was the best, what tourist attractions were in a certain city, whose classmate's family was rich, and what games were fun in the internet cafe. For Zhao Shanha now, these topics are extremely naive. He is now exposed to all the top business plans and how to expand the business territory with Brother Jiang. A generation gap, it has appeared unknowingly, and after he came back and showed his financial resources and strength, these brothers and sisters all respected him very much, or even feared him, just like those bosses in Songjiang who tried to please him, which made him very bored. Therefore, when Wang Tao said he wanted to celebrate Qin Zhang's birthday, he had no hesitation and wanted to set off overnight. Not just Zhao Shanha, the rest of the Black Dragon members were in a similar situation, asking for the time and getting ready to leave at any time. It was obvious that no one wanted to be left behind in celebrating Qin Zhang's birthday. They were able to return home in glory today thanks to Brother Jiang, otherwise they might be facing the ridicule of their families now. Besides, they had already stayed at home for more than 10 days and had pretended to be cool enough. There was no point in staying for 2 more days. Instead, they missed the feeling of being with their brothers. See this, Wang Tao said without any surprise, don't worry, we can just go to Lianhua Township on the afternoon of the 8th day. I remember that Brother Zhang's birthday was around 4 p.m. on the 8th day. Let's agree on a time to meet at a place on the morning of the 8th day and go there together on time. Right at this moment, Didi, a message suddenly appeared, add me. My home is in Lan County, which is a must-go on the way to Mu County. You can meet me at my home at noon on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Address. As soon as this information came out, the Q group fell silent. The person who sent the message was Zhu Zhang, but after only a few seconds of silence, a long queue of messages appeared. Receive. I'll pack my clothes right now. Dozens of core brothers all sent replies, and no one was hypocritical or impatient. All the core members of the group were able to be temporarily pulled into the group because they were not short of money. When there is no shortage of money, brotherhood becomes extremely important. Son, what are you packing for? Mother Feng asked, puzzled, as she watched Feng Lin suddenly pack his clothes. Didn't you say you wouldn't be back in Songjiang until the 10th? Feng Lin, the plan has changed. I'm leaving on the 8th day of the new year. Feng's mother, why are you in such a hurry? Relatives are coming on the 8th day. Why don't you leave on the 9th day? Father Feng, your mother is right. Your eldest and second aunts are coming on the 8th day of the first lunar month. This is because relatives always delay visiting each other because of something important. We still have to visit relatives. We can't forget our roots just because we have some achievements. Besides, your 2 aunts are very good to you. Feng Lin, it's Brother John's birthday on the 8th day of the first lunar month. We agreed to go celebrate his birthday. I have to go. Brother Jiang, Father Feng was stunned. Are you talking about Qin Jiang? The boss of Black Dragon Company? I met him at the hotel. He couldn't help but recall in his mind the time when he saw Qin Zhang's majestic appearance in the hotel. It can be said that the scene of that day still made him unable to forget it for a long time. The change in his son still made him feel like he was in a dream, so he stopped his son when he wanted to leave, fearing that everything was a dream. Feng Lin nodded, yes. But not the boss of Black Dragon Company, but the chairman of Black Dragon Group, Brush. Father Feng stood up and walked out. Mother Feng, what are you doing? Father Feng, let me fill up the gas so my son doesn't get in the way of his work. You can also look for some local specialties and quickly fill the trunk for him. He's our family's benefactor. His birthday is a very important occasion. We must give him the best gift. He then looked at Feng Lin and said, how about, pack up, you should leave tonight. Going early will show your importance. Feng Lin, similar incidents happened repeatedly. When many parents of Heilongjiang personnel learned that they were going to celebrate Qin Zhang's birthday, they did not stop them. Instead, they all studied how to bring gifts. Dad, I'm leaving on the 8th day of the new year, I won't go to the party. Zhu Zhang said loudly to his family. His father frowned slightly. Son, you didn't go to the party last year, and it's not good not to go this year. The mother scolded him. What's wrong with that? What's so good about your family gathering? Every time we get together, I hear the second and third sons complaining about Xiu Zheng's shortcomings. Their son's success is all thanks to him. He makes a little money by doing business. I don't know what's wrong with that. They didn't expect Xiao Zheng to be able to make it. It's right that Xiao Zheng doesn't go. Let's just close the door and live our own lives. Then she said to Zhu Zhang, son, if you don't want to go, don't go. We're living a good life and don't bother with him. At the same time, he said to Zhu Zhang's father, don't think I don't know your little tricks. Aren't you just showing off to others because your son has made a fortune? Zhu's father looked embarrassed and could only force an explanation. After all, we are a family, right? Second and third sons are both sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. Don't take everything to heart. Mother Zhu continued, and that lousy friend of yours? He treated you like a good friend when he lent us money, and even arranged a marriage between his daughter and our son. What happened? Now that he's rich, does he still care about you? And you still call him and bring it up? Do you have any shame? Even if you have no shame, I still want you. Father Zhu was scolded so much that he couldn't even lift his head and muttered quietly, didn't I drink too much? Otherwise, how could I have mentioned it? He also regretted it very much. His business was quite profitable back then, so his friends were naturally good friends with him. Later, when his business failed, the other party became rich by accident. Most of the friendships have long since disappeared. At most, they would have a meal together once a year, and most of the time it was a gathering with a lot of people. He was marginalized, and his childhood marriage became a joke. That day, he accidentally heard that the other party's daughter already had a boyfriend, and since he was drunk, he called directly to inquire about the marriage. Of course, the replies he received were all jokes, which was extremely embarrassing. The only thing that made him excited this year was his son's success. Xu Zhang didn't say anything, just one sentence. He is a senior executive in a certain group with an annual salary of over 1 million, but he didn't say how much. Only after the luxury car and time were shown did Zhu's father believe it, so he planned to take his son to show off and regain his face. But now, after what Zhu's mother said, he had to give up the idea. But Zhu Zhang suddenly said, I can show up tomorrow, but I have to leave when the time comes. Chapter 296 Qin Family Gathering. Qin Zhang, who is so awesome, the Qin family's old house, located in the core area of Lianhua Township. It covers a large area and has 3 brick and tile houses that are very impressive. Currently, Qin's father's third brother lives there. Because he is responsible for raising Grandpa Qin, Grandma Qin has passed away. According to township rules, Qinjiang Old House will be the home of Qin's father's third brother and will be inherited by him. The Qin family's old house was crowded with dozens of people buzzing around inside, making it very lively. These are all Qin family members. Grandpa Qin, there are 6 sons and 4 daughters, 5 grandsons, 10 granddaughters, and so many grandsons and granddaughters. If it weren't for the birth control in Qin's father's generation, the Qin family would definitely be considered a huge ordinary family. Hey! Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu are here. Come in quickly. Grandpa is drinking tea in the inner room. Second uncle, you just arrived, everyone is almost here. third aunt is here. Two young men and women were standing at the door to greet the influx of relatives. They were Qin Chang and her younger brother, Qin He. The two are children of Qin's father's third brother. They were born in the old house and lived with Grandpa Qin since childhood. Soon, everyone went to greet Grandpa Qin together. Then the men played cards to kill time, the women cooked in the kitchen, and the young generation gathered together to chat. Bang, the door was pulled open and Qin's father and mother walked in. When they saw them come in, everyone in the room stopped what they were doing and looked at them. Qin Qing said excitedly, "Fourth uncle and fourth aunt are here. Come in quickly. Shoha, what are you standing there for? Help move things." Qin He hurried forward to help carry the things. Qin's father and mother brought many gifts, cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, all of which were high quality. Come to the inner room. Qin's father and mother first wished Grandpa Qin a Happy New Year. Dad, Happy New Year. Dad, Happy New Year. Grandpa Qin nodded, okay. He did not show much excitement. Although he was over 70 years old, he was in good health. In the summer, he often strolled around, visiting one son's house and that daughter's house. He only went out less often in the winter because the ground was slippery. The rest of the people in the room looked at Qin's father and mother. Lianhua Township was so small that it would be hard for them not to know what happened after Qin Zhang returned. Only Grandpa Qin knew very little because he stayed at home, returning in a luxury car, buy expensive gifts, kill Shirkazi. The Chow family all begged for mercy, etc. But similar to those neighbors, no Qin family relatives took the initiative to visit Qin Zhang's home. It was obvious that they were not optimistic about the source of Qin Zhang's money and what he was doing. Even, this is definitely not the right way, don't do it blindly. But when they saw the two people coming, they all spoke a fourth brother. I've been waiting for you. Playing cards without you is boring. I'll make room for you. Old four, you're already smoking cigarettes. It's different to have a good son. He's much better than the scum in my family. I'm so jealous. Mother Qin was also complimented by others. For the Qin family, they should have less contact with Qin Zhang to prevent him from getting into trouble in the future. However, they should show their enthusiasm during gatherings to prevent him from having any requests. In their view, Qin Zhang is a boy who should not be made close friends, but can only be used if needed. After all, Qin Zhang's presence saved the rest of the Qin family from many troubles in Lianhua Township, and even the gangsters kept their distance from him. Qin's father and mother were also very happy to receive the compliments and enthusiasm in the Qin family's old house. Soon the meal was almost ready. Boom! Boom! There was a knock on the door. Qin opened it but was stunned when he saw a thin young man in a suit who looked out of place and walked in with a few gifts. He nodded casually at Qin He and said, "I'm here to wish my uncle a Happy New Year." As he said that, he pushed the door open and walked into the inner room. Looking at the Qin family members in the room, he did not feel awkward at all. Happy New Year. Seeing this, Qin Wei, Qin Zhang's third uncle, waved his hand and said, "Hey, Xiao Lu is here, come in quickly." At the same time, he said to the others, "You should know him, Xiao Lu. He owns the Yunlu supermarket in our town. He's Xiao Qing's boyfriend." The other relatives looked at the young man with a changed look. They had also heard that Qin Qing ran away to avoid a blind date. Qin Wei spoke again, "We are not strangers. Since you are here, sit next to Xiao Qing and eat. Xiao Qing, hurry up and get them a set of bowls and chopsticks. What are you looking at?" That's right. He had deliberately let Xiao Lu come. He had high hopes for Xiao Lu as his son-in-law. His family owned a large supermarket in a rural area, and their assets were definitely worth millions. Moreover, they only had one son. If he married his daughter, not only would his daughter enjoy the good life, but he would also benefit from it. In the future, he wouldn't have to spend money to buy things at the supermarket. Originally, according to his plan, the two of them should have been married by now, but his daughter ran away halfway. After returning from the Chinese New Year holiday, he deliberately asked Xiao Lu to come out at this time, intending to make the matter a fait accompli. He thought that his daughter Xiao Qing was too shy to say anything at this time and could only endure it silently. That basically confirmed their relationship and everything would be a matter of course, but he guessed wrong. In the past, Qin Qing really couldn't say anything, but now Qin Qing has been training in Songjiang for more than half a year and has become a regional manager. How can he be the same as before? Qin Qing stood up and looked at Xiao Lu coldly. "What are you doing here?"
What does my family gathering have to do with you? Xiaolu, I'm here to wish you a happy new year? Xin Xing, why are you here to pay New Year's greetings? Get out. Xin Wei, Xiao Chang. What are you talking about? He's your boyfriend, you asked him to leave? Xin Xing, I'm single and don't have a boyfriend. Xin Wei, when you left, I had already agreed on a date with his parents. You two were almost getting married. Why are you breaking off the engagement? Do you have any shame? Xin Xing, your engagement wasn't mine. We no longer practice parental orders and matchmaker agreements in 2011. Are you still forcing me to marry? This is illegal. If you want to marry yourself. Bang, Xin Wei was so angry that he slammed the table on the spot. He was a male chauvinist to begin with, so how could he not be furious when his daughter confronted him like that in public? Great. You've become more capable after being away for half a year, right? And you're breaking the law? If you're capable, would you have me, your father, arrested? I'm raising an ungrateful person. The other Qin family members on both sides persuaded Xiaoqing, why are you being so stubborn with your dad? Just talk it out, your father is doing this for your own good. It's too early to get married. Your father also wants to be careful, it's New Year's Day. What are you doing? Xin Xing felt aggrieved but couldn't express it. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she tried hard to hold them back. She even considered taking advantage of the situation, but her experiences in Heilongjiang over the past 6 months made it impossible for her to compromise. She remained firm and said, my marriage is my decision. I have a legitimate job in Songjiang. I'll pay you back later. Hurrah! Xin Wei was even more furious. Don't think I don't know that you're hanging out with Qin Jiang in Songjiang. You can't get a decent job. I'm telling you, you have to marry me whether you want to or not. I told you, no one can help you. As soon as the words fell, bang, the door was pushed open again, and at the same time, an indifferent voice was heard, let me see who is so awesome. Lotus Township does not allow such awesome people to appear, I say. Chapter 297 I said no. Does he dare to marry? Sit down, brush. Everyone in the room subconsciously looked over and saw Qin Jiang, dressed in a black suit and with a stern expression, striding in. Behind him followed Sijil, who was holding several gifts in his hands. Seeing that it was Qin Jiang, the room, which had been very noisy, suddenly became quiet. The young men and women at the left table subconsciously stood up and took the initiative to greet Qin Jiang, elder brother, elder brother. Brother, this was not a change because they knew Qin Jiang was rich, but it had been like this for the past few years. After all, if they didn't give Qin Jiang face, they would be punished. These brothers and sisters had long been afraid of Qin Jiang to the core. Qin Jiang just looked at this calmly for a few seconds and then turned his gaze to the main table. Grandpa Qin and his father's generation were sitting at the main table. Qin Wei and others' expressions changed slightly when they saw Qin Jiang. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Qin Jiang came to the main table and sat down. See this, Qin Wei and the others opened their mouths but said nothing. Although Qin Jiang, a junior, should sit at the table with the children, no one dared to say anything regardless of Qin Jiang's current financial status or his past behavior. Moreover, it was obvious that Qin Jiang's attitude was not right today, so naturally no one spoke. Now, Qin Jiang glanced at the whole room, skipping over Xiaolu and landing on Qin Chang. He looked at her tearful eyes and said, hold it back. This sound suddenly scared the other brothers and sisters, and Qin Xing wiped his eyes vigorously with the back of his hand to wipe back the tears. Qin Jiang said calmly, tell me what's going on? Qin Xing, my dad wants me to marry him, but I don't agree. I don't like him, and I love my work. She briefly explained what had just happened. In fact, Qin Jiang had already guessed it when he came in without her saying anything. Qin Xing's mother, who was sitting at the side table, looked grim when she heard this. You silly girl, you just don't want to do anything. Your father doesn't care about you either. Who are you going to complain to? Xiao Jiang, let me tell you this. Qin Jiang looked at Qin Xing's mother, his tone suddenly cold. Did I ask you? Well, Qin Xing's mother was choked and speechless, her face flushed red, and she couldn't help but feel extremely angry. What do you mean by asked me? After all, she is Qin Xing's mother. After all, this is my family affair. After all, he is your elder. Talking to me like this, don't I have any dignity? She really wanted to say something to Qin Jiang,
but seeing Qin Jiang's cold face, she was a little scared and didn't say anything. Qin Jiang ignored Qin Chang's mother's change of heart and looked at Xiaolu. You are going to marry Qin Chang? Xiaolu nodded and smiled apologetically. Yes. Yes. From now on, we are a family. My family runs a supermarket in the East End. If Brother Jiang has any shortcomings in the future, just tell me directly. From now on, Brother Jiang can just see me, Xiaolu. His expression was very flattering and his smile was more respectful than his attitude towards Qin Wei. I wonder if he will marry Qin Jiang's daughter in the future. No way, he was very clear about Qin Jiang's deeds. As soon as he came back, he turned Lianhua Township upside down, got rid of the local scoundrel Shirkazi, and became brothers with Josua. All these showed that Qin Jiang was not someone he could afford to offend. Even the fact that he was so eager to marry Qin Qing was because of Qin Jiang. As long as he could establish a connection with the Qin family, his supermarket would be much more stable and no one would dare to sell on credit. What's more, Qin Qing is very handsome. Ha ha. Qin Jiang suddenly laughed, and then his expression turned cold. Family? You don't deserve it. I don't care who promised you anything. From today on, you have nothing to do with Qin Qing. Do you understand? Xiaolu, oh, what the hell? Why won't you let me marry you? He asked nervously. Why? Qin Jiang, because I don't like you, is that enough? Bang, Qin Wei slammed the table again in anger. Qin Jiang. What are you going to do? When will it be your turn to decide my daughter's marriage? Since ancient times, parents' orders have always been. Qin Jiang, since ancient times, the eldest brother is like a father. Qin Wei, you, Qin Jiang, what do you mean by I? If you dare point at me, I'll slam the table in your face. Qin Wei, I am your third uncle. Qin Jiang, so what? Qin Jiang didn't give Qin Wei any face at all, which made Qin Wei so angry that his face turned red and his body trembled. He subconsciously looked at Qin's father and mother, but found that Qin's father and mother were pretending to know nothing, and no one came to talk to the other elders either. Everyone could see that Qin Jiang was about to do something stupid. In the past, Qin Jiang had no money and no status, but no one wanted to offend him. What's more, Qin Jiang is now rich and powerful. Most importantly, they know very well that when Qin Jiang does something bad, he will not care about his elders. Good, cruel. Qin Wei looked at Qin Jiang. I just don't believe it. I want to marry my daughter to Xiaolu. If you have the ability, you can kill me and your uncle, too. Qin Jiang sneered. If you say you want to marry me, I'll marry you. Ask him if he dares to marry me. He pointed at Xiaolu and asked, I'm asking you one last time, do you want to marry Qin Chang? Si Zhou on the other side said, Brother Jiang, I'll have someone go to Yunlu's supermarket soon, threaten, a complete threat, but Xiaolu's face changed drastically. If Qin Jiang's people really went to the supermarket and caused some trouble, the supermarket would be ruined. Even Shirgizi couldn't beat Qin Jiang, let alone his small supermarket. The supermarket is his lifeblood. It is the only source of money for the Lu family and there must not be any loss. Thinking of this, he said without hesitation, No. I won't marry. I'll go back and explain to my father that I won't marry him even if he beats me to death. He shook his head like a rattle and looked at Qin Wei and said, Uncle. That was all a misunderstanding before. Consider this gift to you as a filial piety. I really can't afford to marry your daughter. Goodbye. Then he nodded and bowed to Qin Jiang twice and hurried out. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, Qin Jiang would bear a grudge and his supermarket would go bankrupt. Money and women. He thought money was important. See this, Qin Wei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Shameful, totally embarrassing. Bang. He slammed the table again, staring at Qin Jiang with a cold look, but didn't say anything. He turned around and was about to leave. You guys eat, I can't eat anymore. Qin Qing's mother also looked unhappy and wanted to get up and leave. However, since they were the only ones in the family here, leaving the others alone, it seemed that a good dinner party was about to end in a bad mood, but Qin Jiang said in a cold tone, Did I let you go? Sit down. Qin Wei, what do you mean? Now you are not only interfering in my daughter's marriage, but you also want to interfere in me? I'm leaving now. If you have the guts, hit me and your uncle, and let outsiders see how capable you, Qin Jiang, are. As he said this, he was about to walk out. He didn't believe that Qin Jiang dared to attack him in front of Qin's father, Qin's mother, Qin's grandfather, and the whole family. That would definitely make him notorious. Qin Jiang raised his hand directly. Brush. Qin Wei took 2 steps and subconsciously shrank back, raising his hand to block his face. He said in panic, What are you doing? Chapter 298, The Third Master surrenders and appears on TV? The enemy attacks at night. See this. Qin Jiang couldn't help but look contemptuous. He didn't bother to care whether the other party left or not, but today was a family gathering after all. Qin Jiang could care less about others, but he had to care about Grandpa. Although Grandpa Qin Jiang's grandfather hadn't been very kind to him since he was a child, he had treated him equally. It didn't seem like he gave him fewer red envelopes or disliked him because he was less successful. Besides, Qin-san had been too cocky in the past 2 years and it was time to control him. You can leave. Qin Jiang looked at Qin Wei calmly and said, But if you leave now, don't come back. This place no longer belongs to you, and Grandpa's property, land, and house have nothing to do with you. Qin Wei, what do you mean? Qin Jiang, literally. You're yelling in front of Grandpa, and I don't think you have the attitude to support him. Since that's the case, I'll take Grandpa home to raise him, and then his house, land, and money will naturally belong to me. You say, it makes sense, right? Qin Jiang looked at Qin Wei with a half-smile, which made Qin Wei's expression keep changing from anger to fear and hesitation. He was not a man who could make money. He lived in the Qin family's old house under the pretext of providing for Grandpa Qin's retirement, spending Grandpa Qin's savings and using Grandpa Qin's land. Once Qin Jiang takes Grandpa Qin away, he will be left with nothing, not even a place to live. One side, Qin Qing's mother's face also changed drastically. If other people said these words, she would not pay any attention or take them seriously. But Qin Jiang was different. He could do anything. That if he really wanted to go against their family, he would definitely do what he just said, and then his family would suffer a great loss. Nothing else to say. The few plots of land owned by Grandpa Qin alone are worth a fortune. Grandpa Qin also owns the land of Grandma Qin and Uncle Six, Qin Laolu. That is, the land of Qin's father and 6th brother who died young is inherited by Grandpa Qin. A few acres of land, even if it was contracted out in 2011, the profit would be around 20,000 yuan, which is equivalent to a strong laborer's annual salary. Thinking of this, Qin Qing's mother hurriedly winked at Qin Wei. Qin Wei also understood the priorities, and even though he was furious, he didn't dare to take a step forward. Boom! Boom! Qin Jiang tapped his fingers, his face calm and composed. Sit down. Bang! Qin Wei sat down angrily. Seeing this, Grandpa Qin said, All right. We're all family and finally together, let's eat. I'm starving. After these words were spoken, no one picked up their chopsticks. Qin Wei and others subconsciously looked at Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang, why are you looking at me? Grandpa said to eat. A few tables started to eat, but from time to time someone looked at Qin Jiang with a bit of fear. Qin Jiang didn't care about this at all, and he had no plans to have close contact with these relatives. Moreover, the generosity he showed would make it easier to get things done. Otherwise, if he really wanted to show respect for his elders and be friendly, not to mention whether Qin Qing's problem could be solved today, these relatives might cause trouble in his name in the future. Therefore, it's good to be indifferent and just mix things up. A meal. Qin Jiang and Sijo just ate a few bites, said goodbye to Grandpa Qin, and left early. After the two figures completely disappeared from the Qin family's old house, Qin Wei breathed a sigh of relief and stood up angrily. Dad, and you? Did you see that? This kid doesn't even take me, his elder, seriously. It's outrageous. I didn't argue with him just now because he was a junior. Otherwise, bang. There was a sound of the door opening outside. Qin Wei was startled and immediately sat down without saying a word, but it was his son who had just come back from using the toilet outside grass. Qin Wei was so angry that he cursed, You little bastard, you don't even make a sound when you come back, and you go to the toilet 8 times a day. I was wrong. Qin Qing's brother hurriedly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Qin Wei looked at his father and mother and said sarcastically, Did you see that? Even if he's ignorant, he still knows how to respect his elders. Unlike some people who don't behave well outside but act like a good person at home. Father Qin put down his chopsticks and said, Third brother. Don't talk nonsense. Why doesn't my son learn his lesson? He is doing a decent business outside. Serious business? Qin Wei said in disbelief.
What legitimate business can he have? Whose legitimate business can make so much money in just 1 year?
He can come back and drive such a nice car, and he can kill Shurgizi.
How can he get his money through good means? Who can believe it? Said. He pointed at the other relatives and asked, do you believe it?
Can you believe, Qin's father, I repeat, my son runs a company in Songjiang?
It's a legitimate company and a legitimate businessman.
Qin Wei, what kind of company do you want to start?
Qin's father, Black Dragon Company.
Qin Wei, ahaha.
Black Dragon? Listen, is this a legitimate company name?
Isn't this just the name of a social group?
He's legitimate. Why isn't he on TV?
If he were on TV, I'd call you brother, Qin's father. He wanted to refute but couldn't. All he knew about Black Dragon came from what Qin Jiang said, and Qin Jiang's usual behavior when he mentioned the word Black Dragon made it hard for people to think anything bad about it. Right at this moment, Qin Qing's brother pointed at the TV and exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's on TV, it's really on TV, what the hell are you arguing about?
What the hell is going on TV?
Fool." Qin Wei was stunned in the middle of his words. Not just him, the rest of the Qin family also cast their eyes on the TV hanging on the wall. On the TV, a famous host from Northern Province was reporting the news, and in the background of the news was a young man in a black suit with a stern face. Who else could it be but Qin Jiang? Just see, the host said, today, the selection of young entrepreneurs from the 3 provinces has come to an end. Mr. Qin Jiang, a famous young entrepreneur from our province, won first place and was named the top young entrepreneur of the 3 northern provinces.
Mr. Qin Jiang was born in Mu County, Songjiang County, our province. He is currently the founder and chairman of the Heilong Group. The faint sound of announcements coming from the TV was like thunder in the blue sky to everyone in the room. Qin Jiang, they thought that Qin Jiang, who was just idling around, actually became the boss of a big company. No, the chairman, and on TV, 2011. Being able to appear on TV and be reported by a household name host is no different from being a top celebrity for people in small towns, and since his business can be reported on TV, it must be a legitimate business. Having the TV station's endorsement was more effective than Qin Jiang explaining it 1,000 times himself. It directly caused everyone in the Qin family to change their attitude towards them. They were shocked and had all kinds of thoughts in their minds. Qin Jiang is really a gangster who makes money by cheating and deceiving people. They will definitely stay away from him to avoid being implicated. But Qin Jiang's company can be on TV, so it must be a legal business. So, can they create a future for their descendants? Therefore, the originally quiet room became noisy, and all the relatives surrounded Qin's father and mother and praised them. Let's just say Xiao Jiang has a promising future. Fourth brother, you're going to enjoy a good life in the future. If my son could be half as successful as Xiao Jiang, I'd be happy. Could you let Xiao Jiang take care of him? Bang, Qin Wei slammed the table again. What are you all doing here? After everyone was silent, he looked at Qin's father and suddenly laughed. Just now, the older brother was drunk and said all kinds of nonsense. Well, if this doesn't work out, from now on I'll call you fourth brother and you'll call me third brother. Let's go our separate ways. Come. Fourth brother. Third brother offers you a toast. Qin's father, at the same time that outside. As the sky darkened, a large black car drove towards the Qin family. Chapter 299, People from the County, strike first in the car. John Laolu pointed ahead excitedly. A few intersections ahead, keep left and you'll find Lao Qin's house. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at the back of the car, where 4 or 5 young men were sitting. The leader was Xin Liang, a trusted thug under Brother Pao, who was ordered to come and discuss business with Qin Jiang. When Xin Liang arrived at Lianhua Township, he did not go directly to the Qin family but first looked for Jiang Laolu. He had done some research and found out that Jiang Laolu was once a famous gangster who fell because of Qin Jiang. Therefore, he planned to support Jiang Laolu to take over the business of Shurkazi in the future. Jiang Laolu would naturally not refuse this, especially when he knew that these people were planning to deal with Qin Jiang. He volunteered to lead the way. Xin Liang nodded and said to the others, come on, everyone. We have to close this deal today no matter what. Afterwards, each of you will receive a 2,000 yuan bonus, payable in cash. As soon as these words were spoken, the other young men looked expectant and grim, and quickly pulled out baseball bats, machetes, and other weapons from under the car seat.
Today, we're here to discuss business, and Qin Jiang has to agree to it, whether he agrees or not. First courtesy, then force. Weapons first. See the scene. Jiang Laolu was excited. Qin Jiang. You have come to this day. I want to see if you can continue to be hard today. I want to see if you will kneel straight down. I'll have Brother Pao from the county town backing me up, and I'll have everything I want in Lianhua Township. When the time comes, I will make you pay back tenfold, 100-fold. Qin family. Qin Jiang had just returned when he saw Zhang Qi approaching and saying, Brother Jiang. Something's happening. A large black car is sneaking towards the Qin family, and the windows are completely blacked out. There's something fishy going on. Ever since Chief Zhou came to give instructions last time, Qin Jiang had people observe the situation at the village entrance and pay attention to any vehicles of unknown origin, as they are actually very easy to identify. 2011, there are a lot of vehicles in towns and villages. If you know all the cars in the village, you can tell the cars from other places at a glance. In addition, normal car windows are covered with black sunshade film, which is a standard feature of gangsters. Therefore, Zhilian's vehicle was discovered as soon as it entered the territory of Lianhua Township, and his whereabouts were completely locked down. Qin Jiang sneered, Are you finally here? Just one car. Looks like you're planning to use courtesy first and force later. In fact, he was not optimistic about the county's plan to lure the snake out of its hole. After all, as long as that Pao Ge was not stupid enough to go to Songjiang to investigate, he would know who he was, a black dragon. But not everyone dares to provoke or touch it, but he obviously overestimated Li Pao's intelligence, or he overestimated the speed of information flow. He didn't realize that it was not because Li Pao was not cautious, but that he met the scumbag Zhou Shang Zhang Qi. Brother Jiang, let's, Qin Jiang, strike first, gain the upper hand. Zhang Qi nodded, understood. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message, action. Card pool, the big black car braked at a remote intersection. Wow, since the gangsters were not used to wearing seatbelts, everyone in the car rushed forward under inertia and hit the front seat or other people, and they were thrown to the ground on the spot. Ouch, my head, fog, damn, it hurts so much, I have a bruise on my arm, whoever bit me, fuck, let go. Jin Liang was also knocked unconscious and angrily shouted, damn it. How do you drive? The younger driver in front hurried back to the dormitory to explain, Brother Liang. The car seems to have a nail stuck in it, grass. Xin Liang cursed, the broken roads in the countryside are just not good. Before he could finish his curse, he heard the sound of dense footsteps outside the car, as if many people were approaching the car. Xin Liang, having gained experience from years of fighting, sensed something was amiss and immediately shouted, Get your weapons. Finished. He opened the car door first, wow, bang, the car door was opened and he rushed out with a machete in his hand. The rest of his brothers also rushed out with weapons in their hands. All the brothers he brought with him were brave enough to fight, but they were dumbfounded as soon as they rushed out. He saw 20 or 30 young men with cold faces staring at him from the opposite side, completely surrounding him. Damn, what's going on? Xin Liang was extremely surprised. Why would these people stop me and the others on the road? Could they be the people of Lao Shi, Pao Ge's rival, from the county? Why do they look so unfamiliar? But the next moment he saw Jiang Laolu pointing at the people in front. Shin Tianxi, the third kid, are they Qin Jiang's people? Qin Jiang's people. Xin Liang was even more shocked. Why would Qin Jiang's men intercept him halfway? Could it be that he and his men were exposed? No way. There was no way they would know he and his men were coming right at this moment. Crunch, crunch, the sound of footsteps on the snow could be heard, and then 3 figures were seen slowly walking towards them. Exactly. Qin Jiang, Sizhou, Zheng Qi. Jiang Laolu hurriedly explained, he is Qin Jiang, and the one next to him who looks like a brown bear is Sizhou. As he spoke, he kept looking around for an escape route. The enemy was numerous and we were outnumbered and could not defeat them. Shin Tianxi and others greeted Qin Jiang upon seeing him arrive. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Now Xin Liang looked at Qin Jiang and didn't care why the other party knew he was coming and intercepted him in advance, and shouted directly, You are Qin Jiang. My name is Xin Liang, and I'm hanging out with Brother Pao. I'm here today on behalf of Brother Pao to do business with you? What do you mean? He said this to retreat in order to advance, and besides, he came here with the intention of using courtesy first and then force. Business? Qin Jiang looked at Jin Liang and the others with disdain. With his experience in 2 lifetimes, he could guess what Pao was planning without them saying anything, and he was too lazy to argue with them. If the other party hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to it, but since they have already met, he naturally has to deal with it directly. Qin Jiang waved calmly without even looking at Jin Liang and the others. Get it? What? Jin Liang was stunned. No, are you playing by the rules? Shouldn't you be asking me what the business is? Even if we don't intend to cooperate, we shouldn't just do it right away. Then it turned into endless anger. What did the other party mean? He didn't take him seriously at all. How outrageous. Who is he? The top thug under Brother Pao of the county. When Qin Jiang was stabbing people, he was playing in the mud. Jin Liang roared angrily. Brothers, kill them. Let these bastards know how powerful we are. He was the first to charge forward, machete in hand. The others followed with equally icy expressions. Facing an enemy several times their number, they showed no fear at all. At their age, who hadn't been through fighting before? And facing these small-time rural scumbags, even Jin Liang was thinking about just chopping the men in front of him down. The others would surely disperse, and then he would demonstrate to Qin Jiang what a soldier was. Think of this. He couldn't help but roar. Qin Jiang, eat my fool. He stopped shouting halfway, his expression changed from excitement to fear, and saw Shen Tianci and others in front of him calmly taking out a small bottle from their pockets in the face of his attack. On the bottle, write 3 words, chili essence. Chapter 300, easily suppressed, Brother Pao's anger. Qin Jiang's birthday. Then, as Jin Liang and the others looked horrified, they saw Shen Tianci and the others in the front row gently press the button. A few waves of light red spray came towards me. My eyes, it hurts, it burns. Whether it was Jin Liang or the other brothers, they all subconsciously dropped their weapons and covered their eyes with both hands. Tears could not stop flowing, they screamed and completely lost their fighting ability. Superior. Shen Tianci and his men took this opportunity to rush forward. With their absolute advantage in numbers and the opponent's vision severely damaged, they basically didn't have to waste any effort. Even if there were 2 people who could resist occasionally, they were easily dealt with by Zhang Qi and a few Black Dragon members. The only thing that Shen Tianci and the others couldn't understand was that these young men in black formal attire kept muttering when they started fighting. What is article of Chinese law? What is the Self-Defense Act? At the same time, some people are still holding video cameras. Bang! 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 Jin Liang and the others were pinned down in the snow. He struggled desperately and cursed. Qin Jiang, you don't follow the rules of the underworld. Damn it, if you have the guts, let me go and fight with real swords and guns. What's the point of playing dirty tricks? Let me go. Qin Jiang's face was filled with contempt, and he didn't bother to waste time talking to the other party. He said coldly, go back and tell your idiot brother Pao that no matter if he's a dragon or a tiger, he has to coil up or lie down. From now on, if you see me, take a 10-mile detour, otherwise I will destroy his family. He then smacked the man's chin with his foot. Remember my name. I'm Qin Jiang, the same as the Jiang from The Dragon Crosses the River. My words are out, and no one can change them. Get lost. The 2 Black Dragon members let go of Jin Liang. He looked at Qin Jiang with his red eyes and didn't dare to say anything harsh. Instead, he looked at the other miserable brothers. Qin Jiang's expression was cold and indifferent. Since you dared to come to Songjiang to cause trouble with me, you must pay the price. They will not see the sun tomorrow. Jin Liang's whole body trembled slightly, and he looked at Qin Jiang with surprise. The other party was so cruel. Come on and kill me. He wanted to question the other party, but the situation made it impossible for him to do anything but. Qin Jiang, I will tell Brother Pao, but you need to think clearly about what you can and cannot do. After saying that, he staggered away without waiting for Qin Jiang to reply. The other young men who followed Jin Liang were trembling with fear. They had just heard what Qin Jiang said. What does it mean to not see the sun tomorrow? Could it be? No way. Are they going to lose their lives just to earn 2,000 yuan? They struggled frantically but were held down tightly. Zhang Laolu looked terrified. He was lucky that he didn't dare to rush out and was not sprayed with pepper spray, but looking at the current scene, he was naturally afraid that Qin Jiang would kill him. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Take it away. Shen Tianci and the others immediately lifted up several young men on the ground. They struggled frantically and begged for mercy. We are all with Brother Pao. If you want to mess with us, Brother Pao will not let you go. I don't want to die yet. I'm only in my early 30s. I still have decades of good life ahead of me. I just came here to discuss business. Among them, Jiang Laolu screamed the most miserably. Seeing this, Qin Jiang looked at the other party and suddenly smiled, waving his hand. Let him go, he's one of us. Iororiku, equal smiley face, one of us, what, our own people? He was a little confused and didn't understand. Seeing the two black dragons let him go, he couldn't help but look ecstatic and said subconsciously, thank you, Brother Jiang, thank you, Brother Jiang. Qin Jiang ignored Jiang Lalio's thanks and let Zhang Qi and the others leave. Zhang Qi turned around and looked at Jiang Laolu, who was constantly thanking him and looked like he had survived a disaster. He sneered, fool. You don't even know you're about to die. You deserve it for offending Brother Jiang. Jiang Laolu secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Qin Jiang and the others leave. I've survived a disaster. Why did Qin Jiang suddenly let me go? What do you mean by meeting one of his own? But the next moment, he felt as if he was being watched by someone. He turned around and saw Zheng Liang looking at him with hatred on his face. Great. It was you who tipped off, so good. Die. Zheng Liang rushed towards Jiang Laolu frantically. Jiang Laolu, Sigma, surprise face, oh shit, winky face. On the dark streets of Lianhua Township at night, Zheng Liang chased Jiang Laolu and beat him madly, making Jiang Laolu scream in pain. Many children were so scared that they hid in their beds and trembled. Village side, Qin Jiang, buried. No. I don't want to be buried. Don't do this, I was wrong, Brother Jiang. Can I hang out with you from now on? Please spare me. Occasionally, a few passers-by were frightened by the scene and the sound and left in a hurry. More than 10 minutes later, a security car came driving quickly, and Chief Zhou and his team got out of the car and were stunned on the spot. Directly ahead, Shintianzi and others stood there in a row, eating tangerines. In the center, Qin Jiang was holding a wine glass that was slightly glowing in the night light, tasting the wine towards the moon. Behind these people were 7 snowmen, or to be more precise, 7 people stuck in the snow, singing, you carry the load, I lead the horse, and we welcome, la la. La 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 la, mixed in with Zhang Qi's scolding, fuck you. Louder. Haven't you eaten yet? This scene is very strange. It can be said that orange wine in a luminous cup, 7 young men piled up in the snow. Seeing Chief Zhou and others coming over, Qin Jiang nodded and took his men away. He said that these 7 people would not see the sun tomorrow, so he made sure they would not see the sun tomorrow. There was no sun in the interrogation room. Chief Zhou watched Qin Jiang and others leave for a long time without saying anything. He thought that he was asked to bring people here to arrest someone, but he didn't expect it to be the same as last time, getting credit for nothing. What? Bang! Pao slammed the table hard, looking at the man below with a miserable face and red, swollen eyes. Zheng Liang said angrily, how can this be absurd? How dare Qin Jiang be so arrogant? Good. Very good. The dragon crosses the river? Let me coil up? You're really giving him face. How dare you mess with my brothers and my people? Get rid of them. I'm going there myself tomorrow. I want to see how many eyes he has and who will destroy whose family. Zheng Liang, why not go overnight? Pao Ge, I heard that the county bureau is holding a meeting tomorrow afternoon. By then, the security in Lianhua Township will be relieved and it will be convenient for us to do things. It's better to be cautious and let him show off for a day. Zheng Liang, but Brother Pao, it doesn't matter. I don't believe Qin Jiang dares to kill us. There are 7 or 8 of us. Even if he dares, we won't need to do anything. He's clearly waiting for me to negotiate. Zheng Liang, Brother Pao is wise. The Qin family's old house, the party was over. Qin's father and mother left first. After they left, everyone was silent, obviously still digesting the sensation Qin Jiang's appearance on TV. After a long while, someone suddenly spoke up, I remember Xiao Zhang's birthday is tomorrow. As his aunt, I want to show up. I'm going too. Let's go together. Others agreed, and even Qin Wei flattered Qin Cheng and insisted that Qin Cheng go with him tomorrow. Brother Zhang's birthday group Didi, waves of information emerged, I'm ready and will leave tomorrow morning. I've set off. Chapter 301, Zhu Family Gathering, named Zhu Zhanglan County, close to Mu County. It is a county town under Sanjiang and also the hometown of Zhu Zhang. Xu Zhang's family is relatively wealthy in the Qin Jiang group. He was born in the county town and his parents are both businessmen. Although he experienced business failure in his early years, he can still be considered a wealthy family now, with a car and a house. Bandung Hotel, a first floor. The two tables by the window were full of people, one table of middle-aged people and the other of young people. It was obviously a family gathering. There were bursts of communication. Third brother: I haven't seen you for half a year and you're already wearing mink. Your business is booming again. Old 5, just make do, just barely get by. Second sister: your supermarket is opening a branch this year. You have to treat me to this meal. With my second brother here, how can it be my turn? Everyone at the table looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. He was none other than Zhu Lauer, who ran a wholesale business in the county town. He was worth several million and was considered a top figure in the county town in 2011. In addition, Zhu Lauda, Zhu Zhang's father, had once gone bankrupt in business, so he became the backbone of the Zhu family and would sit in the main seat at every gathering. After all, in most places in northeast China, people look at who is doing well, and it is not uncommon for even juniors to sit in the main seat. Cough, cough. Seeing them coming, Zhu Lauer couldn't help but cough twice. Immediately, everyone at their table and the table of young people next to them fell silent, quietly waiting for Zhu Lauer to speak. Seeing this, Zhu Lauer's face lit up even more. The party dinner is definitely my treat. How can I ask you to pay? Others echoed, second brother is so awesome. Brother, I want to drink Wuliang Ye. Zhu Lauer looked around and asked, why didn't the boss come? Zhu Laosi, he just called me and said his son is a little busy and will be here soon. Xiao Zhang is coming too? The others became interested after hearing this, as they knew that Zhu Zhang had basically not attended family gatherings in the past 2 years. In the past, he would always be the focus. Zhu Lauer liked to use Zhu Zhang's deeds to criticize other descendants and warn them not to follow in his footsteps. Bang! The hotel door opened and 3 people slowly walked in. They were Zhu Zhang and his parents. Here it comes, Zhu Laosi spoke first. The others looked over and were stunned. Zhu's father and mother have not changed, but Zhu Zhang's is different. Although he still has a pigtail, his overall temperament has changed drastically. He is wearing a black suit, snow boots, and a very special fan hanging around his waist, which makes people feel very special at first glance. Even subconsciously, I felt a surge of power coming towards me. This, Zhu Lauer and others looked strange and surprised. Soon the 3 of them came to the front of the crowd, and Zhu's father spoke first. Sorry, we're a little late because of traffic. Zhu Lauer reacted, we are all family, come sit down, big brother. He pointed to the seat next to him. Zhu's father and mother sat at the main table, and Zhu Zhang calmly came to the side table and sat down. The other young men and women at the side table were all surprised to see Zhu Zhang's dress. His pigtail dress was unique, and it was even more unique when combined with his current dress. Several young people gave Zhu Zhang a thumbs up. So cool. Brother Zhang, handsome. But some people were sarcastic. A young man sitting on the side, who looked a few years older than Zhu Zhang, curled his lips and said, you're dressed so strangely. Do you really think this is unique? You young people really haven't experienced the harshness of society. In society, capable people are independent and have individuality, while incompetent people who are independent are sick. Xiaozhan, you said, what are you going to do? The young man had only spoken half of his words. I was shocked to find that Zhu Jingshou had picked up the empty plate with one hand, shook it gently and left. The posture seemed to be as if he was going to cut his head off. He was not worried about others, but for Zhu Zhang, he was really unsure. Ever since his family's business went wrong, this guy has been stimulated by some unknown factor. His academic performance has plummeted and he has become fond of hanging out with society. He had made a name for himself in the county, but he stopped doing so because his father forced him to go to Songjiang. As the saying goes, it is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. Zhu Zhang was so angry that he beat himself up, as if to embarrass himself in front of his brothers and sisters, so he subconsciously shut up. Zhu Zhang looked at the dinner plate and said calmly, I was just wondering if it hurts the plate or the head when it hits the head. Youth equals smiley face. Goddamn, the plate hurts. But seeing Zhu Zhang put down the plate and breathed a sigh of relief, it was not easy for them to say anything mocking Zhu Zhang. As the best performing son in the family, even Zhu Lauer didn't dare to say anything, let alone the others. Not to mention that Zhu Zhang's family was not much worse off than theirs. Zhu Zhang himself was not easy to mess with. He had been extremely smart since he was a child, and none of his brothers and sisters had not been teased by Zhu Zhang when they were young. Shadow, if you keep it in mind early, you won't suffer. But they didn't mention that Zhu Lauer's seat at the head table was different. Whether it was to highlight his position as the first in the Zhu family, or to address Zhu Zheng's recent intimidation of his son and his intimidation, he had to say a few words. You're the eldest brother, so I shouldn't say anything to you. But the education of the next generation is of paramount importance, Xiao Zhang. You used to be such a good student. Who else in our family can compare to you? But because you two failed in business and neglected to discipline him, his grades plummeted and he became interested in socializing. Is there a future in society? He finally made it to Songjiang to attend university, so what's his top priority? It's to finish his studies, get a bachelor's degree, and find a good job in the future. But look at the way he's dressed now. It's not that he looks bad, but he's too eccentric. Who would hire him? Those who know him would think he's an applicant, while those who don't would think he's a senior executive or a big boss. People. When you don't have the ability, you should restrain yourself. Otherwise, you will only become a laughing stock. He then pointed at his son and said, "Look at my son. I've taught him to be smooth and flawless since he was little. Now he's a marketing manager at company, earning over 100,000 yuan a year. In 2 years of experience, he'll be able to take over my job, or even surpass me in achievements. This is the right path." Others echoed, "Second brother is right, second brother, please don't mind if I say something unpleasant. Xiao Hua's future achievements will definitely surpass yours." Haha, Zhu Laoer couldn't help laughing out loud. The feeling of knowing that his son was better than others was indescribable. The others laughed too, only Zhu's father and mother looked unhappy. After all, their son was a reference. In the past, they couldn't say anything. After all, what Zhu Laoer said was true. But their son is promising now. It is not clear how promising he is, but he is definitely not worse than Zhu Laoer's son. Zhu's father, second brother. Logically speaking, what you said makes some sense, but Xiao Zhang has become successful, capable of making money and making a name for himself. Even as a father, I can't control him anymore. Chapter 302 Extreme Taunting. Look, there's a convoy. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell inexplicably silent, and everyone looked at Zhu's father with astonishment. In the past, when Zhu Laoer used righteousness to demonstrate his status, Zhu's father would always agree. This was the first time he had refuted him on the spot. What did he mean by saying his son was promising and making a name for himself? Didn't his son go to school in Songjiang? Zhu Laoer's expression was a bit strange. Brother, we're all family, no need to brag. We all know each other. You can be confident, but you can't be conceited. Got it? Zhu's father, why am I bragging to you? Xiao Zhang is already the vice president of a large company in Songjiang, in charge. He didn't finish his words. Haha, Zhu Laoer couldn't help laughing. Boss, you said Xiao Zhang is the vice president? Is it really that outrageous? He's still in school. How can he be the vice president? The vice president of the dormitory? The deputy director? Obviously no one believed what Zhu's father said. Just as Zhu's father was about to say something, just see, several people approached slowly, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in an expensive suit. He looked like a big boss. He was flanked by a man and a woman. The man wasn't handsome, but he was quite energetic, and the woman was quite good-looking. The middle-aged man in the lead spoke first. "Oh, what a coincidence, old Zhu, you're here too." Father Zhu turned around and saw the grim expression of the visitor. The visitor was none other than his childhood friend, classmate, and former best brother, Wang Fukuei, the one who had vowed to marry into his family. However, after he fell into poverty, the other party not only distanced himself from him but also refused to mention marriage at all. But what could he do? It was because he had no ability. Wang Fukuei ignored Zhu's father's grim expression and continued, "You guys can have your family dinner here too. I'm also going to have a dinner here." He pointed at the two people next to him and said, "Xiaoye and Xiao Yang are getting engaged soon, and they're having their engagement dinner here today. I haven't met your Uncle Zhu yet. Hello, Uncle Zhu." "Hello, Uncle." They both greeted Zhu's father. Got engaged. Father Zhu's expression became even uglier. He didn't expect that the boy next to him was the other party's son-in-law, and he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to say this in front of him. Are you showing off, really? As he expected, Wang Fakue continued to chatter. My son-in-law just returned from studying abroad and graduated with a master's degree in philosophy. He is now the vice president of the Standan Fertilizer Company. Seeing Wang Fakue's smug expression, Zhu's father was speechless. He also understood why Wang Fakue had chosen this son-in-law. Standan Fertilizer was Lan County's top company, with annual revenue exceeding 10 million. The chairman's surname was Yang, and judging by the young man's position, he was likely his descendant. The Yang family's assets are definitely tens of millions. Even if the young man is not the only heir, he should not be underestimated. After all, this place is just a county town, and it's 2011. Wang Fakue suddenly looked at Zhu Zheng's position. Oh. Xiao Zheng is here too. I heard you went to Songjiang to study at a junior college. I wonder if you can find a job after graduation. If not, come to me. I can definitely find a position for you. Xiaodie also looked at Zhu Zhang and said, Brother Zhang, Brother Yang and I are getting married next year. You must come to the wedding. After saying that, she felt a little disappointed. When she was a child, she played with Zhu Zhang from behind every day and they had a good relationship. In addition, Zhu Zhang was good-looking and had a personality that attracted girls. She used to be very much looking forward to marrying Zhu Zhang, but who would have thought that while the Zhu family's business declined, his family's business rose, and his father also took him to more drinking parties. I especially got to know a young man named Yang. The other person is knowledgeable, his family is rich and his status. Although he looks average and has an arrogant and chauvinistic personality, these flaws seem insignificant compared to his money and status. Zhu Zhang likes to hang out in society and can only go to a junior college. Such a person is destined to be a worker in the future. She, Wang Yu, is destined to be a rich wife in this life. Love is nothing compared to material things. Brother Zhang. Wang Yu said secretly, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your own incompetence. Even if you work hard in this life, you can only take out a loan to buy a house, and then worry about mortgages and car loans in the future. But Brother Yang doesn't have to do anything and can live in a villa and drive a luxury car. The young man surnamed Yang looked at Zhu Zhang with a condescending expression. Xiao Zhang, right. This is my business card. If you are having trouble making it, you can come to me. I will arrange a bag-making position for you in the factory. He pretended to be very generous and threw the business card on the table. Wang Yu said, take it. This is also an opportunity for you, it's something you don't seek for easily. A former childhood playmate, I can only look up to myself, this feeling of comfort cannot be described in words. Bang! Suddenly, there was a slamming of the table, and Zhu Laoer looked at Wang Fakue with a bad face and said, it is not your turn to arrange positions for our children. Our Zhu family has the freedom to do so. Then he looked at Wang Yu and said, I remember you were the girl who followed Xiao Zheng around. Didn't you always say you wanted to marry my Xiao Zheng? Now you want to marry someone else? That's right. These days, you marry whoever has the money. Finally, he looked at the young man named Yang and said, people who have been abroad are different. Foreign culture likes to pick up what others have left behind. University, if I remember correctly, it's a completely fake university. 300,000 yuan a year, just to give out certificates, it's not even as good as a domestic junior college. With your skills, how many words can you speak in a foreign language? You must make sure to manage your father's business well. If the business doesn't go well, your wife might run away that very day. Zhu Laoer's rapid-fire words made the three of them blush and tremble uncontrollably. Snort. The young man surnamed Jiang snorted coldly and was about to leave. Zhu Laoer continued to taunt Wang Fakue, why don't you go and appease him quickly? Otherwise, he will be unhappy that you can't climb up the ladder, and then someone will take advantage of you for free. Okay, very good. Wang Fakue looked at Zhu Laoer and then at Zhu's father. Great. Your family is really great. I treated you like a brother and came to talk to you with good intentions, but in the end, all I get in return is sarcasm and ridicule. Boss Zhu. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want me to marry my daughter to you? You're dreaming. Don't you see what kind of person your son is? He's wearing a suit and pigtails. What kind of personality is he playing with? I'm telling you, this kid is going to be a failure in his life.
He's not going to live up to his reputation. He's probably going to go to jail one day.
If he can be successful, I'll take your last name and leave, said Doc. He was about to take his daughter away. Zhu's father and mother looked even uglier, but they didn't know how to refute for a moment. The rest of the Zhu family also looked unhappy. Zhu Zhang, who should have been at the center of the storm, had a calm expression. He didn't even care about the looks of those around him. He just looked down at his watch and muttered, "It's time." Right at this moment, Didi, a series of horn honks rang out from outside the hotel, and someone pointed outside and said in shock, "Holy shit, look, there's a convoy." Chapter 303, I am Yang Yi. Get out. Everyone shouts Brother Zhang. What? Upon hearing this, everyone in the hotel exclaimed and subconsciously looked towards the scene outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Just see. A luxury convoy was driving towards the hotel. The convoy consisted of dozens of vehicles. The few vehicles leading the way were million-class Mercedes-Benz S-cars, and the ones following were all Jeeps. A $1 million luxury car, in 2011. It was not common in Songjiang, let alone in the county town, and there were several of them at the same time. Immediately the people in the hotel exclaimed, "It's a Mercedes-Benz S." The ones in front are all $1 million cars, and there are dozens of Jeeps following behind. When did Lan County have such a fleet? There's no one in our county who can drive a fleet like this. It must be some big shot in Songjiang. This kind of fleet. Even in Songjiang, it's estimated that only ordinary bigwigs can drive it. It must be number one. They are gossipers, astonished, and envious. Cardpool, the convoy parked in the open parking space right in front of the hotel, blocking most of the space. However, the parking attendants at the door had no intention of stopping them. They all lowered their heads and counted ants, and no one wanted to offend the big shot. Bang! 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 The car doors opened one by one. Wow! A large number of young men in black suits and with stern faces got out of the cars. Several of them quickly ran to the front and opened the doors of several $1 million luxury cars. Trample! 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 4 young men came down from inside: Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Zhao Shanhe, and Feng Lin. Bai Lu had been ordered by Qin Zheng to stay in Songjiang and oversee all matters there during the Lunar New Year holiday. Everyone in the hotel was slightly stunned when they saw Wang Tao and his 3 companions getting out of the $1 million luxury car. Young, definitely young, he looks to be in his early 20s. Wow! Someone couldn't help but say, it looks like they should be the second generation of some big group in Songjiang. That would fit their age and team status. Others also agreed with this statement. Only the second generation of rich people are most likely to be able to gather such a team at this age. As for working hard on your own, the probability is too small. Of course, no matter which possibility it is, you have to look up to others. You watched Wang Tao and the others get out of the car with envy in her eyes. It looks like these people are much more powerful and impressive than my boyfriend. Even my boyfriend's family couldn't afford such a luxurious fleet. This moment, she even regretted why she got engaged to the young man named Yang. Otherwise, she would have had a chance. Fortunately, her mind was not completely confused. She knew that although the young men outside were powerful, they had nothing to do with her. Even if she threw herself at them, they might not be interested in her. The best thing was to have the one in her hands. Think of this. He couldn't help but look at Zhu Zheng again. Well, although my boyfriend can't compare with those rich second generations out there, he is at least much better than this childhood sweetheart who was destined to be a failure. Wow! When the service staff saw Wang Tao and others walking towards the hotel, they subconsciously opened the door and stood respectfully on both sides. Wang Tao and his 4 companions walked into the hotel surrounded by 7 or 8 Black Dragon personnel. While the rest of the Black Dragon personnel stayed outside, the hotel manager immediately came forward and said, "Welcome to the Wanlong Hotel. It's an honor for us to have you here. We have private rooms upstairs. Please come upstairs." He made an extremely respectful gesture to invite Wang Tao and the others upstairs. He had to be respectful because he couldn't afford to offend such a person, not to mention him, even his boss behind him couldn't afford to offend him. Even though the private room upstairs in their hotel was a membership reservation system, he didn't mention it and went upstairs directly. He also planned to give out a few membership cards later. Even if the people in front of him didn't need them, he could give them to others. This is the way of doing business. but the next moment he was stunned, and saw that Wang Tao and others ignored his words at all, and their eyes quickly scanned the hall and finally fell on the Zhu family's location and quickly went over. This, the hotel manager looked over in confusion and found 3 people standing right in front of him. He had some impression of the other 2 people and couldn't remember their names, but he knew the young man, Yang Yi, the son of Yang Baiwan, the millionaire of the fertilizer factory. Could it be? Yes, the hotel manager murmured. Yang Baiwan is said to be expanding his business in the past 2 years. It's not surprising that he knows some important figures in Songjiang. It seems that these people know his son Yang Yi and want to go over and say hello. At this time, Wang Fakue and Wang Yu were stunned and confused at first when they saw Wang Tao and others walking away, but they looked at the young man named Yang and it seemed that the other party was coming for him. Wang Fakue, as expected of me, I chose a wealthy son-in-law. He even knows important figures in Songjiang and has connections there. Maybe it won't be long before his fertilizer factory opens in Songjiang. Then I can take advantage of his influence. Wang Yu, my boyfriend actually knows these rich second generations. Doesn't that mean he's also in their circle? Will I be able to travel with him in a motorcade in the future? That would be too impressive. This is the life I, Wang Yu, want, not the daily grind of food, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea with my so-called childhood sweetheart or child marriage. Everyone in the Zhu family also saw this scene, and they couldn't help but look grim when they saw Wang Tao and others walking towards the young man named Yan. The young man surnamed Jiang had just brought people to show off in front of them, and now who would feel comfortable seeing the other party about to become even more powerful? Zhu's father and mother were slightly stunned. They kept looking at the large number of young men in black suits standing outside, because these young men were dressed a bit similarly to their son Zhu. They were obviously from the same series of products and the styles were similar. The young man named Jiang was stunned. He knew that he didn't know the people across from him at all. Could it be his father's relationship? Yes. He must know his father, so he would take the initiative to greet him when he saw him. This moment, he felt that the entire audience's focus was on him. He subconsciously straightened his chest, took 2 steps forward, and extended his hand, showing what he thought was the most kind and friendly smile. My name is Yang Yi, Wang Tao, get lost. As Wang Tao spoke, the Black Dragon personnel in front pushed Yang Yi aside to make way. Yang Yi, equal smiley face. He stood there in a daze, his hands still stretched out, watching Wang Tao and the others pass by him with a bewildered look on his face. No? Weren't they here to talk to him? Why were they pushing him away? Could it be, even if he was a fool, he could guess that the person they wanted to reminisce about the past wasn't him? Thinking of how he'd taken the initiative and been publicly pushed away, his face flushed. He was also incredibly puzzled. Besides himself, there was someone else in the hotel who these rich second generations from Songjiang could actively connect with. Brush, he turned his head and was stunned. Not only him, Wang Fakue and Wang Yu were also stunned for a moment and looked at Wang Tao and other targets in shock. Just see, Wang Tao and the other 4 came to the Zhu family gathering place, and nodded to Zhu Zhang in unison under everyone's disbelief. Brother Zhang! Brother Zhang! Chapter 304 Zhu Zhang's power, without any connection to the land. What? Wang Fakue, Sigma, surprised face, Wang Yu, Sigma degree, Yang Yi et al, _ they looked at the scene in front of them with shock and disbelief on their faces. The scene in front of them was really too unexpected. This group of people are obviously the second generation of rich people from Songjiang. They all have a high status and are the ones that the young man surnamed Jiang wants to curry favor with. Now, they were all bowing their heads and greeting a young man named Brother Zhang at the Zhu family banquet table, who was Brother Zhang. Immediately, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhu Zhang. There was nothing they could do. The other young men around were all frightened and panicked in this scene, but Zhu Zhang was the only one with a calm expression. In addition, his clothes were obviously from the same series as those of Wang Tao and others. As expected, in full view of everyone, Zhu Zhang slowly stood up, calmly waved to Wang Tao and others, and walked out. Wang Tao and others gave up the main seat to Zhu Zhang, and they and others came to both sides of Zhu Zhang and surrounded him. All of a sudden, Zhu Zhangcheng is the center of everyone's attention. Wang Fakue, what's going on? Why do those second generations call him Brother Zhang and treat him with such respect? Wang Yu, what did I see? It must be fake. How can he deserve such respect from these people? The others exclaimed, holy crap! Who is this guy? It looks like those second generations respect him a lot. No, that's not right. He looks like the leader. I never thought there were real dragons in our little place. Wow. He must be a big shot to be so respected by these beings. He's so charming, that pigtail, that fan, he looks like someone out of a movie. At this moment, Zhu Zheng ignored the other people's gazes and looked at his parents. Dad, Mom. I'm leaving first. I have to celebrate Brother Zhang's birthday this afternoon and can't waste time here. Zhu's father and mother nodded woodenly at Father Zhu. You are busy. Zhu Zheng looked at Zhu Lauer and said, Second uncle. I'm leaving now. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact my father. Although Zhu Lauer likes to show off and preach, he doesn't have any major problems with his family overall. Immediately Zhu Zhan walked out with big strides, followed by Wang Tao and others on both sides. When he passed by the three people from the Wang family, Wang Fakue opened his mouth to say something but nothing came out. Wang Yi managed to utter, Brother Zhang, you, but Zhu Zheng ignored them and looked at Yang Yi. He took out the business card from his pocket and put it in Yang Yi's hand. He slapped the other person's face twice and said coldly, if you can't make it in the future, you can come to Songjiang to find me. There is always a shortage of people in Jiang. Finished. He took Wang Tao and others out of the hotel under the gaze of countless people. Outside, Zhu Zheng threw the car keys to a young man, who quickly went to the parking lot and drove a luxury Mercedes-Benz S to the door. Bang! A black dragon youth opened the back door. Zhu Zheng sat in the car very naturally. The young man closed the door, and Wang Tao and others also got in. Boom! The entire convoy reversed course. Leading with $2 million luxury cars, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz S in the center, and followed by dozens of jeeps, the convoy departed the hotel in a mighty procession. In the hotel. Silence, so quiet, everyone looked at the scene outside. The floor-to-ceiling windows like sculptures, their brains feeling an immense shock. The scene just now was like a scene from a movie where a top boss appeared. They were all thinking the same thing. Who was Zhu Zhang, not to mention others, even Wang Fakue, Wang Yu. And even everyone in the Zhu family had this doubt. Immediately everyone looked at Yang Yi. If they remembered correctly, Zhu Zhang gave the other party a business card before leaving. At this time, Yang Yi also looked at the business card in his hand and subconsciously read out the words on it, Vice President of Black Dragon Group, Zhu Zhang. His voice was not loud, but there was no other sound in the hotel, so everyone heard it. Some people wondered, what is the Black Dragon Group? Bang! A middle-aged man clapped his hands suddenly. I know the Black Dragon Group. It's a newly emerged top group in Songjiang North District. When I go to Songjiang, I often hear friends talk about it. They say the Black Dragon Group is a miracle. The founder is a group of 20-somethings, led by Qin Jiang. In less than a year, they've transformed the Black Dragon Group from obscurity into a company with annual revenue exceeding 100 million yuan. They have two major businesses, night markets and milk tea. The night market is the Black Dragon Night Market. It's incredibly popular in Songjiang. The milk tea chain is Bawang Tea and Shui Bingchang, two major chains, and both of these projects have annual revenue exceeding 100 million yuan. Said. He seemed to recall something and said, oh, right, my friend told me that the Black Dragon Group has a deep background, and that there are only 3 people at the top. The boss is called Qin Jiang, and he's very famous. There's a legend that goes, if you offend Qin Jiang, you'll be drowned in the river tonight. Of the other 2, one is said to be 2 meters tall and as tall as a brown bear and is a top fighter, while the other one has a habit of wearing pigtails and often holds a fan in his hand. As soon as these words were spoken, there were exclamations from the whole audience, hundreds of millions in annual revenue, just 1 year. These 2 words are so shocking to people in the county town that they are simply unbelievable. Many people may not be familiar with the Heilong night market, but some have heard of the 2 major milk tea brands. Shui Bingcheng is already renovating a store in their county. Pigtail, fan. Isn't this what Zhu Zhang looks like? He's one of the top 3 people in Black Dragon Company. Yes. Judging from his powerful attitude just now, it makes sense. He's so young and can be a vice president of such a big company. His father is definitely a rich second generation, a rich first generation. He's so handsome. Xiaobian is so charming, and the fan is so cool. Why didn't I go up and ask for his contact information just now? There are many girls who are crazy about him. He is young, promising, rich, and has personality. Who can not like him? Wang Fakue, why did he rise to prominence? Instead of becoming a small-time thug, he became the vice president of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Why didn't he succeed earlier? If he did, how could I let my daughter marry Yang Yi? Wang Yu also felt extremely regretful. Unlike Wang Tao and others, she can see those people but cannot touch them, but Zhu Zhang is her childhood sweetheart. If she had not abandoned him because of her vanity, she might very well be his girlfriend now. So, she will become the wife of the vice president of a large group. She is more attractive than the second generation of rich people. She has to consider his mood before marrying him, but she was also determined. Even though she was filled with regret, she pretended to be calm and stepped forward to grab Yang Yi's hand. She knew that Zhu Zhang and she were no longer possible, and Yang Yi was the only one she could have. At most, she and Zhu Zhang would have a secret affair in the future. Brother Yi, let's go to the engagement party. But the next moment she was dumbfounded. Just see, Yang Yi's face was extremely grim, because he had heard the legend of the Black Dragon Group when he went to Songjiang to research the market. What about beating people and smashing Buckingham? What about arresting anyone you dislike? What about sinking the enemy into the river every now and then? Black Dragon Group, he was the absolute top figure in Songjiang North District. Even Huasheng had to avoid him. But what had he done? He stole the childhood sweetheart of the second-in-command's girlfriend. This is the way to sink into the river. He remembered what Zhu Zhang said when he gave him his business card. Zhang Li has always been short of people. Thinking of this, his face turned fierce and he shook off Wang Yu's hand on the spot with an extremely cold expression. Engagement? Who wants to be engaged to you? Wang Yu, I solemnly tell you, from today on, there is no relationship between you and me. Chapter 305, Father and Daughter's Conflict. Xin Zhang's birthday. Wang Yu, Sigma, surprised face, Wang Fekue. The others were equally surprised to see this, and didn't know what had happened to Yang Yi all of a sudden. But at this moment, Yang Yi had no mood to care about what others thought. His mind was full of thoughts about what to do to offend the Black Dragon. He really felt that his life was in danger, and it was definitely a crisis for the entire family. Once his father knew that he had offended Zhu Zhang, he would most likely lose his inheritance rights, or even sever ties with him directly. No. He must remedy the situation to avoid disaster. He looked at Zhu's father and mother with a firm expression. Under everyone's disbelieving gaze, he rushed forward and slid to his knees. Bang! He knelt directly in front of Zhu's father and mother. Uncle, aunt, I was completely blinded by lard just now. All the mistakes are my fault and have nothing to do with my Yang family. He pointed at Wang Yu and said, it was this woman who seduced me. I didn't know about her relationship with Mr. Zhu. Otherwise, even if I had the courage, I wouldn't dare to compete with Mr. Zhu. Please tell Mr. Zhu that I hope to have a chance to apologize to him in person. His tone was sincere and firm. Zhu's father and mother were stunned and didn't know what to say. Wang Yu stepped forward and pulled Yang Yi's arm. Brother Yi, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Brush. Yang Yi shook off Wang Yu's hand and said coldly, don't pull me. I can't afford to offend a woman like you, Wang Yu. Mr. Zhu is someone I need to look up to. I won't touch his woman, even if he doesn't want her. Our fate is over. Wang Yu looked at Yang Yi in shock. Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Are we engaged? Engagement? Yang Yi looked at Wang Yu coldly. You also said it was an engagement, not a wedding. Besides, the engagement party hasn't even started yet. I hereby declare the engagement party officially over. You and I have nothing to do with each other. From now on, you can marry whoever you want, but it has nothing to do with me. Wang Yu, Brother Yi. What did I do wrong? Can't you tell me to change? I will change. Let go. Yang Yi pushed Wang Yu to the ground and said angrily, you're right. I'm wrong. You're Zhu Zhang's childhood sweetheart, and my Yang family temple is too small to accommodate you. Don't you understand? After he finished speaking, he stood up and respectfully handed a business card to Zhu's father and mother. Uncle, aunt, if you need me in Lan County in the future, I will be there at any time. I'm sorry to trouble you with Mr. Zhu's matter. If there is nothing else, I'll leave first. He then turned around and walked out of the hotel, ignoring Wang Yu's constant shouting behind him. No way, his most urgent task now was to go back and find a solution. Not to mention whether Zhu Zhang would retaliate against him later. The news that he had offended the second-in-command of the Black Dragon would be enough to make him suffer. He had to go back immediately to deal with what was going to happen and make up for his mistake as much as possible. Brother Yi, Wang Yu kept shouting, her face filled with despair, and she collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. Why does God treat me like this? I was clearly destined to be the CEO's wife, but now I have nothing. How could she not see that Yang Yi was completely afraid of Zhu Zhang and didn't dare to have anything to do with him? This further proved how powerful Zhu Zhang was, but she just picked up sesame seeds and threw away watermelons, and now even sesame seeds were leaving him. Brush, she looked at Wang Fakue and didn't care that he was her father. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You have to compensate me for my brother. She rushed forward and hit Wang Fakue like crazy, completely disregarding his identity as her father. She was filled with deep resentment and madness. Wang Fakue forcibly controlled her and dragged her out of the hotel. He had no face to stay there any longer, and it would be disastrous if such a shameful thing were to be spread out. At the very least, it would become more difficult for him to use his daughter to find a rich husband and thus make his family prosper. The manager looked at the people who left, quickly came to the Xu family and said with a smile, "The hall is too messy, and your family dinner today has been disturbed. This is our hotel's fault. I will immediately ask someone to open a private room upstairs. You can go there to eat. Today's consumption is free of charge. It is our hotel's apology. This is our hotel's VIP card. In the future, you can dine directly in the private room of our hotel." As he said that, he took out 2 VIP cards and handed them to Zhu's father and mother. Soon, the Xu family was invited to the private room upstairs by the manager, and the Xu family continued their family dinner. Certainly the topic of the banquet turned to Zhu Zhang. The center of the banquet also turned into Zhu's father and Zhu's mother. Even the main seats also became occupied by Zhu's father and Zhu's mother. The family continues to have fun. Lobby location. The others watched the situation unfold for a long time before they calmed down and continued eating, and the topic turned to Zhu Zhang. At the same time, I also vaguely heard that Zhu Zhang left to celebrate the birthday of brother Jiang. Since Zhu Zhang called him brother Jiang, it was obvious that the person was most likely the chairman of Black Dragon. It is said that he is also a young man in his 20s. Zhu Zhengdu is so powerful, it is unclear how powerful Qin Jiang is. The 8th day of the first lunar month, Lotus Township. Seeing that it was past 3 in the afternoon, Qin's mother prepared to start making longevity noodles for Qin Jiang. Qin's father also prepared to cook some of his signature dishes. Qin Jiang's birthday. This is a big deal in the Qin family, but at this moment, outside, there were bursts of noise. Qin Jiang looked at Sijia with a serious expression and led Zhang Qi and others out. He had received a notice from Chief Zhou more than half an hour ago, saying that Brother Pao from the county had led people to Lianhua Township, and their people had gone to search Brother Pao's lair. As long as they found related evidence, they could catch Brother Pao and others in one fell swoop. At the same time, in order to prevent accidents, Chief Zhou had also brought people to prepare near the Qin family. Therefore, hearing the noise, Qin Jiang thought that Brother Pao and others had arrived. One side, as Zhang Qi whispered, "Brother Jiang, Tianxi, and the others are in the courtyard next door. They can jump over the wall and come in at any time if anything happens." That's right, Qin Jiang naturally would not rely entirely on Zhou for safety. After receiving the notification from Zhou, he asked Shen Tianxi and others to ambush in the nearby courtyard to prevent any accidents, but as soon as he went out, Qin Jiang was slightly stunned. Just see, there were 20 or 30 people gathered outside, but they were not the people from the county town, but Qin Wei and other members of the Qin family. They were all holding various gift boxes and had smiles on their faces. When they saw Qin Jiang coming out, they immediately nodded and greeted him with a smile. "Happy birthday, nephew. Brother, happy birthday." Then, seeing that Qin Jiang didn't respond and no one was dissatisfied, they shouted into the room, "Third brother, sister-in-law, we are here to celebrate our eldest nephew's birthday. It's my nephew's birthday, so we should at least have a get-together. Everyone is here." Qin's father and mother were also a little stunned when they saw this, and could only say that they let everyone go into the house first. Qin Jiang didn't say anything. After all, these people were afraid that Qin Jiang would be difficult to talk to and would bring Grandpa Qin over. At this moment, boom. Chapter 306, Brother Pao blocks the door. Qin Jiang, who the hell are you? Well, boom, 7 or 8 cars drove up and stopped in front of the main gate of the Qin family. More than 30 people got out of them. They looked ruffian and swayed their heads. They were obviously not good people. The leader is Brother Pao. One of his eyes was still a little red as Zhen Liang pointed at the Qin family compound. "This is Qin Jiang's home." Pao Ge nodded. "Grab your weapons." With his order, bang. Bang, several young men opened the car door and took out a large number of weapons from under the seat, machetes, iron rods, etc. Brother Pao grabbed an iron rod and walked out first, shouting at the Qin family compound, "Who the hell is Qin Jiang? Get out here!" This sound startled Qin Wei and the others who were about to enter the house. They all looked outside the courtyard wall and saw more than 30 rogues holding various weapons standing at the door of Qin Jiang. Each of them looked arrogant and ruthless, which was very scary. What the hell? What's going on? Who are these 30 or 40 people? What are they going to do? They seem to be calling Qin Jiang just now. They are obviously here to seek revenge on Qin Jiang. It must be the people behind Shirkazi who are here to seek revenge. I told him that even if he's a decent businessman, his nature is hard to change. Otherwise, how could he kill Shirkazi right after returning? It's probably because of that incident. He can handle public security, but how can he deal with the thugs? Qin Wei immediately guessed most of the situation. He was about to put down the gift and leave the trouble spot, but Qin Qing held him back tightly. Don't panic. Mr. Qin can handle it. Qin Wei, what can he solve? Dozens of thugs showed up with weapons. Even if that 49 is a good fighter, he can still fight dozens of them at once. Besides, if a fight breaks out, people will definitely get hurt, or even. He didn't continue speaking, but it was obvious that he was afraid of someone losing their life, and even more afraid of being implicated. However, he stopped and tried to leave. It was not because he was not afraid, but because the exit was blocked by Brother Pao and others and he could not leave. Both sides, the rest of the Qin family also stood there with worried expressions. Only Qin Jiang and others looked extremely calm. He strode out, followed by Si Zhou on the left, and Zhang Qi and others lagged behind half a step. Son, Qin's father called out twice from behind, and seeing that Qin Jiang didn't turn around, he gritted his teeth, picked up a hoe from the ground and followed him. Qin's mother also followed him out, and Qin Qing also broke free from his father's pull and went out. As for the rest of the Qin family, they gathered at the door to check the situation outside. Now the neighbors outside had already been attracted by the commotion, but seeing what was happening outside, they didn't dare to get too close to watch. They just stood at their own door and watched what was happening at the Qin family. Is the Qin family ruined again? Ever since Qin Jiang came back, there's been no peace and quiet, with events happening every day. It looks like someone is looking for trouble, and they're armed. Are you worried they might have bad intentions? Fuck. Isn't that Brother Pao? Someone recognized Brother Pao's identity. He is a big gangster in the county, and he is well known in the county. It is said that Shirkazi is his gangmate. As soon as these words were spoken, the neighbors also nodded. It seemed that these thugs came here to avenge Shirkazi. Someone used this as a lesson to teach his son. See? This is what happens when you get rich. Even if you make a fortune, you never know when someone might chase you to your doorstep and kill you. Nearby corner location, seeing this, Zhang Laolu, whose face was covered with scars, was filled with resentment. Qin Jiang, your good days are finally over. I let you plot against me and cheat me. Ouch. While speaking, he couldn't help but feel the pain when he touched the wound on his cheek. Yesterday, he was almost beaten to death by the angry Zhen Liang. Immediately he rushed out and came to Brother Pao and the others. Brother Pao, Brother Liang, it's me, Xiao Jiangzi. Brother Liang, don't do it. Yesterday was all a misunderstanding. Qin Jiang was framing me. He and I have an irreconcilable feud. How could I possibly team up with him to deal with you? Zhen Liang's face turned cold as he stopped planning to attack. After he went back yesterday, he realized something was wrong. Get out of the way. Brother Pao didn't bother to pay attention to Zhang Laolu. His most urgent task was to deal with Qin Jiang and let him know the consequences of not giving him face. He would teach him a lesson and then extort a large sum of money from him. Okay. Zhang Laolu came into the team with a happy face. Chao's father and mother looked at what was happening at the Qin family across the street, and for a moment they didn't know whether they should be happy or not. After all, he was completely slapped in the face the first 2 times. After a while, Chao's father guessed what was going on. I can see that he is here to cause trouble for Qin Jiang. Chao's mother, okay, very good. In a dilapidated earthen house opposite, Zhou and 7 or 8 other people were hiding inside, watching the situation of the Qin family. Captain Zhou, do you want to rush out now? It seems Li Dai is going to attack the Qin family. With more than 30 people, fortunately we have made preparations in advance. Joe, give the order and I will have everyone gather here. Joshua looked hesitant. Wait a little longer. He was waiting for news from the county. If he took action now, he could only arrest Lee Di for inciting a fight, and it would easily alert the enemy and affect the county's search for evidence, which would definitely not be worth the effort. There were not many chances for Lee Di and his men to come out unprepared. Now was the best time when the internal team was unprepared, so he had to delay for a while longer. Wait a little longer. Joshua murmured, Xinjiang, you are delaying for a while. I believe you. The earthen house opposite Joshua, more than 20 young people including Shintiansi also gathered together. They were watching the situation of the Qin family and were ready to attack at any time, but Shintiansi waved his hand and said, wait a little longer. Brother Jiang hasn't sent a signal yet. It's not too critical right now. At this time, Qin Jiang led his men out of the Qin family compound. Jin Liang yelled at Qin Jiang, Brother Pao, he is Qin Jiang. He was the one who got Cherkazy in jail, and he was the one who didn't give Brother Pao any respect at all. He even killed several of our brothers yesterday, and he was still playing dirty. Brush. Li De looked at Qin Jiang with a narrowed gaze. He had to admit that the other party had an inexplicable aura of power, especially the black formal suit he was wearing, which gave him an oppressive feeling. The only difference was that he was too young. He shouted coldly, you are Qin Jiang. Fuck. Jiang Qi said coldly, who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me, Brother Jiang, like that? Li De looked at Qin Jiang angrily after hearing this. This is how your little brother doesn't know the rules. Qin Jiang looked at Li De with contempt and uttered the same words, who the hell are you, Li De, arrogant? Fine, fine. Today I will tell you who the hell this guy is. The words fell. Wow, all the younger brothers behind him raised their weapons and looked grim. Fuck. Chief Zhou's expression changed slightly. Although he couldn't hear clearly what Qin Jiang said, he could guess what he was talking about by looking at the scene. Fuck, Qin Jiang, is he so arrogant? It would be fine if he didn't try to maneuver around in this situation, but he actually chose to confront him head-on. But he couldn't care less about these. Gathering evidence was important, but the safety of Qin Jiang and others was more important. Direct order, prepare. Opposite, Shintiansi also looked serious when he saw this. He waved his hand and whispered, grab your weapons. Just when Joshua, Shintiansi and others were about to lead their men out, something unexpected happened. Boom. Chapter 307 Fireworks bloom, fonts spread across the sky. Boom. Suddenly, thunder exploded in the air. Wow, an extremely gorgeous firework exploded in the sky, and the entire firework appeared as an extremely domineering dragon in the air. The dragon was extremely dazzling in the gradually dark night, as if it was about to soar into the sky. Immediately he attracted everyone's attention, and looked at the fireworks in the sky and said in amazement, oh my god. What gorgeous fireworks, what a huge dragon, who set them off? How much did it cost? Fireworks exploding a dragon. I've only seen it on TV, but it feels even better in real life. So handsome, this type of fireworks is rarely seen in rural areas. Even the fireworks bought from businesses are all regular ones that explode in the sky. The last time a similar one was set off was by the Qin family. Ha, someone murmured, don't tell me it's a bit like the dragon-shaped fireworks that the Qin family set off last time. But it's bigger than that one, and judging by the location, it's not the Qin family's location. Fuck. Zhou and his men were also startled. Just as they were about to rush out, they couldn't help but pause, staring at the fireworks outside in a daze. Someone asked in surprise, today is the 8th day of the first lunar month, which isn't a big day. Who would set off such a big firework? Yes, as soon as he finished speaking, fireworks exploded in the sky again. Shintiansi and the others were stunned by the fireworks, but Shintiansi was the first to react. While everyone else's attention is focused on the fireworks, let's take the opportunity to sneak over. We must not let Brother Jian get into danger. Good, hurry up. But they had just taken 2 steps when they saw fireworks exploding in the sky again. In front of the Qin family's door, Pao Gu and the others were ready to go, but they were also startled by the sudden fireworks. Many of them almost dropped their weapons and cursed fuck. Damn it! Who set off the fireworks and scared me? Damn, I almost had a heart attack. Brother Pao was so frightened that he was trembling inside and said to himself, damn it. Wait. I'll come find you after I finish dealing with Qin Jiang. You must compensate me for the mental damages of scaring me. Then he looked at Qin Jiang and others again, and he couldn't help but feel even more angry when he saw that they didn't show any fear but a little weird look on their faces. They simply didn't take him seriously. He has no idea at all. Qin Jiang didn't take him seriously at all, but his strange expression was not directed at him but at the fireworks in the sky. This firework is extremely similar to the Black Dragon fireworks, and it is even the one that Qin Jiang once had customized at a fireworks factory, for it is to be used when Black Dragon has any important activities in the future, so as to better enhance the reputation of Black Dragon. But why this firework is set off here? You should know that there are only a handful of people in the entire Black Dragon company who are qualified to mobilize this firework. Qin Jiang pondered inwardly and instantly guessed something. He looked to the side and saw Sejio nodding. Qin Jiang, you guessed it too? Sejio, The fireworks factory must have been robbed. Qin Jiang. Fuck. Brother Pao saw Qin Jiang and Sejio still talking and laughing at this time, and he couldn't help but get even more angry. Qin Jiang, right? Today, Mr. Whoosh, boom, he was just halfway through his words when another explosion sounded in the sky. Incomparably gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the sky. This time, instead of a dragon pattern, a single word formed in the sky. Wishgrass. Pao Gu ignored the fireworks and was about to speak again. Boom, the sky exploded with fireworks again, still with one word, a river, then the third, fourth, and so on. Fireworks exploded one after another, and at the same time, words appeared one after another. Elder brother born day. Moreover, the fireworks seemed to be getting closer and closer, allowing people near the Qin family to see them more and more clearly. What's going on? Joe looked at the fireworks and asked in confusion, why do these fireworks seem to be getting closer and closer, as if they are moving? The next moment, a soft voice came from the intercom in his arms. A report, a large convoy is entering Lianhua Township. It's massive, with dozens of cars, including luxury vehicles. And inside, there's a large vehicle setting off fireworks. We didn't stop them for fear of alerting them. Requesting instructions, Josua was stunned, realizing that he was not wrong. The fireworks were really getting closer. He looked at the characters that kept appearing in the sky as if he had guessed something, and murmured, no way. Someone on the side whispered, what's wrong with Chief Joe? Should we rush out immediately? Joe shook his head, wait a little longer. At the same time, he picked up the intercom and said, don't act rashly. Pay attention to the direction of this convoy. The next moment, a voice came from the intercom, looking in the direction. It seems to be where you are, Chief Shou. Yes. Right where you are. Today boom, now, boom. Brother Pao was so angry that he was constantly interrupted. As the saying goes, 1 is strong, 2 is weak, and 3 is exhausted. He felt that his speech now was not as powerful as before. Damn it! Who the hell set off the fireworks? When will it ever end? Brother Pao looked at the direction of the fireworks with great anger. Zhen Liang looked at the fireworks in the sky and said, Brother Pao, it looks like someone is celebrating a birthday. Brother Pao, such huge fireworks on your birthday? How come I didn't know there were such awesome people in Lotus Township? Zhen Liang didn't answer him. Of course he didn't know. Not to mention Lianhua Township, even in Mu County, such fireworks for birthday celebrations were rarely seen. This kind of fireworks that could explode into specific fonts and patterns were still very expensive in 2011, and few people were willing to buy them. At this time, the neighbors watched the fireworks explode in the sky and guessed that someone was celebrating a birthday. It was so obvious that it couldn't be more obvious. Whose birthday is it? Is there such a big shot in our Lotus Township? Why didn't I know about it before? Have you noticed that these fireworks seem to be getting closer and the noise is getting louder? Happy birthday, Brother Jiang. Who is Brother Jiang? Who is Brother Jiang? In the yard, the Qin family members looked at the fireworks in the sky and guessed that they were birthday fireworks. They all looked at Qin Jiang, who was standing in the middle of the crowd outside the door. After all, they came here today to celebrate Qin Jiang's birthday. Qin Jiang, Brother Jiang. Could it be? The next moment, waiting for Brother Pa to build up his strength and say something harsh. Boom, then a huge firework exploded in the sky. This time, there was not a single word but 7 words. Happy birthday, Brother Jiang. The appearance of this firework made everyone present change their expression slightly, so the firework seemed to explode beside them, and even those who were running could feel that the firework was moving towards them. Why do fireworks move, and getting closer and closer to them, before they could even raise their eyebrows? They all froze in shock as they heard the clear roar of a car from across the street. Boom. Chapter 308, The Black Dragon Arrives. Happy birthday to Brother Jiang. Boom, boom, boom. I saw a large luxury convoy traveling at the intersection, with $2 million Mercedes-Benz CS at the front, a luxury Mercedes-Benz S in the middle, and dozens of Jeeps following behind. You can guess at a glance that this size of luxury convoy is not a simple existence. What's more, places like Lotus Township appear. At the end of the convoy, there was a large truck with a large number of fireworks placed behind it. It was obvious that all the fireworks were released from this truck, which also explained why the fireworks were getting closer and closer. A security officer was surprised and said, "Wow. I was wondering why the fireworks were getting closer. Turns out they were on the car. Whoever came up with this, that's amazing. But what are they doing in Lotus Township? Whose birthday are they celebrating?" Joshua said directly, "It should be given to Qin Jiang." Other security, Sigma, surprised face, "What, is this scene celebrating Qin Jiang's birthday?" Chief Joe did not explain. He was also aware that these people were not aware of Qin Jiang's power in Songjiang. Otherwise, they would have guessed without him saying anything that they were here to celebrate Qin Jiang's birthday. He had seen Qin Jiang's large-scale motorcade before. Although it was not as luxurious as the one in front of him, it was similar. Besides, he had also heard that Qin Jiang had already risen to a higher level in Songjiang. This Shintianzi was a little stunned by the commotion. Seeing that the convoy had completely blocked the road in front of the Qin family, he forgot to bring people to rush out. The change came too suddenly. Seeing this scene, the neighbors couldn't help but come out of the hospital to see it, and looked at the convoy in amazement. "Wow, is this a motorcade? It's even more luxurious than the weddings of those big shots in the county. What's going on in our Lotus Township? Why are there so many things going on during the new year? Who is this big shot? Awesome. I'm sure he's even more impressive than Qin Jiang. Otherwise, he wouldn't be riding in a luxury car fleet." Brother Pao was also stunned. Looking at the person he had just angered, he felt he didn't dare to say anything harsh. A convoy. He had seen Huasheng boss Zhou Hua traveling in Songjiang before, and the scale of the trip had greatly shocked him, but he never expected to see a fleet even more impressive than Huasheng in Lianhua Township. This, who should be sitting inside, even more awesome than Brother Hua. But what are these beings doing in Lotus Township, on the side? Junliang whispered, "Brother Pao. We seem to be blocking the road. Should we?" He didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. 7 or 8 of them had blocked the road, and the opposing convoy had also entered, completely blocking their path. If they didn't move, the opposing convoy would have no choice but to back out and take another route. But the size of the convoy made him worried. "Listen to this." Brother Pao hesitated. "Giving way, wouldn't that mean making him give in? Not only would the oppressive aura he had just built up with great difficulty disappear, but it would also definitely damage his reputation. But not going ahead, can he really offend the opponent? If he happens to meet a ruthless person, it would definitely not be a good thing for him who is already in a lonely state. Give way, not on the road." After a moment of hesitation, Brother Pao made a decision. "Let the brothers drive the car aside and clear the road." Good. Jinliang had just made absolute preparations to ask the people below to make way, but see, the huge convoy on the opposite side stopped directly in front of the Qin family compound, which was right in front of them. Under everyone's gaze, bang! 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 Young men in black suits got out of the car one by one. They had solemn faces, upright postures, and defiant eyes. It was obvious that they were not ordinary social elites, giving people a huge sense of oppression. Several young men in black suits stepped forward to open the doors of several million-dollar luxury cars, and 4 more imposing young men got out. Each of them stood out from the crowd. After all, a large number of young men in black suits gathered around them, which clearly showed that they were of extraordinary status. At last point, 4 young men and other young men in black suits were seen gathered around a luxury Mercedes-Benz S car in the middle. Bang! The car door was opened. A man in a black formal suit with a special pattern and a pigtail got out of the car. He had a mysterious smile on his face and a special fan hanging around his waist. Surrounded by dozens of young men in black formal suits on both sides, he looked very powerful. Immediately, in full view of everyone, the young man with pigtails led the others and slowly walked towards the Qin family. A gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard. Obviously, many people were shocked by this appearance. For many people in rural areas, this kind of appearance in the spotlight and surrounded by a large number of people is something they could never dream of. These pictures are more majestic and impactful than those on TV. A security guard, wow. Who is this? Such a grand appearance. With a pigtail and a fan, what a unique personality. Could it be some super rich second generation? Joshua, not a rich second generation. He recognized Zhu Zheng's identity, and he also knew the identities of Wang Tao and others clearly. After these people appeared, his previous uncertainty became true. It was obvious that these people came to celebrate Qin Zhang's birthday, which made him speechless. Damn, is it necessary to celebrate a birthday in such a grand manner? At the same time, a voice kept coming from the intercom. Captain Zhou, what's going on? Do you want us to go and provide support? Chief Zhou, block the exit and be ready to arrest at any time, clear. At this time, Brother Pao's expression changed slightly when he saw Zhu Zheng and others slowly walking towards him. He didn't know these people, but he saw an inexplicably familiar aura of power in the people across from him. It was not something that a normal company employee could possess. He had only seen a similar aura in Huashang before. No. Even those people in Huashang were not as powerful as the people in front of him. So, who are these people? Who was the young man with pigtails leading the group? Is he a top social figure from Songjiang? Or a social figure from somewhere else? Why is he so young, the second generation of society? All kinds of doubts kept arising in his mind. What puzzled him most was what these people were doing here. He looked at the people coming towards him and always had a bad feeling in his heart, as if something bad was going to happen. Etc. Pao Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. Fireworks to celebrate. Happy birthday, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Qin Jiang. Could it be? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he immediately shook his head. No way. How could such a ridiculous situation occur? Didn't Brother Shang say that he was Xiao Kaolumi and was not worth mentioning? He must be imagining things, but the next moment he was stunned. Not only Brother Pao. The rest of the neighbors, Joshua, Zhang Laolu, and even Shen Tianxi were all stunned on the spot. Just see as Zhu Zhang and the others arrived in front of the Qin family courtyard. Zhu Zhang glanced at Pao Go and the others casually, frowning slightly but not reacting much. Then he looked at Qin Zhang in front of the main gate and smiled. Under the incredulous gazes of countless people, he shouted to Qin Zhang, Black Dragon Zhu Zhang. Wang Tao and others on both sides shouted, Black Dragon King Tao. Black Dragon Sun Yuan. Black Dragon Zhao Shanhe. Black Dragon Feng Lin. Xu Zhang, with all the brothers, I wish Brother Jiang a happy birthday, may you have this day every year. Wang Tao and his 4 companions on both sides, as well as dozens of Black Dragon Corps members behind them, shouted loudly, Happy birthday, Brother Jiang. May you have this day every year. Happy birthday, Brother Jiang. May you have this day every year. Chapter 309, Brother Pao, I'm here to celebrate your birthday, Qin Jiang. Celebrate your birthday with weapons for a while. Waves of cheers echoed throughout the world. This moment took place in the gradually darkening night, illuminated by a large number of car lights and cheered by dozens of Black Dragon personnel. Qin Jiang, standing in front of the door, seemed to be infinitely taller, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at him. He seemed to be standing in the center of the world. He was the focus of everyone's attention. He was the most handsome guy in the world. Hiss. There was a constant sound of gasps of this, is my vision blurry? That important figure coming down from the luxury motorcade is congratulating Qin Jiang on his birthday. They came to celebrate Qin Jiang's birthday? And they all treated Qin Jiang with such respect. Why does it feel unreal to me? If someone of such high status is so respectful to Qin Jiang, then what level of existence is Qin Jiang? There were constant exclamations from the neighbors. Although they knew that Qin Jiang should be doing well and had some status in Songjiang, they did not expect him to be such an awesome person. Some things are one thing to imagine, and another to witness with your own eyes. At least looking at the scene in front of him gave him a sense of unreality and confusion, and he looked at Qin Jiang with awe. Even though Zhou reminded them that these people might be celebrating Qin Jiang's birthday, the security guards still couldn't remain calm when they saw this scene. Moreover, celebrating a birthday was different from celebrating a birthday. This way of celebrating a birthday was obviously unusual, which made people have to speculate. Director Zhou.
What on earth is Qin Jiang doing in Songjiang? Is his business really legitimate? These people don't look like normal employees. Whose employees all dress up in black suits? Something is wrong. 11 out of 10, Joe didn't answer directly. He didn't know how to respond. He had only seen Qin Jiang's motorcade, and this was his first time seeing such a scene. He could only say, this business is definitely a legitimate business. As for whether the person is legitimate, it's a bit debatable at the moment. Shintianzi and others also widened their eyes when they saw this scene. What do they see? Dozens of these newly arrived, extraordinary-looking people came from such a luxurious convoy and saluted Brother Jiang in unison to celebrate his birthday. Wait, the first few people who spoke up had two words written before their identities, Black Dragon. Not long ago, Brother Jiang just told them that the company he founded in Songjiang is Heilong.so. In other words, these people are all Brother Jiang's subordinates in Songjiang, no? Someone asked in surprise, is Brother Jiang so powerful in Songjiang? He has so many followers? He has such a fleet? Didn't Brother Sijo say that Black Dragon is a legitimate company and never breaks the law? But it doesn't look like that. The others were also confused. Even Shintianzi was stunned by the scene before him. It looks not normal. The Qin family was also stunned as they looked at the scene outside. Shocking, confused, unbelievable. Their suspicions were actually true. All these powerful figures had actually come to celebrate Qin Jiang's birthday. What on earth was Qin Jiang doing in Songjiang? His business had even been featured on TV, so why did it still seem so unofficial? Others were still shocked. At this moment, Pao Gu and others who were at the center of the storm naturally couldn't remain calm, and they were even the most shocked among them. After all, they came here to bring trouble to Qin Jiang. As a result, a large group of people who are obviously of extraordinary status and very imposing came to celebrate Qin Jiang's birthday. It puts them in a bit of a dilemma. Vision. Liang, Pao, Brother Pao, what should I do? Pao Gu, shut up. He was too lazy to answer Jin Liang's words. His brain was searching frantically. How could he accept that all his worries just now had become reality, and he was extremely suspicious. Brother Sheng had clearly said that Qin Jiang was just a small-time figure who ran a night market. Why, whoever runs a night market can afford to support so many followers and provide them with such a fleet of cars. That's right, with his keen eyesight, he could naturally see that Wang Tao and others were not company employees or the like, but people of the same kind as him, or in other words, real social elites who were a level higher than him. Only such people could have such aura and make him feel fear in his heart at a glance. Furthermore, how could an ordinary worker travel thousands of miles to celebrate his boss' birthday? Ordinary workers don't call their boss brother. The general working class has a weak aura, and it is difficult for them to give people a sense of humility or fear. This moment, his mind was so full of thoughts that he had lost the idea of continuing to attack Qin Jiang, and instead focused on how to leave safely. Just as his heart was constantly changing, Qin Jiang first glanced at Zhu Zhang and others. Although he was a little surprised that they came, he was not shocked. He could guess the plot after a rough thought. Looking at the expressions of his parents, the Qin family and the neighbors, he guessed that such a scene would definitely cause misunderstandings again. But he couldn't blame Zhu Zhang and others. After all, they came to celebrate his birthday. Therefore, he just said loudly to Zhu Zhang and others, "Good." Then he looked at Pao Gu. His expression suddenly turned cold, and said indifferently, "What did you just say?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Zhang and dozens of other people also looked at Brother Pao and others with unfriendly eyes. Anyone could see that there was something wrong with Brother Pao and others, and they definitely were not here to celebrate Brother Jiang's birthday, who made them hold weapons in their hands. So, combined with what Brother Jiang just said, it is not difficult to guess that these people are most likely here to cause trouble. Therefore, Zhu Zhang and others looked extremely ugly. Even Wang Tao waved his hand, and many of his younger brothers returned to the car and pulled out a specially made and extremely hard black umbrella from under the seats. These black umbrellas were specially distributed by Qin Jiang. No matter where and on what occasion, it is legal to hold an umbrella, and under special circumstances, it is more useful than a baseball bat. It is also very convenient to use when it rains. It is simply a must-have item for travel. At present, every Black Dragon has one and always keeps it in the car. Click. Pao Gu felt like he was being stared at by dozens of eyes, and he felt even worse when he saw many Black Dragon personnel taking out black sticks from the car. It was a bit dark, so he couldn't see clearly that they were black umbrellas. That if a fight really breaks out,
The dozens of people he has are afraid of suffering losses. He knows clearly that there are only a dozen of his brothers who are brave enough to fight, and the rest are all brothers who can only shout or fight when the wind is favorable. However, the dozens of people on the opposite side look like ruthless people, plus the imposing power he had just displayed, just afraid, once the fight breaks out, more than half of his men will scatter, and the rest will have no chance of fighting. Thinking of this, he looked at Qin Jiang, whose eyes were cold, and an idea flashed in his mind. He shouted, "You must be Qin Jiang, brother Jiang. I've heard of you for a long time. I heard that it was your birthday today, brother Jiang." "Yes, it was your birthday, so I came here to congratulate you." "Celebrate my birthday." Qin Jiang looked at Pao Gu coldly and said, "Celebrate my birthday with a weapon, weapons?" Pao Gu looked at the iron rod in his hand and was anxious. "What should I do? What should I do? Think quickly, stupid brain." Chapter 310, Collaborative Capture. Qin Jiang, capture them all. Brush. But brother Pao was looking at the machete in Jin Liang's hand when he suddenly got inspired. He snatched the machete from the other person's hand and struck it with the iron rod in his hand, making a crisp sound. "Sing it out loud at the same time, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Brothers Jinliang and others on both sides were stunned at first, but then they all reacted and started beating their weapons to make sounds with the rhythm of happy birthday. They also started to sing the birthday song together with the rhythm of their brother Pao, "Happy birthday to you." Dozens of X. This scene is so ridiculous, anyone who sees dozens of gangsters using weapons to beat birthday rhythms and sing birthday songs together to celebrate someone's birthday will be speechless. Jiang Laolu also continued to sing. His smile was uglier than crying, and his whole body was shaking with despair. Why? Why on earth? What happened to Qin Jiang? Why are there so many people celebrating his birthday at this critical moment? Now even brother Pao is scared and has to sing the birthday song. Will I be unable to make a comeback in the future and can only hold it in? 30 years on the west side of the river, don't bully the poor middle-aged people. Do I really have to be poor forever when I am middle-aged? Jiang Laolu kept thinking about various things in his heart, but he didn't dare to stop talking and hid in the crowd secretly, for fear that Qin Jiang would notice him and cause trouble for him. A security guard said, "Is this even possible? This Li Day is quite shameless. He thinks very quickly at the critical moment." Dozens of thugs banging their weapons and singing happy birthday. This is really an eye-opener for me today. Didi, the phone in Joe's pocket rang. He took it out and checked it. He saw a text message with only 8 words: frowny face, conclusive evidence, collective arrest. Dry. Chief Joe clenched his fists tightly, not daring to hesitate. He immediately pressed the intercom and said, "All departments, prepare to arrest and block the escape routes according to the plan. Don't let anyone escape. I will personally commend everyone for their efforts afterwards. Receive. Guaranteed to complete the mission." The next moment, Chief Joe did not rush out with his men. Instead, he looked at Zhu Zhang, Wang Tao and the others who appeared in front of the Qin family's courtyard. His eyes flashed with brilliance. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Qin Jiang, a request for cooperation. Capture the criminal. Then he looked at the people beside him and said, "Wait for my order, prepare to encircle and capture them." Security guard A, who are we arresting? Li Da? Or the new gang? Or both gangs? Chief Joe slapped him in the face and said, "Nonsense. Of course it's Li Da's gang. The others are all regular company employees. They are our partners in this cooperation and we can't arrest them." Security guard A muttered quietly, "Is it legitimate? Why didn't I see that?" Shintianzi and others felt that the scene outside was extremely strange and no longer planned to rush out. There was no need to rush out no matter how they looked at it. This time, their minds were still full of thoughts about what kind of company their brother Jiang had founded in Songjiang. Serious? In front of the hospital, Pao Gu and others sang the happy birthday song 3 times before they stopped. Pao Gu looked at Qin Jiang, whose expression was still indifferent as if nothing had changed. He felt a little nervous inside and quickly fumbled around his body and asked a few people around him to take out cash to make up the 20,000 yuan. He handed the 20,000 yuan to Qin Jiang. "This 20,000 yuan is a birthday gift for brother Jiang. Don't mind my hasty arrival, brother Jiang. From now on,
Brother Jiang, when you go to the county town, I will definitely welcome you with open arms. If you need anything, just let me know. Oh, by the way, I have some things to do in the county town. If you have nothing else, I'll leave first." Seeing that Qin Jiang didn't move, he put the 20,000 yuan on the ground and was about to take his people away carefully. This, looking at the 20,000 yuan on the ground and Pao Go and others who were tiptoeing to leave without any momentum, everyone in the Qin family was extremely shocked and looked at Qin Jiang with fear. What kind of person is this in their family? He was able to scare the famous cannon man in the county so much that he led his men to beat the rhythm with weapons and sing birthday songs, and even left 20,000 yuan as a birthday gift. It's just outrageous. Just when everyone thought that everything was over, a cold voice sounded, "Did I let you go, brush?" Pao Go and the others were stunned and looked back at Qin Jiang with great trepidation, not knowing what the other party was going to do. The neighbors in Qin's family also looked at Qin Jiang with doubts. The other party has already surrendered so submissively, and you still want to push for it. Wouldn't that be too outrageous, Li De? Brother Jiang, do you have anything else to say? Qin Jiang looked at Pao Go and the others with an extremely cold expression and said, "Since you dare to come and seek trouble with me, Qin Jiang, then you won't have to see the sun tomorrow. Take them all down." What would Brother Pao was so shocked that he didn't even have time to say anything. Just see Zhu Zhang and others on the opposite side have already taken action. Wang Tao, come on, take them all. Sun Yuan, turn on the night recorder. Feng Lin, strictly enforce the Black Dragon rules. Xiao Shanhe, how dare you mess with Brother Jiang? Damn it! Just call me Brother Pao. Crash. Zhu Zhang led dozens of black dragons to charge Pao Go and the others. Several of them, under Sun Yuan's command, had already taken out their night cameras to record the entire scene. Similarly, Sijou also rushed out with Zhang Qi and the others. In the corner, Josua also ordered, "Hurry, act." See this, Pao Ji's face turned pale and he had no intention of resisting at all. He turned around and ran away. Junliang and the thugs he brought with him also turned around and ran away. At first, they planned to get in the car, but found that the road was completely blocked by Zhu Zhang and his team, so they had to flee in all directions. Swish! Brother Pao was a veteran after all. He turned around and took advantage of the night to get under an off-road vehicle. He used the vehicle lights to check the scene outside. A series of miserable sounds reached his ears. "Oh my god, it has nothing to do with me. I just came here to gather people for $100. Damn it, who kicked me in the kidney? I surrender. I'll be with Brother Jiang from now on. Don't kill me." And the Black Dragon staff scolded, "Get down. Get down." Chinese law no. The constant screams of submission from his younger brothers filled Pao Ji's ears, making him furious. Damn it! I spent so much money raising you guys, and yet you just act like a chained, surrendered idiot at the critical moment? What kind of thing is that? Fuck! You're useless. Of course, we can't blame his subordinates for being too weak. The enemy is simply outnumbered and there is a big gap in momentum between the two sides. Even if there were a few capable men ready to resist, they would be easily suppressed by Sijou. What puzzled Brother Pao was that he vaguely saw those Black Dragon personnel rushing in front of his younger brother but did not attack him on the spot, just blocking their way. It was not until his younger brother attacked them that they muttered something. Chinese law, and were fighting back. What the hell is what Ada doing? But he didn't care to think that hiding under the car would be discovered sooner or later and he had to escape back to the county town immediately. He looked around and locked his eyes on the Chow family across the street. He immediately climbed out from under the car and rushed in when the night was dark and there were no car lights. Chapter 311, Arrest completed, filed for record fighting, no suspense from the beginning, especially after the extremely fierce Sijou joined, the few capable fighters among Jinliang were easily suppressed. In addition, the leader Pao Go had hidden under the car at the very beginning and escaped, so naturally it was difficult for the others to resist. Get down! Get down! Fuck! I'll make you dishonest, the 1,000-year killer. Soon, the chaotic sounds of fighting turned into cries of begging for mercy. Many of Pao Ji's men squatted or even knelt on the ground, their faces filled with fear. After all, they had just heard Qin Jiang say with their own ears, "Let them not see the sun tomorrow." The murderous intent in his words was a bit too strong, so they shouted, "I was wrong. Please spare me.
I was forced to come here, Brother Jiang, Father Jiang, Grandpa Jiang. I'm only in my early 20s, I still have a bright future ahead of me. Tot, as long as you keep me alive, I'll do anything. When Zhou and his men rushed over, the scene was basically under control, and a large number of Pao Ji's subordinates were squatting or kneeling on the ground, not daring to resist Joshua. Is it over again? I didn't use myself again, but seeing the people all over the ground, they were also very excited. It would be difficult for them to catch so many people by themselves. Even if they could achieve the current effect, it might take a long time and there might even be injuries. However, Qin Jiang and others did it easily. Yet he shook his head and without thinking too much, he gave the order, tie all these people up and take them to the car. Immediately the other security guards stepped forward to hand over to Black Dragon's men. Zhou then strode over to Qin Jiang and smiled at Qin's father and mother. Amidst their worry, he expressed immense gratitude to Qin Jiang, saying, "Thank you so much for your help, Mr. Qin. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Leave the rest to us." Qin Jiang nodded calmly. On the side, Zhu Zhang and Wang Tao came over after taking control of the situation. Wang Tao said respectfully to Qin Jiang, "Brother Jiang, we've arrested 24 people in total, and only a few of our brothers have minor injuries." As soon as these words were spoken, Chief Zhou was a little surprised. They arrested 24 people but only suffered minor injuries. Even they could hardly have such a result. He didn't know whether to say that Brother Pao and others were useless or that the Black Dragon personnel were too professional in fighting. He even couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is the Black Dragon company really legitimate with such company employees? But the next moment he was stunned. Just see, Sun Yuan handed him a memory card to the scene. It made him feel extremely familiar. Really, Sun Yuan said, "Here is the full video of the arrest we just made. It proves that our officers were acting in self-defense and did not actively assault anyone. Please keep this for your records." Joshua Sigma, surprised face, "No, didn't you all suddenly come to celebrate Qin Zhang's birthday, and then charge at his command? Even this was recorded?" It was as if this was all planned. He had no idea that recording was a mandatory course for Black Dragon, and that it was done without anyone reminding him. There was even a dedicated recording room at Black Dragon headquarters, where someone was responsible for sending out special evidence express mail, 3 copies, to ensure there were no mistakes. Chief Zhou said, "That's not necessary. You were just cooperating with the police in this arrest, which is considered meritorious service within the rules. No one will use this as an excuse. Qin Jiang, it's better to be prepared. As for your meritorious service, I hope your banner can be delivered soon." Chief Zhou, "Of course. We didn't send it to you last time because we were afraid of alerting the enemy. This time you have helped us so much. I will submit an application report later. This time the county will personally present you with a certificate and a banner. I guarantee you will be satisfied," he said confidently. After all, the success in arresting Pao Go and others this time is definitely a great achievement. Those who have made contributions to this case will naturally be rewarded. Brush, security officer A came over and said anxiously, "Captain Zhou, there are 5 people missing, and Li De is not among them." What Josua's expression changed slightly. Li De is his most important target today. If he lets him escape, not only will he not get any credit, he might even be scolded. Think of this. He hurriedly took the intercom and asked, "What's going on with the other groups?" Sizzle. Following a burst of electric current, several voices were heard. A team is currently trying to capture a fugitive named Zhang San. Team 2 is currently trying to apprehend 2 individuals who escaped, Wang Ermatzi and Xiao Taoqi. Team 3 is currently arresting 1 person. His name is Li Si. The 4 groups did not gain anything. Chief Zhou's face was gloomy. It was dark and crowded, so he couldn't see the specific situation clearly. In addition, he was a little excited and thought everything was going well, so he didn't notice Li De running away. I couldn't help but growl, "Keep your eyes open and capture Li De. He's on the run and we can't let him escape the encirclement." Then he said to security guard A, "Have someone search the snow piles, the corners, everywhere." He glanced at Qin Jiang with a hint of help, clearly realizing he was short-staffed and hoping for his help. Finding someone in the dark was a struggle, but he noticed Qin Jiang's calm expression, as if he didn't care at all about Li De's escape. And rightly so. Whether the other party ran away or not was of no consequence to Qin Jiang. He wasn't sure if Qin Jiang, upon hearing Li De's escape, was equally determined to capture him, but Qin Zhang's confidence and his expressionless demeanor prevented Zhou from noticing anything. Qin Zhang, check. Chief Zhou showed a look of delight, but when he looked around he found that the Black Dragon personnel were gathering here and had no intention of scattering to investigate. What's going on? Qin Zhang's orders didn't work? Or didn't he hear them? Subconsciously, he prepared to repeat Qin Zhang's orders. Suddenly, Sun Yuan's voice came from the side. I found it. Found it? What did you find out? Chief Zhou looked at Sun Yuan in confusion, only to see Sun Yuan hand the video recorder directly to him. However, he saw that the image above the video recorder was extremely clear, recording the pitch-black environment clearly. It was night vision recording equipment. And it was top-notch equipment, far better than what they had at the Institute, which made him even more cautious about Qin Zhang, but he didn't have time to think so much, and stared at the screen. On the screen, Li Di took advantage of the chaos and crawled directly under the SUV. He was about to ask someone to check under the car, but he saw that Sun Yuan did not stop playing. After thinking about it, he realized that it was impossible for the other party to still be hiding under the car. Even if his men were stupid, they would not be able to find him. You can only continue to view the screen. A few minutes later, Lida jumped out of the car and took advantage of the dark chaos to sneak into the opposite courtyard with an extremely agile body. Brush. Chief Zhou looked directly towards the corresponding courtyard and picked up the intercom. Has Team 4 found the target? Sizzle, nothing was found. Group 4. This is the escape direction corresponding to this courtyard. Now that Group 4 has found nothing, it means people. Right in this courtyard, there, if he remembered correctly, it was Chao family. Chapter 312, Brother Pao is desperate and wants to kill everyone now. Chief Zhou waved his hand and said, surround them. The person is most likely inside. Make sure to catch him, yes. Several security guards agreed to rush to Chao's house, but they didn't even jump directly into the yard through the gate. Boom. Boom, a security guard knocked on the door and shouted, open the door. Let me explain this in two ways. When Zhou Suo, Qin Zhang, and others were looking for where Pao Gu had gone, Pao Gu took advantage of the night to rush out from Chao's backyard, but he happened to see the security guards lying in ambush outside, so he had to turn back and jump into the house from the back window of Chao's house, scaring Chao's father and mother who were climbing through the front window to watch the fun. Just as Chao's mother was about to speak, Brother Pao, holding a machete, said coldly, if you dare to scream, I will stab you to death. Well, Mother Chao closed her mouth and trembled. Father Chao suddenly had an idea and said, don't mess around. We are all family, there is no need to kill each other. Pao Gu, who is your own people? Chao's father, aren't you here to deal with Qin Jian? To be honest, my family and Qin Jiang have an irreconcilable feud. Qin Jiang put my son in jail and I hate him to the core. Since you and Qin Jiang have a grudge, then you must be good friends. It's okay for you to hide here, and we won't report you. He didn't say anything against his will. He knew that it was impossible for him to take revenge on Qin Jiang with his own strength, but at the same time he was filled with immense hatred, then he could only place his hopes on other people. Although Brother Pao was killed by Qin Jiang, he believed that as long as this leader could escape, he would definitely cause trouble for Qin Jiang. In any case, the possibility of revenge would be much greater than his own. Anyway, as long as Qin Jiang was uncomfortable, he was willing to do it. Hearing this, Pao Gu looked deeply at Chao's father and mother, and only when he saw that they did not seem to be lying did he breathe a sigh of relief. He heard faint voices begging for mercy outside and his face looked grim. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I might have been caught. I don't know how Qin Jiang will treat these brothers. Does he really dare to be cruel? That's right, it was too chaotic and dark just now, so he didn't see Zhou Suo and other security personnel. He always thought that Qin Jiang was dissatisfied and was attacking him. Not only his neighbors, the Qin family, but also Chao's father and mother did not see Zhou Suo and others clearly, otherwise Chao's father and mother would not dare to easily protect Pao Gu. Okay. Brother Pao looked at the two of them and said, you two helped me today, and I will definitely repay you in the future. If your family has any problems in Mu County in the future, you can come to me. I will also find a way to get your son out. You two can keep an eye on the situation outside for me. Father Chao, okay. Brother Pao picked up the phone and made a call. He wanted to find out what was going on. Isn't it said that Qin Jiang is just a night market owner? didn't you say he was little Cammy? Why do we have so many elite subordinates in such a luxurious fleet, even more luxurious than Washington? Beep, beep, hello, who is it? Zhou Shang's impatient voice came out. Brother Pao, Brother Shang, it's me. Xiao Pao. Why are you calling me again? Pao Gu, Brother Shang, didn't you say that Qin Jiang was just a night market owner? Why does he have so many elite subordinates? I saw dozens of them, and he can even drive a luxury car fleet. What's going on with Qin Jiang? The phone was silent for a moment. Zhou Shang sighed immediately afterward. Looks like you're doomed, you loser. I thought you could do something. Really? I shouldn't have looked down on you. How could you possibly handle someone who's giving my brother a headache? Pao Gu, Shang, Brother Shang, what do you mean? I don't understand. Zhou Shang was too lazy to explain to him and hung up the phone on the spot, cursing in his heart. Waste. Beep, beep, hearing the busy tone on the phone, Pao Gu felt something was wrong. Absolutely wrong. What did he mean by even his brother is giving him a headache? Who was his brother? Zhou Hua, CEO of Huasheng, Qin Jiang gives his brother a headache. Isn't it said that he works at the night market? What is going on? Swipe. Pao Gu thought for a moment and then searched for a number in his phone book, found someone and called it. After a long time. The other party answered and said, Who is it? Brother Dong. It's me. Mu Xian Xiao Pao. Xiao Pao? The person on the other end of the line thought for a moment before saying calmly, what's the matter? Brother Dong. Do you know there's a guy named Qin Jiang in Songjiang? What? Qin Jiang. There were exclamations and even the clattering of tables and chairs from the other end of the line, as if frightened by something. Are you talking about Qin Jiang from the Black Dragon Night Market? Heilong Night Market? Pao Ji's face was stunned. So Qin Jiang really worked at the night market? But why did the night market owner make the other party so panic? He whispered, I'm not sure, but he was driving a luxury Mercedes-Benz S with a license plate of 4/8. And he was accompanied by a strong man who was nearly 2 meters tall. You have offended him. Hearing the extremely cold voice coming from the phone, Brother Pao felt a chill in his heart and subconsciously said, No. No, it's better not to. He is not someone you can afford to offend. Pao Gu, who is he? Who? Who are you talking about? The chairman of the Black Dragon Group. He has 2 projects with annual revenues exceeding 100 million yuan, and he has hundreds of subordinates. He's the boss in Songjiang North District. Huasheng knows this, right? A few months ago, Qin Jiang brought his men to attack Buckingham and smashed him up, but Buckingham had to grit his teeth and suffer the loss. Few people in Songjiang would mess with him. If you really offend him, just wait to be drowned. I'm not trying to scare you. Many people who offended him were drowned in the river. There's a famous saying in Songjiang, if you offend Qin Jiang, you will be drowned in the river tonight. After saying that, he hung up the phone as if he had guessed something, and even chose to turn off the phone for fear of getting into trouble. What? Chairman Heilong, thousands of little brothers, smash Buckingham, waiting for Xinjiang. Wow. Brother Pao felt that his body could not stop shaking, his legs were weak and he was about to collapse to the ground, his face full of despair. He was such an existence that even Huasheng did not dare to offend, yet he dared to bring people up to provoke him. Impure old man's longevity lanyard, seeking death, especially the last words the other party said and what the other party said when he confronted Qin Jiang. Let him not see the sun tomorrow. This, are they going to drown him in the river? What to do? It's over. He doesn't want to die. Right at this moment. Boom. Boom, there was a hurried knock on the door. Who is it? Chao's father asked in a low voice. Open the door. Routine inspection. Is there any dangerous person sneaking into your house? Open the door quickly. Chao's father, no. There are no dangerous people in my room. We are all asleep. You can go look somewhere else. Open the door. Chao's father, don't break the door. He thought Qin Jiang had sent people to search and had no intention of opening the door, and winked at Brother Pao to find a place to hide first. Outside. In the darkness, neither the neighbors nor the Qin family members in the yard could see Josua and his men clearly. In their eyes, they were there to give Qin Jiang orders to attack Pao Gu and his men, and soon they heard Pao Ji's men kneeling down and begging for mercy. Then a group of people rushed into Chow's yard and banged on the door frantically. Neighbors and the Qin family couldn't help but think of the conflict between Qin Jiang and the Chow family. Everyone knew that Chow's son had been taken in. Seeing this scene, they all had the same thought in their hearts: Qin Jiang wants to kill them all. Chapter 313. Brother Pao was arrested. Chow's parents were held, and they were all arrested immediately under their shocked gaze. Boom. Seeing that the door was not opened at all, several security guards had no choice but to break it in by force and kicked it in. What are you doing? Chow's father and mother were so frightened that they ran back, their faces filled with panic. Didn't I tell you that there was no one in there? You can't bully people like this, right? I told you I have the video. He pointed at the phone in his hand. He was afraid that someone would break in and do something. Everything you do is being recorded. My Chow family has connections and influence in the county. Breaking into a private house is illegal, but I'm a neighbor of the Qin family and have a good relationship with Qin's father. If you leave now, I'll pretend I know nothing. He shouted fiercely but weakly, obviously still thinking the people rushing in were Qin Jiang's men. But the next moment he was dumbfounded. He saw Chief Zhou stride in and look at Chow's father and mother and say, "Don't be afraid, you two. We are performing official duties. A criminal escaped from the direction of your house. We are conducting a routine inspection. We will compensate your door afterwards." Did you see anyone come in? This, Chow's father and mother, winky face, no, how did he go from being a Qin Jiang person to a public security official? What's going on? Weren't Qin Jiang's men just confronting Brother Pao? Why did the security guard show up? The two looked at each other and saw panic in each other's eyes. Harboring Pao Ge to resist Qin Jiang was nothing, but in the face of public security, they were committing a crime. Even in the towns and villages that didn't know much about the law in 2011, they knew it. That person, Chow's mother opened her mouth to tell it, but Chow's father interrupted him. We didn't see that man at all. He might have run to the yard or somewhere else. We were just in the house and didn't make any noise. He thought that Brother Pao was hiding in their closet. If he told others about it now, he would not be able to explain many things. It's better to have less trouble than more. First, trick Zhou Suo and the others away and let Brother Pao leave immediately. This way, he won't have to worry about being accused of harboring criminals. At the same time, he won't offend Brother Pao and make him hate him. Most importantly, he can continue to make things difficult for Qin Jiang, but how could their actions be hidden from Chief Zhou, who came from a criminal investigation background? He could tell at a glance that something was wrong with them. Swish. He exchanged glances with his men before grabbing his equipment and preparing to search and deal with any resistance. Zhou Suo directly ordered a search. Chow's father was shocked and asked, "What are you doing? You can't search my house without reason. Is this allowed? If you do this, I will go to the county and sue you. I say again, my family is not guilty at all." Bang! He didn't finish his words, so Brother Pao suddenly jumped out of the closet and appeared in front of everyone, startling the security guards. They all took out their weapons and pointed at each other, shouting, "Don't move! Public security! Don't move!" Chow father, "No, what are you rushing out for?" He looked at Pao Ge rushing out of the closet with a look of shock and a hint of panic on his face, but Brother Pao didn't even look at him but looked around. When he saw Zhou Suo, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He squatted on the ground without any resistance and raised his hands. "I surrender, I am guilty. Catch me. Catch me." This scene left Zhou Suo and the others confused. Shouldn't such a vicious gang leader fight to the death when being arrested? Why was he so submissive, kneeling down and surrendering without even being arrested? He didn't know that Brother Pao was hiding in the closet and was scared to death. He was very afraid that Qin Jiang's men would catch him and drown him in the river. Therefore, when he heard that it was the security guards rushing in, he felt relieved. In order to avoid being caught by Qin Jiang, he came out and surrendered directly anyway. He can't hide in such a small space. Besides, at the moment, it seems that inside is the safest place. At least you can save your life. Chief Zhou ordered his men to go forward and handcuff Brother Pao. Swish. He looked at Chow's father and mother. They had just said that no one was inside, but someone was hiding in the closet. It would be hard to say that they didn't see anything. Chow's father exclaimed, "Oh my! How come I didn't even know when he went into the closet? Isn't this ridiculous? Criminals are so cunning, Chow's mother echoed. Oh my god, that's too scary. Thank goodness you came in time, otherwise we would have been in trouble when we slept at night. Hiding in the closet. Who would have thought of this? Right at this moment, Brother Pao raised his hand. I'm reporting that these two people were deliberately shielding me. They asked me to hide in the closet and told me to help them deal with you. They also told me not to make a sound. Listen to this, Chief Joe said to the two without further ado. Due to your actions and the reports, we need you two to return and cooperate with the investigation. Come with us. Outside, under everyone's gaze, just a group of people rushed into Chow's house and heard bursts of scolding, and then several people were seen being arrested. At the same time, accompanied by bursts of shouting, it has nothing to do with us. You can't arrest us. Is there any justice? You can't arrest me? We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Please spare us. What he said is completely false. It's all his own fault, fuck. Believe it or not, I will kill you, Brother Pao's shout. Soon several people were brought to the Qin family courtyard on the spot. Brother Pao couldn't help but tremble his legs when he looked at Qin Jiang. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. He could still be fearless if he didn't know the other person's identity, but after knowing the other person's identity, he felt scared to death. Even I was a little worried when I knew I was going in soon. He couldn't help but put on what he thought was his most benevolent smile and said to Qin Jiang, Jiang, Brother Jiang. It's me who didn't recognize Mount Tai, it's me who looked down on others. I really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Look, I deserve to be arrested now, and I reported the Chow couple. They must have a grudge against you. Don't worry, I will take care of them in there. You are so magnanimous, just treat me like a fart. Qin Jiang frowned and waved his hand casually with Chief Joe's nod. Brother Pao, Chow's father and mother were directly stuffed into the van that had just arrived. From inside, one could still hear Brother Pao's voice begging for mercy, Chow's father and mother's voices of panic, and Brother Pao's voice scolding the two. Chief Joe looked at the van deeply, clearly a little surprised by Brother Pao's actions, but he didn't think too much about it and went forward to Qin Jiang and said, Thank you for everything today. I need to bring the person back as soon as possible to hand in the mission, so I'll leave now. Goodbye. Qin Jiang nodded. Before getting into the car, Chief Joe said to Qin Jiang again, Happy birthday. Qin Jiang, remember the banner. Josua, okay, boom, 7 or 8 security vehicles in Pao Ji's car. They borrowed theirs because there weren't enough cars to arrest people, drove away in a mighty procession. Chapter 314. Everyone is shocked. Qin Jiang celebrates his birthday, and his fame spreads. Now, Qin Jiang ignored Josua and others who left. In his opinion, catching Pao Ge was a trivial matter. In Songjiang, such a person would be just a younger brother of Huaxing's younger brother. If it weren't for the special geographical location, he would not even have the qualifications to talk to him face to face in his hometown. He looked at his brothers Zhu Zhang, Wang Tao, and others, and said to Qin's father and mother, Dad, Mom, these are my brothers from Songjiang. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Zhang was fine. He had met Qin's father and mother. The two places were not far from each other. He had been there last year. That was why they were able to find the Qin family's door directly. But whether it was Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Zhao Shanhe, Feng Lin, and other senior executives, or other core personnel, they were all excited and passionate. Brother Jiang. He didn't say that he and others were subordinates or employees, and said, brothers are more important than anything else, and sharing life and death is beyond words. Dozens of core personnel saluted Qin's father and mother in unison, uncle, aunt. Happy New Year. Wang Tao and other commanders unloaded the gifts from the car, and soon several mountains of gifts were piled up in front of the Qin family's door. These were all birthday gifts brought by everyone, including cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, precious delicacies, and so on. Not to mention the quality of the gifts brought back by Qin Jiang, but at least the quantity was several times more. Dad, Mom. Qin Jiang looked at his parents who were still in a daze and asked, Qin's father and mother barely recovered from their shock. It can be said that their hearts have been changing since they came out. Seeing Brother Pao and others panic, afraid that my son will cause a conflict. Seeing the convoy coming, I hesitated, afraid that my son will fight. Fortunately, they stood beside Qin Jiang and witnessed with their own eyes that Chief Joe escorted all the people to the car, but he said that his son's assistance in the arrest was not a crime, which made the old couple feel much more at ease. Well,
Father Qin looked at Zhu Zhang and others. Since Xiao Jiang is in Songjiang, brothers, welcome.
I'll go prepare the meal, but there's no place to sit. Let me think. Although the Qin family's house is not small, it cannot accommodate dozens of people. As for eating in the yard, not to mention in the dark, the temperature in winter is enough to freeze people half to death. Qin Jiang, no need to prepare.
We'll go to Tianqi restaurant and set up a few tables for the banquet later.
Yes.
Let's go there. Qin's father nodded immediately. Tianqi restaurant is one of the few restaurants in Lianhua Township.
It is actually a large-scale hotel. Its main business is to host banquets for weddings and funerals.
It can accommodate not only dozens of people but even hundreds of people.
Moreover, this kind of restaurant prepares food all year round, so even if they are asked to prepare dozens of tables of dishes suddenly, it will not be a big problem. It is just a matter of spending a little more money to have the chefs come quickly. Money. Qin Jiang has no shortage of things. Qin Jiang, Sizhou, take a few people to find the owner of Tianqi restaurant and ask him to prepare a banquet immediately and use the best dishes.
If he dares to use junk, I will make his restaurant close down.
Sizhou nodded and left with a few people. A few minutes later, Qin Jiang also led Zhu Zhang and the others on a grand march toward Tianqi restaurant. The convoy stopped by the roadside. In 2011, traffic in rural areas was very low. As long as one car passed, there would be no traffic jam. As for whether someone would steal the car in the middle of the night, there was no question. No one has the courage. Qin's father and mother did not go to the restaurant immediately. After all, there were other members of the Qin family in the courtyard. Bang! The two returned to the yard again. Qin Wei and other members of the Qin family stood on the steps like sculptures, still maintaining an outward-looking demeanor. Qin Wei, what's going on outside?
Father Qin, isn't it Xiao Zhang's birthday today?
His brothers in Songjiang came to celebrate his birthday.
Qin Wei, then, what about Pao, brother Pao?
Qin's father took it away, pulled away. Where did it go? Qin Wei and the others were all confused and had a hard time guessing.
Due to their limited vision, they saw something completely different from what Qin's father and mother saw.
In their vision, Qin Jiang gave an order. His brothers who came from Songjiang beat Pao Go and others until they cried out, and finally rushed into Chao's house to pull out Chao's father and mother. But before they could ask anything, Father Qin said, Xiao Zhang's birthday will be held at the Tianqi restaurant.
Whoever wants to go can go there.
We'll go there later. Qin Wei and others looked at each other in surprise. Half an hour ago, they would have gone without hesitation, but after seeing the scene just now, they became worried again. Finally, they handed the gifts they brought to Qin's father and mother, exchanged a few words, and then said goodbye and left. Qin's father and mother did not try to keep them, as they knew that their son did not like these relatives. Today is my son's birthday, of course I can't let my son feel uncomfortable. The two of them went back to the house and simply packed up the gifts. They packed them up vigorously. The gifts they brought this time were almost filling up the Qin family's utility room. This was because Qin Jiang had someone take some of them to the restaurant. Small places don't have many regular drinks. Outside, neighbors came out of the yard one after another after seeing that it was completely quiet. They couldn't help but gather together to chat. Good boy, did you just see that? Dozens of people, all holding such thick black sticks, and they called Qin Jiang brother Jiang. They are obviously Qin Jiang's younger brothers in Songjiang. No wonder he can make so much money in Songjiang with so many followers. Brother Pao, it's bad luck for you to mess with him. In one move, they were beaten by Brother Pao's gang and screamed loudly. In the end, it seemed that they were all stuck in a car and taken away. I don't know where they went. At the same time, someone couldn't help but sigh. This old Qin family, especially Qin Jiang, really can't be messed with. Brother Pao is fine, but you say the old Chao family, because they acted arrogantly in front of Qin Jiang and reported him. Not only did their son go to jail, but the old couple themselves were also imprisoned. Just hearing their screams just now made my heart tremble. They are so cruel. So cruel. The others nodded, obviously also shocked and frightened by the situation of the Chao family. On the way back, seeing Qin Wei couldn't help but ask, Xiao Qin, you're hanging out with Qin Jiang in Songjiang, right? What exactly is he doing there? Also, I saw that Brother Pao and Chao's parents were taken away by a car. What's going on? Qin, he runs a business in Songjiang, and it's quite large. He has subordinates and thousands of employees. As for who was taken away, I'm not too sure, but many people in Songjiang say one thing: if you offend Xinjiang, you will be drowned in the river tonight. What? Sink into the river? Qin Wei and the others were completely stunned, the panic on their faces turned into fear, and they looked in the direction of the Qin family as if they were looking at a devil's cave. Qin Xing's eyes flickered when she saw their expressions. She said this because she could see that Qin Jiang didn't intend to get too involved with his relatives. But looking at their faces, she was afraid that her words would be too harsh and scare them, so she quickly tried to make amends. Don't be afraid. He doesn't always sink into the river. Qin Wei, Sigma, surprised face, others, Sigma degree. This night, Qin Jiang celebrated his birthday at Tianqi restaurant, and rumors about him spread like wildfire in Lianhua Township. Chapter 315. The second faction, celebrating birthday overnight. That night, Shen Tianxi and others also came to the party under Qin Zhang's orders. It was also them who formally met with Wang Tao and others, representing the Black Dragon Group and officially joining the second faction Lotus Gang or Hometown Help. Wang Tao and others also showed a good attitude towards the joining of Shen Tianxi and others. They knew that these people must be close confidants since they were called by Brother Jiang at such a critical moment. What's more, the Black Dragon Group is in a stage of rapid development, and no matter how many people join, the cake will not be divided up. Even Zhu Zhang had no objection to this. Instead, he had great respect for Qin Jiang and murmured, with these people joining, the Zhida gang will be checked and balanced, so that it won't dominate the market. He had discovered the embryonic form of the Zhida gang a long time ago, but this situation was simply unavoidable and could not be stopped, and it would not have any impact in the short term. However, as time passed, no one knew whether various small factions would appear in the Zhida gang in the future, but Brother Jiang has once again brought in the Lotus team from his hometown, which can also form a check and balance on the Zhida gang. Plus, with the support of the current social and corporate structure, as long as Qin Jiang is there, Heilong will be as stable as Mount Taya this night. The Tianqi restaurant was bustling with activity in the kitchen. The owner of the restaurant kept shouting, "Get busy! Hurry, don't just sit there, bring out all your best skills. If anyone lets me down, don't blame me for being rude. If you can do a satisfactory job today, you'll get double your salary, and bonuses are extra." After hearing this, the kitchen staff became very motivated. Although they felt a little uncomfortable being dragged to a banquet so late at night, they had no complaints considering the double salary and bonus. After all, this is what they do, and it is normal to work overtime these days. As long as the money is in place, all the glass will be broken. The boss continued to give instructions: pick the best pork elbows and don't mess with the bad ones. Pick the freshest vegetables and don't take any of the bad ones. Don't save me money. After he left after giving orders for half a day, the kitchen staff asked in confusion while busying themselves, "What's going on? This old stingy guy is really wasting his time today." In the past, he'd just use whatever was cheap, even if it hurt to waste a little, but today he has to use the best materials. Yeah. The sun is rising from the west. There's meat in the freezer that's not being used, but he insists on having someone buy a live pig and kill it. Who is hosting this banquet? Some were puzzled, but some were well informed and knew the situation in advance. Don't you know? The one hosting the banquet is that kid from the Qin family. It's his birthday today. That kid from the Qin family, Qin Jian, right? I heard he was such a big shot in Songjiang that he came back to spend the new year doing a lot of work. He even killed Shirkazi from Dongtu. Now there's no bureau in Dongtu anymore. What's this? Don't you know what happened tonight? That guy is so scary. What happened? We said, you all saw the fireworks, right? That was Qin Zhang's younger brother from Songjiang coming to celebrate his birthday. And then, by sheer coincidence, he ran into Pao Gu from the county town and brought dozens of people to cause trouble for him. Guess what happened? Come on, tell me, what's going on? A fight broke out. Qin Jian was such a ruthless brat. He had his own men beat up Brother Pao and his men. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. He beat several of them on the spot and then took them away in a car. No one knows where they were taken to, but I guess they didn't have a good ending. Oh my God! There's such a thing? I also heard that it wasn't just Brother Pao and his men, they also attacked the two people from Lao Chao's family. They kicked the door open, grabbed them, and dragged them away. Now we don't know whether they are alive or dead. All kinds of true and false news kept pouring out, and they finally understood why the boss didn't dare to deduct money today. It was obvious that he was afraid of provoking Qin Jiang. Likewise, they did not dare to fool around at all, fearing that Qin Jiang would give them the advantage as well. For a while, the vegetables are picked very cleanly and the cooking is done with more care. Lobby. Qin Jiang raises his glass. Brothers for life, love for a lifetime. Cheers. Dry. 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 Waves of cheers echoed throughout the restaurant. This night, Qin Jiang was very happy. He was deeply touched that his brothers came from thousands of miles away to celebrate his birthday. The brothers were equally happy. Qin Jiang did not treat them as outsiders, especially when he introduced them as brothers in front of Qin's father and mother. They suddenly felt that Brother Jiang did not just treat them as subordinates, just like the promise to share wealth in life and death. Who wouldn't like a leader who values promises, friendship, and can lead himself and others to continuous advancement? It can be said that if the liver and gallbladder are hollow and the hair is standing up, during the discussion, life and death are the same, a promise is worth 1,000 gold. This night the atmosphere reached its peak when Qin's father and mother showed up to drink with the brothers and lasted until the second half of the night. The restaurant owner cleaned out all the rooms for the Black Dragon personnel to live in, and even cleaned out his own room, and went to live with relatives nearby. No words were spoken that night. Drink a lot? Today is Brother John's birthday. Happy. Shen Tianci explained to his caring girlfriend standing beside him. Girlfriend, I see you are worried? Shen Tianci, Brother John's brothers are very good and value friendship. They are also polite to me, but, girlfriend, but what, Shen Tianci, they all have a rough and tumble air about them. It's not very obvious, but I can tell. And you didn't see them appear today and suppress Brother Pao. Honey, tell me, is Brother John's company really a legitimate one? This problem not only troubled him but also the other brothers. Initially, after hearing what Sizhou and Zhang Qi said, they had begun to believe that Black Dragon was legitimate, but today's scene made them confused again. Even though they knew that Pao Gu and others were taken away by the police. Girlfriend, why think so much? You'll find out everything when you go to Songjiang. Thinking too much now is just groundless worry. But if your brother Jiang is really like you, he's become so powerful in Songjiang in just 1 year. Regardless of whether the company is legitimate or not, the people there must be very capable. Shen Tianci burped. Hick. Of course, Brother Jiang has been extraordinary since he was a child. He is very charming. Many people are willing to work hard for him. As he spoke, Shen Tianci lay down and fell asleep. One side, Shen Tianci's girlfriend remained silent for a long time as she watched him sleep. She also thought Qin Jiang might not be a good person. Black Dragon. It sounded unethical, and she didn't want Shen Tianci to get involved. However, she saw Shen Tianci's bond with Qin Jiang and didn't want to upset him, so she let things take their course. Little did she know that it was precisely because of this decision that fate had spun its wheels like crazy. That night, rumors spread throughout Lotus Township. Have you heard? Qin Jiang dispatched hundreds of his men from Songjiang to beat the county's Pao Gu and his men half to death. Qin Jiang brought several hundred of his men and took Brother Pao and the others from the county town away and buried them. Old Chao and his wife were also buried. Chapter 316. Qin Jiang rebelled against Songjiang. Chao He returned home confused. The next day. Early morning. Mu County, prison. Chao He flattered Shurkazi, listening to Shurkazi still bragging about his relationship with Pao Gu in the county town. Brother Pao is the boss in Mu County. He'll be ruthless if you don't show some respect to him. I'm not going to brag about how Qin Jiang hurt me. Just wait. He's probably in trouble now. Xiao Chao. You will see Qin Jiang's miserable situation when you go out. Remember to come back and tell me when the time comes. Chao He, no problem. Shurkazi was just about to brag about something sudden. Someone opposite was stunned and looked outside with a look of shock on his face. Pao, Brother Pao. Shurkazi, yes. It's Brother Pao. My big brother. The head of Mu County. No one can do anything to him, but he soon realized something was wrong. He saw many people inside standing up and looking outside with shocked expressions. Shurkazi pushed away Chao He, who was massaging him, and looked outside, and saw that many people were being escorted in, and the one leading them was either the Brother Pao whom he had just boasted about or someone else. How is that possible? How could Pao Gu be brought here? What on earth was going on outside? He couldn't believe it and couldn't understand it. Snap! The gate opened and Pao Gu and the others were escorted inside. At the same time, the leader shouted, Chao He. Ah, here.
Chow He raised his hand subconsciously. You can go now. Chow He was brought out with a look of shock on his face. Of course, he was not surprised that he was let go early, but he was surprised that the man who just came in seemed to be the Pao Go mentioned by Shirgizi. But isn't Brother Pao the county chief? Doesn't he have dozens of ruthless men under his command who dare to fight and kill? Why did he suddenly come in? And if Brother Pao comes in, won't there be anyone to retaliate against Qin Jiang? Grass, Chow He couldn't help but ask, could it be that Qin Jiang escaped another disaster? How could he be so lucky? But he just had this idea. Sudden, Shirkazi inside looked at Brother Pao who came in and said, Brother Pao, how did you get in? Brother Pao looked at Shirkazi and kicked him without saying a word. Fuck you. Who told you to offend Qin Jiang? Do you think you can offend Qin Jiang? Do you know who he is? Damn you. Why did you drag me into this? I'll kick you to death. I'll kick you to death. Ouch. Shirkazi was kicked and rolled on the ground. Stop. Get down. Someone shouted and stopped him, but Chow He couldn't hear clearly that he had been taken out, and his mind was still constantly recalling the words just now. But Brother Pao beats Shirkazi. Tell him why he offended Qin Jiang and implicated himself, saying that he was committing suicide by taking himself with him. Chow He was not a fool, and he could guess the general idea with just a little thought, which was, Brother Pao went to cause trouble for Qin Jiang, but not only did he fail to deal with Qin Jiang, but he got himself involved. He didn't want to believe this fact, but reality told him that everything was probably like this. He looked up at the sun and muttered, how can God be so blind as to let a scoundrel like Qin Jiang succeed? Isn't his fate to be hacked to death in the streets? It took him a long time to calm down and take a taxi home in a hurry. His parents and girlfriend were still waiting for him. Bang, the door was opened again and a security guard asked the guard, where is that person just now? Guard, let's go. What's the matter? Nothing. His parents were also placed under administrative detention. I was planning to tell him, but forget it. I'll just call them. Doorman, it's quite lively today, yeah. Just solved a big case. The guard said, I think someone is still making banners or something. Someone helped solve the case and made a contribution. We specially arranged a banner for him. It will be delivered soon. Qin family, Qin Jiang said goodbye to his parents. Before saying goodbye, he took out a card and handed it to them. Mom and Dad. There's 2 million in it for you two to spend. If it's not enough, call me. Money earned through legitimate means is pure and clean, so there's no need to save it for me. Think of it this way, if the money comes legitimately, I can't spend it all, and if the money comes illegitimately, it's useless for you two to save it. Qin's father. Qin's mother, don't say, you're right, it's a bit twisted. At the same time, the two of them stared at the bank cards in their hands. 2 million, in 2011, this was an absolutely huge amount of money. With 2 million, the Qin family could become one of the richest families in Lianhua Township, but this amount of money could not be earned even if one farmed for a lifetime. But his own son took it out easily. It's just hard to stay calm. Qin Jiang knew that his parents would need some time to digest the news. Song Jiang is very busy, I'm leaving now. If you two are bored at home, you can come to Songjiang for a stroll. It's a good opportunity to see if the business in Songjiang is legitimate. After saying that, he turned around and walked out without waiting for Qin's father and mother to speak. Outside, Zhu Zhang and Sijio led dozens of Black Dragon personnel and waiting quietly, each standing straight. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Qin Jiang nodded and left the hospital, followed by the others. Many neighbors, including those from Lotus Village who had heard the news, gathered near the Qin family, looking at the luxury cars and pointing and commenting. It said this car costs over 1 million yuan. It looks different from the other cars. Those jeeps are said to cost around 200,000 yuan each, and there are 30 or 40 of them parked on the roadside alone. Add in the millions, plus the other luxury cars, and the total price is in the tens of millions. TSK, these cars alone are worth more than the fortunes of the county's big bosses. How many wealthy people did Qin Jiang rob and scam in Songjiang to earn this much? Shut up, you're going to die, they spoke in low voices for fear of being heard by the Black Dragon personnel in the hospital. They came here to see the world, not to seek trouble. Bang. The gate opened, Qin Jiang walked out with a large number of people, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. The Black Dragon people were extremely calm about this.
This small scene was nothing to them. His exclusive luxury Mercedes-Benz S had been parked in front of the door for a long time. Zhang Qi stood at the rear door and saw Qin Jiang come out and respectfully open the door. Qin Jiang strode into the car. A bang. The car door closed. Zhang Qi came to the driver's seat and started the car. Boom. Zhu Zhan, Sijio, Wang Tao, and others got into the car, and the rest of the brothers started the car quickly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Four jeeps led the way. $2 million luxury cars were at the rear. Qin Jiang's car was in the middle, and the rest of the jeeps were at the rear, forming a grand convoy that left. Seeing this luxurious convoy depart, many people in Lianhua Township could not help but stand there in amazement with their mouths wide open. Shocking, extremely shocking. It's hard to stay calm when you see scenes that are hard to see on TV and they appear before your eyes. Many young men's faces flushed and their fists clenched. They couldn't help but imagine themselves as Qin Jiang in their minds and muttered, "Set off, brothers, follow me." At the same time, I imagined dozens of people calling me brother. How can I put it? Central nervous system fantasy stimulation picture is also commonly known as EY. Just when the crowd was about to disperse, card pool, a taxi pulled up and stopped in front of the Chow family's house. Chow got out and was slightly startled by the crowd of onlookers outside, but he didn't think much about it and shouted directly into the yard, "Dad, Mom, Xiaoxue, I'm back." Chapter 317. No one dares to speak. Xiaohe wants to report. Someone from the county come see this. Many people who were about to disperse stopped and said, "Oh my gosh. Isn't this the old Chow family kid? He's out? He looks much thinner." "Not really. Your face is twitching and you have dark circles under your eyes. You must have suffered a lot recently." Looking at his appearance, he probably doesn't know what happened at home. For a while, they looked at Chowdy with complicated eyes, some with sympathy, some with gloating, and some with pure joy. In particular, many idle young people are often taught a lesson by their parents using Chowdy as an example. Now that they see Chowdy in trouble, they naturally feel happy and have an indescribable pleasure. This time, Chowdy was a little confused when he saw that there was no movement in the yard, so he opened the door and went in. The courtyard was quiet, and he continued to shout, "Dad, Mom, Xiaoxue." Still no one answered, so he ran into the house and found it empty as well. The house was a bit messy, with the cabinet doors open and a lot of miscellaneous footprints on the ground, leaving black snow marks, which gave him a bad feeling. "What's going on?" Chowhe muttered, "Today is the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, so my parents shouldn't be out. Even if they were, Lin Shui should be home. Why isn't anyone here? Why are there so many messy footprints in the house? The cabinet doors are all open. Could it be a thief?" As he thought about it, he immediately took out his phone, but unfortunately it was out of battery and turned off. He had no choice but to go out and look at the large crowd of onlookers outside. He rushed out and asked the neighbor, "Aunt Zhang, do you know where my parents are?" Aunt Zhang, she looked towards the Qin family's location and then shook her head and said, "Auntie doesn't know, Auntie doesn't know anything." Chowdy felt that something was wrong with Aunt Zhang's demeanor, but he didn't think too much about it and continued to ask others, "Uncle Wang, do you know?" "Sister Zhao, you," but waiting for his answer made people extremely surprised. I'm not a bigot. I slept so soundly last night that I didn't hear any crackling noises." What did you say?" "Oh, my son ripped his pants pocket, I need to go back and clean it up. I'm not from here." Chowhe, equal smiley face. "I slept soundly last night, not a local, my son pooped his pants, no." What does this have to do with anything? It's totally irrelevant. At this moment, even if he was stupid, he could sense that something was wrong. Seeing the people around him pointing and talking, and not daring to answer his questions, his intuition told him something had happened to his parents. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the time he saw Pao Go and others being arrested when he came out. He immediately asked his neighbors to borrow their cell phones, but all he got were, "Out of battery, out of credit, and I didn't bring it with me." Finally, it was related to him. A classmate once secretly handed him a mobile phone, and Chowhe immediately called his parents. Beep, beep, no one answered the phone. What happened? Chowhe was panicking and confused. Something must have happened? Otherwise my parents wouldn't answer the phone. Most importantly, where is Lin Shui? Well, something happened to her. He kept asking around for information, but no one told him. There was nothing he could do. Everyone was afraid of offending the Qin family. Qin Zhang's power last night was like a thunderclap that resounded in everyone's ears in Lianhua Township. Not to mention that those ruthless people like Brother Pao were defeated, even the Chow family was destroyed because of a slight offense against Qin Zhang. Who would dare to offend the Qin family because of Chow He? It was the same person who, along with his classmates, saw that Qin's parents hadn't noticed the situation and pulled Chow He over and whispered, "Don't ask anymore." It's pointless to ask, no one dares to tell anyone. No one dares to say it. Chow He, what do you mean? Did something happen to my parents? Tell me quickly. I'll give you money as a reward, classmate. It's not about the money, how much can you give? Chow He, hey classmate, I'm telling you, but you have to be mentally prepared, something really happened to your parents. Yesterday, Brother Pao from the county brought people to our place to cause trouble for Qin Zhang, and then. He quickly recounted what happened yesterday. Hearing this, Chow He nodded subconsciously. No wonder I saw Brother Pao and his men in there, some of them were injured. It seems like it happened during the fight with Qin Zhang's group yesterday. But why did Brother Pao and the others go in when the two groups were fighting? Wait, Qin Zhang seems to know Zhou. Could this be another relationship? He kept thinking about things, but soon looked at his classmates with a puzzled look. What does this have to do with my parents? Classmate, after beating up Pao Gui, Qin Zhang had people rush to your house and abduct your parents. Now we don't know whether they are alive or dead. Your parents, it's so miserable. He shook his head and sighed, leaving quickly for fear of being noticed by the Qin family. Before leaving, he said to Chow He, "Don't worry about transferring the money to me via QQ. Just transfer it before tomorrow." But at this moment, Chow He couldn't hear these words clearly. His mind was full of thoughts about his parents being captured by Qin Zhang. Where did you catch him? Why does Qin Zhang dare to do this? There is no law and order, and there is no law. It's not enough to just get rid of him. Now they're not letting his parents off either. It's simply a matter of killing them all. And now that Qin Zhang has left his parents and has no news, isn't the problem even bigger? What to do? What to do? Chow He was extremely anxious, and at the same time he was even more worried about Lin Shui's whereabouts. He wondered if his girlfriend had also been captured. If his girlfriend falls into Qin Zhang's group, wouldn't she be like a sheep walking into a tiger's way? He shook his head and rejected that speculation. He didn't trust Qin Zhang and others, but trusted his girlfriend's appearance. I don't have a good appetite. I can't eat at all, no. Chow He looked in the direction of the Qin family and wanted to rush in and question them, but subconsciously he didn't dare to do so. Finally, he looked at the crowd around him and shouted, "Justice is in the hearts of the people. China is a society ruled by law. I don't believe there's no place for justice, I don't believe there's no law, and I don't believe someone can cover up everything. I, Chow He, will report to the county right now," said. He planned to rush out and take a taxi to the county. The crowd of onlookers naturally had no intention of stopping him. Of course, most of them did not like Chow He. After all, if he really had the ability, he would not have come out on his OWNI in the yard. Qin's father and mother also vaguely heard the noise and came out to see what was going on. Father Qin, look, isn't that the son of the Chow family? He's out now. He's a poor kid, he just came out on his own while his parents went in. Do you think our son did something wrong? Qin's mother, what does it have to do with my son? Others don't know the details, but you don't know? It's obvious that they brought this upon themselves. If their family hadn't committed a crime, how could they have been arrested? They just brought this upon themselves. Just when Chow He rushed out a few steps, just see, there was a roar of cars coming from the front. Chapter 318. The county sent a banner. Chow He completely collapsed, snowflakes fell. Boom, 3 or 4 cars drove over quickly. Although it was not a luxury convoy, it still attracted everyone's attention, because these cars are all security cars. Everyone quickly made way to both sides, and several security vehicles stopped in front of the Qin family's courtyard. Bang! When the front door opened, Chief Zhou got out. A large number of security personnel also got out of other vehicles behind. Chief Zhou was talking to a middle-aged man. Seeing this, Chow He was about to leave to report Qin Zhang when he froze. He instantly realized that the middle-aged man's status must be higher than Zhou's, so he rushed forward without hesitation. I want to report. I want to report." The 2 security officers were startled and quickly grabbed him. Chief Zhou looked at Chow He, who was confused, and said, "What do you want to report?" "The leader has important matters to attend to. If you have anything, come to the station and tell me later." Chow He had no intention of leaving and said to the middle-aged man, "The people I want to report include this show.
Joshua Sigma, surprised face, what the hell, report me.
What's wrong with me? The middle-aged man waved his hand. Let him go and let him speak.
What do you want to report? I tell you that you must be responsible for what you say.
You can't make up stories or frame others.
Xiao He, I'm not making false accusations.
I'm reporting that last night Qin Jiang led his men in a fight with Pao Ji's gang. This situation clearly constitutes a gang fight, but Chief Zhou only arrested Pao Ji's men, leaving Qin Jiang unharmed.
If this isn't favoritism and corruption, then what is?
It's clear that Chief Zhou and Qin Jiang have a conflict of interest. He pointed to his yard and said, last night, Qin Jiang even sent someone to abduct my parents. We don't know if they're alive or dead yet. My parents are completely good people, but they're being retaliated against like this just because they offended Qin Jiang. This is pure kidnapping, not murder.
I want to report it, I want to report it. Qin Jiang has already driven away.
You must arrest him immediately, otherwise they will get away. He spoke at the top of his lungs, obviously furious about what happened to his parents and on the verge of losing his mind. The middle-aged man looked at Chief Zhou with a strange expression.
Chief Zhou nodded and whispered, you're also familiar with Li Da's case. It's a key case in the county.
Qin Jiang is assisting in the investigation, otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have sent a leader here. As for his parents, they were arrested last night for shielding a criminal.
They'd been sentenced to administrative detention and a fine.
The middle-aged man nodded. Although he was in the publicity department, he was generally aware of the situation. He looked at Xiao He and said, your parents' situation has nothing to do with Qin Jiang.
Don't continue to make trouble.
If you continue, it will be like making false accusations against others.
They can sue you.
Chief Zhou, your parents are locked up in there. They'll be released in 10 days or so.
Stop making a fuss.
What? My parents are also imprisoned in there. Why, Xiao he was so angry that he was shaking all over and yelling, why are you arresting my parents?
What crime have they committed?
You are showing partiality, shut up.
Chief Zhou scolded, the evidence of your parents' crimes is irrefutable. If you refuse to accept it, I can show you the video later.
If you continue to make a scene, it will be considered provoking trouble. After saying that, he asked two people to pull Xiao He aside. To be honest, he had a bad impression of Xiao He.
After passing the exam, he became arrogant.
He blamed others for his own mistakes.
He even hated others when he was caught gambling.
Now he came here to make false accusations without asking any questions. He was totally crazy. Now, Xiao He's face flushed when he was pulled aside. Yes, before he could say anything else, just see the middle-aged man asked someone to knock on the Qin family's door. After a while, Qin's father and mother came out of the yard and looked at the middle-aged man and others with puzzled expressions and a hint of worry. Seeing this, Chief Zhou was the first to react and said hurriedly, don't panic. The county leaders are here to present a certificate of honor to President Qin. Certificate? Qin's father and mother were stunned. Xiao He was stunned. The rest of the onlookers were also shocked. The middle-aged man smiled and said to Qin's father and mother, you two must be Qin Jiang's parents, right?
You have given birth to a wonderful son.
I'm here on behalf of the county to present Qin Jiang with a certificate. He waved his hand as 7 or 8 security officers came up behind carrying 3 banners. The 3 banners were inscribed with serving the people, conscientious entrepreneur, 3 good youths for peaceful cooperation, outstanding entrepreneur, representatives of Mu County. The middle-aged man pointed to 3 silk banners and said,
these 3 banners are the county's commendation for Mr. Qin Jiang.
He is recognized as an outstanding young man in the county for his helpfulness and assistance in solving cases. As he spoke, he took out 3 more certificates from the hands of the people behind him. This is the certificate version. It has been registered and filed with the county. Mu County leaders and the people will never forget what Mr. Qin Jiang has done for Mu County. Finally, he took out a red envelope and said, this is a 500 yuan reward from the county. Please accept it on behalf of Mr. Qin. Qin's father and mother's eyes turned red when they saw the 3 banners, 3 certificates, and 500 yuan in front of them. For ordinary people, especially those who are worried about their sons, seeing the county leaders come in person to present their sons with commendations means that their sons really did not deceive them. It's more impactful than appearing on TV. At least it means that their son is not a criminal.
This kind of honor cannot be measured by money.
At this moment, the two elders believe what their son said even more and are extremely relieved. The middle-aged man ordered people to hang the banner in the Chin family's courtyard, and took the initiative to chat with Chin's father and mother about family matters. Then he said to Chin's father and mother, "If you have any problems in the future, you can come directly to the county. The county leaders are always welcome to help you to solve the problem." It's not that he was lying. A well-known entrepreneur like Qin Jiang would have been given special care by the county. After all, it would be easier to talk in the future if they needed donations or investment from local entrepreneurs. This situation is a consensus and a rule across the country. Furthermore, Qin Jiang really helped the county bureau a lot this time. There is absolutely nothing wrong with what he said, both emotionally and logically, but would outsiders think so? Whether it was the onlookers or Chao He, the same thought surged in their minds as they watched the middle-aged man's actions and words. No way. Is Qin Jiang really that awesome? He can even deal with the county leaders and have them personally present a banner. A long time, the middle-aged man took his people into the car and left the Qin family. Qin's father and mother looked at each other and solemnly put away the certificate and 500 yuan. To them, these things were things that could be hung on the wall as a token of appreciation and could be mentioned to their ancestors during ancestral worship. After the two of them entered the yard, the crowd outside watching the excitement slowly dispersed, and at the same time, many more versions of Qin Jiang's legend emerged. What? Qin Jiang put people in jail and even got commended by the county. What do you mean Qin Jiang is so all-powerful and cannot be provoked? Chao He was the only one left standing in front of the courtyard, watching the gradually falling snowflakes. He sank to his knees and looked up at the sky. No. The sky in Lianhua Township is too dark. Music, snowflakes are falling. Chapter 319, Let the two elders take revenge on their own. Song Jiang is in turmoil again. A long time, Chao Hetsai returned to the house feeling extremely lonely. He sat on the cold Kong, lost in thought, struggling internally. I was thinking, I'm not done with Qin Jiang. I'm going to the county to seek justice, and if the county doesn't work, I'm going to a higher place. At the same time, he thought, Qin Jiang has a powerful background and he cannot afford to offend him. He will only suffer if he continues, but from beginning to end, he never looked for the reasons in himself. He never thought that he would not be arrested if he had not participated in gambling, and he never thought that he would not be arrested if his parents had not shielded the criminals. He only thought that Qin Jiang had brought misfortune to his entire family. It's the bad nature of human beings. People always complain about the injustice in the world, but what they are really complaining about is why they are not the ones who benefit from the vested interests. Didi. Not long after I turned on my phone after charging it, it suddenly rang. Incoming call. Lin Shuai. Chao He looked flustered. Yes. How could I forget Xiao Shui? What's going on with her now? He hurriedly answered the phone. Xiao Shui, where are you? Did Qin Jiang do anything to you? Silence. There was silence on the other end of the phone for dozens of seconds. Then Lin Shui's voice came. Chao He, you don't believe me? I told you that there is nothing between Qin Jiang and me? Don't believe everything you hear. I went to find him to save you, but in the end I was pushed into a ditch. Now you doubt me. Chao He, benefit, why do I feel like something is not right? Xiao Shui, what are you talking about? When did I ever doubt you? My parents were taken away. Where are you? I'm in the Magic City. Call. Chao He breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but he also felt something was wrong. Why would Xiao Shui return to the Magic City so early? Before he could think about it any further, Xiao Shui's dissatisfied tone continued to pierce his mind. Chao He, what's the matter? I can't go back to the Magic City. Do you know how awkward it is for me to be in your house? How many people point fingers at me every day? Why did I come back early? Just to tell my family about you and make them accept you. You still don't appreciate it, Chao He. Xiao Shui, it's my fault. It's all my fault. My parents want to see you to discuss the betrothal gift. Come to the Magic City immediately and don't waste any time. But my parents, it's nothing to be desired. I persuaded my parents for a long time to have dinner with you. It's up to you to come or not. Lin Shui hung up the phone directly. Half an hour later, Chao He put his luggage in the trunk and looked at the courtyard that was so bustling before the new year but now so deserted. He said firmly, Dad, Mom. I'm such an unfilial son. Don't blame me. Qin Jiang is too powerful for his son to offend right now. Besides, the most urgent thing is to go to Lin Shui's house for dinner. You two are just losing your freedom, but Lin Shui's parents are losing their precious vacation. I have to go. I hope you two elders can understand. As for the vengeance against Qin Jiang, you two elders should research it yourselves. Finished, bang, he got in the car and started to leave Lianhua Township. Everyone in the Qin family was stunned when they learned about the certificate incident. Reversal, reverse again. They were almost confused by the reversal and had no idea whether they should continue to have close relationships with Qin's father and mother. Only old Master Qin was delighted to hear his grandson had been commended by the county. He looked outside and murmured, "Finally, someone in my family has made it big. I should find time to return home and worship my ancestors. Thank you for your blessings, and let's see if I can get another chance to return to the Qin family tree." Zhang family. Zhang Lalio's wife also heard the rumors in front of the Qin family's courtyard, and she also knew that her husband was also involved in his life or death was unknown, but she didn't show any sadness. Instead, she calmly took out a wooden box from under the bed and opened it. There is a tablet inside with the words Zhang Lin in Zhang Lalio's name. She placed the tablet on the altar and said, "Death will save us from worry and make life better for our family." At the same time, he took out his phone and dialed, "Is this Second An Zhang?" Second An Zhang, a famous matchmaker in Lianhua Township. "It's me. Zhang Lalio's wife." "Well, that hole is gone, right? I don't have any requirements. I'm honest. I don't gamble or visit prostitutes. As long as I'm nice to myself, that's all. How can I not be better than Zhang Laolu?" "Okay, bring it tomorrow." And Zhang Laolu leaned against the window and wanted to cry, "It's over, it's all over now. I heard I'll be sentenced to many years. When I get out, it's really going to be a mess. Don't look down on the elderly and poor. Why is my life so miserable?" Beside, the wounded cripple lying near the inside was also on the verge of tears. "Why, even Brother Pao can fail. How can Qin Jiang be so awesome? A top boss in Songjiang in his 20s? What a joke. What's wrong with this world? Brother Pao is the same. He obviously wanted the money and that's why he got himself into this. Why is he blaming me and hitting me? That's it. I finally managed to get a job at the shop, but now it's gone. How am I going to survive in there from now on?" Brother Pao sat in the shop in silent stuff now that he suddenly remembered the words Qin Jiang had asked Jin Liang to bring back. In front of him, "Qin Jiang, you are like a coiled dragon or a crouching tiger. Dare to offend him and your family will be destroyed." At first he thought the other party was bragging, but now it seems everything has come true. The police searched his house from top to bottom and his family was destroyed. He is about to face trial, and the various charges may result in his death, and his property will also be confiscated. I guess right now my wife, children, mistress's children, fourth mistress's children, are all struggling to make ends meet for what little property they have left, and then they'll all be scattered. Wife and children torn apart, the world, this is the worst possible outcome. In just a few days, he went from being a powerful county tycoon to a prisoner, his family was broken up, and his wife and children were separated. He regrets it so much. If I hadn't confronted Qin Jiang head on, this wouldn't have been the outcome. I might be drinking and bragging right now, and if that bastard Zhou Shang hadn't been yelling at him, how could he have confronted Qin Jiang head on? If not, it's a pity that there aren't so many ifs. Everything is fate. At the same time, several other forces in the county issued orders one after another. From now on, Lotus Township is a restricted area, and the Qin family is a taboo. No one can provoke them, otherwise he will be held responsible. If that blind person dares to provoke the Qin family, don't blame me for being ruthless and merciless. From now on, none of my subordinates are allowed to go to Lotus Township. For a while, Qin Jiang has almost become a taboo in his hometown. Of course, Qin Jiang didn't know about this, nor did he care about it. His horizons were in Songjiang, in Northern Province, in China, and in the world. The events in his hometown were nothing more than a minor episode, accompanied by the Qin Jiang convoy's grand return to Songjiang. The storm is brewing again. Chapter 320 Tracking the vehicle, solving it equals truck collision, Songjiang. The appearance of Qin Jiang's motorcade immediately attracted countless eyes. After all, who could not take a second look at such a large motorcade with dozens of vehicles and many million-dollar luxury cars? There was an ordinary van following behind the Qin Jiang convoy when it entered Songjiang, with two young men sitting in the car. A young man picked up the intercom and said, "At the intersection of Tianfu Street and Longting Street, change vehicles, receive." Wow, the van turned at the intersection ahead and moved away from Qin Jiang's convoy.
At the same time, an ordinary car rushed into the traffic flow and followed Qin Zhang's vehicle.
It was obviously a very sophisticated tracking method. Buckingham, top floor. Zhou Hua sat at his desk processing documents.
Zhou Shang below him was very impatient. Brother, why do I feel like you've been acting strangely lately?
You went home to worship your ancestors and befriended those shitty relatives, giving them money and arranging jobs for them.
Now you're back processing so many documents? What on earth are you busy with?
Zhou Hua ignored Zhou Shang. After signing the document, he put down his pen, stretched his muscles, and looked at Zhou Shang and said, "We still have to maintain our relationships with our hometown. Those relatives are still my parents and family after all.
I don't ask for their gratitude.
I just hope they can help look after the ancestral graves in the future."
Zhou Shang, brother. What do you mean?
We're using them to look after our ancestral tombs.
Are you worried that our opponents might try to take over? No way. Who's so inhumane? Damn it. Qin Zhang's grandson might be here.
If that happens, I'll immediately send someone to watch the ancestral grave 24 hours a day.
Zhou Hua, boom.
Boom, there was a knock on the door and the secretary walked in respectfully. He handed a document to Zhou Hua and quickly sorted out the signed documents on the desk and put them into his briefcase. Zhou Hua picked up the document and looked at it. It contained what Qin Jiang had done in Lianhua Township, dealing with Shirkazi, dealing with the Chao family, catching Li De, Brother Pao, and others, and so on. The content is detailed and true. It is not the rumors in Lianhua Township, but real events, the secretary said. Boss Hua, according to reliable information, all those people Qin Jiang targeted have been arrested.
As for the Chao family's accusations of revenge or genocide, there is evidence to support their claims. There is no doubt about their innocence.
Also, Qin Jiang has returned from his journey this morning and has entered Songjiang territory.
We have someone following him.
Zhou Hua, tell him not to follow up any further.
Send these documents out and execute them quickly, yes.
The secretary nodded and turned to leave. Zhou Shang stepped forward and said, "Brother, if you really want to cooperate with Qin Jiang, he is a traitor and has no moral principles. There is no way he can cooperate with the Zhou family.
There must be something fishy going on."
Trick, Zhou Hua certainly knew that there was something fishy going on in Qin Jiang's cooperation with him, but he was just about to take advantage of this to do something big, but he didn't follow Zhou Shang's explanation and scolded him, "Just take care of your own business.
Get out."
Zhou Shang, Zhou Hua, leave your ID card here, it will be useful to me. After a while, Zhou Shang walked out angrily. As soon as he walked out, he saw a waiter approaching him.
He stopped the other person and asked, "What are you doing here?"
The service staff said, "Boss Shang, the people who did the renovations for us are here to ask for money again.
They want to see Boss Hua, grass." Zhou Shang was already filled with resentment. Damn it. If he wants to see my brother, then let him see him. What does he think of my brother? Damn it, it's not over yet, you really don't take me seriously. Go. Call someone, what are you looking at? Go.
Officer Zhou Hua was sitting there thinking about the future when Ing Nan slowly came over to give him a massage. "If you can't go against the rules, let it go."
Zhou Hua, we haven't reached a dead end yet.
Besides, even if we want to leave, we can't just sit there and do nothing. Whether it's Qin Jiang or those we want to capture, they all have to pay the price.
Ing Nan, a dispute of pride?
Zhou Hua shook his head. This is a fight of life and death.
For both face and survival, we can't get out of this unscathed if we don't make something. Ing Nan, now that I've made up my mind, I'll do it. I've already handed over the donation and charity work. Boom.
Boom, the secretary knocked on the door and rushed in, saying, "Boss Hua, something happened.
The person we sent to follow us was killed."
Boom, a car overtook the pickup truck and cursed, "Damn it, you snail." The truck driver didn't hear any scolding, but when he saw someone passing his car and turning around to open the window to say something unkind to him, he couldn't help but get angry. Fuck.
Driving a sedan is so great.
These days, the speed of a car doesn't depend on the car itself, it depends on the driver. Boom, he stepped on the accelerator and caught up. In this way, the two cars overtook each other 3 or 4 times. At an intersection, the car saw the red light and turned left and drifted into the new lane, but the truck was in a bad situation. The car was relatively heavy and the ground was a bit slippery in winter, so it couldn't stop the car at all. What a coincidence! The truck driver saw a convoy up ahead and, with his years of driving experience, he could tell at a glance that this convoy was something special. Whether or not he could afford the compensation for crashing into such a convoy was another matter, and he probably couldn't even afford to offend the people involved. What to do? The truck driver quickly searched and finally locked onto an old Jetta that was slowly following the convoy. Fuck you. He turned the steering wheel forcefully. Xinjiang team. Xinjiang and Zhu Zhang were sitting in the central vehicle discussing how things would develop in the coming year. Sizzle. Zhao Shanha's voice came from the intercom in front. Brother Jiang, there's a car following us. They've changed several times. They must be the same group. This time it's a broken Jetta. Listen to this. Both Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang had calm expressions. Track, very normal. It's basically possible to guess who they are, and the one that's most concerned about them right now is definitely the Huaxing group that's about to cooperate. As for the others, since they are not able to perform this level of tracking, there is no need for them to track Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang said calmly, solve it. Of course, what he meant by solving the problem was to let Zhao Shanha send people to intercept the other party's vehicle. Although it didn't matter whether they followed or not, they had to show their attitude and let others know that Qin Jiang was not a good-tempered person. Yes. The convoy behind several large vehicles were full of people, including Shen Tianxi and other old brothers from Lianhua Township, who also followed the convoy to Songjiang. Along the way, the driver of the Heilongjiang truck smiled and said, you are all brothers from Zhang's hometown, so you are one family in Songjiang. Don't worry. Black Dragon is a legitimate company, and we always abide by the law. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianxi and others couldn't help but feel relieved. A legitimate company, that's all. Yes, right at this moment, sizzle, a voice came from the intercom. Cars behind, please pay attention, that black Jetta is following our convoy. Brother Jiang gives the order, get rid of him. Listen to this. Shen Tianxi and others were confused. What the hell is this car tracking me? Solve it. How to solve it? They couldn't help but look back together, and when they saw this, they all opened their mouths wide and were stunned to see a truck semi-drifted and crashed directly into the Jetta. Boom. Chapter 321. Everyone is trying their best to live. Zhou Hua is surprised. At this time, the car didn't expect a truck to suddenly appear from the middle of the road and it had no way to avoid it. The two cars collided on the spot. Boom, bang, snap. The car was knocked more than 10 meters away and got stuck on a telephone pole before it stopped. The truck also overturned. There was a car accident. Damn it, this truck ran a red light. Damn it, he's really not going to die. Damn it. Call an ambulance, call 120. Hurry up and save them. There were bursts of cheers and shouts. 2011, none of the bizarre cases of later generations occurred. So many people got out of their cars and came forward to help. At this time, the car was completely destroyed, but the overall frame was not damaged, and all the airbags inside had been deployed. Several people stepped forward and pulled open the door to check the situation. The person is still alive. Quick! Let's remove the door together. For a while, a large number of people gathered around the car, some to help, some to watch the situation, and some to take videos. Two people in a van at the back stared at the car accident in front of them and couldn't stop trembling. They were waiting for the road ahead to change and continue to track the vehicle and personnel. The driver said, why did this accident happen so suddenly? The truck ran a red light. Co-pilot, do you think, will we be discovered? As soon as these words were spoken, the two of them couldn't stop trembling. After all, this possibility was the most likely, otherwise how could such a coincidence happen? What's more, they just saw with their own eyes that the truck turned a corner and hit the car. Obviously it was intentional. Two people, the peripheral members of Huaxing, had never seen such a scene before, and they were so frightened that they were speechless. The co-pilot said in panic, hurry, quickly call headquarters and report this. The driver also reacted, pulling out his phone and making a call. I'm in charge of tracking the Black Dragon Group's convoy. I have something important to report. Black Dragon must have spotted one of our vehicles, and they've decided to resort to ruthless tactics, sending a large truck to run us over. What? Are there any casualties? Where exactly are they? An anxious question came from the phone driver. The personnel situation is unclear. The address is. You two stay at the scene and monitor the situation. Make sure the people inside are alive and conscious so they know what they can and cannot say. I'm sending someone over now. Remember? Driver, yes. Not only were the vehicles behind shocked, but the Black Dragon convoy in front was also extremely shocked, especially the few Black Dragon personnel who received orders to intercept the car, who were all stunned on the spot. Look at each other. Was it done by our people? No way. Our convoy doesn't have this car. Besides, isn't the intention from above to intercept it? Not to destroy it, then maybe it's just bad luck. In the car, Shintansi and others watched the scene behind them for a long time in silence, then they all looked at the Black Dragon driver in front of them, as if asking, is this what you call being legal and never breaking the law? Can it really be solved physically? The Black Dragon driver in front opened his mouth for a moment before saying, well, it must be a coincidence. But Shintansi and the others looked as if they were saying, guess we believe it or not. Ahead, Qin Zhang and Zhu Zhang also frowned when they heard the report on the intercom, and were obviously a little surprised, but the two men's faces were as heavy as snow and they said nothing more. Zhu Zhang said calmly, the convoy continues to move forward. Since he was in a car accident, it means that he will suffer the consequences of his evil deeds. Let the Public Security Department handle it, clear. The Black Dragon convoy continued to move forward. Didi, the ambulance and the security car arrived quickly. The ambulance quickly called for rescue, and the security personnel quickly controlled the scene and questioned the driver. It should be said that the driver of the truck only suffered minor skin injuries due to the height of the truck itself. Didn't you see the red light? The inertia is too great to stop. Then you'll just crash into the car. I didn't see it in my blind spot. How dare you drive so fast in the city? Will you be responsible for any consequences? I'm sorry, I don't understand your accent. If you have any questions, please contact your insurance company. It's not easy for me. I just work hard to transport some goods and earn a little money. I'm just trying to survive. The angry security guards arrested the truck driver on the spot, and the people around him pointed and cursed, damn. What the hell? He hit someone without any psychological burden. People like him should be sentenced. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel. Truck drivers have a bad reputation because of people like them. He must be taught a lesson. Buckingham Zhouhua, what's going on? Secretary, the person we sent to track him was hit by a truck and has been sent to the hospital for treatment. Zhouhua frowned. He didn't think about the car accident at all. In his opinion, such a coincidence must have been intentional. It goes without saying who did it. Xinjiang, Zhouhua murmured, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Are you planning to demonstrate against me or? Ingnan said, I never expected him to be so ruthless. We need to be more vigilant against people like him. Zhouhua shook his head. Today's incident has left me a little confused about him. It seems I'm really getting old. I can't even tell what Qin Zhang is trying to say, or whether there's any deeper meaning behind his actions. But since he dared to be so cruel to me, don't blame me for being rude to you, Qin Zhang. This isn't a struggle, it's a life and death war. Shaking his head, Zhouhua stopped thinking and said to his secretary, send someone to the hospital to check. If necessary, quickly advance the expenses. We can't let our brothers risk their lives without feeling safe. Give each of the two families 50,000 yuan in compensation. They're really desperate. Give them an extra 100,000 yuan on top of the regular compensation. Remember, don't use it from the public account, give it directly in cash. The secretary nodded and turned to leave. Buckingham outside Zhou Shang shouted, drag him to the corner and beat him up. Damn it! I don't think he dares to ask for money again. In the office, Wang Feng knocked on the table after hearing the report. You mean a vehicle that was following Qin Zhang was suddenly hit by a truck, but that truck was not sent by Qin Zhang, it was a normal car accident. The people below nodded. Yes. The truck's appearance at the right time and place made perfect sense. It couldn't have been planned in advance. And it was only because of an argument with another vehicle that it sped up. Of course, we can't say they're completely unrelated. Initially, the truck was aiming to hit Qin Zhang's vehicle, but because they were afraid they couldn't afford the compensation, they temporarily switched to chasing the vehicle. Boom! Boom! Wang Feng's face was solemn. This kid has been making a fuss right after returning.
He's definitely not one to keep quiet. We need to start planning now, but we also have to be on guard against internal problems. It's such a headache. Chapter 322, Qin Jiang returns, Blue-Eyed Guchuan, Songjiang Undercurrent Vocational College Black Dragon Company, by Lu sat in the office. 4 or 5 project leaders at the front were reporting on the department's situation to her. She was very busy during the New Year holiday, and under Qin Jiang's orders, she was responsible for coordinating the collective operations of all major departments. Fortunately, the management department, transportation department, 2 major milk tea chains and finance department are not very busy. In addition, Hailongzhou is not a startup company and can run easily as long as there are no major problems. All she does is adjust the direction and control the overall situation. Although it's a bit tiring, she enjoys it. After all, in the past, she could only rent a house and live alone, but now she has something to do, and a large group of people constantly call her Sister Lu. It's so refreshing. Wait for a few people to finish their reports, Bai Lu said. Very good. The finance department should gather all the recent information to ensure there are no mistakes. The transportation department should increase inventory preparations to prepare for the upcoming opening of major chain stores. The milk tea industry should continue to maintain strict control and there should be no quality issues. Several responsible persons below nodded. Just as they were about to leave Didi, Bai Lu's phone rang with a message alert. She looked down and suddenly stood up, shocking the people below her. Bai Lu said loudly, "Put aside other things for now. Brother Zhang's convoy will be arriving soon. Follow me to greet them." Brother Jiang is back. The temporary heads of their respective departments were all slightly shocked. Brother Jiang. He was like a god in the eyes of the Black Dragon staff. Even these temporary heads felt a little panicked when Qin Jiang returned home. Now that their backbone had returned, they naturally felt much more at ease. They immediately followed Bai Lu downstairs to greet him. At the same time, many headquarters employees also came downstairs. This was not a special event organized by Bai Lu, but the employees' spontaneous behavior. It's the weight of the 2 words Qin Jiang. What? He was standing by the restaurant's French window, holding the few remaining pieces of paper, trying to decide which menu to call. He looked overjoyed when he saw the message on his phone. "Brother Jiang, you're finally back," said Dut. He simply threw a few notes on the table. He, women are not as important as big brothers. Love brothers or love women, of course. Love bro. Heilong Night Market. After the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, a large number of vendors have returned and tourists have also come. Although it is not as lively as at its peak, it is generally good. Character play, doll costumes, and central stage performances have also resumed. On the roadside in front of the night market, there was a business car parked there. The car was painted black and polished to a shine, so shiny that it even reflected light blindingly in the sun. A young man from the night market came to the car with 2 fried chicken strips and opened the door directly. Wow, although the car was not luxurious, it was very high quality and absolutely clean and tidy with basically no clutter. There was also a person sitting inside, wearing a custom-made suit that was spotless. But the most eye-catching thing was that this person had a Chinese face but his pupils were gray-blued. It turned out to be a young woman dressed in a neutral style with a very charismatic aura. "Mr. Gu. The chicken fillet you requested." The young man quickly handed over the 2 chicken fillets in his hand. The blue-eyed woman, Ms. Gu, did not take the chicken fillet immediately but first took out a pair of white gloves and put them on her hands. Then she took the chicken fillet, placed it on the table in front of her, and ate it with some sauce, as if she was eating a piece of fine steak. "Young man, Mr. Gu, this is junk food, right?" "Guchuan, what you eat is junk food, but what I eat is local delicacy. The value of food does not lie in the food itself. A piece of chicken fillet itself is nothing, but because I have eaten it, it is worth 100 times more." "Youth," Guchuan glanced at him. The young man immediately closed the car door and came to the driver's seat and asked, "Mr. Gu, where are we going next?" "Guchuan, let's go for a walk around the school." "Okay." The young man agreed and started the car. "Mr. Gu, your transfer procedures have been completed, but you can't start school until the second half of the year. What are you doing here now?" "It's too early." "Guchuan, what do you know? I can't get used to living in a student dormitory, so I plan to buy a villa outside. It will also be convenient for me to invest in business, and by the way, I'll take a look at what business opportunities there are in Songjiang." Since I'm going to live here for the next few years, I have to leave my own legend.
3 years. I want entrepreneurs in Songjiang, not
Northern province, but even the 3 northern provinces to respect me.
Her eyes were full of confidence, as if becoming a top entrepreneur was not difficult for her. The young man driving the car was not too surprised, but was a little speechless at Gu Chuan's confident and pretentious look at Didi. Just as his car was driving on the road, he heard bursts of car roars coming from the front. Fog, the young man couldn't help but swear. Listen to this. Gu Chuan frowned. Why are you yelling and screaming when you see something?
How can I let you be my agent in the future if you do this?
But when she looked ahead, she understood why the young man exclaimed so excitedly. In her field of vision, dozens of cars formed a luxurious convoy and sped towards them, including some worth millions. She recognized the car in the center at a glance, customized luxury Mercedes-Benz S, but her expression remained calm. This level of car was not enough to surprise her. After all, she already had one in her garage. A fleet? Only a few cars are worth seeing, but the sheer number of them makes it look impressive. I can't help but say Songjiang is the provincial capital.
It's normal for some big entrepreneurs to ride in this convoy.
What's so surprising? She thought that the person in the convoy should be a top entrepreneur in Songjiang and he should be very impressive. The young man driving the car lowered his head in shame, but the next moment, even Gu Chuan was slightly stunned. She saw the convoy passing by her car, so that she could see the customized luxury Mercedes-Benz S in the center. She also saw Qin Jiang in a black suit and a cold face through the window. Although it was a little blurry, she was sure that the other person was definitely young, about the same age as herself. Note, not the female lead.
So young? Gu Chuan couldn't help but ask, second generation? But when did the second generation have such a grand show? Could it be that they have inherited the family business? Yes. This should be the only possibility.
But for some reason, she always felt that the other person was a little similar to herself. How could she put it? It was as if a voice in the dark told her, the other person's presence. It would affect his style of forcing the king. I couldn't help but say, check this person's identity.
Although the Gu family has no influence in Songjiang, it is easy to find a person.
Moreover, anyone who can ride in this convoy must be of extraordinary status and it is easy to find out their identity. Swish. As if sensing something, Qin Jiang, who was communicating with Zhu Zhang, looked towards Gu Chuan's car. He couldn't see his face clearly, only vaguely seeing his gray-blue eyes.
Interesting, is she coming to Songjiang at this time?
Zhu Zhang, brother Jiang, you know the people in the car.
Qin Jiang nodded, I guess so.
He's a very pretentious person. Now Sudong, the school's security captain, saw the convoy from afar and immediately shouted to the other security guards, open the door.
Wow, the convoy entered unimpeded. At the same time, all parties in Songjiang who were concerned about Qin Jiang's forces also received news of Qin Jiang's return and even received information related to the car accident. For a while, Songjiang undercurrent surges.
Chapter 323, Group Welcome, New Year Red Envelopes, Security also issued. Boom, the Black Dragon convoy stopped directly in front of the company's main entrance. Bang.
Bang.
Bang, the Black Dragon personnel got out of the car one after another, and Shintianzi and others also got out in a daze, still unable to recover from the car accident. As soon as they came down, they saw an office building in front of them. The building was solemnly decorated and had a plaque on it, a Black Dragon Group. During the Chinese New Year period, Bai Lu had someone replace the signboard in advance. After all, Black Dragon is a group, and using the company name would be derogatory. What shocked Shintianzi and others the most was that there were as many as 100 or 200 people under the Black Dragon Group, and the leader was a woman dressed in smart clothes. Bang, Zhang Qi respectfully opened the car door. Qin Jiang strode out of the car, and Xu Zhang also got out. Seizhou and Wang Tao gathered beside them. See this, Bai Lu brought people up to greet them. Brother Jiang. Later, more than 200 people shouted in unison, Brother Jiang.
Brother Jiang.
The tone was full of excitement and enthusiasm, and Shintianzi even saw fanaticism in the eyes of the people in front of him. He didn't know that the Black Dragon personnel who had experienced the New Year had a much stronger sense of belonging than the Black Dragon personnel before the New Year, and at the same time had a stronger sense of identity with Qin Jiang. It can be said that no one would leave even if they were whipped. All their current honors come from the Black Dragon Group. They can continue to make progress and climb on this big ship, and they can continue to show off and be admired by everyone when they return home next year. This feeling is far more impactful and satisfying than any crappy love. Therefore, they were so excited when they saw Qin Jiang again. Qin Jiang had expected this and was very satisfied. He laughed out loud and said, "Happy New Year! Everyone is rich. Give out red envelopes." At the rear, Wang Tao and other commanding personnel took out several large bags from the car and opened them, revealing a large number of red envelopes. These red envelopes were taken in advance in Songjiang by Qin Jiang in order to give red envelopes to employees for the start of work. Zhang Qi led a few people and began to distribute red envelopes to 100 or 200 people in front of the door, one for each person. Brush, someone opened it subconsciously. It was 500 yuan. It is definitely a lot of money for working people, not to mention that this money is not a bonus, overtime pay, or even a year-end benefit. It is a red envelope for the beginning of the year. And everyone gets a share. Such rewards have never been heard of in Songjiang. Money is a good thing and no one doesn't like it. They all expressed their gratitude and shouted, "Thank you, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang is number one." At the same time, someone shouted, "Brother Jiang, my parents brought you some local specialties." My parents also brought. It was very lively and bustling for a while. Qin Jiang responded to everyone with a smile and then strode into the company surrounded by people. The other employees also went back to their duties after the lively meeting. Everyone had a lot of things to do after the new year. At the door, Sudong and other security guards at the door were extremely envious when they saw this. Someone lamented, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe that Black Dragon Company has only been established for less than a year." Someone chimed in, "Yeah. From nothing to something. From a bunch of, well, students, they went straight to being company employees and even executives, enjoying the benefits of a top company, even getting New Year's bonuses. Look at us. Our year-end bonuses are only 200. There's no comparison. That's enough." Sudong said, "Just be content. You can't compare anything. If you have to, compare it to other schools. Don't be negative. You must strictly adhere to the school rules. I'll be honest with you, I've received reliable information that the school will soon be promoted to a university." Upon hearing this, the security guards' expressions remained calm and there was not much change. Only one person asked, "Can we get a raise?" Among them, except for the team leader Sudong and a few transferred people, the others have no official position, so for them, even if the school is upgraded to a university, it doesn't matter. But the next moment, Sudong curled his lips and said, "Can you guys be more ambitious? The school will be expanding its campus and adding more staff. According to convention, even if some spots will be snatched away by other favors, some spots will be left for the original candidates. You all have a chance." What? The security guards all looked ecstatic. Although the school security system cannot be compared with those regular systems, it is also the dream of many people. Become a regular employee, it means going ashore, which is very tempting. Seeing the excited faces of the security guards, Sudong was much calmer. First of all, he had received the news for a long time. Secondly, the establishment in the era of economic boom was not the most popular. People are more inclined to start businesses. After all, the trend of college students starting their own businesses has spread to vocational schools, and he has witnessed Qin Jiang grow into the chairman of a large group. It can be said that if he had the chance to be favored by Qin Jiang, he would join Black Dragon and take the business route without hesitation. Maybe he can achieve financial freedom in just a few years. Shake your head. He dispelled this thought. Don't let it fool you. I have a good foundation in school, but I don't have any special strengths. Even if I join the Black Dragon, it will be difficult to get into the core senior management, let alone the middle management. It's better to focus on school and see if I can seize this opportunity to go to the next level and pursue a career in politics. But what should I do? Unconsciously, he turned his gaze to the Black Dragon group. If he remembered correctly, Qin Jiang seemed to have a special relationship with Wu Yu. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes slightly and saw Zhang Qi striding over. He saw Zhang Qi took out a red envelope and handed it to Sudong. "Happy New Year and all the best." "Sudong, this is not good. Zhang Qi, Brother Jiang told me to do this. He said you guys have worked hard all year, and besides, it's just a red envelope for good luck and celebration. It's not much money. Take it." He forced the red envelope into Sudong's hand without caring what Sudong said, and at the same time gave red envelopes to other people. Sudong looked at the red envelope and found that there was indeed only 500 yuan in it, and then he thought about what he was, just the security captain. Well, it's nothing worth accepting a bribe for. If I don't accept it, I'll look arrogant, so I'll just accept it. He accepted the rest of the security guards as well. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Happy New Year. Brother Jiang is kind and righteous. An extra 500 yuan would be more pocket money for the security guards. Besides, they are grateful from the bottom of their hearts. They just open the door and not only can they smoke good cigarettes every month, but they can also get red envelopes. But when the money was sent to Feng Zhao, he just waved his hand and turned back to the house. He had no habit of accepting red envelopes, and even though the Black Dragon Group had developed, he still had some doubts about whether its background was clean. Who made him do that? He had heard too many legends about the Black Dragon sinking into the river, but he was just a security guard. These things were not his business at all, and he had no right to care about them. He could only sit in the house dejectedly. See this. Sudong hurriedly came to the rescue. Brother Zhang, don't get me wrong, he's just like that, a little funny. But he's still a good person. Zhang Xiaoxiao doesn't care and continues to send red envelopes. Chapter 324 Black Dragon's New Structure, 6 major departments, setting sail again now. Feng Zhao looked at Zhang Qi, who was still handing out red envelopes outside, and felt a little emotional. A few months ago he had advised the other party not to join Black Dragon, but now it seems that the other party is doing very well. Could it be? Is it really my fault? No. I am not wrong. Even if the Black Dragon is in its glory, its foundation is not clean. As long as the foundation is not clean, it will collapse sooner or later. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the road outside. Catch the thief, swish. Feng Zhao jumped out of the window like lightning and rushed out. He saw a man running with a woman's bag. Without thinking, he chased after him. Stop. He was closing the distance between him and the thief very quickly. The thief glanced back at him and was extremely angry. Fuck. Don't meddle in other people's business. Be careful or I'll kill you. Said. He even took out a dagger from his arms and swung it backwards. Feng Zhao had no fear at all and continued to chase him, but he stopped when the thief was only a few meters away. The thief in front of him also stopped because 7 or 8 young men in black suits blocked the road in front of him, and each of them held a black umbrella and looked at the thief very coldly. The thief saw eagerness in their eyes as if he was looking forward to a gulp. The thief swallowed subconsciously. Superior. 7 or 8 Black Dragon officers rushed forward, and the fight quickly ended with the thief kneeling down and begging for mercy. The leading Black Dragon officer cursed, "Damn it! How dare you rob in Black Dragon territory? You're courting death. Take him away. Hand him over to the police." He snatched the bag from his hand and handed it to the woman, who hurried over, checked to see if anything is missing. The woman checked and found nothing missing. She thanked him profusely. "Thank you so much, young men. Black Dragon personnel, it's okay." Then he turned around and left with his men to hand over to the public security. Feng Zhao left in frustration after seeing this. Similar incidents had already happened 3 or 4 times this year, but each time he hadn't been given the opportunity to strike. This left him speechless, yet unable to say anything. He watched the Black Dragon personnel depart and muttered, "It's true, these Black Dragon personnel are quite well behaved. It's a shame, they're ultimately on the right path. Hey! This school is so boring. I guess I need to find a way to transfer out and see if I can get into the public security system." Lu Yong was used to seeing the Black Dragon personnel bringing in thieves, and at the same time, he sighed inwardly. My area has become increasingly safe and secure over the past 6 months, and the public security has improved. It seems I'm sure I'll be recognized for the annual awards. All this is thanks to Qin Jiang, who is truly a lucky star. Black Dragon Group, top floor of Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Si Zhou sat in the central seat, while others such as Wang Tao and Zhao Shanhe stood on both sides. Qin Jiang, tell me about the current situation. Bai Lu reported, during the Chinese New Year period, the sales of each department are as follows: Heilong Night Market, Bawang Tea. She quickly listed the business situation during the Chinese New Year period and some of the more important department operations. Qin Jiang nodded. Nothing was unexpected. After Qin Jiang's repeated threats, his business team was now stable. No one dared to cause trouble at the Black Dragon Night Market or the two major milk tea brands. Immediately Qin Jiang looked at everyone and shouted, "Wang Tao, exist." Wang Tao stepped forward and responded. "Management, shift your focus to the two major milk tea chain brands. I'll give you 1 year. Within a year, I want these two milk tea brands to flourish across the 3 northern provinces, with no fewer than 800 stores. Prepare for the sleepless city in the second half of the year. Can you do it? 800 families, a lot. A lot, it is 7 or 8 times the number of the two major milk tea shops, but Wang Tao nodded confidently. I promise not to let Brother Jiang down. If the task is not completed within a year, I will voluntarily give up my position as the head of the management department." He was not making a blind promise. Now that the two major milk tea brands have established a complete incubation system, all they have to do is to open stores step by step. 800 stores are just challenging, Qin Jiang nodded. The store managers for each store will be selected from the limited staff of the existing stores. The two major milk tea brands practice vertical promotion and do not allow parachuting in leaders. All leaders must be promoted from the front line. Do you understand? Wang Tao nodded, yes. He understood that this move would motivate his employees and make them feel more belonging to Heilong. Qin Jiang, Sun Yuan, exist. Sun Yuan stepped out. Qin Jiang, the publicity department has been renamed the Publicity and Entertainment Department, or Publicity and Entertainment Department, for short. Over the next year, we will be improving the website and building new content. We will also establish an entertainment department to recruit talent, including but not limited to potential stars and even specialized entertainment talent, such as Arenzuan, two-person opera, and stand-up comedy. Although Heilong's future development will still follow the industrial route, it cannot be completely without an internet company, otherwise it will be detrimental to its own publicity. After all, corporate publicity will be very important 10 years later. So, the evolutionary direction of the propaganda department is, why? Those performing talents may not be able to act in TV dramas, but they have great potential to become internet celebrities and can be cultivated in advance. Apart from anything else, talents like Hao Guo are very suitable for Heilong and can also make the Heilong system more perfect. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Sun Yuan assured with confidence. Feng Lin, exist. The transportation department will remain unchanged, fully supporting the expansion of the management department and integrating procurement and transportation. This year's mission is to expand the fleet as much as possible and allow you to pick up and deliver shipping orders from other companies, including but not limited to building materials and civil engineering, without disrupting Heilong's business. He defined the transportation department as the future of logistics. The future of express delivery is fraught with complexity. Many express delivery companies, despite seeing their business volume surge dozens of times with the development of online shopping, still struggle to make a profit, and price wars are threatening to lead to mutual destruction. Therefore, Qin Jiang plans to engage in large-scale logistics, which can not only ensure that he does not participate in future price wars and reduce competitors, but also prevent Heilong from being strangled by logistics in the future. Immediately, Qin Jiang continued to order, the security department will remain in its original state, primarily responsible for the security of the group's various departments and personnel training. The finance department has established subordinate branches stationed in each of the major brand departments to ensure the normal operation of finances. An internal inspection department must eliminate tax issues. Qin Jiang looked at Shin Tianxi, the others also looked at Shin Tianxi. They all knew that since Shin Tianxi could appear in this meeting and had a previous relationship with Brother Jiang, he must have a very important position. Qin Jiang, Heilong Group has added a new department, the engineering department. Construction projects from the former transportation department will be transferred to the engineering department, with Shin Tianxi in charge. The engineering department will recruit its own personnel and department structure. The goal for the next year is to be responsible for the renovation of all the management department's stores. The engineering department is an important department for Qin Jiang's future plans to build a city that never sleeps in military real estate. Call. Shin Tianxi took a deep breath. Step out. He said firmly, I will complete the task. He knew that Brother Jiang asking him to recruit personnel on his own meant that the team from his hometown would move into the engineering department. From then on, the Black Dragon structure has been upgraded to 6 departments. Now, Wang Tao, Zhao Shanhe, and others were all excited. They were going to strive for higher goals in the new year under the leadership of Brother Jiang. Frowny face. The river flows out of Heilongjiang, and the northern province becomes famous. Chapter 325, Urban Version of the Great War, Billion-Dollar Plan, True Love for Meng Yu. Brush. Qin Jiang glanced at Wang Tao and the others. China's economy is booming, and elites are emerging from all walks of life. I've heard that university students in the South have founded technology companies valued at tens of billions, and some even worth billions. You take the stage, I take the stage, each leading the trend for a few months. Isn't this the urban version of the world of great contention? I, Qin Jiang. I will never be inferior to anyone in this life. Black Dragon will climb to the top step by step. Suppress companies of the same level, destroy old established groups, and reach the pinnacle of China. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Tao and the others could not help but feel excited, with their blood rushing to their heads, as if they were in a fantasy world. They would transform into geniuses and follow Brother Jiang to fight with other geniuses, and even suppress the old forces to dominate the world. It's so cool. Question: that boy doesn't have a similar dream, that boy doesn't want to have a direction in life. Now that their own Brother Jiang has laid out the plan for them. What's there to fear? At worst, they'll just die and the birds will fly to the sky. Wait. They're in the city. They don't even have to die. At worst, they can start all over again. Who wouldn't have the courage to do that? They couldn't help but shout, "Who else but me can be the top of China? Who else but me can be the top of China?" Waves of firm, arrogant, and middle-level voices echoed throughout the room. Are you a middle school student? Maybe. But that guy is not a middle school student. What's more, one person is a middle school student, 10 people are the exception, hundreds of people are passionate, thousands, tens of thousands of people. That's the trend. Qin Jiang didn't care about this situation. It's not a bad thing for a startup team to have these two things, as they can maintain the best passion. What he just said was also to set a plan. For the Zenkishi Group, only with a goal can there be motivation, but the priority is now. The Black Dragon Group's goal is still just to become famous in the northern province. Become famous in northern province. I'm not talking about being famous in northern province. Although Heilong Group is very famous in Songjiang and even northern province, Heilong Night Market and two major milk tea brands, Bawang Tea and Shuiyi Bingchang, are also very popular. Qin Jiang even won the title of Chief Young Entrepreneur of the three northern provinces. However, the Black Dragon Group is only a novice in business. Not to mention the whole country, even in the three northern provinces or even in the northern provinces, it is difficult for the Black Dragon Group to enter the top 100. Moreover, it was established very recently and has not formed a deep foundation. Compared with large enterprises, it is just a young boy. It is simply that the founding team of Heilong Group is too young and it took very little time to gain such fame. However, there are countless similar ones across the country. Therefore, if Heilong wants to become a famous person in northern province, his market value must be at least 10 billion, market value of tens of billions. It was Qin Jiang who set the first 2-year plan for Heilong. Boom. Boom, there was a knock on the door, then a fat young man rushed in. It was Meng Yu. He looked at Qin Jiang and the others with great excitement. Brother Jiang, I miss you so much. She was about to rush over and give Qin Jiang a big hug, but a look from Qin Jiang frightened her so much that she turned around and hugged Jia Shanhe, sobbing. Do you know how I've been spending these days? How boring it is. How tiring it is to date a girl every day. Cut. Everyone couldn't help but feel silent and complain in their hearts, seeing everyone's sullen expressions. Meng Yu changed the subject and looked at Qin Jiang. Brother Jiang, were you just planning positions? What about mine? What position will you assign me this year? Qin Jiang, you're not going to encourage your investment company. Meng Yu, I don't even know what to invest in. I'm too lazy to even bother. Anyway, my grandfather didn't ask me to invest. I just wanted to come to China to avoid the outside world. He'll take care of the rest. He had long realized that his grandfather didn't really want him to compete with others in performance, he was just delaying time. Therefore, I don't care about investment companies. Moreover, he had an inexplicable confidence in Qin Jiang. His intuition told him that it would be much better to follow him than to make any crappy investments on his own. This, Qin Jiang also vaguely guessed what was in Meng Yu's mind. He knew that this playboy was more capable than he seemed, but he had never thought of actually planting him in the Black Dragon. After all of the top management of Black Dragon has their own job, he had no intention of setting up a useless department.
He looked at Meng Yu and said, "You, be my assistant." Assistant? Meng Yu took the initiative, assistant to the chairman. This is also an executive, right? Thank you, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is awesome. He could hardly hide his smile, and at the same time, he couldn't help chatting and gossiping with the other Black Dragon executives. He even didn't spare the new member Shen Tianxi. "Brother Shen, we are family from now on. Tell me if you have anything to say, especially about women. I know everything."
Shen Tianxi, degree V, Suni. Everyone discussed plans for the next year again and then left. Outside, Wang Tao and others quickly dispersed. They had just returned to be responsible for promoting their department's New Year plan. Meng Yu approached Zhao Shanha and said, "Brother Shan, I heard you guys went to celebrate Brother Zhang's birthday. Why didn't you invite me?"
"Zhao Shanha, aren't you busy looking for true love? Have you found it?" "Meng Yu, found it." "Zhao Shanha, oh? You found her? Whose girl is she? How old is she? What happened? How are you sure it's true love?" "Meng Yu, this?
Ever since she desperately stood in front of me to stop her husband from hitting me, I was sure this is love."
"Zhao Shanha, she has a husband?" "Meng Yu, yes."
"It's a pity that she has a husband, and the Meng family has an ancestral precept not to get involved with a married woman."
What a pity, Zhao Shanha, so are you still looking for true love?" "Meng Yu, looking for it.
I made an appointment with a girl yesterday, but she refused to meet me in person and insisted on chatting online. I have a feeling she might be the true love I'm looking for."
"Zhao Shanha, alright. Then go find it." Shen Tianxi came over. "Boss Xiao, I need some recruitment materials to set up the engineering department." Zhao Shanha hugged Shen Tianxi and said, "Why call me Mr. Zhao? Black Dragon doesn't like that."
"You can call me Lao Zhao or Lao Shan." After saying that, she pulled him towards the security department. He had just returned and was very busy, so he had no time to listen to Meng Yu talk about bullshit true love.
Shen Tianxi, okay, Lao Zhao. He looked behind him as Meng Yu turned and left. Why is he so excited? Can an assistant position make him so happy? Zhao Shanha, who knows? Meng Yu isn't a bad guy.
He's a second-generation rich kid, does things a little strangely, and believes in true love.
Oh my god, I'm betting on it. One side, Meng Yu, who hadn't walked far, vaguely overheard the conversation and couldn't help but look smug. "You don't understand a thing." Meanwhile, he couldn't help but imagine a scene. At Black Dragon headquarters, "You call me Assistant Meng and I won't bother you. But what do you call me outside? Hee, isn't it wonderful?"
Shake your head. He stopped thinking about these things and instead picked up his phone and opened the new chat app that had just become popular, WeChat. "Pinned friend, Rose with Thorns." He sent a message, "Lonely Wolf, my dear, I just bought a bag of salt today.
Guess what kind of salt it is? It means I love you, no words needed." Chapter 326, Gu Chuan assesses Heilong and Zhang Qi's family encounters an incident. Black Dragon Group, top floor. Qin Jiang stood in front of the French window, looking at the sky outside, muttering, "The next step is to get rid of Buckingham to avoid any more trouble." He knew that the moment he smashed Buckingham, he was already at war with Washington and there was no possibility of reconciliation. So, of course, the sooner we kill him, the better. Didi Zhu Zhang's phone rang. He picked it up, spoke briefly, and hung up. He then told Qin Jiang, "Brother Jiang, it's Huasheng calling. He said the new year is over and it's time to start working together. He wanted to set a date for our first transaction and asked for our bank account numbers. He also said they'll send us gifts to celebrate the new year. I guess this is compensation for the tracking."
"Qin Jiang, tell him to set the date for the first day of March, which is when the students start school.
All departments are busy, so it's a good time. How about I let you set up the company account?"
"Zhu Zhangdao, it has been successfully registered. The company, from the legal representative to the employees, has nothing to do with us."
"The company's subordinate accounts have nothing to do with us either."
Qin Jiang had asked Zhu Zhang to register a new company in advance, and he found someone with the same name as Qin Jiang to register it, so that he could use it when trading with Huasheng.
He didn't want to have anything to do with Huasheng.
Even if this account would not be of much use in the future, Qin Jiang still chose to do so just in case. Qin Jiang, tell your men to ensure that the entire delivery process is recorded, and then directly handed over to the Public Security Department. Zhu Zheng understood. He immediately arranged these things. Theoretically, as the top 3 people in the Black Dragon Group, Qin Jiang was in control of the general direction, Zhou was responsible for protecting Qin Jiang, and Zhu Zhang was responsible for the perfect implementation of various plans. Qin Jiang continued to look at the sea of clouds outside. If we want to be absolutely sure, we must think of a way to get hold of Zhou Sheng's handle. Otherwise, Zhou Hua has shown his ability in his previous life, and it is very likely that he will send Zhou Sheng abroad in advance, which will be very disadvantageous to me. He never intended to let his mortal enemy get away with it. That would be a time bomb. A Western restaurant. Ji Yuchuan was eating Western food in the private room. On the table in front of him was a plate of Qin Zhang's incomparable detailed series. Start from scratch, establish Black Dragon Group within 1 year. The Heilong Night Market and the 2 major milk tea projects both have revenues exceeding 100 million yuan, and the milk tea chain is assessed to have unlimited potential. And so on. Information is above. It even details how Qin Jiang made his first fortune and how he smashed and looted Buckingham. It can be said that if Qin Jiang's resume was put in front of a national business leader, he would be described as elite. A secretary on the side said, "Boss Gu, the Black Dragon Group has great potential. Their milk tea business, in particular, has taken root in Northern Province and has a strong reputation. It's considered a well-known brand. Furthermore, their company is somewhat unique, so established companies don't dare to easily enter the Northern Province milk tea market. They completely dominate the market. If things continue as planned, at least in the 3 northern provinces, his 2 milk tea brands will have a strong position nationwide and have the potential to become leading milk tea companies. As for the whole country, it's hard to say. After all, big capital won't miss out on such a lucrative market and will definitely come out to take a piece of the pie. However, the Black Dragon Group still has unlimited potential. Otherwise, Qin Jiang wouldn't have won the title of Chief Young Entrepreneur of the Northern 3 provinces. Mr. Gu, do you think we should invest? He clearly has a keen eye for business. To a swish. Gu Chuan stretched out his hand, and the secretary immediately handed him an exquisite silk scarf. He wiped his mouth with incomparable elegance, and then threw this priceless scarf on the ground. A scarf, she won't use it a second time, just see. Ji Yuchuan said calmly, milk tea. It's something new. Judging from the financial statements and the national market, the Black Dragon Group's potential assessment is 4 stars. The assessment level is upper middle. If we add capital, Black Dragon Group has good potential, and its investment potential is barely at 4 stars. However, Black Dragon Group has a shady background, social ties, and high investment risk. Lose 1 star, but its investment potential remains at 3 stars. Comprehensive evaluation, 3.5 stars. The secretary shook his head secretly upon hearing this rating. This is the method Gu Chuan uses when preparing to invest in a company. There are 5 stars in total, but Gu Chuan has only invested in companies with 4 stars or above, which means that Heilong is not within his investment range, but he had a different idea from Gu Chuan. He believed that the social attributes of the Black Dragon Group were not a demerit but a plus, and that having such attributes could avoid a lot of trouble, but he didn't dare to refute Gu Chuan at first. Gu Chuan was incredibly conceited and pretentious. He wouldn't tolerate anyone humiliating him, even in front of his elders, let alone a mere secretary. Besides, $1 million salary wasn't easy to find. Secondly, while Gu Chuan might be pretentious, he possessed genuine talent. Through his own abilities and methods, he had already taken charge of 2 major investment funds, controlling billions in capital and boasting a very high return on investment. Ji Yuchuan said calmly, "What about those villas I just looked at? Are there any for sale?" The secretary nodded. "Boss Gu, I've sent people to inquire about those villas. 3 of them are for sale, but..." He took out a floor plan map that showed the locations of 3 villas, 2 of which were in the same community. Ji Yuchuan, "But what?" The secretary pointed to the single building and said, "This one is easy." He was planning to sell it anyway. But these 2 are a bit more troublesome. The one on the right wasn't for sale, but he's considering it now that we're offering more. As for the one in the middle, someone lives there. Is anyone living here? Gu Chuan couldn't help but frown. The secretary explained, there are 3 tenants living there. They've been holding on to the previous owner's promises and are stuck here. They can't be evicted. Now that the new owner is abroad, it's difficult to get them out. Gu Chuan, is it legal for them to stay in there? The public security department won't care? Can't they just kick them out? The secretary looked embarrassed. It's not going to work. First of all, there are too many people. Secondly, there's an elderly man there who seems to have a bit of a messy background. It's going to be difficult to deal with. After a long while, Gu Chuan said, okay. Then we can buy the building next door for a little more money. We'll handle the process quickly, clear. The secretary nodded. Didi, the secretary's phone rang in his pocket. He picked it up and held it to Gu Chuan's ear, holding it in a steady position. Mom! What's wrong? Marry. Marry who? I don't need to marry to prove my worth, and I don't need to inherit the family fortune. Don't worry about the family. Just give me time and I will surpass the family. Gu Chuan, said so. Time passes. After the return of Qin Zhang and others, the Black Dragon Group seemed to be ignited. Countless returning employees devoted themselves to work with greater passion. Instead of being lazy as if they had just returned from vacation, they were all full of energy. Especially after the 6 major departments announced their New Year plans, they were even more expectant. Only when the company develops can they develop. This year they can continue to show off when they go home, and show off even more. Everything seems to be going so smoothly. Downstairs, Zhang Qi was wiping his car when his phone rang in his pocket. He answered it while wiping the car. Suddenly, he froze in place and his face changed drastically. What? My dad is in trouble. Chapter 327 Hospital Affairs, Privileged Ward Transfer Songjiang Hospital, the 8th Inpatient Department, 6th floor, Ward 608. There were 6 beds alone, plus about 10 to 20 visitors and accompanying family members gathered in this small room of more than 20 square meters, making it very crowded. In the middle-aged man with injuries on his left side looked at the middle-aged woman who came in and scolded her as if he had guessed something. Did you call your son? Who told you to call? Cough cough. I'm fine and you made my son worry for nothing. You said. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman wiped her eyes sadly and said, you think I care? It's all your fault that you had to advance the money for the project. Now I don't have the money back and I was beaten. I have to spend money on medical treatment. The family has no money left. That's why I called my son. Didn't he say he found a job during the Chinese New Year? I want to see if he has any money to give to me for an emergency. 2 people, it's Zhang Qi's parents. Well, Father Zhang couldn't help but sigh. What did my son say? Zhang's mother, he said he would come as soon as he had money. It turned out that Zhang Qi's father contracted the Buckingham decoration business and advanced the funds. As a result, when he asked for money, he met the angry Zhou Shang. Not only did the other party not give money, but he also had people beat Zhang's father and others. The other 2 men who went to ask for money and were beaten were also lying on the hospital bed, with someone accompanying them by the bed. The woman next to her turned her eyes and said, Mrs. Zhang, ask your son to bring more money. The medical expenses for 3 people are not enough. The doctor just came to collect the bill. As soon as these words were spoken, the middle-aged man, Zhang Laosan, who was related to the Zhang family, closed his eyes and pretended not to hear. On the contrary, the injured man, Lao Wang, who was not related to the Zhang family, said, What are you talking about? His son is just a student. How much money can he have? Besides, it's not right for us to pay for our injuries. The middle-aged woman said, What are you talking about? Will he get beaten if I don't ask him for the money? He has to pay for the medical expenses. Besides, my husband has been working for him for several months, and he hasn't paid me a penny so far. I didn't ask for the money because I was a relative and I trusted Lao Zhang. Lao Shang, you can pay my husband's wages slowly, but the hospital is pressing for the medical expenses. One side old Wang was speechless, but he kept saying something. The woman accompanying him tried to speak, but he glared back at her. She said, Brother Zhang, don't get angry. We all decided to do this project together, and your family provided most of the funding. Now that the money isn't coming back, we can't let you bear the responsibility alone. We're all responsible for this. Let's work together to find a solution. The middle-aged woman opened her mouth to refute. Right at this moment, bang! The ward door opened. A man and a woman walked in carrying fruits. The man looked to be in his 30s or 40s, and the woman was very young, as if she had just graduated from college. They looked around the room at everyone and finally stopped at the right window. There is an old lady lying in bed. The woman stepped forward. Grandma, are you okay? The old lady shook her head. It's okay. I just need to be hospitalized for observation for a while. Cough, cough. The woman pulled the man over and introduced him. Grandma, Dad, Mom, this is my boyfriend, Zooping. The old lady and the middle-aged man and woman were speechless when they saw Zooping's age. There was a huge age gap between them, but they didn't say anything when they saw Zooping wearing a well-ironed suit. Then Zooping frowned and looked at the environment and said, "This place is too messy. There are so many people crammed into one ward. How can your grandma recover peacefully in this environment? I'll ask someone to transfer your grandma to another ward." The young girl looked ecstatic. Really? Zooping, it's no big deal. The director of Songjian Hospital and I are good friends. I can just give him a call. As he said that, he went out to make a phone call. After a long time, he came back with a man and said to the young girl and others, "This is the leader of the inpatient department." The man said a few words to the girl and her family. "The hospital is short of wards right now and there are no vacancies at the moment. I will arrange one as soon as possible, tomorrow. We can transfer you to a double room." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the ward looked at Zhou Ping and others with envy. Who wouldn't want to stay in a double room? Privilege. Who doesn't want to enjoy? See this? The young girl's family looked at Zhou Ping with a changed look. These days, the trend of laughing at the poor rather than at prostitutes has begun to emerge. Although Zooping is a little older than their daughter, it seems unimportant because of her social status and money. At this point, you can tell something from the envious looks of others. Wait for the hospital leader to leave. Swish. The young girl hugged Zhou Ping's arm on the spot. "Brother Ping, you are so awesome, you are so good to me." Zhou Ping nodded in satisfaction. He was quite skilled at dealing with this kind of inexperienced college student. Just a little flair would make him completely devoted. Even if they later learned he was married, he wouldn't give up. He also loved being admired, and after showing off today, he was ready to do whatever he wanted when he got home. He couldn't help but smile evilly. Bang! The ward door was pushed open again, and Zhang Qi rushed in and locked onto his parents' bed. "Dad, Mom, are you okay?" Zhang's father and mother looked at Zhang Qi in surprise. The young man in front of them was dressed in formal attire and had an extraordinary temperament, which was quite different from their son's ruffian temperament. Fortunately, they reacted quickly. Mother Zhang asked anxiously, "Son, how much money did you bring?" "Your father is still short of 3,000 yuan for medical expenses." "Do you have any money?" Zhang Qi nodded. "Yes. I'll go and hand it in soon." Mother Zhang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. One side, the middle-aged woman said, "Xiao Qi, I'm your third aunt. Your third uncle's medical expenses are short of more than 2,000 yuan. You should pay it too." Zhang's mother looked grim. Zhang's father hesitated for a long time and gritted his teeth. "Son, if you have money, pay for your third uncle and Uncle Wang's medical expenses. Even if I borrowed it, I'll pay you back when the time comes." Aunt San was delighted, while Uncle San lowered his head and said nothing. Uncle Wang said, "Xiao Qi is still young, how can he have so much money? My family still has some money, so he can pay it himself later." Zhang Qi looked at his uncle, Uncle Wang, and his parents. He was no ordinary person, and he quickly guessed what was going on. "It's okay. I have money. I'll go pay the hospital bills later." He then asked his father, "Dad, what's going on? Aren't you contracting the project? Why were you beaten?" Father Zhang sighed and didn't want to say anything, but when he remembered that his son had just paid for his medical expenses, he said, "This is what happened. Your Uncle Wang and I contracted a project together. We needed to advance money to renovate rooms at Buckingham Entertainment City, and then..." He told the whole story, and how he was beaten by Zhou Shang when he went to ask for money. He felt extremely regretful at the end. For a moment, the entire ward fell silent. Even the nurse who came in to change the dressing kept silent and listened attentively. Gossip.it has an innate appeal to the Chinese people. Chapter 328 Zuping Mok Zhangqi, I have someone above me. What? How ridiculous. Buckingham. Okay. Very good. Zhang Qi stood up suddenly with an angry look on his face and walked out. Father Zhang, what are you going to do? Zhang Qi, if you dare to humiliate my father like this, even if he is Zhou Shang, he will pay the price. Father Zhang, son, don't be impulsive. What kind of person is he? What kind of person are we? There is no comparison at all. Come back soon. Dad will go and beg him in a few days. His brother is easy to talk to and he will definitely get the money back. Don't be impulsive. He was really afraid that his son would be impulsive, and he also knew that Zhou Shang was not a good man and could do anything. Zhang Qi waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Then he quickly left the ward. After coming out, Zhang Qi didn't act impulsively. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and dialed, "Brother Zhang, I have something to tell you." And Brother Jiang, in the car, bang, Zhu Zheng hung up the phone and said to Qin Zhang, "Brother Jiang, Zhang Qi's father was beaten by Zhou Shang and has been hospitalized when he was collecting the debt from Buckingham for renovations." Qin Zhang, did anyone get into trouble? Zhu Zheng, there is no danger to life. Qin Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhou Shang. Great. Very good. I was just wondering how to find evidence against him, and he just showed up on his own. Let Zhao Shanha go. I want Zhou Shang to come to the hospital in person to apologize. If you don't come, you will bear the consequences. Zhu Zheng, understood. Qin Zhang originally went to inspect the business, but his convoy turned to Songjiang Hospital, in the ward. As soon as Zhang Qi left, many people inside started talking. Ouch. Who is this Buckingham Zhou Shang he's talking about? Why is he so arrogant? He didn't pay for the renovations and even beat people up. Yeah. Isn't this completely illegal? Is there no one doing anything? Didn't you report it to the police? Lawless, but Zhou Ping suddenly said, "Report it to the police? You're crazy. You're right not to report it. Do you know who Zhou Sheng is?" Everyone in the room looked at Zhu Ping. The young woman asked, "Brother Ping, do you know Zhou Sheng? Is he very powerful?" Zhou Ping nodded. "We've had dinner together a few times." Is that impressive? It's incredibly impressive. Buckingham is the largest entertainment venue in the North District and a pillar of the Huaxing Group. Zhou Sheng is the younger brother of Huaxing chairman Zhou Hua, and he's definitely a social tycoon. People like that, let alone beating up a few people, even if they kill a few people, what's the big deal? They are not ordinary people who can offend them. Otherwise, they can summon dozens or even hundreds of their followers to beat you half to death with just one word. Everyone in the room was shocked, and at the same time looked at Zhang's father and others with some sympathy. It was really unlucky to offend such a person, and there was no chance of revenge. Father Zhang couldn't help but lower his head. He knew the situation very well. He couldn't afford to offend someone like Zhou Shang. Even if he reported it to the security department, someone would come up with a crime to take the blame. He couldn't bear the subsequent retaliation, so he could only swallow his anger. Right at this moment, bang, the gate opened again, and another young man and woman entered. The woman was dressed in a nurse's uniform, and the man was covered in Nike from head to toe. It was Yi Zhe. The woman was the girl who had accidentally saved Yi Zhe. Lin Yuma, I need to take care of the patient, so don't follow me. Your company must be very busy. Yi Zhe, isn't it almost noon? I'll treat you to Pizza Hut. There's one downstairs. Lin Yuma helplessly said to the silent man lying on the hospital bed to her right, "Second brother, please exercise less. The doctor said that you can be discharged after a few days of observation." The man smiled and said, "Okay." Yi Zhe, he is your second brother? Lin Yuma, yes. Yi Zhe hurriedly said, "Why is your second brother staying in such a crowded place when he comes to see the doctor? If not a single room, get him a double room." Lin Yuma, the hospital is short of wards. She is just a nurse, and an intern nurse at that, so how can she have the right to transfer wards? Yize patted his chest and guaranteed, leave it to me. He went out to make a phone call and came back a few minutes later, saying, Yuma, I've made the arrangements and will be able to transfer your brother to a double room in a short while. Although Lin Yuma was helpless, she also knew that her second brother needed to rest, but she didn't say anything pretentiously. She just said, I have to go to the ward first. Do you want to stay here or come out with me? Yize, I'll tell you. The two left the ward again. The young girl was surprised and said, no? He just said that he could arrange for a double room in a short while? Didn't you say that the earliest would be tomorrow? How could he arrange it earlier? Zhou Ping said disdainfully, he is bragging, didn't you hear it? The person who just came was the leader of the 8th inpatient department. He said it himself that there is no position. The young man is unreliable and likes to show off. Can't you tell from his clothes? How can a rich man wearing Nike? He said these words very naturally. Young girls also believe it very much. The others also nodded. Compared with Yize, who was in his early 20s and dressed in Nikes, Zhou Ping, a middle-aged man in a suit, obviously looked more capable and prestigious. Then the topic in the room turned to Buckingham again, and someone couldn't help but say, according to what you just said, Buckingham is so powerful, you definitely won't get that money back. What do you want? Haven't you heard that they dare to kill people? No one cares, Zhou Ping said disdainfully. Who's in charge? They've been running rampant in the North District for years. Who dares to go against Huasheng? Just consider it a lesson learned and a way to avoid disaster. Suddenly, the skinny young man at the back of the bed said, it's not that no one dares to go against Huasheng. I know someone Huasheng is afraid of. If you find him, maybe you can get the money back. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the skinny young man, who was bandaged and his arms and legs were all broken. It was the man who had been tracking the two people who had been hit by Qin Zhang's car. The other man was still undergoing surgery and in critical condition, but he was lucky to have only suffered a few fractures. Zhou Hua had originally arranged for him to stay in the intensive care unit, but he found it too expensive and asked the person in charge to transfer him to another ward, giving him the remaining difference in price, just to make more money. After this ordeal, he had seen the world clearly and decided not to get involved in society again. He believed that his survival was a blessing for having helped a poor family. So, hearing the suffering of the Zhang family, he couldn't help but warn them, the Huasheng Group is powerful, but they have an equally powerful enemy, the Black Dragon Group. If you can get the Black Dragon Group to intervene, there's a good chance you can get your money back. The eyes of Zhang's father and others lit up slightly, but Zhou Ping snorted coldly, Black Dragon Group. Yes. Black Dragon Group is awesome. Chairman Qin Jiang is a newly rising social tycoon in the North District. He could even ask Zhou Sheng to personally apologize to you, not to mention getting your renovation fees back. But Black Dragon Group owes you money, so why would they help you? If you show up, you might get punished by Black Dragon again. Zhang's father and others' eyes dimmed, and the skinny young man stopped talking, so he reminded him out of kindness. Bang! Zhang Qi pushed the door open again and looked at his worried parents. Don't worry, Dad, I've already found someone. Zhang's father, who are you looking for? Don't do anything stupid. There are people above Zhou Sheng who we can't afford to offend. Zhang Qi was full of confidence. Why? Only Zhou Sheng has someone. Your son above me also has someone. Chapter 329. Qin Jiang arrives. Everyone in the hospital is shocked. Father Zhang wanted to say something but was unable to utter a word. He really wanted to continue educating his son, but when he thought about the fact that his hospitalization was paid for by his son, he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Whispered, Son, who are you looking for? Brother Jiang. Zhang Qi said proudly, my eldest brother. I'm working under him now. Ha ha. Zhou Ping couldn't help laughing. Young people are so clueless, thinking they can just get away with it by knowing a few people in society. They haven't experienced the hardships of society and don't know how dangerous the world is. Zhang Qi frowned and looked over. Who are you? Zhou Ping, passers-by. It's just a reminder to be clear about who you can offend and who you can't. Don't ever think you're that great, and don't think you're that great just because you know a big brother. Remember, there are always people better than you. Some so-called big brothers are trash in the eyes of the real big shots, who won't even glance at them. Don't try to steal the chicken but end up losing the rice. Don't piss them off and make them do something ruthless. If you ask me, every failure is a lesson learned. From now on, I know that doing business also requires status. Just because I can make money doing business with a group like Huashing doesn't mean you can do the same. There are differences between people. He said with a hint of sarcasm. These words resonated with the others. They had just discussed what Huashing was, the top social force in the northern district, who might even have killed people. In the eyes of such a force, ordinary people were ants, and even big businessmen dared not offend them. And who was Zhang Qi, a child from an ordinary working-class family, still in school? What kind of big brother could he know? In their minds, he was probably just a gangster, a thug with 3 or 5 younger brothers, living off student protection fees. Those were the kind of people who were not even worthy of public recognition. Gangsters versus Washington, the basic ending is self-evident, not to mention getting the money back to save Zhou Sheng's face. It is very likely that the whole family will suffer disaster again. Hearing this, Zhang's father couldn't help but worry. Son, Dad doesn't want the money. Don't be impulsive. We can't afford to offend Huasheng. He is a member of society. You are still young, so don't act impulsively. Zhang's mother was also there, trying to persuade her son with tears in her eyes, fearing that her son's impulsiveness would lead to revenge by Huasheng. This made other people in the ward sigh. Only Zhou Ping nodded secretly as he looked at the young and beautiful girl who was full of admiration for him. This was the result he wanted. He just said those words not because he cared whether the Zhang family would face retaliation. He was just pretending to be cool. The purpose is to let the young beautiful girl and her family know the gap between people and the huge disparity in status between the two sides. Only in this way can he be completely devoted to her. Then even if the whole family knows that his daughter is a mistress, they will choose to acquiesce, or even personally persuade his daughter to accept the situation of being a mistress. This method has always worked for him. Now faced with his parents' constant persuasion, Zhang Qi was about to say something. Suddenly, there were bursts of exclamations coming from outside. Brush. A young man near the ward door subconsciously glanced outside and was stunned on the spot. Fuck, he cursed in his eyes widened, his mouth opened wide and couldn't close, obviously seeing a shocking scene. The others also gathered at the door and looked out at the corridor, all of them stunned at the scene, their faces filled with astonishment. At the end of the corridor ahead, a group of people were striding towards us. Their number looked like that of doctors making rounds, but the difference was that they were all dressed in black formal attire and were surrounding a young man in the front. This man had a solemn expression, giving people a sense of awe without even being angry. A large number of people walking back and forth on both sides subconsciously made way for the main road and turned their eyes to this team. Of this kind of scene, similar to the one in the TV, where a domineering CEO appears, would make anyone take a second look when seeing it in real life. They even felt that this group of people was more powerful than the domineering CEO in the TV, especially with the young men in black suits following behind them, giving them an overwhelming sense of oppression, the feeling of oppression from non-security guards and bodyguards, but that feeling of oppression that cannot be offended. There are endless exchanges in the group. Who was this? Such a grand occasion. This scene looks like a TV drama. Those people following behind don't look like good people. I can tell at first glance that they are not to be trifled with. Wow, that young man leading the group is so handsome and charming. Many girls stood there in a daze, becoming infatuated with the girl. Young ruffian, and he is obviously rich and powerful. Which girl wouldn't like it? Wait. The young man who first appeared in the ward was suddenly stunned. Hey, why do they seem to be coming towards us? The fog seems to be coming towards our ward. Soon Qin Jiang led his men to the front of the ward. Those who had just stood at the door to see clearly had already shrank back in fear. They had no idea what someone like Qin Jiang was doing in their ward, but Zhang Qi immediately came to the door of the ward and said respectfully to Qin Jiang, "Brother Jiang." Qin Jiang nodded. "Where are your parents?" Zhang Qi pointed inside. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijio strode in. Except for 2 young men in black suits who came in with things, the rest of them stood quietly at the door of the ward. For a while, it attracted the attention of other wards and even the nurses. And Zhang Qi brought Qin Jiang and the other 2 to his parents' hospital room and said, "Brother Jiang, these are my parents." He introduced them to them. "Mom and Dad, this is the brother Jiang I was talking about. He's also my boss. The one next to him is brother Zhang, and this is brother Sijio. They're all leaders of my company." Zhu Zhang waved a swish. Two Black Dragon personnel had already delivered a large number of gifts to the bedside, and then retreated to stand outside the ward. Zhang's father looked at Qin Jiang and the other two. Although they looked different from the gangsters he had expected, he still felt that they were similar to the Huaxing group. How should I put it? They had a bandit-like aura. Zhang's mother, you are all Shaoqi's leaders. Why are you bringing things with you? Come, sit down. Zhang Qi also hurriedly found 3 stools and placed them in front of Qin Jiang and the other two. Brother Jiang, this is a bit shabby. Qin Jiang and the other two sat in the small ward. Everyone in the ward first looked at the young man in black suit standing outside, and finally all looked at Qin Jiang and the other two with different expressions. Zhou Ping looked at Qin Jiang and the other two with a puzzled expression. Did I guess wrong? These people are not gangsters? No. Judging from their aura, they should be gangsters. It seems that they are the kind that are famous in the small area. Obviously, he attributed Qin Jiang to the same as Chen He, Dao Gu and others, who have dozens of younger brothers and an annual income of 1 to 800,000. Brother Lin Yuma still didn't speak. The young man who had just reminded Zhang's father to deal with Huaxing and find the Black Dragon disappeared. No. He didn't disappear, but was hiding in his blankets, trembling with fear. Bedside attendant, 6th brother, what's wrong with you? Young man, no. It's okay, just a little cold. No wonder he was so scared. He believed that the car accident was caused by Qin Jiang's men. Now that he saw him in person, how could he not be scared? He is afraid. Qin Jiang found himself alive to him. Xinjiang. Chapter 330. Zhashanhe, Brother Jiang said, you have to go whether you want to or not. Now a Father Jiang looked at Qin Jiang and said, Shaoqi said he needs your help with my matter. He originally planned to tell Qin Jiang about his own matter so as not to bother Qin Jiang and to say that Huaxing was too powerful, but he was afraid that Qin Jiang would misunderstand and turn it into a provocation, so he was thinking about how to word it. Qin Jiang said solemnly, Zhang Qi is my brother. Anyone who bullies my brother's parents will pay the price. As soon as these words were spoken, the room suddenly became silent. Let me explain this in 2 ways. Qin Jiang's presence in the ward was shocking. Buckingham, what? Zhou Sheng's expression changed slightly as he drank the flower wine. He looked at the vice president in front of him and asked, really? The vice president nodded. It's absolutely true. The people you beat up a few days ago were the parents of Qin Jiang's younger brother, who drives for him. Now that this matter has alarmed Qin Jiang, he has sent someone to tell you to get out immediately and apologize. Fuck. Zhou Sheng's face darkened. Damn it. How could it be such a coincidence that hitting someone could actually hit Black Dragon's head? Vice President, Mr. Shang, look, Zhou Sheng, what are you looking at? You really want me to apologize? Impossible. Who does Qin Jiang think he is? Besides, the people he hit weren't his parents, but the parents of a driver. If I apologize in person, I'll be 3 heads below him. Vice President, yes, Zhou Sheng, it's nothing to worry about. You can send someone to the hospital to get some money to pay for his medical expenses. Then give him a little more money and settle the project fee. That's it. As he said this, he kicked the vice president out. The vice president outside didn't want to get involved in the matter or report it to Zhou Hua, but he thought about his involvement in the matter and that the last incident had already put him in a bad position. If he offended Qin Jiang again, his position as vice president would probably be lost. He gritted his teeth and turned around and left Da Ai in the box. Several younger brothers looked at Zhou Sheng. Brother Shang, are you really not going? Qin Jiang is not someone you can get along with easily. Qin Jiang has always been overbearing. Brother Hua needs to know about this. Bang, Zhou Sheng slammed the table. I'm afraid of nothing. Does Qin Jiang think he's so awesome? You don't really think I'm afraid of him. Besides, I didn't hit his parents, just the driver's parents. Zhou Sheng appears to be a bit timid but is actually a bit weak, but he really thought so. He was just a driver, so at most he could give him a little more money. Compared to Qin Jiang, he was more worried about his elder brother Zhou Hua finding out about this. After all, Zhou Hua had warned him many times not to cause trouble. If his brother knew about this, he was afraid he would lock him up in the villa. Thinking of this, he murmured, it seems I have to go out and hide for a while, so as to avoid my brother getting angry and causing me trouble. Immediately invite a few people in the box to change places to play. Outside. In a business car is Zhashanhe. Where's Zhou Sheng? Black Dragon staff, we've already notified them. but Vice President Buckingham came out and said, Zhou Shang isn't here. He deeply apologizes for what happened to Zhang Qi's parents and will personally bring people and gifts to visit them in the hospital. Others in the car were angry as fuck. Zhou Shang is almost grown up in Buckingham. If he can't be here, he definitely doesn't plan to show up in person. Brother Jiang asked him to come out, but he refused to come. This shows that he doesn't take Brother Jiang seriously. Brother Shan, what do you say we should do? What to do, Zhao Shanha, that's fine. Brother Jiang wants him to go to the hospital in person, so he has to go, whether he wants to or not. At this time, a voice came from the intercom. Brother Shan, Zhou Shang and his men are driving away from the back. Zhao Shanha, bring some people to stop him. An off-road vehicle just came out of the street behind Buckingham, and Zhou Shang and others were listening to exciting music inside. If I were a DJ, would you love me? Finally, you became someone else's mistress. I also know that it wasn't because of love. I really can't afford to be hurt. I've calculated and finally given up. Zhou Shang didn't wear a seatbelt. His head kept shaking as he sang a song. I can't afford to be hurt. I can't afford to be hurt. Right at this moment, card pool, the off-road vehicle brakes suddenly, bang. Under the influence of inertia, Zhou Shang's entire body suddenly rushed forward and collided with the front windshield with a loud noise. Fuck me, Zhou Shang screamed, my head. He covered his head and sat back in the passenger seat. The place where his hand touched was already swollen. Obviously the impact was too hard, and his nose felt a little sore and hot. One touch, my nose suddenly started bleeding. He couldn't help but get angry. Fuck you, how the hell do you drive? You've ruined my face. I'm going to kill you. The young man behind the wheel was so frightened that he was completely bewildered. Looking at Zhou Shang, who was filled with anger, he quickly pointed outside. Brother Shang, there's a car, stop it. Zhou Shang subconsciously looked outside and saw two cars blocking them. If he hadn't braked quickly, he would have been hit. There were cars surrounding them on the left and right, including behind. Fuck. Zhou Shang couldn't help but look slightly shocked. Even if he was drunk, he knew something was wrong. Get your weapons. Crash. The other three people in the car all pulled out machetes from under the seats, their faces grim, but when they saw more than a dozen young men in black suits getting out of vehicles on both sides, they all fell silent. Black Dragon's people. The young man driving the car was shaking a little with his hands holding the machete. Everyone knew that Black Dragon had vandalized Buckingham. It could be said that Black Dragon became famous by stepping on Buckingham. Naturally, they were 3 points inferior to Black Dragon. Not good. Zhou Shang realized something was wrong and shouted, step on the gas and rush out. But it was too late. Wow, the car door was pulled open, and the people inside were pulled out before they could react. Looking at the cold expressions of the Black Dragon personnel on both sides, the Washington personnel holding machetes did not dare to make a move. Go in. Several Washington personnel were stuffed into the car and dared not speak. At the same time, Zhou Shang was also carried by several Black Dragon personnel and forcibly stuffed into the business car where Zhao Shanha was. Bang, the car door was closed. You are so bold that you even dare to arrest me? Fuck you. Zhou Shang opened his mouth to curse, but he stopped mid-sentence because he recognized who the boy in front of him was, Black Dragon Zhao Shanha. The reckless man who would constantly ask his name and then just go right ahead and do something. He knew very well that this person would never care about his status and position, and if he spoke so arrogantly, the other party would really dare to do anything to him. Gulp, Zhou Shang swallowed subconsciously. Zhao Shanha, what are you going to do? Snap. Snap, Zhao Shanha patted Zhou Shang's face and said, you're quite arrogant. You even dared to hit my family members. Zhou Shang, don't go too far. I'm telling you that Huasheng and Black Dragon are now in a cooperative relationship. If you go too far, it will affect the cooperative relationship between the two parties. Zhao Shanha continued to slap his face. You are quite awesome. Brother Jiang asked you to go to the hospital and you didn't go? You have to go today, whether you want to or not. Zhou Shang, let me out of the car, otherwise. He struggled to continue threatening Zhao Shanha, but the next moment his body froze and he stopped resisting. Zhao Shanha smiled evilly and said, Zhou Shang, you don't want your brother to know, right? Chapter 331. Zhou Shang is arrested. Xinjiang, change the word. You don't want your brother to know, do you? This sentence was like a curse that froze Zhou Shang in place. Who was he most afraid of? Of course it's his brother, Zhou Hua. If his brother really knew about this, he would definitely be put under house arrest or even have someone watch over him, and he would also feel unreliable in his elder brother's heart again. Not this, it was Zhou Sheng who couldn't accept it. Thinking of this, he could only stare at Zhao Shanhe. You are so cruel. He stopped struggling and sat in the car resigned to his fate. In his opinion, it was just a matter of paying some money and apologizing. Snap. Snap, Zhao Shanhe patted Zhou Sheng's face, signaling the Black Dragon personnel on both sides to disperse, and said with a smile, "Don't say we're restricting your freedom. If you want to leave now, you can go directly. I won't stop you." Even the Black Dragon personnel opened the car door directly. Wow, Zhou Sheng looked at Zhao Shanhe and closed the door himself. "What are you doing?" "I'm not leaving." "Zhao Shanhe, this is your own decision. Let's go to the hospital." At the same time, he signaled the younger driver in front to save the in-car video of Zhou Sheng saying he would not leave for record illegal detention. That's impossible, purely voluntary. / / The people who were with Zhou Sheng in the other cars also heard Zhou Sheng's words on the intercom and stopped struggling. Boom, several cars stepped on the accelerator and drove away directly. Opposite inside a hotel. Jiuchuan looked down from the French window as a secretary nearby reported to him, "Boss Gu, the vast majority of startups in Songjiang and even Northern Province have been selected. Currently, only 6 have achieved a 3-star rating, and none have reached 4 stars. Even among the 3 stars, many startups have weak foundations and lack the potential for long-term development." He held 6 documents in his hands. There are 6 startups in it, 2 of which are on the list of young entrepreneurs like Qin Jiang, and the remaining 4 also have their own strengths and weaknesses, the secretary continued. Right now, it seems that Qin Jiang's Black Dragon company has the most potential. If they can inject a large amount of capital quickly, they could even expand their 2 major tea brands nationwide within the next year or 2, causing their valuations to skyrocket. Furthermore, I've heard that while Black Dragon company has social attributes, it also operates quite lawfully. Many of their stories are just rumors, with no evidence at all. His meaning was self-evident. He was clearly saying, investing in Xinjiang Black Dragon company has more potential and a better return ratio. At the same time, he was also saying that the social attributes of Black Dragon company might be a rumor. Ahead. Jiuchuan sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window without saying a word. She also discovered this problem after checking the information for a few days. For this reason, she checked a lot of information about the Black Dragon company and found that there were indeed many rumors in it. What do you mean by arresting someone in prison and shooting them after just one look? What do you mean by drowning someone in the river just because you don't like him? Complete bullshit, not to mention the mainland. Even Hong Kong has never been so rampant before. Everything, it's likely an exaggeration. Moreover, the Black Dragon Group was a 4-star group based purely on potential, so it didn't break her rule of not voting for 4 stars. So, Guchuan murmured, as long as Qin Jiang doesn't go too far, as long as he is restrained. She didn't finish her words. Suddenly, she looked at the 7 or 8 cars below, who forced one of them to stop. Then, more than a dozen young men in black suits came down and directly pulled the car open, dragged the 3 or 4 people inside into their own cars, and then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. With her eyesight, she could tell that those young men in black suits belonged to the Black Dragon. After all, she had seen too much information about the Black Dragon recently, and such behavior was consistent with the legend of the Black Dragon. Broad daylight, arresting people by force. Are you so brave? One side, the secretary also saw this scene and his expression turned very ugly. He silently lowered his head and looked at the 6 documents in his hand. Mr. Gu, why don't you analyze these companies? Wow, Mr. Gu simply waved his hand and said, I, Guchuan, won't invest unless it's a 4-star player. It doesn't matter if there's no such thing as a 4-star player. Go and see if there are any new internet-based companies with potential. Angel investors can relax their requirements. Secretary, there is a video company that has been quite popular recently. Guchuan, 10 minutes, I need company information. The 8th Inpatient Department, ward. As Qin Jiang finished his words, the entire ward fell silent and everyone looked at him. Qin Jiang's words were really too pretentious. What did he mean by whoever offends his brothers will pay the price? Who did he think he was? How dare he be so arrogant? The next moment, Qin Jiang looked at the ward and said, the environment here is too bad and not suitable for recuperation. Let's change the ward. These words made the ward quiet again. What happened today? There is a small ward with a total of 6 patients, and now 3 of them need to be transferred to other wards. Is it really that outrageous? Don't you have to pay taxes for bragging? One of the southerners who was accompanying the bed whispered. I've heard that in the Northeast, they hire people for everything. I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems there's truth to it. The others also whispered. Qin Jiang ignored this. He would never break the law in this life, but he would try to take advantage of his position within a reasonable range. He was not a man who was obsessed with principles. His principle was, no crime, no morality. Ha ha. Everyone has their own opinion. Pick up the phone and dial, beep. Bai Meng, who was squatting on the scene eating a box lunch, answered the phone. What's going on? What do you want me to do now? Qin Jiang, is anyone at Songjiang Hospital? Bai Meng, no. Qin Jiang, shouldn't someone like you have a good friend who's a genius doctor? Bai Meng, I have a friend who studied medicine, but he delayed his graduation. What are you looking for him for? Qin Jiang glanced at Zhang Qi and said, my brother's parents are injured and need to be transferred to another ward. Bai Meng, tell me the name, Zhang Wei, right? I'll take care of it. How are you guys planning on that, Qin Jiang? There are some things you are not qualified to know. Bang, Qin Jiang hung up the phone. Bai Meng, fuck. If you need me, I'll do it for you. You're the one who asked me to do something, why are you still pretending to be so arrogant? It's so fucking infuriating. Everyone in the ward was a little confused when they heard Qin Jiang hang up the phone after a few words. Zhou Ping, pretend, just pretend. This is a top-tier hospital. Who can a scoundrel like you turn to? Do you really think this hospital is owned by your family? Your cronies are useless here. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. He just said to the young girl, just wait and see. There will be something interesting to watch soon. Most of the others were also skeptical, thinking that Qin Jiang had been too pretentious and relaxed when he made the phone call just now, looking for someone. It's not like they haven't seen it before. It's not all about soft words, promises of gifts, drinks, and politeness. How could he speak to Qin Jiang as if he were giving an order? Did he really think he was a big shot? But then they heard something even more shocking? Chapter 332. Everyone in the intensive care unit is shocked. Someone from Huasheng comes. Just see. Jiang's father was worried about the Huasheng issue and said, Mr. Jiang, the Huasheng issue. Qin Jiang, Huasheng, I have sent someone to ask Zhou Sheng to personally apologize to you. Zhang's father, Sigma, surprised face. Others, Sigma degree, underscore winky face. What did they hear? Is this guy crazy? He wants Zhou Sheng to apologize in person. Zhou Sheng, vice president of Huasheng, a top social figure, personally apologized to an ordinary person. Who does this guy think he is? Zhang Qi was the only one who looked at his brother Jiang with an excited expression. He had only gone to see Jiang because he was so excited after seeing his parents injured. Then he thought about who he was. He was just Zhang's driver. Why should he ask Zhang to stand up for his parents? He had never expected that Zhang would hear about his situation and drive directly to the hospital to visit his parents and ask for someone to transfer them to another ward. Now he had even sent someone to talk to Zhou Sheng. How could he not be excited? Bang, Zhang Qi clenched his fists and said, a man will die for his friend. Brother Jiang has been so kind to me that I must repay him in this lifetime. One side, Zhu Ping could no longer hold back his laughter. Funny, really funny. Zhang Qi looked at Zhou Ping and frowned. What are you laughing at? Zhou Ping was not afraid. In his opinion, Qin Jiang and others were just gangsters. Ordinary people might not be able to afford to offend them, but he was not afraid of a boss like him. Who doesn't know a few people? Besides, these hooligans would be retaliated immediately if they dared to provoke Hua Sheng, so they naturally didn't care. What do you think I'm laughing at? Have you heard of the illusions of Yelon's arrogance, sitting in a well and looking at the sky, and trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm? I have heard of it. He used 3 parallel sentences to prove his contempt for Qin Jiang's words, and couldn't help laughing again. Zhang Qi's eyes turned cold. What do you mean? The 7 or 8 Black Dragon personnel outside also vaguely heard the noise inside, and their faces turned cold as they prepared to come in. However, just as Zhou Ping was about to say something, Zhang Qi's face became even colder. Bang! The ward door was pushed open. A middle-aged man rushed in with 2 accomplices. As soon as he entered the room, he shouted, Who is Mr. Qin? At the same time, he looked around the room and looked towards Zhou Ping. After all, Zhou Ping looks more like the big boss. Zhou Ping was stunned. He was a little confused when he saw the middle-aged man looking at him. His last name was not Qin. Most importantly, the person following the middle-aged man was the hospital leader he had just found, so the identity of the middle-aged man was self-evident. Hospital leaders, a senior hospital leader rushed in to look for President Qin. What it means is intriguing. While Zhu Ping was in a daze, Zhu Zheng pointed the folding fan in his hand at Qin Zhang and said, Here. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Zhang in a daze, then reacted. He took 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand to shake his hand, but was stopped by Zhang Qi. He was not embarrassed by this and hurriedly said, I'm the director here. I've just been assigned to transfer Zhang Wei to another ward. His tone was very respectful. There was no other way. The person who asked him to handle this matter was his boss's boss. Zhu Zheng pointed at the hospital bed where Zhang Qi's parents were staying. That's it, the middle-aged director said. Mr. Qin, the intensive care unit is indeed a bit short, but one will be available in an hour at most, and you can move in then. Special care. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room exclaimed. Even Zhou Ping was stunned. Compared with others, he knew more about the special nature of special care. Without status and position, one is not qualified to stay here. Money is one aspect, and status is more important. It must be fake. Many people wondered if they had heard it wrong, but judging by the appearance of the middle-aged director in front of them and the way the resident leader just followed, then, it must be true. For a moment, the whispering stopped completely. Mr. Zhang was even more shocked. He thought the young man in front of him was bragging, but he never expected that a few minutes after the other party made a casual phone call, the hospital leader came in person to transfer him to the top ward, which was the intensive care unit. Is it really that outrageous? But he didn't have time to think about it and said hurriedly, Well, there's no need to go to all that trouble. Really, there's no need for an intensive care unit. Someone like me wouldn't need an intensive care unit. Zhang Qi, Dad, this was arranged by Brother Zhang. Father Zhang, it doesn't need to be sent to the intensive care unit. That's too exaggerated. I just have superficial injuries. He also saw that his son's brother Zhang was a truly capable man, so he didn't dare to trouble him. After all, favors must be repaid, and he didn't want to cause trouble for his son, but he also knew that completely refusing would hurt the other person's face, so he said, Well, a double room is fine. I happen to have someone else staying here, so we can chat in a double room. He looked at the middle-aged director opposite him and said nervously, Do you see? The middle-aged director looked at Qin Zhang. The phone call had already told him something. Let him find President Qin, and as long as the other party's request is not excessive and does not violate the principles, it must be met. The meaning is self-evident. It doesn't matter which ward Zhang's father stays in. What matters is that Qin Zhang is satisfied. Qin Zhang nodded. Then let's have a double room. Swish. The middle-aged director turned around and looked at the hospital leader who had just come with Zhu Ping. Do you have a double room? The hospital leader nodded hurriedly. No need to wait for a double room, there's a vacancy. I'll have someone arrange for it and move in right away. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Ping and others' eyes almost popped out. They had just heard this person say that there were no vacant wards, but now someone else said that the patient could be admitted immediately. They were even more shocked at Qin Zhang's identity. The middle-aged director instructed again, Mr. Zhang must have suffered an external injury. Let the chief surgeon and the chief orthopedic surgeon consult and develop a treatment plan. The hospital leader nodded immediately. The middle-aged director looked at Qin Zhang and said, Boss Qin, is there anything else I can help you with? Qin Zhang waved his hand. The middle-aged director, Okay. I'll ask someone to arrange a double room. I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you. He led his people out of the ward. Before leaving, he looked at the Black Dragon personnel at the door with his eyes flashing twice. In the ward, even after the middle-aged director left, the silence remained. Clearly, everyone was still reeling from the shock of the moment, staring at Qin Zhang in disbelief. Everyone initially assumed Qin Zhang was just bragging, and no one took his call seriously. But what happened? Less than 5 minutes after the call ended, a hospital official personally arrived and respectfully requested a transfer to the intensive care unit. It was only at Zhang's father's request that the room be doubled. Everyone in the ward couldn't help but look at Zhou Ping. Anyone could guess that the person Qin Jiang found was tougher than Zhou Ping. At the same time, they felt extremely embarrassed when they remembered Zhou Ping's mocking words to Qin Jiang. Not at this time. Zhang Qi looked at Zhou Ping with a cold gaze and asked again, "Didn't you hear me just now when I asked you a question?" Zhou Ping's face was grim. Fuck. Did I make a mistake? Is this young man really a character? But seeing Zhang Qi's tone as if scolding him, he couldn't help but get angry. Who are you talking to? Your bullshit brother Jiang can be more powerful than Huasheng. Bang, he slammed the table and stood up, ready to confront Zhang Qi right at this moment. Boom. Chapter 333, the vice president pays money and is extremely respectful. Qin Jiang, throw it out. Boom, the ward door was opened again. Just see. A middle-aged man in a suit walked in quickly with two young men. He was a little confused at first when he saw the quiet scene in the room, but soon locked his eyes on Qin Jiang. Then a kind smile instantly appeared on his face. "Oh, brother Jiang, you are handsome again after the new year. I am here to wish brother Jiang a happy new year and a new moon as new as the wind. Longevity from the mountains, waters, and rivers." He started with a string of jingles. Be humble, kind tone, hunched body. It was totally inconsistent with his attire, forming an absolute contrast. Everyone in the room was stunned, and they were all guessing the identity of the middle-aged man. Why did he nod and bow and sing a blessing song as soon as he came up? And this person did not look like an ordinary person, but was acting like a clown. Same. Qin Jiang looked at the person who came and asked, "Who are you?" Middle-aged man, benefit. Although he was a little speechless inside, he didn't dare show it on his face. Instead, his smile widened. "Brother Jiang, you're really forgetful. I'm the vice president of Buckingham. You beat me up the last time you went there. You've seen me before." He then pointed at Zhang's father lying on the hospital bed and said, "I just heard about this too. It's really shocking. It was just your subordinates messing around. They didn't realize that Mr. Zhang was the parent of one of your old subordinates. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to do anything even if they had the guts. This was truly unintentional." He then reassured, "Brother Jiang, don't worry. We at Buckingham promised to explain this matter. I've already had the employee who assaulted your old man beaten half to death." "Oh right. And there's compensation." He took 5 bundles of RMB from his younger brother behind him and placed them directly on the table next to the bed. "This is 500,000 renminbi. 200,000 renminbi is for renovations, and the remaining 300,000 renminbi is personal compensation for Mr. Zhang. In addition, all expenses for Mr. Zhang's hospitalization will be borne by Buckingham. Mr. Zhang can stay as long as he wants." Finally, he asked the 2 younger brothers behind him to place various precious gifts in front of the bed. "I hope Mr. Zhang will be magnanimous and not make a fuss. I apologize to you here, Brush." He bowed 90 degrees. "The attitude is extremely humble and sincere, but from beginning to end, I didn't see the other 2 being beaten." After all, only Mr. Zhang was the focus. This scene did also stunned everyone in the room. They looked at the 500,000 yuan in cash on the table and the gifts on the ground in disbelief, as well as the middle-aged man's 90-degree bow, and remained silent for a long time. Buckingham, they were familiar with this name. They had just been discussing the main industries of Huasheng Group, the top social force in Songjiang North District, with hundreds of subordinates. Even Zhu Ping said that the other party was an awesome force that could not be offended. Zhang's father and others were beaten because they were asking the other party for money. They did not dare to report to the police and had no way to seek help. But what did they see? The man who claimed to be Vice President Buckingham came in and started calling the young man in front of him Brother Jiang and sing blessing songs and call you by your name again. Now he has apologized on behalf of Buckingham and offered $500,000 in cash, $300,000 of which is compensation, and medical expenses are charged separately. This situation is a little beyond their understanding. They want to think that all this is fake, a show, but the hundreds of thousands of cash on the table mean that everything is real. 300,000 in compensation. What a concept. In 2011, many people could not save this amount of money in their entire lives, but now it is regarded as personal compensation to Zhang's father. Looking at Mr. Zhang's only broken bones and the cash on the table, he wished he was the one who got hurt. Of course, they also knew that they could get Vice President Buckingham to come in. person to apologize and offer substantial compensation. It's not because of beating someone up that he was hospitalized, it's not because of a change of heart, just because, that man, it is obvious that the man who calls himself the Vice President of Buckingham is not apologizing to Zhang's father in the hospital bed, but rather to the man named Brother Jiang, and he is extremely humble. So, who exactly is this guy called Brother Jiang? He could make someone like Buckingham personally send his vice president to apologize. Brother Ping, what's wrong with you? The young girl was stunned and didn't quite understand the situation. She saw her boyfriend standing there sweating profusely. Is it too hot in the room? As soon as these words were spoken, it attracted the attention of several people nearby. Swish. Zhou Ping covered her mouth and looked at the people nearby. She turned her peripheral vision towards Zhang's father again before she breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I was filled with fear. He thought he was just a small-time thug pretending to be cool, but he actually made Vice President Buckingham come and apologize. Doesn't this mean that Brother Zhang's status and position may be comparable to that of Huasheng, or even if it is different, it won't be too much, otherwise the Vice President would not have to be so servile. And what did I do? I mocked him. I said he was arrogant and overestimating his own abilities. Grass. He wished he could find a gap to squeeze into and sit down immediately when no one was paying attention. If the ward was not so crowded that there was no time to go out, he would have run out. I kept thinking, what should I do? You're such a stinky mouth. What are you talking about? What does it have to do with you if they're showing off? Baba said, this is it. I've offended a big shot. What if they use their connections? You'll have no business left in the future. Of course, no one paid attention to the situation. They were all watching Zhang's father and others, afraid of missing the exciting part. Father Zhang was stunned looking at the 500,000 yuan in cash on the table. At the beginning, he begged for help from everyone for the 200,000 yuan renovation fee, but there was no way out. He waited until he was beaten up but didn't get a penny, but his own son, Brother Jiang, was sitting there, and Vice President Buckingham rushed to give him a full 500,000 yuan. This moment, for the first time, he felt the gap between people. It wasn't until he heard the screams of two people in the hospital beds that he finally reacted and looked at his son. This money. Zhang Qi gave his father a look to signal him not to speak. Father Zhang was a little confused just when everyone else, including Zhang's father, thought that Qin Zhang would nod. After all, the other party had already given him face. Just see. Qin Zhang's expression remained indifferent as he uttered three words, "Where's Zhou Shang?" Well, the vice president said a little embarrassedly, "Brother Jiang, Mr. Shang is sick." Yes. He's sick and can't even get out of bed, so he asked me to bring him here to apologize. He bowed to Zhang's father and said, Mr. Shang apologized to you and asked you to forgive him. Xu Zhang, Brother Jiang asked Zhou Xing to come, but he refused, so he asked you to take his place? Who do you think you are? How dare you apologize to Brother Jiang? The vice president was stunned. Zhou blared, get lost. The vice president was startled and stunned. Zhu Zhang, throw it out. Wow, several Black Dragon personnel rushed in and dragged the vice president and two attendants out. The three of them looked at the cold faces of the Black Dragon personnel and did not dare to struggle. Only the vice president said anxiously, Brother Jiang, please listen to my explanation. Brother Jiang. We can provide additional compensation. Brothers, let me go first, I'm talking to Brother Jiang. Don't throw. Ouch. Chapter 334, Zhou Shang's apology shocked everyone and he recited his confession. Bang. Bang, the vice president was thrown to the ground outside the hospital. He couldn't help but grimace in pain. Ouch, my butt. Oh my god, shut up, the Black Dragon staff shouted. This is a restricted area of the hospital, no noise allowed. No noise allowed. Well, the deputy general manager looked at the cold eyes of the Black Dragon personnel guarding the gate and could only shut up, his face looking too ugly. He thought that Qin Zhang might not give him face, but he didn't expect that he would be thrown out. But what can he do? Yelling, leave with a disapproving look, he didn't have the courage nor the idea. Qin Zhang was treated with respect by Brother Hua. Let alone throwing him out, even beating him up would not do any harm. Outside, he was the vice president of Buckingham, but in front of Qin Zhang, he was just a little punk. The two accompanying personnel behind whispered to Vice President, what should we do? Charge in. Vice President, Sigma, go for your grandma's leg, go for it, but he really didn't know what to do. If he left like this, he would not be able to explain to Zhou Shang, and if Zhou Hua knew about this, he would probably blame him. But if he didn't leave, it would be useless for him to stay here. Rushing in would only bring humiliation upon himself, and would only make Qin Zhang's anger worse. It could be said that he was in a dilemma. Finally, the vice president gritted his teeth and said, "No, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. It seems that we still have to find Zhou Shang." He looked at the two people behind him and said, "You two go and explain the interests to Mr. Shang and ask him to come over." Two people, _ winky face, the two of us? Yes. The vice president nodded. Just the two of you. Go quickly. We must get President Shang here. Both of them. Buckingham knew Zhou Shang's temper, and he was afraid that he would be beaten to death on the spot if he asked them to ask the other party to apologize. The vice president noticed the two men's concerns and added, "No matter what method you two use, as long as you can get Zhou Shang here, I'll reward you 10,000 yuan each. If you can't, you two can go to the private room to work. I mean what I say, so go." Both of them looked slightly panicked. The work in the box? That's not something a man would do. The patrons of the Buckingham box include not only wretched middle-aged men, but also middle-aged wealthy women. Just one sentence, frowny face. Do you understand the flower language of steel wool? Obviously, the two of them couldn't bear it and could only leave obediently, looking at each other helplessly. Why is life so difficult? There's nothing we can do. For people like us at the bottom of society, if we can't be cattle or horses, we have to be chickens and ducks. Compared to chickens and ducks, I prefer cattle and horses. However, they came back just a few minutes after they left. The vice president was surprised. "Why are you two back?" "Ha, ha," the two men panted and pointed behind them. Mr. Shang is here." "What?" The vice president looked behind the two of them and was stunned. Sure enough, a group of people quickly approached. Among them was a man with a bruised nose and swollen eyes, Zhou Shang. He also recognized the young man leading the group as the head of Black Dragon Security, Zhao Shanhe. The vice president swallowed his saliva and said, "Fuck. Is Qin Jiang so powerful? Just send someone to get Zhou Shang here." He didn't think that Zhou Shang was willing to come here on his own initiative. Who would take the initiative to get himself bruised and battered? Now Zhao Shanhe, Zhou Shang, and others have arrived in front of the ward, and the other Black Dragon personnel are also standing outside the ward. "Mr. Shang, what are you doing?" The vice president looked at Zhou Shang and couldn't help but ask, "Is Zhou Shang, fuck? Trash?" Looking at the vice president's expression, he guessed that the apology must not have been completed, and he couldn't help but feel that the other party was a loser. "Go in." Zhao Shanhe directly dragged Zhou Shang into the house. Outside, the remaining Black Dragon personnel stood outside on guard. The two came to the vice president. Vice president. President Shang is here. Look at the money you promised us, Vice President, get lost." In the ward, Zhou Ping and others were shocked when they saw Vice President Buckingham being thrown out on the spot and what he had just said. This person, he actually thought that Vice President Buckingham was not qualified to apologize, and instead asked Zhou Shang to come in person. Mad, crazy to the extreme, but the next moment, bang, the ward was opened again. A figure was seen staggering and being pushed in, almost falling to the ground. The man had a bruised nose and swollen eyes, and looked a little embarrassed. At the same time, behind him followed a man with a firm and wild face. It was Zhao Shanhe, Brother Jiang, the people are here. You? Zhou Shang was very dissatisfied with Zhao Shanhe pushing him, but when he saw Zhao Shanhe raise his hand, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Then he glanced around the ward and his eyes narrowed when he saw Zhang's father. If it weren't for the other party, he wouldn't have suffered such a great humiliation today. But he didn't dare show it because he saw Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sizhou sitting next to Zhang's father's bed. The three Black Dragons in charge are all here. Obviously this matter has caused a big stir. He forced himself to suppress his inner anger and looked at Zhang's father and said, "Why didn't you tell me your identity when I hit you?" "Would I have hit you? I had someone send the compensation to you. You have received it, right? Consider it my compensation for your losses." Father Jiang nodded subconsciously. Zhou Shang, "All right then. Let's put this matter behind us. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Goodbye." "Just say it and leave," Qin Zhang's cold voice rang out. "Did I let you go?" At the same time, Zhao Shanha raised his hand to stop Zhou Shang from leaving. Zhou Shang turned to look at Qin Jiang. What else do you want? Don't go too far. You can just take me here by force, but now I, Zhou Shang, the dignified president of Huaxing, personally apologize to him, a lowly fellow. Isn't that enough? His tone was filled with anger. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room couldn't help but tremble slightly. Zhou Shang, this young man with bruised skin and swollen eyes, said he was Zhou Shang, president of Washington, the top gangster in Songjiang North District, a legendary ruthless man who may have killed someone. He actually came in person to apologize, and judging by his appearance, he might have been forcibly abducted, even being beaten black and blue during resistance. It's over. Zhou Ping's hair tingled as he watched Zhou Shang. He'd seen him once before, but he'd missed him due to the bruises on his face. But once he'd admitted his identity, it was hard not to recognize him. He looked at Qin Jiang in horror. Who on earth was this man? He possessed such incredible power, not only making Vice President Buckingham bow down to him, but even forcibly capturing and beating Zhou Shang half to death. Wait, Brother Jiang, President Qin Jiang, the Qin Jiang who sank into the river. Qin Jiang waved his hand as Zhu Zhang put a piece of paper and pen on the table in front of Zhou Shang. Zhou Shang, what do you mean? Qin Jiang, write a confession and recite it with passion and emotion. Zhou Shang, impossible. Sigma, Qin Jiang, please don't go too far. I've apologized and paid the compensation I owed. I've done my best. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave again. See this? Qin Jiang half leaned back in his chair and took the apple Zhang Qi had just peeled. He looked at Zhou Shang coldly and contemptuously and said, if you dare take another step out of here, I'll bring my men to attack Buckingham tonight and make sure you two never see the sun again. Chapter 335 Zhou Xingsong's apology, Yi Zinai, and Qin Jiang. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Shang's foot, which had already taken a step forward, immediately stopped in midair. He turned back to look at Qin Jiang, his expression changing constantly: angry, irritable. Eventually it turned into helplessness. No way, the last time Qin Jiang led people to smash and destroy Buckingham, he had left a deep impression on him. Although he always said that he would teach Qin Jiang a lesson sooner or later, he had a natural fear of Qin Jiang in his heart. Secondly, he really didn't want to affect his elder brother. Even if he was stupid, he could see that his elder brother was doing something big recently. Naturally, he didn't want to affect his elder brother because of his own situation. Even though he thought Qin Jiang was bragging, he didn't dare to take the risk of retorting and intensifying the conflict. So, he only has one choice left: frowny face submission. Although this was extremely embarrassing, he had no choice but to repeat to himself, I'm apologizing to Qin Jiang. It's not embarrassing, it's okay, just think positively. At the same time he looked at the paper on the table angrily and wrote directly. It just wrote half of it. Bang! Zhu Zhang pulled the paper away. It's too perfunctory and lacks sincerity. Rewrite it. Zhou Shang, but I had to grit my teeth and rewrite it. I wrote this 3 times before I finished, and then I forced myself to recite an apology to Zhang's father. Zhou Shang, shouldn't be in vain. During his recitation, Zhu Zhang's voice continued to ring out. The recitation is not emotional enough. Read it again. No sense of remorse. Reread. Zhou Shang, breaking voice, today solemnly declare. For a moment, the ward was filled with the sound of Zhou Shang's heart-wrenching and sincere apology, which left Zhou Ping and others stunned, and Zhang's father felt dizzy and dreamlike. Only Qin Jiang remained calm from beginning to end. After Zhou Shang finished reading, he looked at Qin Jiang. Is this okay now? Are you satisfied? Can I leave now? Qin Jiang waved his hand contemptuously. You see, Zhou, Brother Jiang told you to get out of here. Zhou Shang wanted to say something harsh, but when he saw Sijou's look, he turned around and left. He was afraid that if he stayed, he would easily get beaten. He had been humiliated today, and not getting beaten was his bottom line. Wow! As soon as he went out, he saw the vice president and several others standing outside the ward. When they saw Zhou Shang coming out, they immediately came to greet him. Mr. Shang, are you okay? Mr. Shang, are you thirsty? Drink some water, fuck you. Zhou Shang knocked the cup of water away and walked out. The vice president hurriedly followed him. The young man handing the water stood there in a daze. No? Why are you mad at me? I didn't do anything? The young man next to him said, Are you a scoundrel? You offered him water and said you were thirsty. Doesn't that mean you knew about his constant apologies and recitations?
How could he not be angry if he knew about such an embarrassing thing? Young man delivering water, Sigma, surprised face, holy shit. Why didn't I think of it that way? This is just flattery that's hitting the horse's leg. Forget about promotions and raises this time. I'm afraid I won't even be able to be a horse or an ox. I'll just be a chicken or a duck. It would be fine if you meet someone hospitable, but if you meet someone who was a bit different, wouldn't it be loose? But bang 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 in the ward. It was not until Zhou Sheng completely left that everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, they all looked at Qin Jiang with concentrated eyes. They had just heard Zhou Sheng call this young man Qin Jiang. What a familiar name. Wait, they all suddenly remembered that someone had just mentioned that the only person who could control Huasheng was Black Dragon. And the leader of Black Dragon was Qin Jiang, a top-tier gangster who controlled a multi-million-dollar corporation and commanded thousands of followers. Although the young man before them, Qin Jiang, was incredibly young, it was clear from what had just happened that he was the legendary Qin Jiang who loved Xinjiang. Think of this, they looked at Qin Jiang with fear in their eyes, especially Zhu Ping. He lowered his head and kept muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me, how could Zhang Qi let him go?" Looking at his stunned parents and the others, and then at the 500,000 yuan in cash on the table, he couldn't help but be more devoted to brother Jiang. Then he looked at Zhou Ping, who was sitting there like a quail. He hadn't forgotten how he had just mocked brother Jiang, and he couldn't help but sneered, "Mr. Zhou, right? Tell me what you mean? Explain your idiom." Finished, Zhou Ping was so frightened that his body trembled and he quickly waved his hands. "Don't call me Mr. Zhou, just call me Xiao Zhou." When he saw Qin Jiang and others looking at him, he was scared to death. He didn't care about ordinary people in society, but he couldn't afford to offend a top social boss like Qin Jiang, otherwise he might have to pay the price of sinking into the river. His survival instinct made him slide to his knees. Right, she knelt down in front of Qin Jiang in the crowd, tears streaming down her face as she said, "Brother Jiang, I really didn't know it was you. I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense. I was sitting in a well and looking at the sky from afar. I was arrogant. It was all my fault. Underscore. I'll also write a self-criticism and read it aloud." Said. He hurriedly stood up and began looking for paper and pen. One side, the young girlfriend exclaimed, "Brother Ping, that's not a pen, it's a hairpin, that's not paper, it's my diaper, that's my breast milk oxygen tube, it can't be removed." Now, Qin Jiang didn't bother to pay any attention to Zhou Ping, a small figure. He stood up and said to Zhang Qi, "I'll leave this to you. I'll give the money to your parents and give you 3 days off to take care of family matters." Zhang Qi burst into tears of gratitude. "Thank you, brother Jiang." Qin Jiang said hello to Zhang's parents, and took Xu Zhang and Si Zhou out of the ward without them being able to do anything, leaving behind a group of dazed people in the ward. Wow, Qin Jiang and the other two came out, and Zhao Shanha and others followed them out of the courtyard, forming an alternative landscape for a moment, once again attracting a lot of attention, and this included Yi Zhe, who had just finished inspecting the ward with Lin Mo. He looked at Qin Jiang in a daze. Seeing Lin Mo's confused expression, Qin took off his coat and revealed the big Nike logo in the center of his shirt, facing Qin Jiang. Brush, Qin Jiang seemed to sense something and looked at Yi Zhe in the crowd, as well as Lin Mo standing next to him. His eyes flickered. If he remembered correctly, this person would later become Yi Zhe's wife. He also knew that after the failure of his Yunlin milk tea business, Yi Zhe returned to the internet and made online videos, returning to the path of his previous life. It seems that although my rebirth has brought about a certain butterfly effect, it hasn't really changed much. Many things are still developing in the established direction now. Lin Mo also glanced at Qin Jiang. Why would this guy bring so many people out from the hospital for no reason? Is there something wrong with his brain? Or has he watched too many domineering CEO dramas? At this moment, seeing Qin Jiang and Lin Mo looking at each other, Yi Zhe's heart skipped a beat, and he felt the top of his head gradually turning green. He quickly stepped forward to stand in front of Lin Mo, blocking Qin Jiang's sight, and responded with the Nike logo. Silently recite in your heart, "Nike Nike, no one can do it. Even Qin Jiang can't do anything to me." Chapter 336. Yi Zhe was invested. Society. Your brother Zhang. Qin Jiang only glanced at Yi Zhe casually before leading his men away. See this. Why Yi Zhe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Yuma asked in confusion, "Mr. Yi, what's wrong with you? Why are you blocking my way?" "Yeah. Nothing.
Yi waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine. Lin Yuma, okay, let's go eat.
We don't have to go to Pizza Hut. There's a cafeteria in the hospital so we can just eat there.
Yi was about to agree. Didi, his phone suddenly rang and he waved to Lin Yuma to answer the call. Hello, excuse me, are you the person in charge of video?
Yi, it's me.
I'm from an investment fund and I'm planning to evaluate and invest in your company.
Yi, sorry, I don't accept small investments.
After saying that, he was about to hang up the phone. When he sold the internet company, he specifically separated the video software. Therefore, after Yunlu failed, he specialized in video software. Fortunately, he retained the funny video page and attracted many users. In particular, he seized the atmosphere during the Chinese New Year and came up with many famous Chinese New Year jokes. One of them was very popular on other websites, which led to a surge in the number of registered users on the video website. Now the number of registered users has reached the number that was once used to sell the website. After he announced an incentive plan to pay bloggers who shoot videos, the number of videos has skyrocketed and the number of registered users has continued to climb. Many advertising companies have approached him to advertise. Is short of money, but what is lacking is not small money. During this period, there were several investors who wanted to invest in his company. Some of them were really optimistic about it, and some were attracted by his background. The amount ranged from hundreds of thousands to 1 or 200.1 or 2 million. It may seem like a lot, but it will not play a decisive role in the website, but will cause management chaos. That's why he chose to refuse directly.
Wait, don't hang up yet.
Our investment fund plans to invest an initial 10 million yuan in you. We promise not to get involved in management matters within 2 years as long as you achieve the set goals.
We will also invest in Series B and Series C in the future.
Yi's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise, but he remained calm. Let's find a time tomorrow to meet and discuss in detail.
Hang up the phone.
Yi couldn't help but look at his clothes. Don't tell me, ever since I put on this dress, my luck seems to have returned.
Even if I just ran into that evil star, I was able to turn danger into safety.
Someone directly offered to invest tens of millions.
Lin Yuma, if you have something to do, go and do it first.
Yi, not busy.
Lin Yuma, okay.
Let's go to the cafeteria. Yi, don't go to the cafeteria, go to Pizza Hut, right?
Let's go to Pizza Hut, it's my treat.
In the ward, after Qin Jiang left, everyone seemed to be freed from the spell, and they all moved their hands and feet while looking at Zhang Qi. Who could have thought that this inconspicuous young man could find the boss of the Black Dragon Group to support him and let the president of Huaxing come to apologize. Zhang's father looked at his son, who seemed to be dreaming. He was at his wit's end, and his son easily solved the problem by asking someone to help him. Well, son, you work at the Black Dragon Company, and you're good friends with Mr. Qin.
Zhang Qi nodded and shook his head. First of all, Black Dragon Group is not Black Dragon Company.
Secondly, although I work there, I just drive for Brother Jiang. As the saying goes, the leader can treat you as a brother, but you should treat the leader as the big brother. It is ignorant for Wang to not be able to distinguish between the big and the small and think that he can be on equal footing with Zhu Zhang and others. So he's just a driver.
I thought he was a big shot.
The third wife couldn't help but mutter. Uncle Wang retorted, you can't say that.
Driving is a matter of responsibilities.
If Shao Qi is driving for the leader, he must be a confidant. Besides, if Shao Qi wasn't a confidant, the leader wouldn't come to his rescue personally, even going so far as to arrest the Huaxing CEO to apologize. As soon as these words were spoken, the third wife stopped talking and looked at the 500,000 renminbi on the table with a greedy look. Boom, boom, there was a knock on the door, and several nurses came to inform Mr. Zhang that he could be transferred to a double room. Zhang Qi, Dad. Pack up, and go, good. Father Zhang signaled Zhang Mu to start packing. At the same time, the third brother's wife quickly packed up and prepared to go to change the ward with her husband Zhang Laosan.
Uncle Wang remained silent.
He believed that Zhang Laosan and Zhang's father were from the same family. If someone wanted to change to a double ward, he must live with Zhang Laosan, but Zhang's father said, Old Wang, what are you doing standing there?
Pack up. We need to move to a double room.
Lao Wang, double room, only 2 people can stay.
Father Zhang, yes.
Just the 2 of us. What? The third wife exclaimed when she heard this. If you two go and live here, then where will my third child live? Zhang's father, he can live wherever he wants. His injuries are not serious anyway. If he doesn't want to stay, he can just go home. He has completely seen through the fact that Zhang Laosan's family only cares about the people they need and not the people they don't need. He is especially disappointed that the two of them are managing their own son's medical expenses. He is already planning to break up with them. Lao Wang reacted and packed his luggage. At the same time, other people in the ward went up to help. Hey, let me help you clean up. You are so lucky to have a good son. I envy you. I wish my child could be half as successful as yours. Look at my son, he's very energetic and can drive. Can you let him drive for the boss at your company? This is the milk my nephew brought. You can drink it. Many people who come to visit the patients subconsciously help to see if they can gain any benefits. Besides, even if they don't gain any benefits, they have nothing to lose. Soon the two of them packed their luggage and prepared to leave with the nurse. Wait. The third wife said anxiously, you can't leave. The money hasn't been divided yet. Money. Father Zhang, what money? The third wife pointed at the money in Zhang's mother's hand. Father Zhang nodded and pulled out a stack of bills. He counted out 80 bills and handed them to the middle-aged woman. 8,000 yuan. 5,000 is salary, and 3,000 is compensation. Take it. No. The third brother's wife protested, how can it be only 3,000? They gave 300,000 as compensation. Even if the third brother doesn't want to take the lion's share from you, we should each get a share. It should be 100,000. Father Zhang glanced at her and said, it's just 3,000. Whether he wants it or not, if he has the ability, let him go to Zhou Sheng to ask for compensation. This money was obtained through my son's connections. He would not pretend to be generous with the money his son got. His son was just a driver. It might cost a lot to ask someone to help him out. After saying that, he left the ward with Lao Wang. Only the third wife's voice remained, crying out, you can't be so unreasonable. This is bullying. That's all my third son's compensation. How can you not give it to me? No way. Third son, get up right now. Let's go to his ward and make a scene. We must get the money out. She wanted to pull the third child off the hospital bed, but the Jetta driver who had just emerged from hiding under the blankets couldn't help but say, asking him for money? What are you thinking? Putting aside the fact that you weren't supposed to get any compensation in the first place, even if you did, aren't you afraid of offending Zhang Qi if you dare to ask for it? You can call him driver in the Black Dragon group, but what are you going to call him outside? Then you have to call Brother Zhang of the society. Chapter 337. The dust has settled, and the roots have been eradicated. The young man finished speaking. The third wife also began to detach herself from the money and thought of Qin Zhang's power just now. The Jetta driver continued, I'm not trying to scare you. There's a famous saying in Songjiang, if you offend Qin Zhang, you'll be drowned tonight. Even if that driver, Zhang Qi, doesn't drown, he'll still make you suffer a fate worse than death. That's all I have to say. You better learn your lesson. The third wife hesitated a little, but that's 100,000 yuan. If it's not for me, you have to give me tens of thousands at least. But Zhang Laosan scolded, okay. You still think it's not shameful enough? They didn't intend to give me the contract in the first place. I was the one who insisted on doing it. If something went wrong, you don't want to take responsibility, but now you want a share of the profits. How can that be possible? 8,000 yuan is pretty good. Finished. He didn't lie on the bed and walked out directly. The third wife asked, what are you going to do? Zhang Laosan, go home. The third wife, damn it, you didn't take my side, and you actually yelled at me, you. She cursed and quickly packed up her things and chased out. After all, she was afraid that if she took him there any longer, she might have to pay for the hospital bills herself. So being discharged from the hospital now would be the best option. After this incident, everyone in the room came to their senses and whispered to each other, goodness. That young man is actually the chairman of Black Dragon, the one that even Huaxing fears. He's too young, he looks to be in his early 20s, not even as old as my son, but he's more imposing than my father. Today was a truly spectacular spectacle. Zhou Sheng, the illustrious social boss of Huasheng, was beaten black and blue and had to apologize. It was more exciting than a movie. Who would have thought that someone in this ward had connections so powerful? It seems like being a driver isn't a hopeless career. If things don't work out, I'll send my son to work as a driver for a big company. Boom! Boom! There was another knock on the door, then 3 or 4 nurses came in again and said, "Who's Lin Yu? There's a vacancy in the double room. You can transfer there now." Lin Yu Ma's second brother, raised his hand. "It's me." He then took his luggage and asked the nurse to push his wheelchair out of the ward. This action caused silence in the ward for a moment, and then everyone seemed to look in the same direction. There Zuping was lying down with a pen and paper writing something. If they remembered correctly, this person was the first one to find someone in Mok Jizhe and Qin Jiang. As a result, Qin Jiang asked the leader to come back and arrange the ward personally with just one word. Even though Yizhe did what he said, the person Zhou Ping found disappeared without a trace. Others looked at Zhu Ping strangely, let alone the young girl and her family, who felt even more ashamed nowadays. "I'm afraid of being compared to others." Just now they were extremely proud to have such a son-in-law, but now they feel very ashamed and embarrassed. The young girl felt embarrassed and shouted, "What's going on? Didn't you say there were no double rooms? Didn't you say the person you were looking for was a leader? Why are everyone else being transferred to another ward but not us? Why can the person you're looking for only follow the hospital leader? Have you been deceived, or are you lying to me? I don't care. Go find someone to change my grandma's ward right now. Why don't you say something?" Yes, Zhou Ping ignored him completely, quickly finished writing on the paper, put the note in his arms tremblingly, and ran out. "Young girl, where are you going? Are you coming back? If you leave, our relationship will be over. Are you coming back?" Zuping stumbled away without even looking back. The Jetta driver inside said, "Stop shouting. He won't come back, and there's no chance for you too. He offended Brother Jiang. It was that young man just now. And it seems that he is terrified of Brother Zhang's name. He is probably thinking about how to beg for mercy, survive, and avoid being drowned. Woman! How can it be more important than staying alive?" Well, the young girl was choked and speechless. The Jetta driver said, "It depends on his luck. If he's lucky, he might have a chance of survival. If he's unlucky, he's 80% likely to survive the night." Sure enough, no matter how many times the young girl called Zuping that day, no one answered, and the calls became unreachable later on. After Zuping returned, he thought again and again and decided to leave Songjiang directly, fearing that Qin Jiang would retaliate. To this it also made the people in the ward even more surprised. From the moment Qin Jiang appeared, whether it was the hospital's attitude, Huasheng's apology, Zuping's reaction, and so on, all of this can show how extraordinary Qin Jiang is, and it also highlights the impact of the word power. Afterwards, the young girl stopped calling Zuping and instead visited the double ward every few days, flattering Zhang's father and mother from time to time, apparently shifting her target to Zhang. After all, what she wants is to enjoy the pleasure brought by power and the admiration of others. She doesn't care who the person in power is. What's more, how can Zhang Qi not be younger than Zhou Ping and not have the smell of an old man? Certainly Zhang Qi ignored her completely. Not to mention that he was currently in the rising period of his career and was extremely busy and had no time to have a girlfriend. Even if he did have a girlfriend, he would not choose the one left over by others. Most importantly, he remembered his brother Jiang once standing in front of the French window and saying those powerful words, "Frowny face women only affect the speed of drawing the sword." In the car, Zhou Shang looked at the vice president and scolded him, "My brother must not be informed of today's events. Otherwise, you know the consequences." The vice president nodded. He and Zhou Shang were in the same boat, so naturally, he wouldn't really tell anyone about this. He even wanted to take the initiative to help Zhou Sheng cover up to avoid implicating himself. He couldn't help but say, "Mr. Sheng, you should stay away from Mr. Hua for the time being. Don't let him see you, otherwise it will be hard to explain the injury on your face." "Zhou Sheng, what's so hard to explain? I got into a car accident." "Vice President, yes. It was a car crash. It was a car crash." "Zhou Sheng, no? You don't believe it, do you? It really wasn't Qin Jiang who sent someone to beat me up. He doesn't have the guts to do that. If he really dared to send someone to beat me up,
I wouldn't be able to kill him. Vice President, I believe it, I believe it. Zhou Shang, he knew he belonged to yellow mud falling down the crotch. It's shit if not shit. Black Dragon Team. Zhu Zhang handed the guarantee letter Zhou Shang had just signed to Qin Zhang. Brother Jiang, the video of him reciting the guarantee letter has been filed and recorded in triplicate. Qin Zhang nodded, keep it. He definitely came here not just to stand up for Zhang Qi, otherwise he wouldn't have come in person and would have sent Zhao Shanhe. He came here in person naturally for Zhou Shang. Next, he will start a decisive battle with Hua Shang. This battle will be a life and death battle. Based on his analysis of Zhou Hua, the other party is likely to send Zhou Shang abroad at a critical moment just in case. This is naturally not what Qin Zhang wants to see. If he doesn't kill the snake, there will be endless troubles. Therefore, the possibility of Zhou Shang leaving must be eliminated. Therefore, he came today to ask Zhou Shang to sign a letter of guarantee. This letter plus the video is the criminal fact of beating others, and the public security has sufficient reason to arrest Zhou Shang. This move.to block all of Washington's options, root out the problem. Chapter 338, Observation of Various Forces. Zhou Huading number 28 time passes. After going to the hospital again, Song Jian was calm for a long time. Many forces, especially social forces, are paying attention to the North District. To be more precise, they are paying attention to Black Dragon and Washington. The two major forces of Black Dragon and Huasheng had been confronting each other years ago, and had experienced many frictions. The most serious one was when Qin Jiang led people to smash Buckingham, causing great damage to Huasheng's reputation. Follow-up, Zhou Hua, the helmsman of Huasheng, tried to make friends with Qin Jiang but to no avail, and Qin Jiang was involved in a car accident when he returned. Therefore, almost everyone believed that a battle between Black Dragon and Huasheng was inevitable, and it was likely to happen soon. But the reality is extremely quiet. Inside the villa, Uncle Long sat in the main seat. The young man asked in confusion, Uncle Long, why haven't Huasheng and Black Dragon started fighting yet? I've sent people to watch them every day. Both sides, several elderly people also looked expectant when they heard this. No way, the crackdown during this period was too severe and their businesses suffered losses, and it was also very difficult to expand outward. So many old people set their sights on Huasheng and Heilong, believing that if these two major groups really collided, both sides would suffer losses. So, maybe they can reap the benefits. Boom. Boom, Uncle Long banged on the table and shouted, don't dwell on this. There's a high chance that Black Dragon and Huasheng will clash, but it won't be a life and death struggle right away. After all, they don't have a mortal feud. There's a high probability that friction and clashes will gradually arise. Besides, although Black Dragon has many followers in society, his business is very unique and all relatively formal, so there will be very little friction between the two of them in business. Even if a clash really happens, it will take several years to determine the winner. They have a lot of experience and can afford it, but we can't afford to delay. As soon as these words were spoken, the young man lowered his head with disappointment on his face. The old men on both sides were silent. If they couldn't eat other people's cake, it would be difficult for them to survive, let alone develop. Finally, they all looked at Uncle Long. Whenever something important happens, you should take the helm and make decisions. Although Uncle Long felt helpless about this, he could not shirk his responsibility and looked around at everyone and said two words, transformation. Transformation. Everyone looked surprised. Uncle Long nodded. It's about transformation. If we expand outward, we have the Wang family and even the Yang family as enemies. If we expand inward, we have the Black Dragon and Huasheng watching covetously. Instead of clashing with them or competing for interests with other old guys, it's better to transform directly. An old man, what? Uncle Long, engineering. A complete transformation into engineering. To be more precise, a real estate contractor, brush. The eyes of several old men narrowed slightly. It's not that they haven't been involved in engineering, they do all kinds of work as earth and houses, contractors, and builders, but most of them are middlemen. That is, they use some means to get the business into their own hands and then transfer it to other regular businessmen. But Uncle Long's words obviously do not mean that he will continue to be a middleman, but to contract the engineering and do it himself. A little, or all. An old man raised a question. Uncle Long, either don't do it at all, or do it completely. The project is big enough for us brothers. I asked someone to check the construction industry. The profits are huge, and the real estate industry is also very profitable. Let's first contract 2 projects and then, once we have some experience,
we can directly join the military real estate industry and build our own community. If we really do this, not only can we clear our name, but we can also raise the group's interests to a higher level. 10 minutes later, after a long debate, the elders voted unanimously in favor of the resolution. Uncle Long gave another order: if you're going to do this, do it with thunder. Pass it on that starting tomorrow, cut off all irrelevant businesses and divert funds to focus solely on the project. Different from Uncle Long, the other forces in the North District did not make any transformation plans. They were concentrating on figuring out how to wait for Huasheng and Black Dragon to be defeated so as to grab a big share of the pie. The smaller forces in the middle stratum were trembling in fear, fearing they would be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle if they were not careful. For example, Scar and his men frantically warned their brothers, "Don't cause trouble, especially don't provoke Black Dragon and Huasheng." As for small forces, what to do? To them, even if the sky falls, there is always someone bigger to hold it up. Washington and Black Dragon are both out of reach. I am worried that I would rather spend my time researching how to expand my business and collect more protection fees. Buckingham, after signing several documents, Zhou Hua walked out of the office and into the elevator accompanied by his secretary Didi. In the elevator, the secretary pressed something like "your password," and a dollar icon appeared on the elevator display. The elevator then quickly descended and stopped at the 4th underground floor. If an outsider saw it, they would definitely be shocked. Buckingham, whether from the outside or on record, only had 2 underground floors. Bite, the elevator door opened, and the 7 or 8 muscular men at the door greeted Zhou Hua with their heads bowed when they saw him. "Brother Hua." Zhou Hua nodded and walked inside. "The noises heard are bet. Open. I'll bet on the leopard. I don't believe it. Damn, God help me. All I could see was a huge casino, brightly lit and filled with everything, and there are a lot of people playing. There are also several private rooms, where the dealers are extremely beautiful and charming. Of course, the amount of money played is also very huge. Those who can enter the rooms are either rich or noble. Many of them are well-known figures in Songjiang and even the northern province. This place is a den of money. This is also where Washington's real money comes from, and Buckingham above is just laundering money for him. At this moment, Yingnan walked out. She was usually in charge of the underground business, and she was in full charge of the casino. Zhou Shang was also a gambler, converting some of the wealthy and powerful people who could come to Buckingham into gamblers. After that, one-stop service. Yingnan, there's the boss financial manager hanging out in there, and a few second-generation executives are also having fun. Do you want to go say hello? Zhou Hua shook his head. Can the fish be landed? Yingnan nodded. Yes. Several big fish will arrive on the 28th. I've already laid the bait. Preliminary estimates suggest we can make a profit of over 100 million yuan, and if we're lucky, 200 million yuan. Buckingham would not normally set up such a scheme. A big tree attracts the wind, and a scheme that is too big will also bring trouble. So, it will have to stay out of the limelight for a long time, which is not very suitable for overall profitability. But this time Washington obviously intends to quench its thirst by taking this measure to ease the financial pressure, and the date is set for February 28th, the day before the transaction date agreed with Qin Jiang. Zhou Hua said calmly, "Qin Jiang and I agreed to launder money 3 times, and then he would report me after the 3rd transaction. But this person is obviously collaborating with the police. The 3rd transaction was a lie he used to deceive me. He would report me the 2nd time. This way, he would have direct evidence of my money laundering and would believe that I thought it was safe after the 1st transaction and continued my gambling business. That's what he wants me to believe." He changed the subject, and Qin Jiang's real plan is to turn against us during the 1st transaction. This will not only give us evidence of money laundering, but also allow us to catch Huasheng gambling on March 1st. Of course. He doesn't know that I never intended to complete the money laundering transaction with him. I used money laundering as an excuse. An excuse that he and the security behind him believed. In this way, the security forces, in order to catch the big fish, will relax their vigilance before March 1st, thus creating a truly safe day, February 28th. Chapter 339 Zhou Hua's plan. Shang, that's not it. As soon as these words were spoken, although Yingnan and the secretary looked calm, having heard of this plan before, they were still filled with emotion. Good person, be more careful. Yingnan, Hua. Although your plan sounds feasible, it is still a bit dangerous. Why should we continue to try it?
We might as well just shut it down now. The secretary was also a little confused. Asa confidant, he knew the situation and didn't understand why Zhou Hua would take such a risk at this critical moment. Zhou Hua said, "It doesn't count, this game must be done." He didn't explain. Point 1 is, this game involves a person of status who lost money last time and wants to continue playing. If he wants to quit halfway, even if he goes abroad, the big boss will not let him off easily. Second, he will lose a lot of money after this plan, and he needs this game to replenish his blood and manage relationships. Third, he refused to accept that Qin Jiang, this rising star, had outshined him. He was particularly furious after the previous incident. As the CEO of Huasheng, who had risen from nothing, how could he not have a temper? He was going to win this time. He was going to show Qin Jiang who was the real king. He looked at his secretary and said, "How are the arrangements for the charity?" "Secretary, we've contacted the International Charity Association. They'll send a director to handle the large donation. They've also contacted some well-known foreign media reporters. We're keeping their information confidential for now. They'll be on site on March 1st. Zhou Hua nodded. "That's right, he won't be holding any gambling here on March 1st, but will instead turn it into a top charity banquet. At this banquet, he will donate 200 million yuan of his inheritance to international charities and invite reporters from all over the world. So, in this situation, what will happen if Qin Jiang and the public security rush in with great difficulty, and even commit violent acts, but what they see when they rush in is a charity gala, public security forcibly intervenes in enterprises. Formal enterprises are facing difficulties on how difficult it is for a good company to survive. By then, Washington will be able to turn the tables. As long as it can push public opinion out, it doesn't matter whether the money donated by Washington is legitimate or not, as it will have its own public opinion to defend it. Washington will also be transformed from a criminal enterprise into a persecuted enterprise, thus becoming a vulnerable group in disguise. At last, the people behind Washington took advantage of this to hit their competitors. This was Zhou Hua's explanation to the people behind the scenes, which would prevent them from being implicated and allow them to strike back. Secondly, he could also use this opportunity to drag Qin Jiang into the fight, and even if he didn't perish in it, he would at least suffer serious injuries. Zhou Hua looked at Yingnan. "Is my medical examination report ready?" Yingnan nodded. "All right, it's a formal report of terminal cancer. As long as you disappear without a trace by then, there will be no evidence." Zhou Hua's way of escaping was to fake his own death and escape without anyone being able to find out. Zhou Hua rearranged the personnel of each department so that they don't fail at the critical moment. "Secretary, no problem. I've already told the vice president about the charity gala host. He's very excited and thinks Brother Hua is promoting him. Brother Sheng's paperwork has been completed, so we can leave on the afternoon of the 28th to avoid alerting anyone. I'm afraid he won't leave. Zhou Hua, I'll take care of his problems." "Good." The secretary was about to turn and leave. Bang! Zhou Hua patted his shoulder and said, "You've been with me for so many years, and it's my fault that I made you leave your hometown." "Secretary, Brother Hua has been so kind to me," Zhou Hua interrupted. "Don't talk about that. Even if I once owed you a favor, I've already repaid it. If you want to stay with me after we go abroad, I'll make you a vice president. If you want to live on your own, I'll give you money to start your own business. If you have the opportunity to return to China after the storm has subsided, I will also give you a non-consecutive amount of money." The secretary expressed gratitude. "Brother Hua, I will always follow you." Zhou Hua waved his hand. "Go." After the secretary left, Yingnan said, "You're really willing to leave. No wonder all these brothers are so devoted to you. They're lucky to have a brother like you." "Zhou Hua, I am blessed to have them. I can repay what I owe them with money, so I won't be stingy. Go and call Zhou Sheng over to me." "I'll go see the charity director first." One side, Yingnan said distressfully, "That's 200 million. Do you really want to donate it?" "Zhou Hua, be willing to give up. Only by giving up can you gain." "Mr. Gue, are you really planning to donate 200 million? Absolutely true, instant payment." "Mr. Gue, you are such a good person, a great man of China. On behalf of the foundation, I want to commend you and report on TV so that everyone will know about your kind deeds. You just need to represent the foundation. I'll handle the TV reporter matters. I have one request.
you must keep it confidential until the day of the announcement. I promise not to leak it, so you have enough time to prepare and become more famous. He believed that Zhou Hua had hidden the opportunity and even found reporters to become famous overnight, which was very normal. There are a few people who would do good deeds without leaving their names, and becoming famous is the norm. A few minutes later, the foundation director left in great excitement. 200 million. It was also a huge achievement for him. Although he didn't know what Zhou Hua was going to do, he didn't care. As long as the money was in place, it was fine. Boom. Boom, Zhou Shang walked in with a hat on and lowered his head and said, "Brother, what do you want me for? If it's nothing important, I have things to do." "Zhou Hua, pack up and leave for country the day after tomorrow." "What?" Zhou Shang suddenly looked up at Zhou Hua. "What? Going abroad? Why should I go abroad?" Zhou Hua looked at Zhou Shang. "What happened to your face?" Zhou Shang lowered his head awkwardly. "Well, I got into a car accident a few days ago because I didn't wear a seatbelt." Then he immediately changed the subject. "Brother, I'm doing well in China, why should I go abroad?" Zhou didn't continue to pay attention to Zhou Shang's face. He thought Zhou Shang had played too much and it was caused by the pills. He said directly, "It's too dangerous in China now. You should go abroad first to avoid the limelight." "Zhou Shang, I'm not going." Carrot, bang. Zhou Hua slammed the table with a serious expression. "I'm not talking to you, I'm informing you." Well, Zhou Shang shrank back a bit in fear, but stiffened his neck again at the thought of going abroad. "Brother, why on earth? If you don't explain clearly, I won't go, even if you kill me. I'll be wherever you are. We agreed to share life and death together." Seeing this, Zhou Hua hesitated for a few seconds. He knew his brother's temper. Although he was afraid that he would not obey unless he explained it clearly, he could only say, "Not only you. I, your sister-in-law, and the core team will also leave. Then we can stay abroad together for a while to avoid the limelight, and then come back when the situation in China has calmed down." "What? Everyone leaving, what? But Zhou Shang?" Chapter 340 Xinjiang, number 28, Operation Gold covering now as Zhou Shang's face kept changing: shock, confused, suspect, anger. Finally, he looked at Zhou Hua and said, "Brother, is it the situation over there with Black Dragon? Just say the word and I will take people to kill him. Don't worry, I have done it in secret. Even if it is exposed later, I will take the responsibility myself and will not implicate Hua Shang." Obviously he thought his elder brother was afraid of the Black Dragon. After all, during this period, Black Dragon and Huasheng had many clashes. Huasheng and Black Dragon maintained a tacit understanding, creating the impression of collisions and friction between the two sides to dispel suspicions of cooperation. So Zhou Shang naturally thought that Black Dragon forced his eldest brother to go out and avoid the limelight. Zhou Shang was about to rush out after saying this. "Stop!" Zhou Hua scolded coldly. Zhou Shang stood still. "Brother, we have already given her enough face. Even last time I personally." "Zhou Hua, how about you personally?" "Zhou Shang, we can't go on like this. We've been around for so many years and we're still being bullied by him. If we really run away from home, people will laugh at us and we'll never be able to make it in the future." "Zhou Hua, who said we were hiding from the Black Dragon?" "Zhou Shang, no? Then who is it?" "Zhou Hua, we have been targeted. It is a foregone conclusion that the public security will take action. Rather than waiting for death, it is better to take action first. So I plan to." He told his plan but did not say that he would not come back in a short time after going abroad. Instead, he said that he would return to Songjiang and set sail again after he had avoided the domestic turmoil. Hearing this, Zhou Shang's eyes flashed. "Brother, you mean that we can kill Qin Jiang with this blow, and also trap those security guards who are targeting us?" "Zhou Hua, it depends on the development, but as long as there is an opportunity, the people above us will not sit idly by." "Zhou Shang, okay." He shouted good. For him, as long as he could kill Qin Jiang or make him crippled, he didn't care about the money. He could earn more money if he lost it, but he had to get back his face. At this moment, he was imagining what Qin Jiang's face would look like when he knew that he was tricked by his elder brother. Regret, fear, and doubt about life. Zhou Hua took out his passport and other documents from the drawer. "Here, I'll send someone to take you away the day after tomorrow." Zhou Sheng took the passport, nodded, and was about to leave it, etc. Zhou Hua suddenly stood up and walked over to Zhou Sheng and hugged him. Don't be so impatient in the future. You are both going to be fathers soon. After saying this, he straightened Zhou Sheng's collar before watching him leave and murmured, Hope everything goes well. He was not completely sure whether he could successfully escape in the last step of the plan, otherwise he would not have let Zhou Sheng leave in advance. Outside, Zhou Sheng was still in a state of excitement. Qin Jiang, Qin Jiang, it's finally your turn to be unlucky. I wonder if you can still laugh. You really think you have 3 heads and 6 arms to fight with my brother? He looked down at his passport and his eyes flickered a few times. North District. A street barbecue stall. On the small table, Qin Jiang sat upright on a plastic stool, munching on mutton skewers. The man in the baseball cap opposite him said in astonishment, No? You, the CEO of a major corporation, treat me to this. Qin Jiang, eating anything else is taboo and against the rules. Man in baseball cap, he was Wang Feng, by Meng's boss's boss, Qin Jiang. Do you want to eat? Eat. Why not eat? Wang Feng called out to the boss, Give me 5 skewers of kidney, 6 skewers of leeks, and 3 skewers of basil. After saying that, he looked at Qin Jiang and said, Well, you know what I mean. Qin Jiang, I understand. It's a last resort when you reach middle age. Wang Feng, let's get to the point. Didn't you say the deal would be on March 1st? Why did you suddenly decide to move it up a day, on the 28th? Qin Jiang said calmly, Of course it's the 28th. You don't really think Zhou Hua can't see through my plan, do you? He must have guessed that our plan after March 1st was a lie, so he set up the game in advance. The 28th is the day he really wants to gamble big. Wang Feng glanced at Qin Jiang. A plan within a plan? But how can you be sure he won't guess deeper? Qin Jiang, I understand him, but he doesn't understand me. To put it bluntly, Qin Jiang knew that Zhou Hua was a cautious person, but Zhou Hua was not clear about Qin Jiang. At least from Qin Jiang's previous performance, he did not seem to be particularly sophisticated, but more youthful and frivolous. Wang Feng, 28. This doesn't quite fit in with our plan. I'm not sure if it will work. Qin Jiang, whatever. Anyway, if you don't make a move on the 28th, I won't get involved in anything from now on. Wang Feng, what do you mean? Threatening us? Qin Jiang, that's called informing you. I used the entire Black Dragon to cooperate with you, but you didn't even have the decision-making power to do that. If you really go there in March as planned, you'll probably be ambushed by Zhou Hua. I don't care if you want to jump, but I definitely won't jump. Wang Feng frowned in thought after hearing Qin Jiang's words. He also felt that it might be the 28th, but of course it was just a possibility and not certain. It doesn't necessarily mean that something bad will happen, but he could see that Qin Jiang was not joking, and he would really terminate the cooperation if he refused. 28. Why does Qin Jiang think it's number 28? He didn't know that Qin Jiang had read a news interview in later times. Zhou Hua said in person that he liked to do things a day in advance to cheat people, and it always worked. The day before was his lucky day, so Qin Jiang was sure it was the 28th. Besides, even if he guessed wrong, it wouldn't be a big loss for Qin Jiang. Bang! Wang Feng slammed the table fiercely. Okay. 28 is 28. I'll go back and take care of it. Qin Jiang, remember to seal off the airport. I suspect Zhou Sheng will leave the country early. We can't let him leave. Wang Feng looked hesitant. To control people, you need evidence. Without sufficient evidence, you can't go through the process. It will be better if there is solid evidence later, otherwise something bad will happen. Qin Jiang understood what he meant. How could Huasheng become so big without someone behind it? If there were people behind it, the process had to be correct, otherwise it would be easy to make a wrong move and lose the whole game. It was because of this that Qin Jiang designed Zhou Sheng in the hospital. Qin Jiang handed a piece of paper and a memory card to Wang Feng. There is the evidence you want in it. When Wang Feng saw the contents of the paper, he was shocked. No, where did you get it? Why would he sign this? Qin Jiang, the card contains the entire process of him writing and reciting. The chain of evidence is complete. As for why he cares about this, it's legal and reasonable anyway. Wang Feng solemnly put the things away and took a deep bite of his kidney. With this evidence, I guarantee Zhou Sheng can't escape. However, Operation 28 is short-handed and needs your help. We don't need to arrest anyone, just block the road and proceed according to the previous plan.
Qin Jiang, can we have brothers and sisters on March 1st? Wang Feng chuckled and didn't answer. Qin Jiang, I can help. But I need documents.
As usual, 3 people sign and record the video, and there must be 3 copies.
Wang Feng was helpless. Okay, immediately got, he said solemnly. Qin Jiang.
On behalf of the public security, I solemnly announce to you that we will join forces to eradicate the cancer of Huasheng. This operation is codenamed Operation Covering Gold.
Chapter 341 Cooperation begins. Truck driver gets beaten. Operation Gold Covering.
Qin Jiang smiled and nodded directly. It's a pleasure to work with you.
Wang Feng, happy cooperation.
After discussing these serious matters, Qin Jiang and Wang Feng began to feast on the food. Compared with the big hotels, this roadside stall actually has its own characteristics. Fireworks flavor.
Wang Feng, you can really eat a lot and you haven't become spoiled.
That's great. Keep it up. With his status and experience, he has seen too many people who have become arrogant and extravagant after the outbreak of wealth. It is very rare for someone like Qin Jiang to grow from an ordinary person to the chairman of a large group in just 1 year, with a net worth calculated in billions, to be able to eat at roadside stalls and enjoy it at the same time. He could also see that Qin Jiang was not as particular about appearances as the outside world said. At least, many things are imagined by others. Especially when it comes to illegal and criminal activities, Qin Jiang is ridiculously cautious. He has received a lot of various random filing USB flash drives from Heilong, and many of them are not considered crimes according to the current situation. Then he looked at Qin Jiang and couldn't help asking, "What kind of person are you?"
Qin Jiang didn't reply.
Instead, he looked at a ragged old man holding an iron basin, looking around at the tables and occasionally picking up other people's leftover drinks. He couldn't help but say to the boss, "Boss, give him some skewers and cook some noodles, and I'll pay for it."
Okay.
The boss nodded in agreement. The old man couldn't help but bow to Qin Jiang and thank him. "Boss, make a fortune, make money every year." Qin Jiang simply waved his hand to signal the other party to eat.
He then looked at Wang Feng and said, "I am what you think I am. Good or bad is defined by others. No one in this world can really tell the difference between good and bad. Just be yourself." Wang Feng couldn't help but nod his head after hearing this. Good.
Well said. I haven't seen such an open-minded young person in a long time.
Cheers. He raised his glass and drank with Qin Jiang. Then he looked at the old man next to him who was also wearing ordinary clothes and scanning the tables with his eyes and said, "Boss, give this old man some skewers and cook some noodles for me."
But this time the boss didn't agree with a smile.
Instead, he said awkwardly, "Brother, that's my dad. He's here to help clean up."
Wang Feng, he noticed that many people nearby were looking at him and laughing, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. He looked at Qin Jiang and said, "That matter is settled.
I'm leaving first." Qin Jiang, wait. The person I need to contact for this operation is Bai Meng. I'm familiar with him. Others won't get along. You can just repeat what I said. Wang Feng looked at Qin Jiang. Okay.
He understood what Qin Jiang meant. He had a legitimate reason to ask for the higher-ups to agree that Bai Meng should be in charge. Otherwise, it would be easy for people to accuse him of relying on connections to arrange Bai Meng. Wow. Before leaving, Wang Feng took the kidneys he ordered and put them in a car on the roadside.
The driver in front was Bai Meng. Wang Feng, eat it or not? Bai Meng, I'm in good health, but I don't need it. Wang Feng, fuck. You must be ready to be on standby for action soon. Bai Meng, yes. He knew it must be a major operation, otherwise Wang Feng wouldn't even tell him the specific time. He also had a rough idea of who the target would be. He shook his head, started the car and left Dai in the car. Wang Feng looked towards the roadside stall and murmured, "She's so hard to understand.
No wonder the higher-ups are taking such special care of her.
The future is limitless."
A few minutes later, Qin Jiang left the roadside stall and boarded the luxurious Mercedes-Benz S. Zhang Qi in front of him said, "Brother Jiang, where are we going?"
"Qin Jiang, is your father okay?"
"Zhang Qi, my father's energy and spirit are almost surpassing mine, as if he's on stimulants."
"He's still okay. I told you to repay you well, Brother Jiang." I'm not saying this empty words. From now on, I sell my life to you. If you have any inconvenient work, you can arrange it.
I can do it, and I guarantee it will be done cleanly.
Xinjiang, there is no dirty or inconvenient work for Black Dragon. Jiangqi, Xinjiang, go back.
In the office, after Wang Feng finished speaking after a long while, a voice came out, 28 is 28. His analysis makes a lot of sense.
Without him, we would be even more confused about the situation now. However, we cannot mobilize the entire army for this matter. Some people have to be on guard. It seems that we need to tell the old leader to prepare for an attack.
These termites should have been dealt with long ago. This time, we can pull out the radish and bring out the mud, and catch them all in one fell swoop.
Wang Feng, you will personally take command, and let Bai Meng be responsible for execution. Make sure everything goes smoothly, clear.
It's just that Qin Jiang is insisting on getting a letter of guarantee. Go get him one and then send him a letter of cooperation. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with him after all the trouble he has caused.
Let's do it. Who told this kid to be cautious? Beat me to death, damn it. You really can't tell the difference between the big and small. You dare to hit anyone, the hell?
Who the hell do you think you are? Fuck, smash his car. There was a burst of noise. At a truck station, a truck driver was brutally beaten by a group of ruffians. The other truck drivers hid in the house and dared not come out. The boss of the truck station did not dare to say a word and pretended to be asleep no matter how the truck drivers begged for mercy. Half an hour later, those people left after they were tired of fighting. Before leaving, they were still shouting, "Don't think you are so awesome just because you have someone backing you up. You didn't even bother to find out about our backgrounds and you even dared to ram our car.
Even if you have someone backing you, you will be destroyed. Damn it.
We are tired of fighting today, brothers, let's retreat first and come back another day." With that, those people drove away. The truck driver was the only one left lying on the ground, looking at the smashed truck and his own injuries, crying in despair, "God damn it, why is this happening? Why is this happening?" The other truck drivers came out and said in unison, "Old Boron, who did you offend?
Why did so many people come to beat you up?
They're really ruthless. Even the car was smashed, the glass was broken, the tire was damaged, and it will cost a lot of money to repair it. Those guys look really tough, way more ferocious than us.
They're probably gangsters." Listen to this, the truck driver, Old Boron, was racking his brain. Who had he offended recently? Only one person.
He'd hit a Jetta sedan, been arrested, and had his driver's license revoked. He'd thought the incident was over, but who could have imagined that someone would suddenly come to help and beat him up, even smashing his car? And from the harsh words they said, it was clear that they were here to avenge the Jetta driver. Final, he concluded that there was someone behind the Jetta driver, and he is a ruthless person in society.
Chapter 342. Wu don't conflict with Hua Shang, Xinjiang. He won't live to see tomorrow. Right at this moment, bang, the boss came late, wearing a coat. Lao Bo rushed over and said, "Boss, you have to take charge. They just came up and beat me without even taking you seriously. Look at what they did to me, and the car. They weren't hitting me on the body.
They were clearly hitting you in the face." The boss frowned.
"No. Who did you offend? Why did they hit you for no reason? What was wrong with the car you hit last time? It was just a broken Jetta, wasn't it?" "Lao Bor, it's just a Jetta. An older model, so it shouldn't have any background." "Boss, nonsense. If you don't have any background, how could those people come and beat you up? Do you think you're just an ordinary thug? Didn't you see those people were driving Land Cruisers and Prados? How can anyone who can drive those cars be an ordinary person? Think carefully about whether you have offended anyone."
Lao Bor pondered for a long time and suddenly remembered something. "Wait, when I hit the Jetta that day, he was following the convoy, but he didn't fit in with the cars in the convoy?"
"Boss, fleet? What fleet?"
"Lao Bor, there was a convoy of dozens of cars, many of which were luxury cars. I was originally going to crash into the convoy, but because I was afraid I couldn't afford the compensation, I hit the Jetta instead."
"Could that Jetta also be a car in the convoy?"
"Boss, do you know whose fleet this is?"
"Lao Bor, I don't know,
But I remember the car in the middle had a license plate with 4/8. It was a Mercedes-Benz S. What, 4/8? Mercedes-Benz S, boss. As the boss of a truck fleet, he is also half a social person, so he naturally knows whose cars the 4/8 and the Mercedes-Benz S belong to. It goes without saying that it was the car of Qin Jiang, the newly emerged social boss in Songjiang North District and the leader of Heilongjiang. He couldn't help but think of the frequent harassment his fleet had faced in the past few days. Many businesses had inexplicably stopped working with them, and some had even terminated their contracts with liquidated damages. Huasheng, assuming the fleet had connections with Heilong, was putting pressure on them. After all, Huasheng and Heilong were currently in a superficial struggle, so naturally, Huasheng wouldn't mind taking revenge on the driver who caused the accident. But the truck owner clearly blamed everything on Qin Jiang. Yes, he must have hit the car in Qin Jiang's convoy. Those people just now were Black Dragon's men. They were seeking revenge, and our convoy was completely implicated. Think of this, the truck owner looked at Lao Bang with anger in his eyes. Pack up and get out of here right now. Lao Boran, boss. What do you mean? The truck owner said, what do you mean? Are you really confused or are you pretending to be confused? The person you hit wasn't an ordinary person. He was a member of the Black Dragon team. Now the Black Dragon is taking revenge on you. I can't afford to offend Black Dragon. Considering you've been driving for me for so many years, I'm going to tell you something. Find a way to resolve this quickly, or else next time you might not just get beaten up. What pulled Black Dragon's car? Lao Bang was also startled. He knew what the Black Dragon was, and he felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Wow. The other truck drivers were so scared that they took several steps away from him. 10 minutes later, Lao Bang staggered out of the station with a look of panic and fear on his face, even more frightened than running into someone and being sent to the police station. It's no big deal to hit someone, it's okay to go in. But if you offend Qin Jiang, you will really be drowned. Time passes, February 28th is coming soon. During this time, a large number of students have returned, the university town is bustling as if it has come alive, and the Heilong night market has returned to its peak. Black Dragon Group, top floor. Qin Jiang was playing chess with Wu Yu in front of the French window. Chess, snap. 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 As Wu Yu continued to make moves, his expression changed from relaxed to serious. He looked at Qin Jiang with surprise and said, "You've practiced this before." In the brief battle, he suddenly discovered that Qin Jiang was very good at chess, and he had the feeling of a veteran. When facing Qin Jiang, he felt like facing his father-in-law, steady and easygoing. Qin Jiang said calmly, "Just a few casual moves." Naturally, he had never played chess in this life, but in his previous life, he could only rely on it to relieve his boredom. His chess skills became more and more advanced. Although he couldn't say that he was superb, it was not difficult for him to deal with ordinary masters of Bang. Wu Yu couldn't help curling his lips as he looked at Qin Jiang after making his move. He thought that Qin Jiang must have practiced very hard to understand this chess principle, but he said that he just played a few moves casually. He was really showing off. Wu Yu, the school expansion has been implemented, but not in the North Campus, but in the South Campus. The undergraduate pilot program will be held there next semester, and all new students, including those transferring from junior college to undergraduate, will live in the South Campus. Qin Jiang, congratulations! Another promotion. A smile also appeared on Wu Yu's lips. He found that talking to Qin Jiang was effortless. He only needed to say the beginning and the other party could guess what would happen next. The vocational college is the first vocational college in Songjiang. It covers a large area and is divided into North and South campuses. He is currently only the president of the North Campus, but because the vocational college is upgraded to a university, the higher authorities believe that his reforms and Qin Jiang's presence have made great contributions, so he was naturally transferred to the South District as the chief president. So he was very excited when he saw Qin Jiang. After getting to know each other, he jumped 3 levels in just 1 year. Wu Yu, you also need to go to the South District to attend classes. Of course, it won't affect your business. Just show up occasionally. Qin Jiang, what do you want Black Dragon to donate? Wu Yu smiled awkwardly. The funding from above is basically enough. It's just that the old library, swimming pool, and gymnasium are a bit insufficient for the school's upgrade. Qin Jiang, sure. Of course it's impossible to solve it all at once. Let's donate a gymnasium first. Compared to books and swimming, Xinjiang obviously thinks that the gymnasium is more popular among students. Wu Yu, alright. As long as you donate the gymnasium, the new construction project for the South District School can be given to the Black Dragon Group. Xinjiang, it's not necessary. I don't care how the bidding is done. Heilong is only responsible for the stadium project. Wu Yu gave a thumbs up and praised, Boss Qin is very generous. Xu Zhang walked in from outside and first looked at Sijio, who was petting the cat nearby, and then came to Xinjiang and Wu Yu. Xinjiang, next semester, in the name of the group, we will donate a gymnasium to the Vocational University South Campus. Zhu Zhang bowed to Wu Yu and said, Congratulations, Principal Wu, on your promotion. The gymnasium donation will be announced when your transfer letter is published. Wu Yu, what's wrong with you two? If all the young people were as smart as you two, our generation wouldn't be able to make it. Xinjiang and Xu Zhang did not speak. Wu Yu, that's right. I heard that you've been having friction with Huaxing recently. Huaxing is notorious, and business should be based on harmony. Your business doesn't conflict with his, so there's no need to cause friction. He believed that if this continued, Heilong and Huaxing might inevitably clash and both sides would suffer losses. Xinjiang was his most valued student, friend regardless of age difference, and partner, and he didn't want Xinjiang to get into trouble. Xinjiang said calmly, Huaxing? I promise that from tomorrow onwards I won't have any conflicts with Huaxing. Wu Yu just breathed a sigh of relief. Just listened. Xinjiang continued, after all, I won't let Huaxing live until tomorrow, so how can we talk about a conflict? Wu Yu. Chapter 343. Xinjiang, Code People, go to battle. What the hell? What does it mean to not live to see tomorrow? Wu Yu looked at Xinjiang in surprise and asked, Xinjiang, what do you mean? Xinjiang, literally. Then he said to Zhu Zhang, get the troops. Go. Xu Zhang nodded and took out the walkie-talkie. Brother Zhang's order, Code People. Sizzle, a voice answered from the intercom. Receive. At the same time, bursts of shouting and chorus were faintly heard from the intercom, gather, assemble immediately. Security department, bring your equipment, assemble, now. Wu Yu looked at Xinjiang, then at the intercom in Zhu Zhang's hand. He stood up anxiously and said, Xinjiang, don't be impulsive. Some things can be done, and some can't. Once you do something, there's no turning back. It'll be irreversible. Xinjiang looked at Wu Yu calmly and confidently, look, you're anxious again. You're old enough to deal with things calmly. Wu Yu, he felt that Xinjiang's words were a bit against the will of heaven, but he ignored them and said solemnly, you really can't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. You will regret it if you act impulsively. Xinjiang, don't panic. I know how to act with discretion. I understand the importance of self-preservation better than you do. Wu Yu, then you still, bang, Xinjiang pushes the chess piece forward. General, his cold voice echoed throughout the room, this is no longer a fight of pride, but a fight of life and death. Today there are only two outcomes, he dies, I live. After saying this, he stood up and patted Wu Yu on the shoulder. Don't worry, old Wu. I mean what I say, after today, I promise there won't be any more conflicts with Huaxing. Wu Yu, equals smiley face. Goddamn, there won't be any conflict with Washington today. Looking at you like this, Washington has no future. How can we talk about conflict? He was going to continue speaking, but Xinjiang had already led Sijio and Zhu Zhang out. Before leaving, Zhu Zhang said to Wu Yu, don't worry. Just run the school well and provide Black Dragon with talented people. Win-win. This is the best strategy. Bang, watch the three of them go downstairs and leave. Wu Yu looked at the chess game he had lost, but he didn't know what to say. He had never thought that his original intention was to persuade Xinjiang and Huaxing to have less conflict. The result directly persuaded them to fight a life and death battle. At once, the outrageous guy opened the door for the outrageous one. It's outrageous to the extreme. Grass. Wu Yu cursed, what the hell is this? What's the matter? I was just not born to be a peacemaker. After a long time he sighed and shook his head. In fact, with his shrewdness and understanding of Xinjiang, he had already guessed some possibilities. Xinjiang, who was so cautious, must have been confident in doing this suddenly, but there was no need to guess where his confidence came from. Public security. Cooperation. Win-win, 3 words appeared in Wu Yu's mind, but he couldn't help but say, but sometimes cooperation doesn't always lead to win-win situations. Instead, it can easily put you in danger and allow others to seize fatal evidence. Has he come up with a better strategy, or is he just blinded by his youthful recklessness and immediate benefits? Wu Yu was in a state of confusion at that moment, unsure what to do. Stop him. There was no way he could stop him. If he didn't stop him, he was afraid Black Dragon would be in danger, and even the advancement of the vocational college would be affected. It eventually turned into a helpless side-out. We can only wait and see. Outside, since school is about to start tomorrow, a large number of people have returned. In addition, with the presence of the Black Dragon night market, there are many people opposite the vocational university. There are many parents who accompany their children to buy school supplies. It can be said to be extremely lively. Look! That's the Heilong night market, the hottest night market in Songjiang. It's so lively and bustling in there. I'm already so old, why are you still here to send me off? Just go to the night market and take the train home tonight. Oh my God! It's only been half a year, and it's already so lively here. Son, why don't we go back? Your tuition is still sewn in my pants, don't let anyone touch it. Don't worry. This is the Black Dragon night market. Anyone who dares to steal things here will die. What's more to order at the Black Dragon night market? Shut up. Dad. Are you trying to kill yourself? The Black Dragon night market is part of the Black Dragon Group, and the Black Dragon Group is part of Brother John's business. He's the top gangster in the North District. Sinking the river, smashing and looting. At one time, many people were talking about the Heilong night market while subconsciously talking about the development history of Heilong. Many new students, parents, and those who were just watching were stunned. A large number of security personnel were on patrol across the street. Back to school season. Student safety is top priority. A security team was dispatched from above to help. Team leader, Old Lu, you are really good. I heard that your performance has been ranked among the best in the city for many years and you have a bright future. Lu Yong, it was my job. I was lucky enough to catch a few wanted criminals, a few dozen thieves, and 7 or 8 people involved in a fight, that's all. Squad leader, his eyes were filled with envy. It is a miracle that such efficient arrests can be maintained in the university town without any major cases occurring here. In particular, the most common large-scale fights in the past year have completely disappeared, allowing Lu Yong to steal the limelight at the year-end meeting. He has been singled out for praise by leaders many times, and it is obvious that promotion is inevitable in the future. Who wouldn't be envious? But this is someone else's achievement. Lu Yong, you're not bad either. I heard you solved a major case a while ago and made great contributions. The whole city bureau commended you. The two complimented each other. The squad leader kept checking the situation nearby, obviously afraid of any emergencies. Lu Yong was much calmer. He not only had confidence in his subordinates, but also in Qin Jiang. Even if there was an emergency, he could solve it quickly, in a restaurant opposite. Brother Dao, please save me. Please don't just ignore me. Truck driver Lao Bang pleaded frantically to Daoba. It turned out that the last time the truck driver learned that he had offended Heilong, he was in a panic and unwilling to leave Songjiang. Finally, he found Scar's head and spent 10,000 yuan in money to ask him to come forward as a peacemaker. Scar didn't intend to agree, but the truck driver had a relationship with his woman, and his woman whispered in his ear, so he agreed. But when he just arrived near the university town, he was a little worried and changed his mind and didn't plan to go, so he came to the restaurant. After a long while, Scar, considering the money and the truck driver's plea, said, I'll help you this time. When you go in, keep quiet and I'll tell you everything, okay? Truck driver, okay. Scar looked at the truck driver and said, no, your injuries are too minor. If you don't look pitiful, the driver might not be satisfied. Lao Bor, what to do then? Scar waved his hand and several of his men rushed over to beat up the truck driver, making him scream out a few minutes later. By the time Scar asked him to stop, the truck driver had been beaten so badly that he could hardly scream and was being supported by 2 people. Scar, don't beat him to death, let's go. Just as Scar was about to leave the restaurant to plead with the Black Dragon Group, suddenly. Chapter 344, the convoy is going out, arrogant. I have never been here before. Let me go, boom. Just see, there was a huge commotion at the bustling Black Dragon night market, and two large trucks drove out, bang. Bang, the rear door of the truck opened. Hurry up, come on, come on. Under the command of Zhao Shanha, a large number of Black Dragon personnel rushed into the back of the truck, and a large number of black umbrellas were thrown into the truck bed. The scene scared countless people, especially those who came to the Black Dragon night market for the first time. They were all shocked. In their eyes, this situation was not right, and the black thing in the hand should be a stick. Oh my God? Why are there so many people in the truck, holding black sticks? I can tell at first glance that he's not a good person. He's a thug. Is he going to start a fight? That's how fights happen in the village. Son, is it safe for you to go to school here? Obviously, they were shocked by the situation, and many of them were worried about the safety of their children living here. The children didn't know how to explain this. They wanted to say that they were safe under the protection of the Black Dragon, but the scene of people gathering in the trucks in front of us was really too big. Fuck, Scar was startled. What's going on? Why are they suddenly using a truck to load people? Who are they going to kill? One of the younger brothers worriedly said, Brother Dao, could it be that this old fellow was begging us to be discovered by the Black Dragon and think we are being protected, so he wants to kill us and take away our territory in the process? As soon as these words were spoken, Scar's face turned pale with fear, and his scalp felt numb. It's over. Qin Jian wants to kill me. But he quickly dismissed the idea, as he watched hundreds of people gather around the truck, and other Black Dragon vehicles gathered near the truck. Call. Scar let out a foul breath. You scared me to death. I was wondering how a mere driver could possibly be taken seriously by Black Dragon. He knew that if Black Dragon really went after him, he would only be able to deal with a few dozen people at most. The current situation couldn't possibly be caused by him. How could he put it? 3 words, he doesn't deserve it. Not to mention Scar. Even the younger brothers noticed something was wrong. He's not coming for us, this guy is too busy. Wow, who on earth could have provoked Qin Jiang, the evil spirit, to mobilize such a force? Could it be? Although he didn't finish his words, his meaning was very clear. Everyone knew about the clash between Black Dragon and Huasheng recently. So, everything has a trace. For a while, the same unbelievable but highly probable reason appeared in their minds. Qin Jiang wants to take over Huasheng. They thought that a battle might break out between Black Dragon and Huasheng, but they still couldn't help being shocked when the facts appeared before their eyes. Suddenly, a younger brother pointed to the distance and said, Look, it's out. Everyone immediately looked over there. A fleet of luxurious vehicles drove out in a mighty procession, with off-road vehicles and G-Class vehicles leading the way in front, and millions of cars following behind. In the center was Qin Jiang's exclusive car, a customized version of the Mercedes-Benz S.A. As soon as the picture came out, those who had already witnessed it were fine, but those who came for the first time were all shocked. What kind of motorcade is this? They look so impressive. They seem to be from that university. Are university professors so rich these days? Or are there some people who are so greedy that they dare to be so open about it? I recognized that car at the beginning. It's a G-Class, worth millions. What's going on? Is someone important getting married? Those who also know answered, What are you talking about? The person in the car is Brother Jiang, but his money wasn't earned through corruption. It was earned. What important person is getting married? These motorcades are all from Brother Jiang. Someone was surprised. Brother Jiang? Who is Brother Jiang? Someone explained, Brother Jiang is the chairman of the Black Dragon Group. This night market belongs to Brother Jiang, and the Songjiang Brother Jiang milk tea chain is also his. Everything he owns is money. Someone was puzzled. Big boss. Why don't you look like a good guy? Oh my God, why are those 2 trucks following behind? Are they also Brother Jiang's men? What are they going out for? They don't look like they want to do anything good. As soon as these words were spoken, no one spoke out to explain or refute. Qin Jiang's identity as a social boss is recognized, and they even think that Qin Jiang's big scene must be up to no good. For a moment, everyone's focus was on the Qin Jiang team. Among them naturally were the team leader who was in charge of maintaining order and Lu Yong, both of whom had different expressions. Lu Yong was puzzled. What was Qin Jiang up to? Why was he making such a big show? If he remembered correctly, such a situation had not occurred since the last time Qin Jiang had a car accident and smashed Buckingham. Even when Qin Jiang was traveling, there were only more than 10 cars. The squad leader was furious. They gathered a crowd in front of him, and then got on the truck directly, in such a crowded place. What? They didn't take him seriously. This is outrageous. The squad leader stepped forward without hesitation. Etc. Lu Yong grabbed his arm. Don't be impulsive. He knew that although Qin Jiang sometimes did not follow the routine, he was very sensible in doing things, but the squad leader was even more furious. Lu Yong. Why are you arresting me? Do you know what you're doing? Covering up for him? What? Are you going to say you didn't see him? What is he going to do? Gather a crowd to fight? Fight? Or do something else illegal? I can tell this guy must have some background, otherwise he wouldn't be able to drive this car, but justice comes before everything else. Let go. He shook off Lu Yong's hand, picked up the intercom and said, "Team, assemble. Stop the convoy." Card pull. The convoy was stopped in full view of the public. This immediately attracted countless eyes, and some people even whispered, Qin Jiang's convoy was stopped by the police? Is he just showing off? I think the leader seems to be of high status. It's going to be a good show. Scar and the others looked peculiar when they saw this. A truck driver on the side prayed silently, God bless you, it would be best if the police could arrest this guy and sentence him. Now, under everyone's gaze, the squad leader came directly to the Supreme Benes. Wow, Zhang Qi slowly lowered the rear window halfway, and Qin Jiang's cold face appeared in front of everyone. Squad leader, what are you doing? What's in the truck behind you? Do you understand what this means? Get out of the truck immediately and let it be inspected. Open the truck door behind you. Hearing this, Qin Jiang's expression was very calm. You are not qualified for inspection, let you go immediately. Squad leader, arrogant. He was even more angry at Qin Jiang's attitude, and besides, inspection was his duty, but just when he was about to take out his ID, Qin Jiang, there is a paper meaning. Purpose, what is the purpose? While the squad leader was confused, Zhang Qi in front of him took out a piece of paper, or to be more precise, a document with a seal on it. When the squad leader saw the content on the document and the clear official seal below, he was stunned. Expression gradually changes, confused, surprise, questioning life. Finally, he straightened his body and leaned forward slightly, whispering very sincerely, Today. I haven't been here before. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, release. Chapter 345. Qin Jiang appears, all directions are in turmoil, and everyone is shocked. The rest of the security officers were all stunned when they saw the squad leader raise his hand up. No, what's going on? You just rushed over in a rage. But they just let you go after showing you something? What did you watch? But the moment they hesitated, the squad leader shouted again, Oh, I didn't hear you. Let them go. Wow, those who were blocking the convoy quickly made way to both sides. Swish. The squad leader nodded and smiled at Qin Jiang, signaling he could go. It was because he was too timid. The document clearly stated that Qin Jiang's trip was approved by the higher authorities, stamped with the seal, and absolutely registered. He could tell with just his ass that seals and documents of this level were definitely a big deal. And even belonged to the top action sequence. He knew that he had no qualifications in this situation. It would be a crime to stop the other party by accident. If he delayed the other party's plan, he would not be able to bear the accountability. So, the best way is to pretend not to know. So I said, I haven't been here today. At the same time, he angrily said, Damn it. Why did I have to meddle in other people's business today? It's really unlucky. Boom, the mighty convoy drove off into the distance, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Trample. 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 Many security personnel came to the squad leader's side, looked at the departing convoy and asked in confusion, Captain, what's going on? Why did they suddenly let us go? Yeah. Are you bringing someone? Or, that's right. It's not the captain's personality, right? Shut up, the squad leader scolded. Don't ask questions when you shouldn't. Remember what I just said. We didn't stop any old convoys today, okay? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked and dared not ask any more questions. I know, cheerleader. I promise I didn't see anything. But looking towards the direction of the departing convoy, he was filled with astonishment as to what could have caused his own upright captain to react in such a manner. This Xinjiang kid. Who the hell is he? They are still like this. So, the other tourists and their families who saw this were naturally even more shocked and stood there in shock. What do they see? The man personally led the team to stop the convoy, obviously for inspection, but he chose to let it go after just a moment. It's hard not to wonder what it represents.
No? Is Xinjiang in this team so awesome?
He made such a big scene, and no one dared to intervene. Son, you must behave yourself at school here. Don't cause any trouble, and don't bring any trouble to your family, sister.
Does Xinjiang have a girlfriend? Do you think she's suitable? Do you have any connections to introduce her?
I have some information. Many of the girls took notice of Xinjiang nowadays. Which girl doesn't have love in her heart, who doesn't want to find a boyfriend who is powerful and rich?
Obviously, Xinjiang's majestic appearance satisfies most girls' fantasies about their boyfriend.
Even though many of them don't know what Xinjiang looks like, is appearance important, unimportant? What they want is to be the wife of the Black Dragon chairman who sits in the supreme Mercedes-Benz S. As for who the Black Dragon chairman is, it doesn't matter. Oh my god.
The truck driver was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground. It's too dark here? No one cares about the public security? What should I do?
He had originally planned to report Xinjiang if he couldn't rescue Brother Dao, but now it seemed that this was not feasible at all and might even lead to a greater disaster. He couldn't help but look at Scar again. Brother Dao, please save me. Brush. Scar shook his hand off directly. Stop howling, you're so sad. Then he looked in the direction where Xinjiang's convoy left, full of envy. This, his life. He once dreamed of being like Xinjiang, powerful, high-ranking, and admired by everyone. Unfortunately, although he has made some progress after spending decades on this, he is still timid when it comes to public security. Xinjiang has only been rising for a year and has become famous in Songjiang, with even public security giving way to travel convoys. There's no comparison. Envy, jealousy, no. Hatred, or rather, dare not hate. The gap between him and Xinjiang was too big, and the resentment in his heart had long disappeared, leaving only awe. Swish. He looked around and was surprised to find that all his brothers had excited expressions, clenched their fists and were full of longing.
It's bad. How could he not see that his younger brother was clearly thinking of changing his allegiance?
Is this normal for a person to strive for a higher position? Cough. He coughed twice and said, don't even think about it.
Black Dragon is a powerful group. Not everyone can join. Do you think there are no other thugs who have the same idea?
They are all rejected.
Not to mention you, even I want to join.
What a pity. If you guys still want to give up, go ahead and try. Whoever succeeds and joins me can have a celebration party for him. Several younger brothers hurriedly said that they had no such intention, and at the same time kept expressing their loyalty to Scar.
Although joining Black Dragon was definitely better than following Scar, they still had to join.
If they couldn't join and then became enemies with Scar, they would all be doomed. Scar's expression eased a lot after hearing the compliment. Then he said, quick, follow and see.
I have a feeling something big is going to happen.
Songjiang is probably going to explode today. Said. He rushed out first. The younger brothers behind him also rushed out and got on the car, obviously looking forward to the big scene that was about to happen.
Wait for me. I spent money.
The truck driver rolled and crawled out and got on the truck. Boom, the vehicle started and quickly set off to chase the Xinjiang team. Now, the squad leader returned and looked at Lu Yong with anger. Damn it, you know this.
You're playing tricks on me.
Lu Yong equals smiley face. What the hell? What do I know? The squad leader said. Don't play innocent.
He is in your jurisdiction. How can you not know anything?
You can do it, you really can do it. After saying that, he turned around and left angrily without waiting for Lu Yong to speak. Only Lu Yong stood there in silence, watching the departing squad leader and recalling the scene, muttering, looks like something big is about to happen. TSK. But it has nothing to do with me. As for me, I'll just keep the people in this area safe and sound.
He looked at the departing squad leader again. Bah. You insisted on going up to stop them, and you blame me. I don't even know what to say.
Top floor. Wu Yu stood in front of the French window and murmured, a storm is coming. At the same time, the Xinjiang convoy's departure had frightened many nearby social groups, but after seeing the size of the convoy, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They all shared Scar's sentiment, "I'm not worthy." Then, almost all of them made the same decision, hurry. Follow them and see. Something big is definitely happening. I'm afraid the weather in Songjiang is about to change. Oh my god, judging from the direction, it should be Buckingham. Is there going to be a big showdown with Huasheng? Chapter 346, Gathering in front of the Platinum Gate, Xinjiang's arrival stirs up trouble. Buckingham. Today is a very lively day with lights and decorations. There are many people busy welcoming guests at the door, hanging lanterns and pasting red paper. This situation naturally attracted the attention of many people. They looked at Buckingham in surprise and said, "What's going on? Why is Buckingham so busy?" There are 3 or 4 times more people welcoming guests at the door, and the lights and decorations are even more lively than during Chinese New Year. Don't you know? Buckingham is holding the Huasheng 10th anniversary celebration tomorrow. So today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, everything is 40% off. Members can get an additional discount. Why don't you join in the fun? Forget it. I can't afford it even with a 70% discount. As they spoke, many people left in a hurry. For most ordinary people, Buckingham is a top entertainment venue that is beyond their reach. Of course, there are also middle-class people who used to think that the prices were high, but now they come to spend some money when they hear that there is a 40% discount. This has led to a surge in Buckingham's passenger flow. In front of the door, after the vice president came out to scold the service staff and made them more alert, he also greeted several executives who came to consume. I feel a little absent-minded inside. He knew it was all an illusion. Buckingham's discounts aren't for some bullshit 10th anniversary celebration, nor do they have to be a big giveback to customers. For they are playing tricks under the lamp to cover up the gambling below. But he knew Brother Hua's tactics. Even if some smart people could guess that Brother Hua was playing dirty, they would probably set the date for the big bet for tomorrow's celebration. Who would have thought of today? Hi! Brother Hua is really high. Although he was thinking this, he didn't show it on his face. In the past, he wouldn't have known anything like this. But this time, Brother Hua specifically told him about it and announced that he would host tomorrow's celebration. What did this mean? It meant that Brother Hua was asking him to move from the top down. Down. He was referring to the casino. The true core of Huasheng. How could he not be happy? Only those Huasheng people who actually step into the casino are the real core layer, and it is also his lifelong dream: take control of the casino, make friends with the powerful, upper-class people. Just around the corner, the peak of his life is about to come. After all the hardship comes happiness. His position has been very unstable ever since Xinjiang sent him to Buckingham last time. Now, with Brother Hua's support, he is finally going to rise to prominence. Haha, he couldn't help but almost laughed out loud, scaring the waiters on both sides so much that they trembled and dared not look him in the eye. A long time, his expression returned to normal as he said to the group of people who had arrived, "Please come in, everyone. I'll arrange a private room for the bosses. I want a first-floor box. I'm too lazy to take the elevator." Vice President, no problem. He asked the waiter to personally lead these people into the box and gave them a bottle of red wine on the spot. Bang, wait until the box door is closed, someone whispered to the young man in the lead. Brother Tianxi, our people are almost all here. The person in charge IT was Heilung's new head of engineering department, Shin Tianxi. He whispered, tell the brothers to keep in touch at all times, eat and drink as needed, but don't have sex. Don't worry, Brother Tianxi. The people below are all old brothers from Lotus Village and they know the rules. Shin Tianxi, no matter what you think in your hearts, we have already joined the Black Dragon. At least for now, it seems that the Black Dragon is not black. Brother Jiang is taking care of us and gave you positions and benefits right from the start. You should be grateful. This is Brother John's first mission, and we cannot let him down no matter what. Clear. Just let Brother Jiang take a look, fuck him and it's over. Opposite Buckingham in a private room on the 7th floor of a hotel. Zhou Shang was supposed to be on his way to the international airport when he saw 2 men in front of him looking anxious. Brother Shang, please come with us right away. If Brother Hua finds out about this, we're both finished. Yes. Brother Shang. It's too late. After hearing this, Zhou Shang continued to eat calmly. Why are you so anxious?
How would my brother know if you two didn't tell me?
I'll only stay for 1 day, and then leave after seeing the excitement tomorrow.
You two don't know how exciting tomorrow will be.
The two were still extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Originally, the two weren't afraid of Zhou Shang, otherwise Zhou Hua wouldn't have sent them to travel abroad with Zhou Shang on an international flight. But who could have imagined that Zhou Shang had secret recordings of them complaining about Zhou Hua and other secret recordings? These recordings were found by Zhou Shang in Lu Bo's house when he couldn't find him, and he used them to force the two to obey him. Zhou Shang, alright.
Stop looking so miserable, both of you. Sit down and eat.
Right.
Put your phone on airplane mode, right?
Otherwise, my brother will get suspicious.
I promise you two will leave tomorrow after watching the fun and won't delay anything.
Hearing this, the two of them sat down reluctantly. Although the two are Zhou Hua's confidants, they don't know how serious the crisis is this time. In order to prevent accidents, Zhou Hua has always shown that Hua Shang is facing a small crisis this time, so the two did not force it too much. If they really offend Zhou Shang and release the recording, their status as confidants will be difficult to guarantee. Zhou Shang, that's right.
Eat. Eat.
He nodded happily and looked outside from time to time, inwardly anticipating the scene where the police would come and arrest him but failed. It would be best if Qin Jiang came along too, so I can see his angry face and avoid having to call and mock him. Third floor. In the private room, Yi Zhe put down the contract in his hand and said in slight surprise, "Are you really going to invest 10 million in my online video company and not participate in the actual management?" The woman sitting opposite, wearing a tailored suit, short hair, and blue eyes, was none other than Gu Chuan.
She simply pointed at the contract, look carefully and sign it.
Yi Zhe, he felt something was amiss.
How could he give you money for no reason?
He couldn't help but ask again. The specific profit model of a company like mine is unclear.
After deducting the monthly advertising revenue to give incentives to video creators, there's not much left.
Are you sure? Gu Chuan wiped his hands with a silk scarf. A mere 10 million.
Just treat it as an experiment. Yi Zhe, no need to sign a gambling agreement. Gu Chuan, your company is not worthy. I will give you half a year to grow. Don't let me down. Yi Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly.
He always felt a sense of familiarity in Gu Chuan.
Wait, why is he so similar to Qin Jiang? Yes.
You can still act cool and show off, but after confirming that there were no problems with the contract, he simply nodded in agreement. We can cooperate. Then he signed his name after checking the contract for the third time to make sure there were no problems. Ji Yuchuan did not sign. I won't sign a contract below 100 million. The secretary signed and stamped the company seal, put away the contract and said to Yi Zhe, "You are very lucky. If Songjiang didn't have any potential companies at all, and the only company that caught Mr. Gu's eye had social attributes and was in a combat mode, you would not have been considered by Mr. Gu.
Don't worry. As long as we manage it well. This is just the beginning.
The next round of investment from Mr. Gu will definitely be hundreds of millions."
Yi Zhe didn't pay any attention to the secretary's empty promises.
He only heard what she said before. The only company he was interested in had social attributes. He subconsciously said, "Are you talking about the Black Dragon Group?"
"Secretary, do you know him?"
Yi Zhe was about to say something else. Didi. The sound of horns blaring filled the night sky. Chapter 347, Qin Jiang arrives at Platinum Jing, underground casino. Mr. Kai Babrush. Yi Zhe subconsciously looked down and narrowed his eyes. Qin Jiang's team.
One side. Ji Yuchuan couldn't help but look down, and saw a huge convoy coming from the end of the street.
The convoy was about dozens of cars, and it was an acquaintance, Qin Jiang's convoy. She couldn't help but look across again. There was Buckingham. She knew about the feud between Qin Jiang and Huasheng from the information. It can be said that this was the biggest reason why she refused to invest in Black Dragon. In her opinion, the two hostile social forces would collide sooner or later. No matter who won or lost, it might cause great chaos and even the winning party would suffer huge losses. The investment risk was high. Could it be? She looked at the Xinjiang convoy again, or more precisely, at the two large cars at the back of the convoy, and remembered something from the information. Frowny-faced Xinjiang leads his men to attack Buckingham. The secretary also looked over in surprise and said, "Oh my gosh.
Isn't that Qin Zhang's motorcade? Why did he suddenly come here? Doesn't he have a grudge against Buckingham? Wait, why are there two large cars following his motorcade? Could it be? No way, swish. Swish. Swish Get Guchuan, the secretary, and Yi's eyes kept flickering, and they all obviously guessed the same possibility that after all not too hard to guess, is it, 6th floor Zhou Shang was eating and reading a novel, TSK. This novel is enjoyable to write, but there are three things wrong with it. First, the updates are too slow, second, there are too many writer's block, and third, why do you say being in society is bad? I'm doing fine without it. My brother is so awesome, but he's still in society with no future and no prospects. This is complete bullshit. Suddenly the younger brother said, fuck. He froze Zhou Shang 3 times in a row, and he couldn't help but look at him. What's the matter? Did you see a pretty girl? No. Why are you looking outside? You can tell whether she's pretty or not from such a distance. He also glanced out the window and froze. Isn't this Qin Zhang's convoy? He really has bad intentions. Luckily, Big Brother was a bit more skilled and managed to trick him into falling for it. Wait, that's not right. Shouldn't he come tomorrow? Today isn't right? They're gambling right now. When he spoke of the latter part, his tone was a little panicked. A large number of people near Buckingham focused their attention on the convoy. Many of them were surprised at the size of the convoy, while some secretly cursed it for being pretentious. However, some people could see that the convoy belonged to Qin Zhang and were aware of the grudge between Qin Zhang and Huaxing. Can't help but exclaim a fuck. Are you coming again? Something's going to happen. Brothers, retreat quickly, or you'll get covered in blood. What? What's going on? Isn't it just that some big boss came to Buckingham to spend money? Look at you, you're scared. What are you talking about here to spend money? You're here to waste money. Wait a minute, for a while many people subconsciously stayed away from the Buckingham area and chose a safe and high place to watch. At the same time, the many greeters at the Buckingham Palace entrance also noticed Qin Zhang's motorcade. Their reactions were much greater than others. Many of them were so frightened that their legs went limp and they could barely stand. Most of them had personally experienced the previous incident. Some greeters were so frightened that they screamed and ran inside. Vice President! Vice President, something big has happened, here they come, that killer is back. And just as he was imagining a beautiful dream, the Vice President frowned. What the hell is going on again? Killing gods? What? You've read too many fantasy novels, the waiter pointed outside and said, what a killer! Look! There are so many cars and trucks. Trample! Trample! The Vice President walked quickly out of Buckingham and looked outside, stunned, completely stunned. A very familiar scene of the huge convoy was heading towards Buckingham, and he was particularly familiar with the two trucks at the back of the convoy. If he remembered correctly, a large number of Black Dragon personnel came down from the trucks and smashed and looted Buckingham last time. Why is the Black Dragon convoy here again? What on earth is going on? Given his position, he was not aware of Zhou Hua's plan to harm Qin Zhang, but he knew that today was extremely special. Downstairs, something big is happening. Grass. The Vice President yelled, seal the front door. Block it. After saying that, he rushed to the elevator and was about to press a special button, but he thought of something and did not press it. Instead, he rushed into a special box and opened the safe inside the box, and inside the safe was a phone. Swish. He picked up the phone and dialed. Quick, something happened. Big thing, Qin Zhang's team. He quickly explained the situation. Underground, the noise continues. Fuck. I just don't believe I can't turn over a new leaf. I still have bargaining chips. If you keep arguing with me, I can put my house on the line. Whoever backs down today is a jerk. Check out the ticket, make a comeback. Of course, these are all played at scattered tables outside. Although the amount is much larger than that of small casinos, it can only be said that this is to improve the diversity of casinos. A real big player, in each of the large private rooms, there are dedicated dealers and service staff. The people here are either rich or noble. A single bet is equivalent to the life savings of many people outside, but it's just fun for the people here. They squander money recklessly.
Of course, some players are so crazy that they dare to bet anything. One side Ingnan watched from the private room, nodded, and gave the dealer a subtle wink, which simply said, "Kill the fish." These wealthy entrepreneurs who are obsessed with gambling are the biggest fish in their casinos. Killing a few of them will bring them a prosperous year. Immediately Ingnan came to another box. There were also people inside with red eyes, and Ingnan also gave the dealer a look, but this time the meaning was, let the money go. People are different, some people are fish, some people are human, the fish is going to be eaten, people need to eat fish, some people in the casino need to be eaten, and some people need to be flattered. These people are people in Washington's network. They can win and lose in the casino, but they must never lose big, and they even have to maintain small wins for a long time. This is one of the reasons why Washington can survive forever. Finally, Ingnan came to the most central box inside. This private room is extremely huge, several times the size of other private rooms, and the service staff inside are all outstanding in appearance. Even the dealer who is dealing cards in the center is actually a third-tier celebrity. Although he is not very famous, he has played supporting roles in many popular TV series. He has a large number of fans and is admired by everyone. However, in this box, he can only dress sexy as a dealer and wink at people from time to time. At the gambling table, there were several men with extraordinary aura sitting there, and the most imposing one was the man with a fierce face sitting in the middle. He had a shaved head, sharp eyes, a strong physique, and when he stretched out his hands, it was surprising that both of his hands were missing a finger. It was possible that no one in Songjiang or even the northern province knew him, but most of the upper class in Shandong province, or in the three northern provinces, are familiar with its existence. Eight-fingered Vajra, Mr. Kai. Chapter 348 Jiang Ji's order, completely blockade Buckingham. Go. On the table, the rest of the people were also well-known figures in the three northern provinces, and the one sitting opposite was the boss, Zhou Hua. Bang, we won again. Mr. Kai laughed heartily. It feels good. I always say that Mr. Kai is unlucky. Today I stand up. Then he grabbed a handful of money and threw it to the waiter, and winked at the dealer. You are very good, wait until it's over. Come to Master Ba's room, Master Ba will take good care of you. Both sides, the other players slammed their cards on the table. Zhou Hua laughed heartily. Master Ba is very lucky today. It seems that he can not only make back what he earned last time, but he may even make a little more. Mr. Kai laughed again. Ingnan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Kai Lao Ba. A notorious bad player, how could he win? The last time he came to play, Zhou Hua specifically ordered his men not to use tricks, and Kai Lao Ba still lost miserably. Now he can win purely by scheming. The purpose is to make Kai Lao Ba get his money back. There was no way. Although Kai Lao Ba's forces were not in Songjiang and had nothing to do with Huasheng, Huasheng was not afraid of him under normal circumstances. But Huasheng was about to run away, and the foreign Chinatown he was going to happen to be related to Kai Lao Ba. His brother-in-law was one of the influential people in that Chinatown, so in order to avoid trouble there, Zhou Hua specially arranged a game for Kai Lao Ba to win the money back, so that he would not think that Huasheng had cheated him and caused trouble for his brother. Law.as4 She looked at the other bosses. Although these people are people of status and position, all their influence is in the country. Even if they are discovered to be setting up a scheme, what can be done? By then, Huasheng will no longer be in the country. She laughed and said, Master 8 is so awesome. Kai Lao Ba looked at Ingnan and said, you are also very powerful. Hideo, after playing a few more rounds of cards, Kai Lao Ba lost less and won more, laughing from time to time, with money scattered all over the sky. The waitstaff were so happy that they almost laughed out loud. The money he earned in the private room in one day was comparable to what others earned working outside for several months or even a year. Of course, there was not work in the private room every day, and it was rare to see Kai Lao Ba spend money like this. Right at this moment, bang, the secretary rushed into the box in a hurry and scared the people inside. Kai Lao Ba cursed, damn it, who is this? Who is responsible for destroying my luck and winning the game? Damn it! Take him out and chop off his hands for me. Fuck. The other bosses looked a little excited. Maybe it was a good thing that they were unlucky today, but the secretary ignored their expressions and walked straight to Zhou Hua and whispered in his ear, Brother Hua, something's happened. Qin Jiang has brought 2 more truckloads of people to Buckingham Palace and they're already at the door. What? Zhou Hua's eyes narrowed sharply. How could that be? Shouldn't Qin Jiang come back tomorrow? That way, the money laundering evidence would be foolproof. Why, wait, a plan within a plan. Zhou Hua guessed something. Qin Jiang had no intention of laundering money with me. He was trying to paralyze me and make me misunderstand that he was collecting evidence of money laundering. He wanted me to take the bait so that he could set up a gambling game on the day before and arrest me on the spot. This is the most likely possibility, but there were many things that could not be explained. Why did Qin Jiang think he would take the bait? Why was he sure it would be 1 day in advance instead of 2 days in advance? And why? Zhou Hua was unable to figure it out for a while, and he had no time to think about it further. Bang! Zhou Hua stood up and said, "Everyone, something small has happened. I'd like to trouble you to leave first." "What?" Bang! Kai Laobai suddenly slammed the table. "I'm in great luck, and you tell me you don't want to play anymore? No way. I have to play today even if the sky falls. It's not good for anyone." He hadn't finished speaking then Ingnan raised a gun at Kai Laobai. "Left semi-direct product, right semi-direct product. What are you doing? You think I was brought up by being scared? You're pointing a gun at me. Come on. Shoot. Shoot. Hit me in the head." "Zhou Hua, shut up. Old 8 Kai. Things have come to this point today. Zhou Hua, owe you a favor, but I'm letting you go now. If you don't want to leave, or can't leave, don't blame me." He then dismissed the order to his secretary, have the higher-ups immediately seal off the Buckingham Gate and prevent anyone from entering. Try to delay the situation. Also, send a message to the private rooms asking them to evacuate first. After 2 minutes, have the lobby evacuate as well. Try not to cause any disturbances. Secretary, understood. Zhou Hua, also, immediately transfer money to Qin Jiang's account, all black money, as much as you can. Then send someone to destroy the internal recording cameras and erase the records. Secretary, okay. Finished. Zhou Hua dragged Ingnan out and said, "You and I will split up. Whoever can escape will be the first one. Once you get abroad, contact Zhou Shang. I have a deposit abroad in his name. Ingnan, I'll go with you." "Zhou Hua, don't be so fussy. Although this possibility is very small, I have guessed it. As long as these big gamblers are not arrested and we are not caught in the act, we can put all the blame on the vice president. I have already transferred the legal representative of Buckingham to him. There is still a glimmer of hope. As long as we can escape." Ingnan still shook his head. "Never abandon me, life or death, it is her code of conduct, and her man is her everything." Zhou Hua led the others inside and shouted, "If you don't want to be caught, follow us. That's all I have to say." Grass. Kai Laobai cursed, but he knew something serious was about to happen. After all, a small matter wouldn't faze the dignified Huasheng boss so much, so he immediately rushed out, and the other bosses followed suit. If they were caught, the amount involved would be huge, and they would all be in trouble. Halala, there was chaos in all the private rooms, and a large number of people rushed out and prepared to leave the elevator under the guidance of others. Lobby, the place was still bustling with noise and no one knew what was happening. At the same time, Buckingham outside. Boom, Qin Jiang's convoy stopped directly in front of the main gate of Buckingham. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, bang! Bang! The 2 rear doors of the car opened a swish. Swish! Swish! Young men in black suits and holding black umbrellas quickly jumped out from inside. 1 person, 10 people, hundreds of people, until there were hundreds of people. They looked at Buckingham in front of them with cold faces. Some of them had just joined and had not participated in the last smashing and looting. The youths looked excited and agitated. Ahead, bang! After Zhang Qi got out of the car and opened the back door, Qin Jiang, dressed in formal attire, walked out slowly, his leather boots stepping steadily on the snow. Crunch. Under the cover of night, Qin Jiang stood upright under the moonlit streetlights, with hundreds of young men in black suits standing solemnly behind him. At this moment, even though they couldn't see Qin Jiang's face clearly, everyone still felt the murderous aura coming like an overwhelming tidal wave. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Qin Jiang looked at Buckingham in front of him expressionlessly and waved forward. Aside, Zhu Zhang shouted in a deep voice, "Brother Jiang has issued an order. Completely blockade Buckingham and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving. Go!" Chapter 349, Public Security arrives and rushes into Buckingham Superior. Wow, hundreds of Black Dragon personnel rushed towards Buckingham without hesitation and completely blocked the entire Buckingham. This scene, the Buckingham staff were terrified. "Run! The Black Dragons are coming again. They're all holding big black sticks. Something's going to happen." Something's going to happen. Oh my god, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just a newly hired temporary worker. Don't hit me, I'm afraid of pain, I can't stand being hit. For a while, the service staff were in a mess, and many of them subconsciously wanted to rush out, but how could the Black Dragon personnel let them leave? They stood in front of them with black umbrellas and cold faces. Bang! 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 Many service staff were pushed back so hard that they fell down. See this, they had no choice but to run back. Crash, all hid in Buckingham Gate. Close the door quickly. The vice president yelled, block the door. Don't panic. Brother Hua is in the company and he'll definitely solve it right away. Don't panic, oh my god, who stepped on me? Close the door quickly. Bang! The Buckingham Gate was closed, and many people quickly put tables, chairs, and benches behind the gate. Soon the Black Dragon's men completely blocked Buckingham and continued to advance, narrowing the encirclement. There were also some people who were watching the excitement and were surrounded by the outsiders. They all shouted for mercy, it has nothing to do with us. I'm just here to watch the fun, don't worry. I'm just passing by. The Black Dragon personnel ignored all this and just blocked the place off, not letting anyone leave. Buckingham couldn't get in, so he could only tremble and gather together in panic and regret. It seemed that if they were given another chance, they would never dare to get close to watch the fun. Someone outside couldn't help but sigh, I told you not to get too close, you never know what will happen if you get caught in the circle. Many people nodded with lingering fear. Now, swish. Swish, more than 10 cars drove into the Xinjiang convoy from behind at a rapid speed. Bang. Bang. Bang, the car door opened. Crash. Bai Meng came out with about 30 people. They were fully armed and had weapons on their shoulders. The car they drove was not a security car. Qin Jian was very calm about this. What was shown on TV was just on TV. The security police did not always drive security cars when performing tasks, especially when performing special tasks. They would hide. Otherwise, the appearance of a large number of security cars would clearly tell the security police, destroy the evidence quickly. Bai Meng looked at Buckingham, who was completely surrounded, and Qin Jiang, who stood in the middle of the crowd like a top boss, with his eyes flashing. Just half an hour ago, he received an order to meet the convoy somewhere and lead the special forces to carry out a special mission. Mission objectives. Huaxing Group, Buckingham mission partners of Black Dragon Group. After receiving this task, he was both calm and surprised. He was also one of the participants. He knew that the higher-ups wanted to deal with Huaxing Group and cooperate with Qin Jiang, but he did not expect that this task would be given to him to carry out and lead the team. It is definitely a major training. He wanted to refuse on the spot, saying that he didn't want any special treatment, but Wang Feng told him in advance this was Qin Jiang's special request, and it complied with the regulations, so no one could say anything. After hearing this, he no longer came to carry out the mission in a pretentious manner, and at the same time he felt more touched by Qin Jiang. Shake your head. He didn't think about that and went up to Qin Jiang and said, Boss Qin, our team is all here. Qin Jiang, leave the outside to me. You just need to leave 7 people and the equipment. I need to cooperate with my people. As for the inside, my people will also cooperate with you. A quick battle and a quick decision. He knew that he could not waste time. Although he had trapped Huaxing's people inside, Zhou Hua would definitely be able to make a decision in the shortest time possible with his ability. The best strategy was to race against time. Bai Meng nodded, okay. He didn't hesitate to realize that now was not the time to talk about things, and the mission would only be completed after the arrest was made. He nodded repeatedly with his big hands. 7 of you stay here and follow Boss Qin's orders. The rest of you follow me. Charge for brush. Bai Meng led the charge towards Buckingham. Qin Jiang, Wang Tao, Zhao Shanhe, Sun Yuan. Lead your men to block the exit and execute the order. Yes. Zhao Shanhe and others roared and immediately led dozens of brothers and 7 team members to rush out in various directions. Those places are all the exits of Huaxing's escape routes, so Qin Jiang naturally does not allow anyone to escape from them. Escape? Many things are hard to explain. Hold on, the vice president shouted as he watched a large group of people rushing up under the cover of night. Hold on. Brother Hua says anyone who can hold on for 5 minutes will get a bonus of 3,000 yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, the waiter's eyes lit up. Although the Black Dragon was a great deterrent to them, the money was equally attractive. 3,000 yuan for 5 minutes was like 2 months' salary. Who wouldn't be tempted? As a result, a large number of service staff spontaneously rushed forward to hold the door. See this, the vice president's expression softened slightly. He just received a message asking him to hold on for 5 minutes, as someone would come to support him in just 5 minutes. He didn't know that no one was coming to support him, nor did he know that the people coming this time were not the main force of the Black Dragon but were being arrested by the public security. He didn't know that he had long been abandoned by Zhou Hua, and he was still fantasizing that he would be entrusted with an important task by Brother Hua by stopping these people, and that he would be able to move up to a higher level from now on. Just as he was fantasizing, suddenly his eyes narrowed. Just see. One of the figures rushing towards us raised a black stick-like object and pointed it at the main door lock. Bang, boom. At the same time, explosions were also heard from the other door lock locations. These sounds echoed in the night. Snap! Snap! The locked area inside Buckingham House shattered into pieces. At the same time, the staff, whose faces flushed red as they stood guard against the door, were all stunned. After a long while, someone exclaimed, "A gun! They have guns, run!" At this moment, these service staff no longer care about the 3,000 yuan, they only think about how to save their lives first. They all run around like crazy. No one dares to block the main door. Later, the vice president was so frightened that he collapsed on the spot. He looked at the dozens of people rushing towards him, each holding a weapon, and was completely in disbelief. Impossible. This shouldn't be the case. Has Qin Jiang gone crazy? He actually allowed so many armed people to attack Buckingham? No one can suppress such a thing. Not even the province can suppress it, can't suppress it, obviously. He still regarded the people in front of him as Black Dragon's men. Bai Meng ignored the vice president and led everyone to kick open the door and rush in. Outside, the silence is equally terrifying. The scene in their vision was, a large group of people rushed out from the Black Dragon team and rushed towards Buckingham, shooting and breaking the locks to force their way into Buckingham. Chapter 350. Everyone was shocked. Internal and external cooperation, Tianxi attacks, fog grass. Zhou Shang, Sigma, surprised face, Yizhe, Sigma degree, onlookers. Oh, no, is Qin Jiang so fierce? It's all about the guys. Although night has fallen, it is not too rampant or overbearing. Social bosses are scary, the lawless social bosses are even more terrifying. What? Seeing this, Gu Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Is Qin Jiang so powerful? He can even get this kind of equipment. Even the Shangjiang society dares not use it, but he uses it so openly. Her tone was full of surprise and a hint of confusion. It was different from the information she had read before, which said it shouldn't be very safe. These devices were unlikely to circulate outside, and even if they did, no one would dare to use them. Now someone is using it, and use it openly and honestly. Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? It has already disrupted some of her previous arrangements and made her very uncomfortable. That's not right. Gu Chuan felt something was wrong again. From my personal experience during this period, everything is safe. Right at this moment, Yizhe suddenly said, it's not his people, it's the public security. The public security is dispatched. Only the public security can have such equipment. I really didn't expect, Qin Jiang would let the public security intervene in his fight with Hua Shang. How cruel. Really cruel. Public security. Gu Chuan's expression relaxed a lot. Everything seemed reasonable when it came to the public security. However, there was still some change in his expression when he looked at Qin Jiang. It seemed very different that the public security could be dispatched to attack his enemies and even seemed to want to kill Hua Shang. Qin Jiang, Gu Chuan, it seems that I still don't know enough about you. There are indeed many differences in the mainland. Grass. Zhou Shang was shocked. What's going on? Why does he have large-scale weapons? Are you kidding me? Coder, please save my brother. Wait. Just the code guys won't work. Call the police and ask them to save my brother. Quickly, the two bodyguards didn't hesitate to call for help, but when they saw Zhou Shang rushing down, they immediately stopped him. Brother Shang, don't go down, Brother Shang. There's no point in you going down there. We've already contacted the police and informed them. Brother Hua will definitely be able to handle it. There won't be any problem. Don't panic. The two men held Zhou Shang back from rushing down. In a business car, Scar touched the scorpion pattern on his bald head and cursed, "Fuck you, this is really eye-opening." This is how a big boss should come up and surround Buckingham so he can't come out and use his weapons. Crazy. What a crazy guy. This is totally out of the ordinary. This is going to be a huge uproar. It's going to explode. It's going to explode completely. The other brothers behind were also shocked and cursed, only the truck driver trembled, looking at the situation in front of him and muttering, "It's over." Is it that cruel? Go to the headquarters and tell them not to do this to me again. I can't withstand a few bullets with my small body. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Same, the other major forces sent people to check the situation, and the onlookers were all shocked. Even though some of them guessed that it might be the intervention of public security, they still couldn't help being shocked. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Zhang Qi got a sofa chair from somewhere and placed it behind Qin Jiang, and Qin Jiang sat down calmly. Bang, Zhang Qi even got a wine glass and some wine, poured it for Qin Jiang, and drank calmly under the gaze of countless people. Qin Jiang is drinking. Hundreds of Black Dragon personnel besieged Buckingham. Someone rushed in with a weapon. The faint sounds of smashing, shouting, and screaming coming from Buckingham formed a complete and shocking picture. The scene, it's so impactful to everyone. This scene, it also makes Qin Jiang look too awesome and domineering. Even a young man watching this scene couldn't help but sing in a low voice, "I am the most powerful." Bang, his father hit him hard and said, "What are you singing? I told you to follow the right path. If you dare not learn your lesson, I will beat you to death." Don't underestimate him, but you never know what will happen one day. As he spoke, he couldn't help but scan both sides a few times, and when he found that no one was paying attention to him, he continued, "Maybe one day I'll die on the street." Buckingham Lane.as Bai Meng and his men entered. Chaos broke out. Bai Meng immediately ordered, "Go to the designated locations and control the elevators as instructed. Don't let anyone come up from underground." Yes. All the team members yelled in unison, "Let me explain this in 2 ways." 2 minutes before Bai Meng and others rushed I in the box, waves of exciting music continued to play, but the strange thing was, there was no noise or drinking or bragging in other private rooms. Instead, there were 7 or 8 people sitting there quietly without saying a word. It's Shen Tianci and the other brothers, corner location. There were several hostesses sitting there drinking, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment, whispering, "What's going on? These people are crazy. They don't sing or touch, they just sit there and stare blankly. If you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a bastard. If they want to be bastards, then let them be bastards. We earn by the hour anyway. If you and I drink more, we can just put it on them. But I always feel that they are not good people. What are you afraid of? Who dares to cause trouble in Washington?" One of the women looked at Shen Tianci and the others with a flickering eye. She felt that something was wrong with them, extremely wrong. Normally, when people came to this place to spend money in order, they would want to touch the stockings and not stop using their mouths or their hands. There were very few people like this, if not none. Besides, even if some people are decent, they can't all be. And what are all these decent people doing here? Isn't this obviously problematic? Thinking of the woman's eyes flashing, and she was about to spread the news. She was different from other women and was ambitious. She wants to make a contribution. She wants to be a foreman. She wants to be a brothel owner, manager. Cough, cough. The woman stood up, bent over, and walked out. As she passed Shen Tianci and the others, she nodded and said, "I'm going to the restroom." But she had only taken 2 steps when she was stopped by 2 people from the Black Dragon engineering department. Shen Tianci said coldly, "Go back and sit down." Shen Tianci was too lazy to talk nonsense and just waved his hand. Swish. The 2 men threw the woman back onto the sofa and ignored her, continuing to guard the door. This action also scared the other women. It's okay not to play, but it's scary if they don't let them leave. But they had no other options. There was someone blocking the door and they couldn't get out. They didn't have any cell phones on them. Buckingham was not allowed to bring cell phones to work, and couldn't send messages. They could only gather together in fear. Shen Tianci and the others didn't pay any attention to this. After a while, someone returned to the private room and whispered, "Brother Shen, we've already found the locations of all the nearby elevators and discussed it with the other private rooms. Even the hidden elevators can be found on the drawings provided by Brother Jiang." Didi, Shen Tianci's phone suddenly vibrated. Brush. He stood up and shouted, "Brother John's order, action." Chapter 351, Chaos in Buckingham. Chilly spirit shows its power brush. Everyone in the box's eyes suddenly gleamed with light, and they all shouted in unison, "Yes, yes." They were all extremely excited at this moment. Since joining Halon, they have not been dispersed but all entered the engineering department. Although the engineering department is in its initial stage, the welfare benefits are still there, and all the red envelopes at the beginning of the year are distributed. Moreover, they also know a lot about Black Dragon. Even though it has a good reputation in the outside world, it is very strict internally and especially prohibits breaking the law. It is a formal company. At least didn't let them do anything harmful to the world. This was far beyond their expectations. Many people had just come to Songjiang with the idea of joining a gang, and even thought that as long as it wasn't too outrageous, they would be fine. But the reality gave them a lot of happiness. They didn't have to fight or break the law, just work normally, and they could get twice or even more salary than in the factory. Most importantly, there was a lot of room for advancement. What does it belong to? Kindness, such great grace from heaven, opportunity. What a great opportunity. All of this was given to them by Brother Jiang because they were once brothers. At the same time, they were also very clear that once they joined, a separate department would be set up to attract attention. The other departments didn't say anything, but they were not convinced in their hearts. So, of course you have to achieve results. Now, your chance has arrived. Bang! Shen Tianci took the lead and rushed out of the box, divide into groups and block the elevator. The women in the back compartment were so frightened when they saw them rushing out like crazy that they couldn't help but scream, "Someone's causing trouble, someone come quickly." The music in the box was quite loud so people outside couldn't hear it clearly, but of course it wouldn't matter even if they could hear it, because it's completely chaotic outside. Just see, bang. Bang. Bang, a large number of box doors on the first floor opened at the same time, and hundreds of people rushed out. They quickly rushed to the major elevator locations to block them. Elevator is the connection to Buckingham. For safety reasons, there are no stairs to enter the Buckingham Underground Casino. Apart from a few secret passages in the dark, only the elevator can be used for normal access. Crash, hundreds of people rushed out and scared the service staff, who were unable to react for a while. At this moment, Shen Tianci had arrived in front of an elevator and pressed the elevator button. Bite, the elevator door opened. There were 3 or 4 people inside preparing to leave the underground second-floor parking lot and drive away from Yuka. They looked at Shen Tianci and the others with confused expressions, and someone subconsciously shouted, "Going up the elevator?" But the only response he got was Shen Tianci's cold expression, "Come out." The person inside, "No." "What do you mean?" Before they could react, several Black Dragon personnel rushed in and pulled several people out. At the same time, they quickly took a trash can to block the elevator door so that it could not be closed. At this time, several people in the elevator were already drunk and angry, and now they were dragged out. How could they not be angry? Fuck. Who are you guys? What are you doing, mad? You come up and pull it. Do you know what brand my clothes are? Balino. I'm letting you pull the thread apart. Speak, mute. As he spoke, someone with an angry face went up to push Shen Tianci. I'm talking to you? You fucking idiot, noisy. Shen Tianci directed his men to guard the elevator while impatiently pulling out a special anti-inflammatory water from his pocket. Chili extract, just one click. The person who was about to come up and push him covered his eyes and screamed in pain. Seeing this, the 2 people next to him became furious. Oh my god, damn, who the hell are you with? However, just as they finished speaking, Shen Tianci continued. You 2 are making noise too. Phew, 2 streams of pepper spray shot out, and the cursing stopped abruptly, replaced by screams. My eyes. Help me. Help me, hurry up and get some water, I need to wash my eyes. Their screams immediately attracted a large number of service staff. Several of them came up and briefly asked about the situation and were about to scold and stop Shen Tianci and others, but they were also greeted with pepper spray. Soon more and more people started holding their heads and screaming. Seeing this, the other service staff did not dare to rush forward and could only frantically call for help. Security guard, security guard. Someone's causing trouble, come quickly. Shen Tianci ignored these people and took out the intercom and shouted, all departments, report the number. Sizzle, report, Team 3 has taken control of 2 elevators. Report, Team 5 has secured 3 elevators. Report, Shen Tianci silently calculated in his mind and soon figured out that all elevators were completely under control. He immediately ordered, guard the elevators. Remember to tie the red rope.
Take necessary measures if necessary. Receive.
Then all the staff of the Black Dragon Engineering Department who were guarding the elevator tied red ribbons on their right arms, to avoid false arrests. There were bursts of screams and scolding in front of almost every elevator.
It was obvious that the Black Dragon personnel had trouble controlling the elevator suddenly.
Whether it was people getting on or off the elevator, or security personnel and service personnel, they all stopped this behavior. Fortunately, the Black Dragon personnel have a powerful weapon, chili extract. In a situation where there is no defense, one man can block the way for 10,000 men and no one can do anything. Of course, there are also brave men who are not afraid of the chilly spirit in charge at the Black Dragon personnel, and a scuffle and fight soon breaks out. The engineering staff are not left behind. The people who were able to join this group and were brought here today were all Qin Zhang's old team members from Lianhua Township. They might not be very good at learning, but when it comes to fighting, some say so. Just see. 4 or 5 security guards rushed over, holding special wooden boards to shield their faces, and shouted at Shintiansi, "Drop your weapons immediately.
Do you know where you are? You dare to act wildly in Buckingham? Believe it or not, I will hang you all on the wall today. Trample. Trample.
Trample." They kept advancing with fierce looks on their faces. Shintiansi's face turned cold as he put away his chili essence. He knew that he had no choice but to fight back in this situation. He exchanged glances with the other brothers and without hesitation picked up the various weapons on the ground. Stool, garbage can, wine bottle, bang.
Bang. Bang. Several people stood back to back and fought with several security guards with fierce expressions.
Similarly, fights also broke out in many other elevator locations. For a moment, the unique sounds of fighting and killing that only northeastern people could hear echoed in every corner of Buckingham. Fuck.
Fuck you, damn it, you little bastard. Who are you to dare to act so wildly in Platinum? Lotus, your master Shin, gives you a pair of sneakers. Is your head cooked? Chapter 352, Control the elevator, rush into the casino, and be useless at the age of 30. For a while, the entire first-floor lobby of Buckingham Palace was filled with an uproar, accompanied by cries for help from security personnel. "There are too many people causing trouble, come and support us. Support, someone come." They did not receive any further support, because the elevator was under control for the security and service staff upstairs. They could only go down the stairs, which took a lot of time. There was also a lot of noise, exclamations, and shouting coming from the lobby where the security and service staff were. What's going on? The security personnel who were fighting were completely confused. Could it be, these are not all the troubles? Outside, there were also more troublemakers coming, but who would dare to come to Buckingham to cause trouble? Didn't they know that it was Washington's territory? Who in Songjiang North District dares to encounter this bad luck? Public security? Impossible. Putting aside the Washington connections, the police wouldn't use pepper spray, just physical force would do. Etc. Some security guards narrowed their eyes slightly, and they thought of who would dare to do this. Black Dragon. At the same time, bang. Bang, gunshots and screams were heard from the front hall. A large number of service staff rushed over quickly, their faces full of panic. They didn't care about the fight inside or the security guards calling for backup, and they rushed directly towards the stairs. This action blocked all the security guards rushing down the stairs. What are you doing? Don't you know there's a fight downstairs? Get out of the way. Unfortunately, no one gave way. Instead, countless people pushed him to get out of the way. What support? Run. Something big has happened. The Black Dragon is here again.
That killer Qin Zhang is here in person, and his men are all armed. There are probably several people dead in the front hall.
If you want to die, go ahead. As these messages continued to come out, the security personnel who ran down from the upstairs were so scared that they dared not run down, and instead followed the service staff and ran upstairs. For a while, people were thrown to the ground and the place was in chaos. Downstairs, the commotion naturally attracted the attention of many entertainment staff in the private rooms. They rushed out to see the chaotic scene. Some were afraid and hid back in their private rooms, while others angrily shouted, "Damn! What's going on? Why is there still a war going on in Buckingham? Is there anyone who can do something about it? How can we play with all this noise? Believe it or not, I won't pay you. Where's your vice president? Call him over, quickly, stop fighting." A middle-aged man in a suit and tie came out and shouted, "I told you to stop, can't you hear me? Do you know who I am? I'm talking to you.
Do you know who I am? He stopped shouting midway. Dozens of people rushed in from the front, fully armed, their faces cold and solemn. Under the main lighting, they all held guns in their hands. Bai Meng pointed at him and asked, "Who are you?" The man in the suit was so frightened that his legs went weak. Chinese people rarely have no respect for weapons. Seeing that he didn't speak, Bai Meng shouted, "He might be the one in charge, so detain him directly. The rest of you should act immediately, clear." Swish! Swish! The two men rushed over and pinned the man in the suit to the ground and handcuffed him. The man in the suit reacted, "What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? It's none of my business. I just came here to have fun." He was not stupid. So many fully armed people must be security personnel, and not ordinary security personnel. What is the police doing in Buckingham? Catch the yellow, bullshit. There's no need for such a grand ceremony to arrest that thing, so what he's doing here is very intriguing. Judging from what happened just now, he might be arrested as the manager of Washington, so how can he not be worried? I admit that I was a little loud just now, but being loud isn't illegal, right? I apologize. Let me go. I know North District. I need to make a phone call. The two law enforcement officers didn't listen to him at all and stopped him at the iron railings. The law enforcement recorder is recording the whole process. You can apply for it later if there is anything. Now squat down and stay here honestly. If you dare to escape without permission, your crime will be increased. After that, they ignored the man in the suit and followed the main force. They were short of manpower and the important targets were all underground, so they naturally couldn't delay. Get down, squat down with your head in your hands. Bai Meng rushed to the elevator and yelled, "Arrest everyone who doesn't have a red scarf." The law enforcement officers behind immediately took action and quickly provided support to the various elevator locations. The security personnel were a little furious and had no intention of stopping, but when the gun was pointed at them, they all calmed down and did not dare to resist, squatting with their heads in their hands. Snap! 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 A large number of handcuffs were used to handcuff all these people. At first, these security personnel thought that law enforcement officers had come to stop the fight and wanted to arrest everyone, but they soon realized something was wrong because those who fought with them, such as Shin Tianxi, were not arrested, only they were arrested. This, a little bit of discrimination. Some people are dissatisfied. Why aren't they arrested? On what basis? You are treating me differently. We don't accept. They were all experienced people, so even when facing law enforcement officers, they weren't particularly afraid. Unfortunately, Bai Meng ignored him and gave the order, handcuff all combatants. 2 people will remain to enforce the law on the ground. The Black Dragon people will assist you. No matter who comes down from the upper floors, they must not leave. Otherwise, they will be arrested. Anyone who resists may be shot. Clear. The 2 law enforcement officers nodded and stood in the middle of the lobby. Bai Meng nodded to Shin Tianxi again. Thanks for the help. Sorry for the trouble. Shin Tianxi, Brother Jiang ordered it, it's only natural. When he first received Brother Zhang's orders, he felt a little panicked, as he was afraid that everything would be different from what he expected. This is not joint law enforcement, but social fighting and grabbing of territory. It wasn't until Bai Meng showed up with his team that the last stone in his heart fell to the ground. He couldn't help but mutter, Tianxi, Brother Jiang is so good to you, and you, are you still human? On the other side, Bai Meng had already led dozens of other people onto the elevator, and frantically pressed the password Qin Jiang had given the elevator. This was the password that in later generations took an undercover security agent a year to obtain. The elevator was rapidly descending with a series of beeping sounds. Soon, with the 2 law enforcement officers and Shin Tianxi blocking the area, the entire lobby on the first floor was under control. The people in Washington were handcuffed. All the entertainers rushed to the box. Even when a few people of status came out of the box and saw the scene, they all retreated, straightened their clothes and took out papers to discuss cooperation. For a moment, the lobby was completely quiet, with only the sound of the handcuffed man in a suit constantly explaining himself. Under the cover of night, Qin Jiang sat upright in the central seat of the convoy, a slight cold breeze blowing on his cheeks, but his expression did not change at all. I could hear the noise coming from Buckingham ahead and the faint exclamations nearby. Take a puff of cigar, call. A puff of thick cigar smoke slowly shrouded Buckingham in a mist. It took you 10 years to climb from the bottom to the upper reaches of Songjiang, and only 30 minutes to fall down. Now, 10 minutes have passed. Chapter 353. The underground casino on the fourth floor is in chaos, and the Black Dragon is blocking the passage. Point 4 underground floors crash. Several groups of people in the private rooms took advantage of others not noticing and quickly came to the elevator under the guidance of the service staff. But what made them frustrated was that the elevator to the fourth underground floor, which should have had the first priority, did not respond no matter how they pressed the button, and it stayed. On the first floor, someone yelled, "What the hell? What's going on? Why hasn't the elevator come down yet? I told you I must not be exposed." Yeah. Who am I? If people knew I was gambling here, I'd be finished. Which elevator is this? They were extremely panicked and anxious. After all, participating in gambling is a crime, and even if the amount involved is huge, you will be sent to jail. Moreover, many people's sensitive identities will be completely ruined if their career prospects are exposed. Snap. Snap, someone was so anxious that he went up and pressed the elevator button. Some people's cursing voices were getting louder and louder. Unfortunately, their actions were completely useless. The elevator only stopped at the first floor. Instead, their unusual behavior attracted the attention of many people in the lobby on the first floor, who also noticed something was wrong. Oh my god. Why are so many of them leaving? What's going on? It seems like everyone in the box has come out. Oh my god. Could something have happened? As soon as these words were spoken, the gamblers who were originally immersed in making back their money also regained their composure. They must understand that the prerequisite for making back their money is not to be caught, otherwise it will be useless even if they make back their money. Moreover, if they are caught by the public security, they will be sentenced and fined. Now. In the corner, Zhou Hua and others were hurriedly walking towards a corner and looking back from time to time to observe the situation. Yingnan was surprised and said, "That's not right. Why hasn't the elevator come down yet? Logically, our elevator facilities have priority underground. Even if someone presses the elevator button, it can't stop the elevator from coming down." Zhou Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. Physical isolation. Physical isolation. Yingnan was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Although the elevator electronics had priority, it was useless if someone blocked the elevator door and couldn't close it. Thinking of this, her face turned extremely ugly. This action meant that the first floor was out of control and the enemy might be arriving soon in grass. Yingnan couldn't help but curse, "Fuck. What the hell is the vice president doing? Even if the people outside are rushing in too fast, they shouldn't be unable to get on the elevator at all. Damn it. Isn't it all suppressed inside?" One side of Zhou Hua's expression became a little calmer. Although the probability of this happening is not high, it is not impossible. Otherwise, he would not have only let the people in the ordinary boxes take the elevator up, and took the people in the important boxes to run to the secret exit. Walk. Zhou Hua pulled Yingnan to speed up. Just before they rushed to the secret passage, bursts of exclamations came from the elevator. "The elevator is working, it's coming down, damn. I'm finally down, I need to get up quickly, God bless you." He obviously thought that as long as he could get to other floors without being caught, he would have an excuse even if he was caught. But when Zhou Hua heard the voice, his expression froze so fast. With his intelligence, how could he not guess that the elevator was controlled? Most likely not because someone outside rushed in, but because someone inside had ambushed in advance. But the person coming down the elevator was most likely a law enforcement officer. He couldn't help but look at the secretary. The secretary turned around and yelled, "Run! This place has been exposed. The police will be here soon." Finished. He went straight into the corner with Zhou Hua and others and disappeared into the lobby. At the same time, wow, the casino lobby, which had just quieted down, was now in an uproar, with countless gamblers running around frantically and cursing. Fuck him? Isn't this Huasheng's territory? Why are the police coming to arrest us? Oh my god, is this true? Huasheng's place is not safe either. Who's calling someone? Damn, there are so many people in the elevator. For a while, many people rushed towards the elevators, and a few smart people also rushed towards where the secretary disappeared. Lobby. It's a complete mess. Just as a large number of people gathered at the elevator doors and squeezed in, cursing loudly. Bite. The elevator door opened. What greeted them was not an empty elevator escape passage, but a large number of black hole gun muzzles. Hold still. Put your hands up. Hold your head and squat down. Pull over and squat down with your head in your hands. Seeing this, the people who were rushing in frantically screamed and quickly retreated, but because there were too many people and they were squeezing too hard, they temporarily changed direction and got entangled with everyone. Bang! 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 Many people were squeezed to the ground and were trampled by other people's big feet. Don't step on me. I'm the leader. Don't step on me, my waist, my kidneys. At the same time, there were bursts of groundhog screams. Broken voice, crash, by Mang led his men out. Team 1, Team 2, seal off the scene and control everyone. Team 3, follow me. He led a team of people out of the crowd and began to search. The main targets of this arrest were Ajowa and other heavyweights. Just leave 2 teams to control these ordinary gamblers, and the main force of support will arrive soon. Let me explain this in 2 ways. At the same time, by Mang led his men into Buckingham. Bang! Wang Tao broke open the door of the hotel diagonally opposite Buckingham, and the law enforcement officer next to him was about to speak. Wang Tao pointed at several hotel staff and shouted, "Be quiet, Black Dragon, you'll be responsible for the consequences." Wow, the front desk manager and the service staff were about to speak when they heard this, and they were so frightened that they trembled and dared not say a word. Wang Tao ignored everyone's reaction and gave the order directly, "Seal off the exit. Don't let anyone out." Snap! Snap! Several Black Dragon personnel were guarding the gate. Wang Tao led the Black Dragon team inside. The hotel security was naturally not comparable to Buckingham's. There were only a few service staff in the front hall, and they didn't dare to intervene. Moreover, the guests were all hiding in their rooms, pretending to be turtles. Therefore, Wang Tao successfully led his men to rush into the innermost part and shouted, "Break the door!" Ouch! The boss lady ran down from upstairs. "What are you doing? You know this is illegal? Do you know how expensive my course is?" Bang! Law enforcement officers produced their credentials. "Please cooperate with the law enforcement." The boss lady was not afraid but exploded directly, "No? You public servants can just barge in. Do you have a search warrant? You even broke into my door. Stop it. Believe it or not, I will report you to the authorities. Do you think I am easy to bully? My eldest brother-in-law is. My sister-in-law's husband is." She rolled over and rushed forward to stop it. How could the Black Dragon staff let him block the stairs and let the boss lady curse at him? Boom, boom. The 2 Black Dragons, known for their great strength, kicked the door hard, and the door could not withstand it and cracked loudly. Snap, snap. Chapter 354, Massive Police Arrival. Qin Zhang's continuous attack. My door. The proprietress was extremely anxious. "How could you do this? You are breaking the law. What gives you the right to kick my door? What exactly do you want to do?" She crouched halfway across the 2 Black Dragon officers. Well, to be more precise, the 2 Black Dragon officers saw that her target was the law enforcement officers and deliberately stepped aside. The proprietress was about to scratch the law enforcement officer. "Stop it, make them stop it." Obviously, he thought that the law enforcement officer was the leader and his words were influential, because he was the only one with the ID. The law enforcement officer accidentally hit her in the face, but fortunately she reacted quickly and took a step back to avoid being scratched, but before he could scold her harshly, swish! Swish! 2 Black Dragon soldiers approached and pinned the boss's wife to the ground. They stuffed a torn sock they had found from somewhere into her mouth and muttered, "Article 13 of Chinese law, assaulting law enforcement officers is a crime and can be punished immediately. Law enforcement officer, boss's daughter, wow, boom." The door was kicked open with a loud crashing sound, and Wang Tao led his men in, checked the closet. The Black Dragon personnel checked the wardrobes and bookshelves one after another, and soon noticed that there was something wrong with the sheep head ornaments on the bookshelf. Wang Tao went up and twisted it harder. Snap! The sheep head ornament is spinning. There was a crackling sound coming from behind the bookshelf, which split from the middle to both sides. There was actually a passage behind the bookshelf. Law enforcement officers. He looked at Wang Tao in amazement. These people came straight to the hotel, then straight to this room, and checked the secret door in such a short time. But this is outrageous. He didn't realize that Wang Tao was just following the plan. The hotel and room locations were clearly marked, and even the secret compartments were placed on the bookshelf or in the wardrobe. Lady boss, it's over, it's completely over. She desperately tried to get rid of the smelly socks, thinking she was being clever, and yelled, "You guys have to make the decision for me. I don't know what's going on. Who put the passage behind my clothes rack? Black Dragon staff, you admit it's your hanger. Lady boss, she collapsed on the ground, sobbing. I said no, but that damned bastard insisted. They said that if I could make friends with Huasheng, I would have connections in the future. Now, you don't have any connections, and you have to make some yourself. Why is my life so miserable? Wang Tao looked at the law enforcement officers. Quick! Get down! Wow, the law enforcement officers and 7 or 8 Black Dragon personnel quickly led the people down and armed themselves halfway. The passage is not very long. Soon they came to the end of the passage. Swish. Wang Tao gestured to stop and whispered to the law enforcement officers, let's wait here. There's a casino behind the passage, but we don't have the authority to go in and arrest you. Our mission is to hold here. When someone comes out, we can just use our weapons and force them back. As he said this, he pointed to the weapon bottle in his hand. Hearing this, the law enforcement officer was a little surprised but still nodded, and his eyes fell on the weapon in Wang Tao's hand. There were 4 big characters written on it. Tergassi couldn't help but put on the mask quickly. At the same time, not only Wang Tao, but Zhao Shanha and others also led people to rush into the control passages of hotels, restaurants, and car washes. For it is to block any possibility of escape for people in the casino. At the same time that Bai Mang led his team into Buckingham, the nearby security department received orders from above. Everyone gather, target Buckingham. For a while, a large number of law enforcement officers gathered and rushed towards Buckingham quickly. At the same time, a large amount of information was also spread rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of law enforcement officers arrived in Buckingham. See this, the crowd of onlookers were shocked. Holy crap! I was wondering how such a commotion could not alert the police. I didn't expect so many of them to show up at once. My goodness! Are you coming to suppress the situation? Although I admit that Qin Zhang's actions today were quite impressive, they were indeed a bit too arrogant. He will most likely face sanctions. For a while, many people subconsciously looked at Qin Zhang, who was sitting in the middle of the convoy with a cold expression. I and the end young and lawless, look. Today brings disaster, 80%, a generation of heroes came to an end. 6th floor. Seeing such a large-scale police deployment, Guchuan couldn't help but say, I didn't expect to see such a high-level operation right after arriving. It seems the information was correct. The country has begun to crack down on evil forces. Yi Zhe, we should strike hard. It would be better to kill them all, so that the economy can take off. Although he said so, he couldn't help sighing when he looked at Qin Zhang's direction. How could he not guess that Qin Zhang was probably fine today? Zhou Shang, the public security finally came. That's great. Qin Zhang dared to make such a big fuss. He's breaking the law. He will definitely be caught by the public security. But the 2 brothers held him tightly. Brother Shang, don't be anxious. There is security down there now, and the situation will be resolved. We just need to wait. We have to trust Brother Hua. He has connections and will definitely be able to resolve it as smoothly as before. Scar, oh my goodness, drive the car to the corner, don't come closer. Damn! So many security cars. I've only seen them on TV before, this is really shocking. Truck driver, okay. Arrest them all, including Qin Zhang, so no one will retaliate against me. Cardpool, many people who got off the security car also looked at Qin Zhang's convoy and Qin Zhang, who was sitting in the middle of the convoy. At the same time, they looked towards Buckingham, and subconsciously thought the Black Dragon and Huasheng go to war. The higher-ups want them to come and take control of the situation. Yes, just as several leading law enforcement officers were about to order an attack, they received another order in mission: control all personnel in Buckingham, except the one with a red rope on his right arm, partner, Black Dragon. Do not conflict with Black Dragon personnel and cooperate appropriately with Black Dragon personnel. Operation Commander, Bai Meng, Operations Consultant, Qin Zhang. All the captains were stunned when they saw this news. What's going on? Instead of coming to control the situation, they're preparing a full-scale attack on Buckingham, arresting everyone. Furthermore, Black Dragon is a partner in this operation. They always have partners in public security operations. Main, what does an action consultant do? For a moment, all the captains subconsciously looked at Qin Zhang, completely bewildered. They didn't understand why Wang Feng had added Qin Zhang because he was so concerned about making sure everything went smoothly. Of course, he had also given him only an advisory title to prevent any other problems. To put it bluntly, a two-pronged approach. At this time, Qin Jiang turned his head and stared at them, then calmly blew out a smoke ring call. In the thick smoke, Qin Jiang stretched out his hand holding a cigar, pointed it directly at Buckingham toward the hundreds of law enforcement officers, and tapped it twice. Immediately following, countless people were stunned and astonished. I only saw. Chapter 355, Zhou Hua's frantic escape. Tear gas bombs in the underground passage. Just see hundreds of security personnel, led by several captains, rushed across Xinjiang and towards Buckingham without hesitation. Bang! A captain kicked the already broken door away. A rush, charge me. The rest of the team members didn't dare to be lazy and rushed in frantically, with bursts of shouts coming out. Get down and hold your head. A complete lockdown, from the first floor to the top floor, with all people in the private rooms under control and screened. No one can leave. And don't touch the people with red ropes on their shoulders. They are joint operations personnel. They knew very well that the level of this operation was very high and could not be delayed. Although they did not understand why Qin Jiang could be an advisor, understanding did not mean they would reject it. The first element of law enforcement officers was to execute orders from their superiors. Moreover, this was obviously a major operation and they might be able to make meritorious contributions. No one wanted to do anything trivial here. This scene completely stunned the many people outside. No, aren't these security personnel supposed to be here to control the situation? And wasn't it Qin Jiang who caused this situation? Why didn't they send someone to arrest or summon Qin Jiang? Instead, they rushed into Buckingham Palace after Qin Jiang waved his hand twice. What's going on? And why did it look like Qin Jiang was directing public security just now? For a while, there were bursts of exclamations. Am I dazzled? Why are you only targeting Buckingham and ignoring the Black Dragon's men? Why do these people seem to be here just to help Qin Jiang deal with Buckingham? Could it be that Qin Jiang invited them here? Wow, directing the operation, awesome, really awesome. They looked at Qin Jiang and became more awed and fearful. Social bosses are scary. The boss with special means is even more terrifying. Now looking at the scene in front of them, many people guessed the same possibility. Qin Jiang is tougher than Zhou Hua. The young man picked up the branch again and held it in his mouth again. I am the most powerful. This time his father didn't beat him, but murmured, that's really awesome. Shit, Zhou Shang screamed frantically, what the hell is going on? Where did these security guards come from? Why don't they arrest Qin Jiang? Let me go, let me go. I want to go down and save my brother, Guchuan. It seems that he has a high position in the operation. Will he cooperate? But with his status, why would he cooperate? Don't be afraid of seeking the skin of a tiger, and don't be afraid of being punished later, the secretary murmured. Wow, so majestic, so domineering. Guchuan looked indifferent. She hated it most when someone was more pretentious than herself, and today it was obvious that Qin Jiang was the only one who was pretentious in Songjiang, especially just now. Qin Jiang's cigar clicked on hundreds of public security arrest scenes and reached today's peak. It can be called Force the King, Scar. A real man should live like this. I never thought he could grow to this level in such a short time. There was a time when he didn't take Qin Jiang seriously at all, and later he only gave him some face for Bai Meng's sake, but in just 1 year, the other party has grown to a position that he needs to look up to, and now he is not even qualified to give him face. It really makes people sigh. The world is ever changing. Each of them will be the leader for 3 to 5 years. Bang. Truck driver Lao Bang looked at the dark sky with a sad face. This sky is too dark. For underground floors, Zhou Hua led his men directly to the corner. There are exits in 4 or 5 directions, Zhou Hua said. Each passage here corresponds to a different exit above. Let's go out separately. Whoever can escape will be lucky. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people who followed him all looked very unhappy. This sentence clearly told them that they were not sure whether the exit outside was safe. This was unacceptable to them, and some people could not help but speak out. Oh, Zhou Hua. What do you mean? We came here to play and you couldn't even guarantee our safety. Yeah. People were about to rush down, and you didn't get the news in advance? How on earth do you manage it? I'm telling you, if I get caught, I guarantee you, Huasheng will suffer the consequences. Zhou Hua's face was very cold. In the past, he had some respect for these people in front of him, but now it was the time and he himself could not be sure whether he could escape, so naturally he did not care. Moreover, he knew that since he had not received any news so far, it proved that the other party was well prepared and determined to catch him, so it was absolutely impossible that they knew nothing about the way out, and he could not be sure which way out was completely safe. He could not help but said coldly, I'm saying it for the last time. The fourth brick on the inner wall on the left side of each passage is a secret door. Press it 5 times in a row and there will be a response. After that, he took his secretary and others and ran to a certain passage without caring about other people's reactions. Although many people still planned to continue cursing, they didn't know what to curse. At the same time, bursts of screams and scolding came from the main hall outside, which made their faces change drastically. Fuck! Mr. Kai cursed, "What are you thinking about? Are you just waiting to be caught if you don't run?" He looked at the passages in front of him and pointed quickly. Whoever the little rooster points to is the one, fuck you. He rushed into the corresponding passage with 2 bodyguards. See this, the rest of the people dared not delay any longer. Let's go, fuck, what bad luck, wait, which brick is it? They also rushed to various passages. Some chose to follow Zhou Hua, believing that as the CEO of Buckingham, the road he chose would definitely be safer. Others believed that Zhou Hua had the biggest target and it was unsafe to follow him, so they chose other passages. Snap, snap, several passages were open and everyone rushed in. Throw. Wang Tao opened the front door and ordered without hesitation a whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, the Black Dragon personnel immediately threw out tear gas. Zhou Hua led his men into the passage and saw a large number of bottled objects flying towards them. 2 younger brothers immediately stood in front of Zhou Hua, and someone kicked the flying objects directly. Bang! Bang! A few bottles were actually kicked back. Get down! Bang! One of the younger brothers held Zhou Hua's head and turned him over to lie down, apparently mistaking the flying bottle for a bomb. Zhou Hua was puzzled. This channel has basically never been used, so how could it be discovered? Is there a traitor? And it was one of his core members. Who was it, and why did they just use a bomb? They wanted him dead? That shouldn't be the case. Could they be non-law enforcement officers? Or did they want someone to die? That doesn't make sense either. Even if they wanted someone to die, they wouldn't have used weapons of mass destruction. No one could be held responsible, right? I can't figure it out at all. Before I could think any further, I realized that the bottle that fell to the ground didn't explode, but instead emitted a large amount of pungent gas. Phew, the secretary was the first to react. Oh my god. Tear gas, cough cough, gas, cough cough, fuck. Chapter 356, Seeking Help from the Desperate Situation, Last Call, Xinjiang. Fuck, cough cough, damn, cough cough, hurry, cough cough. Bursts of intense coughing continue to be heard. Tear gas is very effective to begin with, and it is several times more powerful in the semi-enclosed environment of the passage. For a moment, everyone was about to cough up their lungs and couldn't even lift their backs. Zhou Hua, cough cough, cough, rush, out. Wow, several younger brothers rushed in with Zhou Hua, but waiting for them were Wang Tao and his men of fuck. Go back, all of them go back. The passage is not wide, it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Zhou Hua and the others were severely damaged by the tear gas, with their fighting power reduced to 80%. However, Wang Tao and the others were not affected by their gas masks. As a result, they were completely crushed. Instead of rushing out, they were pinned down by 5 or 6 of their subordinates on the spot. Even Zhou Hua was almost trapped. Fortunately, the secretary risked his life to push Zhou Hua away and hugged Wang Tao tightly. Let's go. Ahem, brother Hua. Let's go. Ahem, let's go. Zhou Hua was furious but had no choice but to lead the rest of the men out of the passage quickly. Wang Tao shouted, "Stop. Don't chase." Wow, the Black Dragon personnel stopped in the passage and continued to be on high alert. Zhou Hua led the remaining personnel in front to retreat quickly outside. Along the way, 2 or 3 people knelt on the ground and coughed, unable to get out. It was not until the Black Dragon personnel came forward and put on masks for them that the situation eased a lot. Bang, only after the passage door was closed again did Zhou Hua and others breathe a sigh of relief. Cough cough, cough cough, ahem. They kept gasping and coughing to relieve the effects of the tear gas, their faces still looking painful. Ahem. Zhou Hua suppressed a cough and shouted, "Hurry, cough cough. We can't delay here, choose a passage, cough cough." Everyone else also reacted. They also heard the shouting outside getting closer and closer, as well as the sounds of kicking doors. It was obvious that law enforcement officers were checking each box and would soon be able to check here. However, just as they were helping Zhou Hua to continue searching for a passage, bang, 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 the sound of doors closing continuously came from the other passages on the left and right, and at the same time, there were a lot of voices. Ahem.
Damn it. Master Ba, ahem. When have I ever been wrong like this? Ahem, what a joke. Inside, cough cough, why is there an ambush? Could it be that Zhou Hua is trying to trick us? Damn it, cough cough. It's very likely that his way out is the way out. Cough cough, quickly, go to his passage. A large number of people rushed out from the passages, their faces flushed and tears streaming, obviously experiencing the same treatment as Zhou Hua and others. It's over. Zhou Hua and Ying Nan's complexion changed drastically. They watched helplessly as people rushed out of every passage, and it was obvious that the other passages had also fallen. How is that possible? Ying Nan was incredulous. Why? We haven't used some of these channels for years, how could they be discovered? Is there something wrong with the craftsman? No way. It's not surprising that some craftsmen know about it, but a few tunnel craftsmen have already. Gah. It should be understood that as the fundamental basis for the survival of ground casinos, in order to ensure safety, most of the craftsmen were not hired locally when the tunnel was built. Instead, they came from all over the country, even foreigners. After the tunnel was built, they were all sent back to basically eliminate the possibility of knowing about it. Secondly, there was an exit location for the tunnel, so in case of any emergency, the craftsmen were killed to silence them. Therefore, even if there are only a few people in Huasheng who know all the exits of the passage, even Zhou Sheng does not know all of them. It is not that Zhou Hua does not trust him, but he is afraid that he will talk nonsense after drinking. That's so. There are only 3 people left who know about it. Zhou Hua, Hideo, secretary, Zhou Hua and Ying Nan looked at each other and said in unison, "Secretary?" Ying Nan, no wonder he acted like that just now. I thought he was saving you? Turns out he wanted to stay inside. Zhou Hua, I got the wrong person after all. In the passage, the secretary, wearing a mask, raised his head and said, I will report your intention on the Golden Terrace and support Yulong until his death. Don't think that catching me will be of any use. I won't say anything. You scum, you lowlifes, if you have the guts, let's fight with real swords and guns. Now, when Mr. Kai and his men came out and saw Zhou Hua and the others, they started cursing at first, but then they realized something was wrong. Since Zhou Hua and the others had also come back, didn't that mean that the escape route was completely useless? Outside by Mang, scatter and search, brush, the 3 teams dispersed to different boxes. Bang! 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 The doors of the boxes were kicked open one by one, and voices came from the intercom into Bai Mang's earphones. There's no one in the left box. There's no one in the right box. No one in the middle compartment. No one is in the second floor box. There's something going on around the right corner. There's a secret door exit. Bai Mang's eyes sparkled. Gather, turn to the right corner. The enemy has weapons, so your safety is guaranteed. Zhou Hua had no intention of saying anything in the face of the curses from Mr. Kai Bei and others. He heard the sound of dense footsteps. Although his eyes were cold, he seemed a little lonely. He knew that there was no way out of the situation, but he refused to surrender and whispered, Get out and find a private room as a base. I'll call for help. Just rushed out. Bai Mang and the others rushed forward and immediately engaged in a fierce attack, raising their guns and firing at each other. Bang! Bang! Put your hands up, put your head in your hands and squat down. Bang! Bang! When a person dies, the bird flies up to the sky. Damn it! Mr. Kai thought for a moment and led his men to help. Some of the others chose to go up to help, while others squatted on the ground in panic, waiting for the judgment of fate. Soon after Zhou Hua lost 7 or 8 men, he rushed into the inner box and blocked the door. Quick! Block the door! Wow, a large number of tables and benches were placed against the door of the box. Zhou Hua made a call. A first target, Zhou Sheng, beep. No one answered the phone and Zhou Hua breathed a sigh of relief and made a second call. Aditi. When the call was connected, an angry voice came from the other end. Who told you to call me directly? Zhou Hua, damn it. I'm almost dead, why can't I call you? Why didn't the police come to arrest me and didn't give me any information? Now they've already rushed into the underground casino. I tell you, we are in this together. What? How is that possible? Before Zhou Hua could continue to say anything, he heard the sound of the door being broken and the sound of scolding. Bang! What are you doing? Who let you in? Disciplinary inspection. Please cooperate with the investigation. Hang up, beep, the phone is busy. Zhou Hua's face froze. He knew that his last way out was blocked,
and the so-called network of relationships and threats were all ineffective. A long time, the frantic banging on the door outside brought him back to his senses. Under the expectant gaze of Mr. Kaiba and others inside, he made another call, but this time the target of the call was not his trump card, but Qin Jiang. Chapter 357 Qin Jiang vs. Zhou Hua. Did he lose or not? Outside, Qin Jiang was still sitting in the center of everyone's attention, and the weather was still a bit cold despite the beginning of spring. One side, Sijou took the coat and slowly draped it over Qin Jiang, while he stood half behind Qin Jiang to block the cold wind. Zhu Jingzi was in charge of directing and controlling the entire situation. A long time. Xu Zhan walked over and said, Brother Jiang, all the people coming out of Buckingham have been turned back, and the situation is under control with the subsequent security personnel taking over. At the same time, all major passages were blocked. Wang Tao saw Zhou Hua in the passage and fought him back. Everything is stable. He was telling Qin Jiang that the situation was settled and that the people inside Buckingham had no chance of escape. They succeeded today. To this, Qin Jiang nodded silently and breathed a sigh of relief. People like Zhou Hua either don't move or kill with one strike. Once it escapes control, it is likely to cause problems. Moreover, Zhou Hua is very smart. Even though he knew a lot of things in advance in his previous life, Qin Jiang did not dare to take it lightly. Don't even think that you have a sure win. Fortunately, Zhou Hua has become a turtle in a jar, unable to escape. If Bai Meng still can't take Zhou Hua down under such circumstances, Qin Jiang will report him for dereliction of duty under his real name. He should stop fucking doing this, Zhu Zhang said again. Brother Jiang, I just got the news that Zhou Hua temporarily transferred 30 million to our cooperative company. And it's specially marked as profit sharing. It seems that Zhou Hua has been forced into a desperate situation and is planning to drag us down with him before he dies, or rather, he is trying to trick us. He is such a troublesome opponent. He looked at Qin Jiang and couldn't help but admire him. If Brother Jiang hadn't planned ahead and let him register a remote company, and asked someone with the same name to be the legal representative, I'm afraid that this time the Black Dragon will also be affected by the cause and effect. The assimilation he had undergone with Qin Jiang during this period of time also made him understand that he had to keep some tricks up his sleeve when doing things. Otherwise, some things might seem insignificant at the moment, but they could be a fatal blow when the time came. Right at this moment, Didi, cell phones rang one after another. Zhu Zhang took out his cell phone and looked at the number on it. It was a dedicated line for contacting Huaxing. Brush, he handed it to Qin Jiang. Brother Jiang. Zhou Hua's calling, at the same time waved to the left and right. 20 or 30 Black Dragon members quickly approached, forming a human wall with their backs to Qin Jiang. In an instant, they isolated Qin Jiang from the outside world so that people outside could not see him. See this? The secretary on the opposite floor was surprised. What is he doing? Asking someone to block the wind for him? Is he pretending to be so arrogant? Yi Zhe, no? Even though he likes to show off, he wouldn't go to such lengths. Didn't you see he was holding a phone? He was obviously blocking other people's view so they couldn't see him. No. That's not right. Although this can block the view of people on the ground, it can't block the view of people higher up. Gu Chuan said, he is isolating the sound. He is not worried about others hearing him on the phone. Instead, he is worried about others hearing the content of his conversation. So he set up a human wall to block the sound. It is simple and effective, and there are no side effects. Secretary, then why doesn't he go back to the car and play? Gu Chuan and Yi Zhe said in unison, pretend. Really, the countless onlookers couldn't hear clearly due to the distance, and now they were completely deafened by the human wall. As for those who can be next to Qin Jiang inside, they are all core members of Qin Jiang, and Qin Jiang has unconditional trust in them. Qin Jiang answered the phone calmly. He's not dead. Opposite, Zhou Hua's voice came. Ahem. I won't die. Zhou Hua, Qin Jiang, you're so cruel. We clearly agreed to join forces to deal with the public security, but you actually plan to rob the gang? Qin Jiang, I don't understand what you are saying. Who is Qin Jiang? Did you call the wrong number? Zhou Hua's eyes on the other end of the phone flashed with disappointment, then turn off the recording option directly. Ahem, Zhou Hua, Qin Jiang, you're still so cautious. Ahem. I really underestimated you. Qin Jiang, I'm repeating myself, I'm not Qin Jiang. If you have nothing else to say, please hang up. Zhou Hua, okay. Whether you are Qin Jiang or not, I want to tell you, I didn't lose. Hua Sheng didn't lose either. Xinjiang, public security has closed the airport this morning. No one can leave Chinese territory while committing a crime. Zhou Hua, what? Impossible? Why would the police arrest my brother without any evidence? You're kidding me. The higher-ups won't agree to this plan. They don't dare to take the risk. Xinjiang, who said there's no evidence? Do you really understand what Zhou Sheng has been doing recently? Do you really know? Do you know how he got the scar on his face? Zhou Hua, he used to think that the wound on Zhou Sheng's face was accidental, but now it seems that there may be a story behind it. Main idea, maybe I was really a little careless. Silence. A long silence. Zhou Hua didn't know what to say for a moment, because he felt that Qin Jiang would most likely not lie to him about this matter. Moreover, Qin Jiang found the exit of his underground casino very accurately, which dealt a heavy blow to him. He recognized Wang Tao's identity at the exit of the passage, and therefore knew that it was Qin Jiang's people who were causing trouble. He values his younger brother more than himself. In his opinion, his younger brother is the future of the Zhou family, otherwise he would not choose to let his younger brother leave early, but now it seems that his younger brother is unlikely to leave China. A long time, Zhou Hua said again, I didn't lose. These 3 words were resounding, and his face regained its confidence and calmness, but Qin Zhang's voice came from the other end of the line again. I heard that a new company called Black Dragon Trading has recently opened in Songjiang, and the legal representative is also named Qin Jiang. The chairman of Black Dragon is very angry about this and is preparing to sue them. It's likely that the fake company will fail. Don't you think? Isn't it interesting? Bang, Zhou Hua's expression faltered slightly. You're such a scumbag. You even put your company on guard. Very, very good. I admit I underestimated you a bit, but it's true that the new generation pushes the old generation forward. You're quite ruthless. But you have to remember, no one is always happy, and no sky is always clear. My today is your future. Zhou Hua was about to hang up the phone. Qin Jiang, wait. I want something. Zhou Hua, what do you want? Qin Jiang, I want information. Don't tell me you don't have it. I know you like to collect this. Zhou Hua, I have it, but why should I give it to you? Do you think I'm a person who helps others to achieve their goals, or a person who lets bygones be bygones? His tone was full of sarcasm, as if he was mocking a self-righteous person who was arrogantly shouting, but if anyone happened to see his face, they would have seen that his eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. That is, this is the behavior he would show when he was extremely panicked. The next moment, Qin Zhang's calm voice came clearly from the phone. My people saw a girl at hospital. She was having a prenatal checkup. Her name seemed to be Li Anren. Chapter 358. Zhou Hua surrenders, and the most important thing when going out to get involved is, come out. What? Woo, wow, bang. The sound of a cell phone falling to the ground came from the phone. Qin Zhang's expression remained very calm and he showed no signs of surprise. He just waited quietly. In the box, Zhou Hua sat in the corner, still maintaining the posture of making a phone call, but the phone had fallen to the ground. He was able to remain calm even when faced with a crisis. Even though he knew there was no way out, he was still able to remain steady. He completely lost his composure and could not remain calm. Of course you can't blame him. Li Anren, he arranged a girlfriend for his younger brother, and the child in her belly was the only offspring of the Zhou family. This was his last trump card. In his opinion, the Zhou family would not have lost as long as they had offspring. What's more, he left enough money for his descendants. In order to prevent his offspring from being discovered, he only let his younger brother sleep with her to confirm the pregnancy and then let Li Anren fake his death to escape. During that time, he didn't even dare to send anyone to have in-depth contact with her. All money transactions are done in cash, for he had a backup plan in case Hua Sheng fell, so that he and Zhou Sheng would have a way out if they were trapped. Originally, he thought that this backup plan would be useless before yesterday, but he never thought that it would come in handy in just one day. More importantly, it failed as soon as he used it. Qin Jiang had already found the only bloodline of the Zhou family. So, what will Qin Jiang do? He and I have a life and death feud. I was going to take him down with me when I was dying a few minutes ago. Will it? Zhou Hua's expression kept changing. One side, Ying Nan asked anxiously, Brother Hua, what's wrong with you? The other people blocking the door couldn't help but look at Zhou Hua. They also noticed something unusual. Zhou Hua had a hard time making the call, and it was obviously not good news. Zhou Hua's trusted bodyguards were fine, they possessed strong mental abilities and had long since disregarded life and death, otherwise, they wouldn't have been kept by Zhou Hua's side. However, Mr. Kai Ba and several other prominent figures who had rushed into the private room with Zhou Hua had extremely grim expressions on their faces. Mr. Kai Ba, Zhou Hua. Can you even use it? The people outside are about to break in. A boss, didn't they say you're all-powerful in Songjiang North District? What's going on? I'm asking you a question. Zhou Hua didn't reply. Instead, Ying Nan, who was standing next to him, retorted, "Don't blame Brother Hua. Brother Hua had everything arranged this morning. It's all Qin Zhang's fault. He was the one colluding with the police to kill us." Qin Zhang, a boss, was surprised. Some bosses were completely confused. Mr. Kaiba, who is Qin Zhang. Ying Nan, a newly emerged young gangster in Songjiang North District. He's ruthless and unscrupulous. He's on good terms with Brother Hua, but he's always doing dirty things behind the scenes. Brother Hua saw that he was younger than him and didn't intend to bother with him. He never thought of colluding with the public security by taking advantage of Brother Hua's trust. She blamed all the mistakes on Qin Zhang in order to make the people in front of her hate Qin Zhang. She had known Zhou Hua for so many years and knew his character very well. From Zhou Hua's behavior, she could tell that it would be difficult for her to get out again. She was not very afraid. She was born a little gangster, and if Zhou Hua had not saved her, she would have died long ago, but before she died, she wanted to avenge Qin Zhang revenge as much as possible. Qin Zhang. Mr. Kaiba said angrily, "I don't care if you mess with Zhou Hua, but if you mess with me, you wait." He stopped cursing after he finished his harsh words and immediately took out his phone to call for help. "It's me. Kai Laba, do you have anyone in Songjiang? I'm stuck in a casino." "What casino?" "Buckingham." The other bosses also showed their talents. "It's me. Please transfer as call to me. Send someone to rescue me quickly. I must not fall into the hands of the police." "Second uncle, do you have someone in the security department? Please contact them quickly to help me." "I have information." Third brother, a large number of calls were made. For a while, there is a huge undercurrent of turmoil among the upper echelons of Songjiang, and countless networks of relationships are rapidly developing, but the networks have all failed at the final point, and the relationships that were once proud of have no response today. Even if there is a response, the basic words are the same. "Don't get involved in this anymore, don't worry about anything anymore, you can't control anything, I've already asked about this matter for you. I was implicated and hung up because of asking about it. Don't call me again. I don't know you." Beep, beep. The constant busy tones of cell phones made Mr. Kai and others completely despair. How could they know that the scale of this operation was so huge that no one dared to intervene, and the target of the operation was Buckingham or Zhou Hua? They were completely caught in this misfortune. They were so angry that they wanted to beat Zhou Hua to death, but when they saw Zhou Hua holding up the phone again, they did not go forward. After all, the person on the other end of Zhou Hua's phone might be the only hope. They didn't know that the person on the other end of Zhou Hua's phone was not Hope but the culprit of this incident, Qin Zhang, who had just been cursing desperately. "Zhou Hua, Qin Zhang, you're also a gangster. The rule of the underworld is, don't let your wife and children suffer." "Qin Zhang, rules? My rules are the rules. Zhou Hua, what are you going to do?" "Qin Zhang, you know the information I want." "Zhou Hua, the information? It's inside Buckingham. I dare to give it to you, but do you dare to take it?" "Qin Zhang, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows? How could you possibly keep all the information in one place?" "I'll say this one last time, I want the information, and I want it safely. You can continue to think while I have time, but you don't have much time left." At this moment, Zhou Hua heard his bodyguards lose their voice and gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. I'll give you the information. But you have to promise to follow the rules and never bring harm to your wife and children." He didn't say anything childish like asking Qin Zhang to swear. For a person like Qin Zhang, swearing an oath was bullshit. He did everything according to his heart. Now he could only bet that Qin Zhang had a conscience. "Oh Zhou Hua, I have a villa in. The password is. There is a safe inside the villa. The password is.
The thing you want is in the safe. I hope you will keep your promise.
Qin Jiang, I am a gentleman, at last Zhou Hua asked the question that puzzled him the most. Qin Jiang,
why are you doing this?
Aren't you afraid of being repaid later? Do you really think I'm good for you? A long time, Qin Jiang's calm voice came from the phone. Do you know what the most important thing is when you're out there?
It's not about mixing. It's about coming out. Damn. There's no way out. Come out. There's a way out.
Your Jianghu has ended. My Jianghu has just begun. Bang. Qin Jiang hung up the phone directly when the phone was completely disconnected. The faint sound of a door breaking and a voice scolding and squatting down with hands covering their heads could be heard from the other side. Hold your head and squat down. Hold your head. Qin Jiang threw the phone directly to Zhang Qi behind him. Bang. Zhang Qi took the phone and wiped off all traces of Qin Jiang's fingerprints with a silk scarf. Then he opened the back cover, took out the SIM card, folded it up, and threw it down the drain. Chapter 359, Zhou Hua arrested. Surveillance. The movements are smooth and flowing. The other Black Dragon personnel did not show any surprise, and everything seemed so natural and smooth. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang. Send someone you trust to the place to get something. Remember to keep it secret and don't let anyone know. Do things cleanly. Zhu Zhang narrowed his eyes and nodded that he knew that Qin Jiang was extremely cautious and would be extremely careful about anything that violated the law, but he asked him to send someone to sneak into a villa to retrieve something, and specifically instructed them to be secretive, which meant a lot. At least it shows that the information is extremely important. In just a moment, Zhu Zhang vaguely guessed something and nodded to Qin Jiang. I'll have someone do it. Qin Jiang nodded. He believed in Zhu Zhang's ability to do things. Although this move violated the principle of prudence, it was not worth mentioning compared to the report. Moreover, even if this matter was exposed, it would not be a big deal. There won't be any huge impact. The most important thing about being in the business is getting out. Zhou Hua kept repeating this to himself, his eyes flickering uncontrollably. After a long moment, he couldn't help but say, Qin Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so insightful at such a young age. Very good, very good. What a shame, Huasheng has already fallen into decline and hasn't gotten out. If I had known this, I would have done it 2 years earlier. Bang, boom, the box door could no longer withstand the impact and shattered. Swish. 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 Bai Meng led his men in and rushed in. A large number of law enforcement officers pointed their guns at everyone and shouted, Hold your head and squat down. Get down. Snap. Snap. Several Washington security guards were pinned to the ground and handcuffed. Seeing this, Mr. Kaibe and others were completely desperate. No one dares to resist. They didn't even have any weapons, while the other side had all kinds of weapons and were much more numerous and powerful. What's more, this is an underground casino with no way out. Even if they wanted to rush out, they couldn't. Therefore, Quan squatted down and chose to compromise, looking at Zhou Hua with anger. Fuck. Zhou Hua. You're the one who ruined me. The forces behind me are absolutely irreconcilable with you. Zhou Hua, you are such a loser. I am blind. Zhou Hua, do you have any tricks you haven't used yet? Master Kaiba still held out hope. However, Zhou Hua remained calm and stood up slowly despite the curses, expectations, and even the pointed gun muzzle. He admitted it, even though he was unwilling and shouldn't have done it. Things had come to this point and he, Zhou Hua, could afford to lose. Brush. Zhou Hua straightened his clothes under the gun and was about to speak. Zhou Hua, today. Before he could finish, bang. Bai Meng kicked him directly to the ground, and then grabbed him with a counterattacker snap. Handcuffs on. Bullshit. Who doesn't know you, Zhou Hua? Bai Meng cursed. You're the only one who can resist. Do you know how many of my brothers were injured? You're guilty. Zhou Hua, Bai Meng, what do you mean by I? Who do you think you are? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? You are a criminal. I tell you, everything you say now will be recorded. Zhou Hua, he felt like a scholar meeting a soldier and couldn't explain his reason clearly. On one side, Yingnan and others were also controlled. Some struggled angrily, some accepted their fate and were depressed, and some looked unwilling and kept checking the situation while trying to escape. Bai Meng picked up the intercom report. With the assistance of Executive Advisor Qin Jiang, the main culprit Zhou Hua has been apprehended, along with Yingnan and other core members. Over 100 million in gambling funds have been seized, and hundreds of gamblers have been apprehended. Requesting headquarters assistance with the inventory. That's it. Operation Fujin Executive Officer, by Meng. Let me explain this in two ways. While fighting outside in a core monitoring room, a young man stared intently at the 3 or 4 security guards on the opposite side. 2 security guards who were watching the surveillance had been knocked to the ground. The young man shouted, "The security outside has been surrounded. You are now trapped. Stop breaking the law and try to get leniency. Otherwise, you will be severely sentenced." Opposite point 3 or 4 security guards looked grim. Fuck. Mo Ping. You're an undercover agent. Fuck. I was wondering why I was discovered. It turns out it was you. Brother Hua treats you well, doesn't he? He even promoted you and transferred you to a key underground core. What are you doing now? Betraying Brother Hua? Ask yourself, do you think you are worthy of us? Damn it. Why are you telling him this? Damn him. We have to delete the surveillance footage to have any chance of survival. Opposite. Mo Ping held the dagger with an unpleasant look on his face. He had to admit that Zhou Hua was very good to him, and both the welfare benefits and promotions were a great favor, but what can he do? He is undercover, he is a law enforcement officer. He is paid by the state. How can he betray his oath just because others are nice to him? I can only continue to scold. Think it over carefully. Brother Hua. Zhou Hua deserves what he gets. He set up the casino and deceived so many people. How many people lost their fortunes because of him? How many people were separated from their families because of him? His kindness is just to make you risk your lives, not justice. Now he will face legal sanctions. Do you really want to go all the way to the end? As long as you stop resisting now, I can apply for you. He tried his best to delay the actions of the people opposite him. Behind him is the casino monitoring room. There are many important surveillance cameras inside, which can clearly show the gambling scenes of every important person. Of course, it is not that Zhou Hua is stupid and leaves fatal evidence for himself, but he is afraid that someone will cheat. After each gambling is completed, everyone on the scene can review the game, and if someone raises an objection, they can check the surveillance. After everyone has no objection, all surveillance will be cleared on the scene. It can be seen how important these casino videos are. Therefore, Zhou Hua will have the surveillance deleted as soon as he knows the situation in the casino to block some evidence. The 3 security guards looked at each other and rushed towards the young man. Dry. Mo Ping had no choice but to force his way forward. What to say or not to say, he had the means to be sent undercover by his superiors. At least his fighting skills were very powerful, but 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, not to mention that he had to prevent these people from rushing into the monitoring area behind him. Therefore, he was a little unable to control the situation after fighting for less than a minute, but he still struggled to hold on to the 3 people. Bang. Bang, let go. Damn it. Break his arm. Kaisha, go delete the surveillance. 2 of the 3 men beat the young man madly, and the remaining one broke Mo Ping's arm so hard that it made a cracking sound. Wow, Mo Ping could no longer catch it. A security guard broke through the barrier and was about to delete the surveillance footage. Seeing this, Mo Ping's eyes were bloodshot. No, stop. Unfortunately, the security personnel would not listen to him. Right at this moment, boom. Boom, there was a knock on the door. At the same time, a heavy voice came, "Open the door, I am Zhou Hua." Chapter 360. Zhou Sheng disappears, and Buckingham falls into disgrace. Brother Hua. Several security guards were stunned, then all of them looked ecstatic. Obviously, they thought that since Brother Hua came in person, it meant that there was no problem with the overall situation. Mo Ping on the ground was filled with despair. Finished. Did the plan fail? Not only did he not mention that someone had cordoned off the scene, but he also clearly heard bursts of scolding from the security guards. Could it be Zhou Hua is so powerful that he actually has the means to block the public security? He can't figure out what is going on, not sure why the higher-ups suddenly took action, not sure why the operation failed so badly, but all the confusion was solved when the door opened. The security guard who was about to destroy the video footage turned back to open the door and was stunned. Brother Hua, where is he? Fuck, bang, one person stepped forward and grabbed him and pinned him to the ground, while several figures came in quickly. 4 or 5 of them were obviously law enforcement officers, and one of them was a young man in black formal attire. Li Hao, he just started to imitate Zhou Hua's voice. Qin Jiang had specifically instructed him to take control of the surveillance room as soon as possible after following Bai Meng's men in to ensure that there was complete evidence. Qin Jiang remembered it very clearly. The surveillance room video had been cleared during the last public security arrest, so the public security department had to make greater efforts to get complete evidence. They even made a special legal column to describe how much smoother the case would have been if there had been surveillance video, and also to talk about how secretive the monitoring room was. Even the undercover agent found it by accident, and because Zhou Hua didn't put his mind to it. Pity, it's useless to say that it's hard to find Qin Jiang. Swish. Swish. Swish, several security officers went up to control the monitoring room and rescued the undercover security officer Mo Ping. A few minutes later, they got the surveillance data and left. Lobby Bai Meng led his men to control the situation. He was very excited when he saw Li Hao and others bring the surveillance video. With these videos, this trip could not be described as smooth. I couldn't help but reach out to Li Hao. Thank you for your help with law and order. Li Hao, everything is just according to Brother Zhang's orders. Bai Meng, he reported the contents again. Report, core evidence has been found. The casino has complete video surveillance footage. Both sides. Mr. Kai Ba and the others were furious and roared at Li Hao and Zhou Hua. What's going on? Aren't you going to have the video destroyed? Are you sick? You're doing this and recording it, damn it. Who would be a decent person to record a video? They are angry. Zhou Hua was extremely calm. For him, everything is settled and it is difficult for anything in the outside world to cause him to fluctuate. Bang! Bai Meng hung up the phone and shouted, team up. In the case handling hall, Wang Feng hung up the phone and said to the others in the room, I have good news for everyone. This Operation Fujin has achieved a phased success. The criminal leader Zhou Hua has been arrested. Snap. Snap. Snap, uniform applause echoed in the hall, and every investigator had a smile on their face. This large-scale operation has made great contributions to its success. Although the bulk of the money will be taken by the frontline case handlers, they will also be credited for collective merit and receive bonuses, and most importantly, it will become an important resume for future promotions. Wang Feng, don't take it lightly. There are so many arrests this time, so we need to do a good job of finishing the job. Yes. Dozens of investigators nodded in unison. Wang Feng left the case handling hall and came to a core office. He said to the two people inside, it's done. Zhou Hua was arrested directly at the casino. The core members were basically all arrested. Hundreds of millions of gambling funds and crime footage were found at the scene. As soon as these words came out, the two people in the room were shocked. Although they had made some preparations for the plan to go smoothly, they never thought it would go so smoothly. Money, culprit, video recording, the Trinity is irrefutable evidence. The gold covering plan has been basically completed successfully, and all that remains is the finishing touches. Good. Very good. I didn't expect Qin Jiang to be so accurate in his timing and be able to catch such a big fish in one go. Yes. With so much gambling money involved, there must be a big fish in it. It is just the right time to completely eradicate all the cancer in Washington and wipe out all the people behind him. It's a pity. I'm afraid we can't thoroughly investigate the money laundering. If Qin Jiang follows our plan, maybe, Wang Feng, we've gained a lot. Nothing is perfect. Besides, now that the person is in our hands, everything is easy to investigate. The two of them didn't say anything else and continued to discuss what to do next. Operation Fujin was not only to destroy Buckingham, but also to destroy all the rats behind Buckingham. Right at this moment, buzz, Wang Feng's phone vibrated. He lowered his head to look at the phone, frowned slightly, and looked at the two people. Currently, no trace of Zhou Sheng has been found in major international airports or even major train stations. The two fell silent. After a while, thunderous sounds were heard in the room. Hua Sheng, it can't be just Hua without Sheng. Even though that Sheng is a piece of shit, if the news of Operation Fujin were to spread without him, what would the outside world say? Anyway, the summary is just one sentence: Zhou Sheng must catch. Time passes. With the help of a large number of security personnel, Buckingham was quickly brought under control. Underground casino, hundreds of people were put under strict control, on the ground. Thousands of people inside Buckingham Entertainment City were also being questioned. Anyone caught on the scene with a criminal offense like prostitution was arrested and taken away en masse. Soon Buckingham was ahead. Security personnel escorted a large number of people out of the building. They were all handcuffed and had their heads lowered, but they still couldn't prevent someone from recognizing their identities. Isn't that Mr. Wang from Tianqing Entertainment in the middle? He was in the news a few days ago for keeping a mistress, and he's been arrested already? What the hell? Look at that girl in the tank top, isn't that the celebrity who's become famous recently? Wasn't she giving a speech at a ribbon-cutting ceremony a few days ago, and now she's been arrested, and that famous figures were recognized one after another. Buckingham was originally the top entertainment venue in Songjiang, and those who could come to this underground casino to play were naturally rich or noble, big boss, star, writer, they are everywhere. Countless people bloated over this misfortune. After all, the people like to see people who are more powerful than themselves suffer misfortune. This is truly shocking. Arresting so many important figures at once. Tomorrow there will be an earthquake in Songjiang, if not the 3 northern provinces. TSK. Why don't you capture the author of the book I'm reading too? I'll save him from having to write 2 chapters a day and then be locked up in his room. I can't eat if he doesn't write 20 chapters a day. Suddenly someone pointed at Buckingham and exclaimed, "Look." Swish. Everyone looked at Buckingham. A man in a suit was escorted out from the back of the crowd. It was the man who had built Huaxing from scratch, the current actual controller of Buckingham, and the Songjiang gang leader. Zhou Hua. Chapter 361, Platinum Outsiders, Mengyu, Debate with the Heroes. Wow, the crowd exploded. Zhou Hua, sitting in front of the Washington CEO, although Qin Jiangyin did not appear on the big screen as the young chief entrepreneur of the 3 northern provinces, but he also appeared on local TV stations in some important occasions, so many people knew him, plus Washington has added social attributes. Therefore, many people have grown up hearing about Zhou Hua's reputation over the years, and in their hearts, Zhou Hua is a top figure, but now I saw with my own eyes that big shot being arrested and escorted out in handcuffs. The impact is self-evident. The sky is falling. Even the CEO of Huaxing has been arrested. It seems that Huaxing is completely finished this time. I never thought that Huaxing, which has stood as stable as a rock in the North District for so many years, would collapse today. Life is unpredictable, and the big intestine is the small intestine. At the same time, they couldn't help but look at Qin Jiang again. Point 2 opposites, a big boss from the previous generation, a new generation boss. In collision, one was still sitting in the center of the crowd with high spirits, while the other was handcuffed, and it seemed like the end. Anyone who sees it will be moved. It can be said that the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves in front of them, and the waves in front of them crash onto the beach. Call. Yize watched Zhou Hua being escorted out for a long time without saying a word. Once upon a time, he had planned to make friends with Zhou Sheng and use the Huaxing power behind him to deal with Qin Jiang. Of course, he gave up later because Zhou Sheng did not take him seriously. But who would have thought that in less than half a year, not to mention Zhou Sheng, even his brother Zhou Hua, the boss of Huaxing, would fall into Qin Jiang's hands, leaving him at a loss as to what to say. After a long while, he murmured, as expected, one should keep his mind in the right place. Even if he wants to seek revenge on Qin Jiang, he should do it in an upright manner instead of getting involved in these bullshit social fights. Although he and others believed that Qin Jiang was closely linked to Huaxing's downfall, he also knew that the public security officials were able to intervene because Huaxing had a shady background. This force was like a fish on the chopping board, and it might be slaughtered any day. As long as he behaves honestly and uprightly, he will never face the same situation as Washington with his background. Safety, this is his strongest trump card. If he really plays dirty, how could he be a match for the Black Dragon? In an instant, Yize defined the scope of his future struggle with Qin Jiang as business. He didn't know that it was because of this action that he escaped death many times in the future. Ji Yuchuan watched Zhou Hua being escorted out without saying a word. She did not choose to invest in the Black Dragon Group because she was worried about the hedging relationship between Black Dragon and Huaxing. Now that Huaxing has collapsed, there is no doubt that the Black Dragon Group will not be affected but will move to a higher level, with its commercial value skyrocketing in a short period of time. A mistake? Shake your head. How could she, Gu Chuan, admit that she made a mistake? Black Dragon's move is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. It is not a particularly high-level move. Sooner or later, he will suffer the consequences. It is not a mistake in investment. From beginning to end, she didn't even think about whether Black Dragon would accept her investment. In her eyes, no one could refuse her. It's just a matter of adding more chips. Brush, she couldn't help but look at Yize. Since he was not going to admit his investment mistake, he had to prove himself and pull Yizhe up to the point where he could compete with Qin Jiang. The secretary watched Zhou Hua and the others being escorted out and couldn't help but mutter, "The mainland is truly exciting, really. The more economically prosperous a place is, the more exciting it is, brother, my brother." Zhou Shang lost all composure when he saw Zhou Hua being escorted out. He wanted to rush down directly, but the two security guards grabbed him tightly and blocked his mouth. "Brother Shang, calm down, you have to calm down. It's a dangerous place down there, you can't go down. If you go down, our Huasheng will be completely finished." To this point, even though the two bodyguards guessed that Zhou Hua arranged for Zhou Sheng to go abroad to avoid the limelight, they might have sensed the danger and asked him to leave early to leave Huasheng a way out. Think of this, they deeply regretted not forcing Zhou Sheng onto the plane. Crash. Zhou Hua and others were handcuffed and brought to the direction where a large number of security vehicles were parked next to Xinjiang. Their arrival attracted the attention of many people next to the security vehicles. These people were all arrested while playing in the entertainment city. Although they were angry, they could only blame themselves for their bad luck. After all, it is possible to get caught even in a safe entertainment city. But when he vaguely heard that the target of this arrest was the underground casino in Washington and that arresting them was just a piece of cake, all of a sudden, they all held a grudge against Hua Shang. So when they saw Zhou Hua also being arrested, they couldn't help but curse. "Fuck you, Zhou Hua. I knew you were no good. Not only did you open an entertainment city, you even opened a casino. Zhou Hua, you actually deceived me. When you applied for the business license, you didn't tell me that the entertainment city would do this." However, facing their curses, Zhou Hua remained calm and just looked towards where Qin Jiang was. Brush. Qin Jiang also looked at Zhou Hua. Eye contact. There seemed to be sparks in the air. Qin Jiang's expression was calm. Zhou Hua looked calm. At this moment, even Qin Jiang had to admit Zhou Hua's psychological quality. He remained so calm even when he was completely desperate. If such a person was given a chance, he might be able to get a sure. Pity, he didn't succeed in his previous life. You will never succeed in this life if you offend yourself. Zhou Hua turned around and stopped looking, but Mr. Kaibei and others narrowed their eyes slightly when they saw this. How could they not see that it was the man sitting on the stool who was arm wrestling with Zhou Hua? Obviously, the other party won this arm wrestling and crushed Hua Sheng to death, and they also suffered from unexpected disasters. How can I not be angry? Therefore, some people once again cursed Zhou Hua as a waste, while others set their sights on Qin Jiang. For example, Mr. Kaibei. Mr. Kaiba, who the hell are you? I don't care about your grudge with Zhou Hua. Why did you involve me? Do you know who Mr. Ba is, 8th Master? There were also several people of status next to him who joined in the cursing. After hearing this, the Black Dragon's face turned cold. Trample. Mengyu arrived late and hurriedly took 2 steps forward, cursing, "Look at me, I'm so short-sighted that I almost treat you as human beings. When I treat you like human beings, you better pretend to be human. When you're reminded of something, you just say fuck you. Swish. He looked at Kai Laoba. You have a face like that, and you don't want to be defeated by anyone? Is all the water in your head used to water the tree in your heart? Can't you see who is the king now? Then he looked at the man with the orchid finger. There are so many weapons in China, but you chose to learn the sword. And do you live in Dunhuang? There are so many murals, forcing words, and you look like a QR code. I don't know what you're doing unless I scan it. Chapter 362, Do you want to learn? Where is Zhou Shang? Seal this building. Zhou Hua, Mr. Kaiba, benefit, others, left semi-direct product, right semi-direct product. Everyone was stunned by Meng Yu's scolding. They stood there for a long time without saying anything. There was nothing they could do. Before the influence of the internet in 2011, the ability to curse people was really a unique skill. Opposite, Meng Yu continued to curse without stopping. Your brain is not even as big as a melon seed, and you are not worthy of talking to me. Finally, a few security guards arrived and pulled Meng Yu aside. Only then did Meng Yu stop cursing. He just messed with my eldest brother. I can't beat him to death. In Meng Yu's opinion, what is his responsibility as the chairman's assistant? Isn't it just to help the chairman do some unseemly things? Those people were shouting at the chairman. Can the chairman shout back? Cannot. That's so embarrassing. Therefore, it's a good time for him to show his skills. Wait until you get back, Zheng Qi said. Your mouth is amazing. Who did you learn that from? Meng Yu, don't you play dungeons? Everyone there is so talented and speaks so sweetly. I'm just like you. How do you say it? Learn by doing. Zhang Qi, get in the car. Law enforcement officers pushed Zhou Hua and others into the car. Zhou Hua looked at Qin Zhang with a flickering gaze and murmured, Qin Zhang, I hope you can understand the rules of the underworld. I'll give you everything you want. If you don't understand the rules, I won't let you go in the underworld. Obviously, he knew that there was no possibility for him to get out. Now he only hoped that his younger brother's offspring could be born safely, preferably a son, so that the Zhou family could have an heir. All this was based on the condition that Qin Zhang would not retaliate. Bang! Before getting in the car, Ingnan looked at Zhou Hua and said, Brother Hua, it looks like we're really going to die together. Mr. Kaiba got into the car and looked at Qin Zhang with angry eyes. Qin Zhang, right? No matter who you are? No matter what happened between you and Zhou Hua, since you have implicated me, you just wait. I, Master Kaiba, swear I will never give up. Sooner or later, I will make you pay tenfold, even 100-fold. The rest of the people cursed angrily, but more of it is helplessness and rage. For them, being arrested this time basically means that their lives are ruined. All the honors they once had have turned into distant memories, and they have to face the storm again from now on. At this time, Qin Zhang looked calmly at Zhou Hua and others who were captured. He had no intention of taking revenge on the other party for not having offspring. The idea of eradicating the roots was Zhou Hua and Zhou Shang. An unborn person is nothing to Qin Zhang in Chinese society. In modern society, 30 years have passed, 30 years on the west side of the river. Basically not true. He was confident that he had 30 years of advanced development, and even if the other party's descendants had extraordinary abilities, it would be of no use. Besides, it wasn't him who arrested Zhou Hua, it was Bai Meng. Brush. He looked up and saw Bai Meng walking towards him. Bai Meng shivered slightly as he felt a cool breeze blowing towards him. What's going on? It's too cold. You're not wearing enough. Shake your head. He came up to Qin Zhang and said, Boss Qin, the Fujin project went smoothly. All important targets were captured. Thank you very much for your cooperation, Boss Qin and your team. I will include the details in the report. I am sure there will be no shortage of praise. Qin Zhang nodded calmly. He cooperated with the police not for any reward, but to destroy Washington and prevent the enemy from lurking there. At the same time, you can establish connections with the Public Security Department to improve your popularity, so that you won't be unlucky if some evil spirits come and cause trouble for you. As for any action rewards, they are nothing, just give them some awards and honors. The two continued to communicate. To be precise, Bai Meng was telling Qin Zhang the general situation, which was originally just sharing, but to outsiders it was seen as a report to the scene. Everyone who saw it was shocked, especially Scar and others in the car behind, who were so shocked that they opened their mouths wide and were speechless. No? Then why does the operation leader appear to be reporting to Qin Zhang? What's going on? Are the connections so strong? They can mobilize the police to take down Hua Shang and arrest Zhou Hua. Awesome, really fucking awesome. Scar, he also knew how awesome the scene in front of him was. As the saying goes, if you are not involved in society, seeing Qin Zhang is like a frog in a well seeing the bright moon. If you are involved in society, seeing Qin Zhang is like a mayfly shaking the sky. It can be said that this scene with Qin Zhang meets Scar's ultimate fantasy of all those involved in society. Now, the young man with bandages on his back looked at Qin Zhang with a complicated expression. He was an undercover agent sent to Buckingham by the Public Security Bureau. Ho Yuan, 3 years. He was undercover for 3 whole years. From the bottom of the waiter, he worked hard and stayed up late to become a supervisor, and then worked hard to climb to a manager, lobby manager. He drew all the areas on the 5 floors of Buckingham Palace except Zhou Hua's office, and found a lot of useful evidence. Of course, the fatal evidence is always missing, so he worked harder. He even reviewed every night whether he had a better chance of breaking into the core layer. He was familiar with the preferences of the top executives at Huasheng. To curry favor with Zhou Shang, he even participated in the beating of Zhang Qi's father. He also participated intentionally, openly to beat him but secretly to protect him. God will not let down those who work hard. He gained trust and was able to work as a manager in an underground casino, and also came into contact with the core of Washington. That night, he cried with joy. He swore at most 1 year. He must gather evidence to wipe out Washington, and he is willing to pay the price of his life for this. However, just as he was about to establish a plan, he suddenly received an order from above. The command is very concise: protect yourself. Before he could understand what was going on, he saw chaos in the casino and security officers rushing into the underground casino. Then, Zhou Hua was arrested and the casino was wiped out, looking at Zhou Hua and others who were caught and put into the car, as well as Dan Jinhan who was completely killed behind them. Ho Yuan felt a sense of absurdity. He couldn't help but mutter, 3 years. What's the point of these 3 years? Didn't I just endure the hardship? The only function is to control the monitoring room, but even if we don't have our own monitoring room, it won't be a big problem. He looked at the person next to him. It's Li Hao. In his eyes, the other party was the one who made the greatest contribution to the monitoring room. Li Hao looked at Ho Yuan and patted his shoulder. Idle. Let's take a photo together. Ho Yuan, idle? Li Hao, yes. What I admire most in my life is a lone hero like you, an undercover agent. You exist only in legends. By the way, will you go undercover again in the future? Is it convenient for you to take a photo with me? Can we be friends? Can you tell me about your undercover experience? Ho Yuan was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his gloomy face. He hugged Li Hao and said, "Of course, my friend." Xin Jiang and Bai Meng were communicating. Suddenly, a sheriff walked up to Bai Meng and said something in a low voice. Bai Meng's face instantly became serious. He looked at Xin Jiang and said in a deep voice, "No trace of Zhou Shang has been found at any major airport. It seems he disappeared without a trace." Hearing this, Xin Jiang and Zhu Zhang's eyes flashed at the same time, and then they both cast their gazes towards the 3 buildings opposite Buckingham, and finally locked onto the only restaurant diagonally opposite. Zhu Zhang loudly ordered, "Seal off this building." Big guys, Happy New Year! I wish all big guys great fortune and lots of money in the new year. Please give me a free gift. Smiley face. Chapter 363, Zhou Shang is arrested and the security team is withdrawn. Crash. When the Black Dragon personnel heard Zhu Zhang's order, they quickly rushed to the restaurant opposite and blocked it. What? Bai Meng was stunned. No? What's the matter? I told you Zhou Shang disappeared. Why did you suddenly block the restaurant across the street, etc.? It can't be, but looking at the expressions of Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang, Bai Meng didn't ask the question because he felt it would be too stupid to ask. Swish. He raised his hand directly. Team 3. Everyone, move forward and seal off the restaurant. Search every floor to see if there's any suspect. Zhou Shang, yes. 3 teams of dozens of people nodded and quickly rushed towards the restaurant. This scene made the onlookers outside very confused, not knowing what was going on. What's going on? Haven't they already made all the arrests? Why is the restaurant across the street closed again? Are you thinking you haven't arrested enough people and want to arrest more? Or maybe the people in that restaurant also offended Qin Jiang. For a moment, there were many different opinions, but everyone looked at Qin Jiang with complicated eyes. At this time, the most confused and panicked person was the hotel owner who was watching the excitement at the door. The previous second he was watching with great interest and exclaiming that it was an eye-opener. But the next second he watched the Black Dragon personnel seal off his hotel and the security personnel rushing in. He was stunned on the spot until he was pushed by several service staff and came to his senses. Bang! He clapped his hands and almost burst into tears. "Oh my God, why did you bring me here? I didn't do anything. I live across the street from Buckingham, right? But I have nothing to do with him." Oh my God, she couldn't stop crying. He was about to rush out to explain to Qin Jiang but was stopped by 2 Black Dragon members and was not allowed to leave. Brush. Bai Meng came to the hotel entrance and showed him his ID. Public security. Please cooperate with the inspection. Hotel owner, I was wrong. Bai Meng, what? Are you really in trouble? 2 security officers stepped forward and subdued the hotel owner, which frightened him even more. Don't worry. Don't worry. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have been neighbors with Buckingham. Brother Jiang. I really have nothing to do with Buckingham. Brother Jiang. She shouted in the direction of Qin Jiang. This, Qin Jiang frowned and didn't bother to pay attention. He just glanced at Zhu Zhang. The other party's reaction speed was even more amazing than his own. Sure enough, Zhu Zhang's brain did not degenerate in this life. Instead, the appearance of the Black Dragon made him grow early. Bai Meng was stunned as he watched the hotel owner lead the security personnel into the restaurant to check. Bang! 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 A large number of rooms were opened to check the identities of the people inside. Brother Shang, run. Let's go through the ventilation duct. Brother Shang, stop howling.
If you keep howling, you won't be able to leave. No. I won't leave. My brother has been arrested. What's the point of me leaving?
Zhou Sheng yelled, we share life and death.
How can I have the face to live in this world now that my brother is dead?
If you want to leave, go ahead. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood.
Brother Hua definitely doesn't want to see you like this.
Even if you don't consider yourself, you should consider Brother Hua. You can't continue to be so decadent, Brother Shang. As long as you survive, there will be no chance of rescuing Brother Hua in the future.
But Zhou Shang, who was already overwhelmed by anger and despair, was unable to listen.
His mind was full of thoughts on how to kill Qin Jiang and then die with his brother Zhou Shang. Give me the gun, I want to kill Qin Jiang.
We're going to the airport, and we don't have guns.
Zhou Shang, give it to me. Bang! A young bodyguard was so angry that he chopped Zhou Shang with a knife, causing him to see stars. Two bodyguards carried Zhou Shang out. Unfortunately, Black Dragon had already completely blocked the hotel, and the hotel was under security control. With 2 bodyguards holding Zhou Shang, he couldn't stand out too much. So it's just under 10 minutes, Bai Meng personally led the team to control the 3 people. Seeing them being handcuffed and shaking their heads, Zhou Shang began to doubt his life, murmured, it's really in the hotel.
Is it really that outrageous?
Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang had just learned that Zhou Shang had disappeared, yet they instantly guessed he was in this restaurant.
This is almost as brilliant as Zhuge Liang.
One side, the security officer was surprised, Brother Meng, we've made a killing.
It's Zhou Shang. He really is Zhou Shang. He has his ID card and passport. This time, our team is definitely going to steal the show.
After all, Zhou Shang was not among their targets to be captured, and it was the responsibility of the other action teams. As a result, the opponent missed the target and they were able to capture him, so naturally their credit was increased. Bai Meng nodded, then he took out his phone and dialed, report, Zhou Shang has been captured.
It's not in Buckingham. Yes. It's in the restaurant across from Buckingham. How do you know? Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang directly ordered me to block it. I don't know the details, so why did I listen to him? Isn't he the operations consultant? Okay. Make sure you bring the person back safely.
Bang! Bai Meng hung up the phone and ordered a team up. Outside, when Bai Meng led the team to escort the people out, it did not cause much of a stir. Compared to the large number of people captured from Buckingham, the small number of people brought out from the restaurant was nothing. At most, someone recognized Zhou Shang inside. Washington is completely screwed. Huasheng.
Zhou Hua and Zhou Shang have been apprehended. This marks the end of the Zhou family era.
Wow, Zhou Shang was escorted down and shook his head, forcing himself to open his eyes. He saw his elder brother locked in the car and Qin Jiang sitting there looking arrogant. He couldn't help but roar, Qin Jiang, you. How dare you trick my brother? Just wait, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost, Qin Jiang. He struggled frantically and tried to pounce on Qin Jiang, like a devil, wanting to devour him alive, but unfortunately he was held back by 2 law enforcement officers. See this, the young man sitting inside was startled. Xiao Shang was also arrested. Zhou Hua's expression did not change except for a slight surprise. After hearing Qin Jiang talk about the control arrangements at the airport, he knew that there was no possibility for Zhou Shang to escape. As for where he was caught, it was no big deal. What would surprise him was that Zhou Shang could escape the pursuit of the police. Don't move. Get in the